Hey everyone, and welcome to another video. Tonight we have 11.5 hours of horror stories. I hope you all enjoy them. You all seem to really like the 10.5 hour video that I did for the one previous to this one. So I thought we would do one more super long video before we get back into the 2-hour videos. I hope you all enjoy it. This is just a compilation of some of my favorite stories from throughout the history of the channel, as well as your favorites. I also just thought it would be nice to have them on the channel ad-free, so that way you can listen to them without ads whenever you want. In my last video, I said that we were 200 subscribers away from 121,000. We not only hit 121,000, we are really close to hitting 122,000, and I just wanted to say thank you. I really didn't see that coming. My mistake. I will never underestimate all of you ever again. That is wild, and I just wanted to say thank you. I set a goal for the end of the year to hit 125,000. I wasn't sure how realistic that really was, but I'm filled with a lot of hope. I am not underestimating all of you again. Thank you. Thank you. If you want to help me hit 122,000, I'd really appreciate it. I'm not going to ask for a like goal on this one. If you do enjoy, just feel free to drop one. Actually, you know what? Fine. If this video hits 5 likes, it's a tall order, but if it can hit 5 likes, my next video will be a 2-hour video with no mid-roll ads. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night.
I have a hardwood safe filled with cursed VHS tapes that are to never be watched by anyone, ever. Only because I have watched them and have faced and or witnessed the consequences. This post is a warning for the following VHS tape known as Traveling Up the Pipeline. To my knowledge, there is only one copy known to exist. Just in case someone finds another one, read this. I will go over what is on the tape, how dangerous it is, and basic containment of said tape. But first, a quick lesson. There are 5 levels of danger when it comes to tapes. Level 1. Safe. Can watch as many times as you like. Tapes like this typically change upon repeated viewings. Level 2. Be cautious. Suggested not to watch. Tapes like this can have an effect on the mind or body. Length of time affected varies, but typically lasts no more than a month. Level 3. Dangerous. Do not watch. Tapes like this will usually end in permanent damage to the mind, body, soul, or personal/public property. Level 4. Extremely dangerous. Absolutely do not watch. Tapes like this have a high chance to kill the viewer, and or destroy things around it. The tape in the ring is a good example. Level 5. Contain or destroy. Watching will lead to more than just death. Tapes like this typically contain entities that will try to do as much damage as possible to whatever they can, and try to spread this chaos to everything. The name of the tape is called Traveling Up the Pipeline. It's a blank Sony tape with a title written in pen on the front, and it has no case. The runtime is 85 minutes. Keep it in a secure wooden box with no metal hinges. Metal amplifies whatever energy is contained on the tape. Finally, it has a danger level of 3. I acquired this tape from a hole-in-the-wall antique store that was packed floor to ceiling with things. The owner looked older than Jesus and seemed like he could drop at any moment, but he sold me the tape for $1, so I'm not complaining. I thought the tape was cursed based on title and feeling of weight. Cursed tapes tend to seem, or feel, heavier without actually being heavier. The weight of whatever that was captured or put on the tape can sometimes make it feel heavier. Also, if you feel a general uneasiness from looking or being near a tape, there's a good chance it's cursed. Anyway, I bought it and took it home. when watching potentially cursed VHS tapes. I always have a friend with me and a friend outside the room who checks in every 5 minutes by knocking. If we don't answer, he goes to the breaker and cuts the power. The tape itself starts off with a dirty and disheveled man wearing splunking gear. There is a timestamp in the bottom right corner from March 12th, 1993. The man speaks into the video camera, talking about how he has been stuck in whatever cave he's in for the past 3 days, and that he keeps hearing noises that don't sound human. There is also some sort of mount on the side of his helmet. The image then cuts to the mount, and the man is moving through the cave system. However, the system is anything but normal. The rock walls are slimy with splotches of pulsating purple patches that the man continuously comments about, saying he doesn't know what they are, but they don't seem harmful, and they are warm to the touch. There are also no stalactites or stalagmites in the cave, just a bunch of weird bumps. The man doesn't have a flashlight, but there are red crystals that have some sort of luminescence. There is suddenly a large moaning sound coming from behind the man as the whole cave shakes for a few seconds. The man's breathing becomes more frantic as he begins to pick up his pace in the cave. The video cuts to black for a second before the man is back in the frame, holding the camera. He lifts it up, showing that he's hiding behind a rock of some sort, before holding it over the rock and pointing at a couple bipedal creatures that are out of focus. It tries to focus, but it can't quite make it, giving only a brief glimpse of what the creatures look like. The best my friend and I could make out was a short humanoid with reversed knees, like an ostrich. No hair anywhere, large mouths with no lips, 2 small eyes, may have been nostrils, and stubby arms. There were 5 of them, and they were drinking from a small pool of yellowish liquid. The camera then cuts again to black before going to another shot of the man walking through the cave. The purple spots are a little more prevalent now on the walls, and the man speculates the creatures he saw earlier could have come from them somehow. Sometime later, after climbing up a steep incline, the man comes across a giant underground lake of that same yellowish liquid the creatures were drinking before. The liquid is bubbling this time, and the man comments on how it's very hot, and he thinks it's an underground hot spring. Suddenly, the entire cavern shakes and he slips into the edge of the lake. There's a loud sizzling sound as he struggles to get out of the liquid, but he makes it out and tries to wipe the liquid off of his pants. He manages to get dry enough for it to stop burning, but then realizes that the liquid has burned holes in his pants and gloves. The man takes a minute to sit on the shore, away from the water, possibly to think, but he does not state why. The camera pans over the lake, just in time to see a gigantic off-white serpent of some sort surface for a moment before it goes back underneath. The man utters the words, "What the fuck?" before he gets up and turns the camera off. After another second of black screen, the camera turns back on to a shot of him looking very distressed. He says that he had found another cave on the other side of the lake, then pans over to where he was sitting on what was now the far side of the lake. In that same shot, the off-white serpent surfaces out of the liquid and goes back under. The man then pans the camera back to him and talks about how he thinks this might finally be the way out before showing a much smaller cave that goes up another steep incline. Inside, the walls were becoming more purple than rock. The camera then cuts to black again before coming back on to show that the cave is now much smaller, and the man has to crouch to fit through it. It was at this point that the friend who was watching the tape with me complained about a weird feeling in her stomach. The man in the video comments on how he thought he heard another voice. Then, the sound of those weird, humanoid things from earlier can be heard far behind him. The man begins to panic as he moves faster up the tunnel. The walls at this point are completely purple and are pulsating more regularly. My watch partner started to feel more nauseous and suggested we take a break from watching. So, I went to stop the video, but the VCR wouldn't turn off. At that point, I yelled to the friend outside of the room to turn the power off. A few seconds later, the room went dark, but the TV and VCR remained on. The man at this point was crawling on his stomach through the ever-tightening tunnel as my watch partner was on the ground with her stomach convulsing and her hand over her mouth. The sound of those humanoids slowly grew louder as the man began panicking and moving faster up the tunnel. My partner began dry heaving. Suddenly, a gloved hand reached out of her mouth and began waving wildly. I wasn't sure what to do at first, but my first instinct was to grab the hand and begin to pull. I yelled for my friend outside to get in the room. When he did, his eyes went wide as he stood in the doorway, frozen. I told him to quit standing there and to get the TV off. By this point, both of the man's arms were coming out of her mouth, and I could hear the man yelling from inside. My friend finally ran over to the TV and unplugged it, but I could still hear the video going. I looked into my watch partner's eyes and only saw tears as she looked at the man's arms, then back up to me in horror. Her skin was getting paler as her mouth stretched further, letting the man's head finally come out. The man looked around. I could tell he was confused, but his main focus was to get out. He yelled at me to keep pulling and said that something was pulling at his legs. My friend behind me said that he couldn't get the video to stop, so I yelled at him to come over and help me pull. He grabbed the other man's hand, and we pulled together, but the man was suddenly jerked back and he yelled at us to pull harder. In one swift motion, the man was yanked back into her throat and our arms were pulled in too. The three of us looked at each other in panic, my friend screaming, my watch partner trying to push us away, and me trying to pull the man out still. I heard the man suddenly yell at us to keep pulling because he had a plan. A couple seconds later, my friend and I were launched back, pulling the now slimy man out and onto the ground, his shoes missing. The man quickly got up and looked around before looking at the TV, realizing that his camera footage was being shown through it. My watch partner was knocked onto the ground when he flew out. She was still dry heaving and I could hear the sounds of those humanoid things coming out from her mouth. We all could. I looked up to the man, not knowing what to do until my watch partner said to turn off the camera in between her stomach convulsions. The man fumbled to get the camera off of his helmet, but got it off nonetheless, and pressed the power button. The TV suddenly went dark, and I heard my watch partner throw up. I took my phone out to use a flashlight while my friend went to turn the power back on. I looked around the room for a moment, and the man was nowhere to be seen. When the power turned back on, the camera was sitting on the ground where the man was standing. Beyond that was my watch partner who sat hunched over, holding her stomach. In front of her was a pile of yellow stomach acid with a long, white tapeworm writhing around in it. I have a hardwood safe filled with cursed VHS tapes that are to never be watched by anyone, ever. Only because I have watched them and have faced and or witnessed the consequences. This post is a warning for the following VHS tape known as Human Coral. I have found 2 different copies of this, so I no more exist. So just in case you have found one, read this before you decide to watch it. The name of the tapes are called Human Coral 4 and Human Coral 2. They're blank Maxwell tapes, still in their case. The titles are written on both the cases and the tapes. Human Coral 2's runtime is about 3 hours, while Human Coral 4's runtime is 5 hours 23 minutes. There are no strict containment guidelines for these tapes, as they do not lure you to watch them, but I would recommend keeping them away from curious minds. If you are going to keep them locked up, put them in a wooden container with no metal hinges, as metal amplifies the energy of cursed objects. Finally, both tapes have a danger level of 2. See part 1 for the danger guide on cursed VHS tapes. As I stated, I have found 2 Human Coral tapes. Number 4 was at an estate sale, and number 2 was in an independent thrift store. I'll start with number 2. My watch partner, who recovered from the traveling up the pipeline incident, if you're wondering, and I started watching, not really knowing what to expect. What do you first think of when you hear the words human coral? Anyway, the tape starts off with the viewpoint of some sort of submersible suspended over the ocean on a large boat. There's a date stamp on the bottom, October 21st, 1995. You can hear a couple male voices talking on the boat, but you can't quite make out what they are saying. All of a sudden, the submersible begins to descend into the water, and it begins its dive downward. It is here that you can clearly tell that they are very far out into the ocean, as it just goes down with no clear indication of where the bottom is. This takes up the first 2.5 hours of the tape, until a dim red glow comes into view. A sunken ocean liner begins to come into view, as it is covered in what looks like some sort of bioluminescent coral. But then the submersible gets closer and the full picture begins to unfold. It isn't coral, but a bunch of upper bodies of the same woman plastered all over the ship. Their long hair is what glowed red, and their bodies were a blotchy blue, red, and purple. Some of the bodies had additional arms and heads growing out of them. Their eyes were a milky white with the remnants of a pupil in the center. Their mouths looked like they were gasping for something, but it wasn't air. Different types of fish would swim around them, just like they were normal coral, but sometimes you could see one of the women grab one and eat it. None of them reached for the submersible, but they did seem curious, as most of them stared at it when it got close. The power suddenly shut off as my watch partner and I both realized that we didn't answer when my friend knocked on the door. We were both too mesmerized by the coral to answer. When my friend came into the room to make sure that we were okay, we both yelled at him for turning it off. He yelled back at us, resulting in a small fight, so we decided it was best to take a little break. It was during the break that my watch partner and I both realized what we had just done and came to the conclusion that the tape was some sort of ability to attract the viewer when they look at the coral, no matter the gender. With this in mind, we decided to slightly change what my friend would do. Instead of knocking, we would leave the door open and move the couch we were sitting on so our friend could easily see us. If we did anything weird, he would cut the power. After our 20-minute break, we began watching from where we left off. The coral women were staring at us and we were transfixed by them. I remember how at the time, I thought they were the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. Looking back at it now, I realized how truly terrifying it was. The submersible began moving all around the ship until it found an opening on one of the top decks. Going through the door, the hallway was rusty and overgrown with plant life, until it ran into more of the coral women. It was bizarre. The hallway they were growing from was in much better condition from the little we could see that wasn't grown over, to the point where you could still see one of the paints on the walls. The deeper the submersible went in, the more grown the coral women became. Some had grown out so much that you could see legs that were still fused together. The coral women kept staring at the camera. Some seemed to be beckoning the submersible to come closer, then pointing it in another direction down a different hall. They were leading it somewhere, and if it tried to go down a different hall, the coral women would make it impossible for it to fit through. After following the path they sent it down, it opened into a large room where every surface had a fully grown coral woman. Some were attached at the feet, some were attached by a hand. There was one where her back was fused to the wall, and several other coral women were growing out of her. In the center, a giant one sat crisscrossed. It glowed the brightest out of all of them and had several coral women growing out of her at odd angles. Some head first, like normal. Others just had their legs sticking out and everything else in between. It was almost like they weren't growing out of her, but rather were being absorbed by her. The giant one's eyes suddenly opened and stared at the submersible. It was at this point that my watch partner and I had gotten up, out of our seats, and began crawling towards the TV screen. The giant one slowly lifted her arms up and reached towards the submersible as it moved closer. By this point, My watch partner and I were both right up against the screen. The giant one then grabbed the submersible and pulled it into its chest. And I mean literally into its chest. It was crammed deep into a slit that had opened up. On either side of the opening, you could see different body parts of coral women that had been shoved into the giant one, but the submersible kept going deeper. It eventually stopped when it hit what looked to be a collar of a coat worn by a boat captain. The camera then panned up to see the face of a man covered in some sort of slime with an expression of shock and terror. Then, the eyes of the man darted to the camera before the tape ended. My watch partner and I both fell onto our backs, crying, either from the beauty we were both transfixed to, or the overwhelming emotion we got from the video. I'm not completely sure what. My watch partner asked if we could watch it again, and my friend outside the door walked in and said no before taking the tape out of the VCR. A week later, after we made sure that the effects of the tape had worn off, we began Human Coral 4, this time with the same open door setup as the end of Human Coral 2. Human Coral 4 is much different than 2, in that it already starts at the bottom of the sea. It is a static camera that pans to the left and right with a date stamp at the bottom reading October 19th, 1996, almost a full year after the last one. It looks like this was some sort of surveillance footage for something. For the first 3 hours there's nothing, until a figure shows up in the distance, just inside of the light range on the camera. It isn't clear what it looks like, but my watch partner and I knew it was a coral woman. At this point, the camera stops panning and focuses on it. It was different from the ones in the last video. There seemed to be only one of them. Its hair was shoulder length, and the body was colored in patches of black, dark blue, and gray. A few minutes later in the video, the camera zooms in and you can see that the eyes are reflective, much like a normal deep-sea fish. It was moving slowly, but right towards the camera, and it had the most unnerving smile I'd seen for a while. The biggest difference was that this version of the coral woman didn't instill a feeling of yearning or lust. It instilled fear, the kind of fear where you can't move, the kind of fear that keeps you wanting to see more, the kind of fear that makes you easy prey. I couldn't look away, but I told my friend outside the door to be ready to cut the power. It suddenly stopped in place and stared at the camera. A man's voice over a radio came on reporting about the coral woman to someone. Then another man responded and said he would check it out. About 45 minutes later, a man in a heavy-duty looking diving suit walked past the camera, towards the coral woman before slowing and saying something over the radio. It was a little garbled, but he said, "What am I looking at? I'm not sure this is... It's getting harder to move." After a minute or two, the man in the diving suit stops moving. The coral woman then begins to move again, but this time faster. This time I noticed that she wasn't lifting her feet. She was dragging them on the ground. When she got up close to the man, she was much bigger than he was, by at least 3 feet. The last thing the man said was that he couldn't move before she wrapped her arms around him and began slowly sinking into the ground. The cries of panic that the man yelled out still haunt me to this day. Once he was fully underneath the sand, his radio cut off. The camera is suddenly knocked back by something rising from the seafloor. It then captures a bigger mass as it fully emerges out of the sand. A giant version of the coral woman looks down at the camera before reaching down for it. The tape ends there. My watch partner and I both sat there, frozen with a lingering fear dwelling in the back of our minds. It wasn't until a couple hours after the tape had ended that my friend snapped us out of our trance. He had been waiting for us to say something, but we couldn't speak. For the next couple weeks, my watch partner and I had recurring nightmares about this coral woman. But it eventually faded away. There's something that worries me about these 2 tapes. Unlike traveling up the pipeline, where you kind of get this feeling that what happened in the tape was never real to begin with, and something created it. This one seems like it's actual footage recovered from something, like these are real creatures in the bottom of the ocean. That terrifies me even more. I have a hardwood safe filled with cursed VHS tapes that are never to be watched by anyone ever, only because I have watched them and have faced and or witnessed the consequences. This post is a warning for the following VHS tape known as Tubes Demonstration 1. I only have one tape of this, but judging by the title and where I found it, I can assume that there are at least 2 more. If you find either a copy or a sequel to this, read this first, and I can't stress this enough, do not watch this tape. It has a danger level of 4. The name of this tape is Tubes Demonstration 1. It is a blank Sony tape in a black plastic case with a note card fastened to it with the title written on it. The runtime is unknown for reasons I will get into later. Keep this tape in a secure wooden box with no metal hinges. Metal only amplifies the energy of the tape. Finally, and I cannot stress this enough, it has a danger level of 4. See part 1 for the danger guide on cursed VHS tapes. I acquired this tape by exploring an abandoned mental hospital with some friends in my state. We found a locked filing cabinet in the storage room of one of the main buildings, and since it was in a metal box, I could feel the energy coming off of the tape. When I opened it, there were 2 empty slots and 1 tape in a black case. My friends didn't really care about it, so they walked off while I put the tape in my bag. About a week later, I got my friend and watch partner together and set up in our new configuration with the couch pushed back and the door open. The video started with a title card saying it belonged to the mental hospital I took it from, and that taking it from the premises was unlawful and punishable with a large fine and jail time. It then cuts to a woman sitting on a bed in a hospital nightgown in a white room. She had short black hair and stared at the ground with clear, white eyes. In the bottom corner there was a timestamp of July 24th, 1986, and a name, Ashlyn. It was silent for the first couple minutes, just her staring at the floor until a door could be heard opening. Footsteps came in, stopping behind the camera. Ashlyn looked up at the person, then looked back down and to the right, then reached over and held onto her left arm. The person began talking. It was a man. He sounded old and probably was a doctor there. "Please demonstrate to the camera what you can do," he asked. "Why? So you can tell me I'm making it up? So you can tell me it's all in my head?" She said. She turned her attention to the man. "This entire time you've told me it's fake. You've told me that there's no physical way for my body to change like it does." She yelled. She stood up from the bed. She was much taller than my watch partner and I expected. "I realize that, Miss Ashlyn, but now that you have demonstrated that your body can in fact change, and we would like to record and study the transformation and your other form," the man said. She stood there for a second looking surprised, then aggravated. As she blinked, her eyes changed color. From the best I could see of the video quality, the right side of the right eye and the left side of the left eye turned black as her iris became a spiral of colors. "I knew this was a mistake. I should have left when I had the chance," she said. "I'm sorry, Miss Ashlyn, but you can't leave until we have documentation at the very least," the man said. She stood there for a second before looking down and closing her eyes, then opening them, looking at the man's location. Her pupils now dilated at sporadic angles. "Fine," she said as rocky protrusions bulged out of the sides of her arms. Her skin began changing colors. Rings of red, blues, yellows, and whites began to move down her body as her nightgown was being ripped off by the growths. Her hair began glowing purple, and coral-like tubes grew out of the top of her back like exhaust pipes. Symmetrical holes began forming on her torso and legs as the nightgown finally came off. The rocky protrusions opened up as black and white tubes slid out from them. 10 or so on each arm. Her cheeks became raw and cut up. It reminded me of Battle Angel Alita. She suddenly fell to her knees, clutching her stomach as a red liquid spewed from the exhaust pipes on her back and onto the walls. She grew bigger, veins pulsing all over her body until sharp red and black spikes sprang from the sides of her legs, and her shoulder blades shot out and wrapped over her shoulders before fusing together above her chest. She stopped growing when her head nearly touched the ceiling, still on her knees. There was a long period of silence as Ashlyn had her eyes closed and her head down. "Miss Ashlyn?" the man asked, his voice quivering. "Are you all right?" The tubes on Ashlyn's right arm suddenly jutted towards where the man was off screen. Then there was a squishy splat sound, followed by coughing and a muffled cry for help. Several red tubes came out of the holes in her torso and slithered their way towards the off-screen body of the man. The sound of clothes tearing and flesh being ripped apart could be heard as something began moving through the red tubes and into her body. After about a minute, the red tubes detached and slithered back into Ashlyn's body. The black and white tubes went limp and moved back towards Ashlyn's arm. However, there was no sound of the man's body hitting the floor. Ashlyn's upper body began to shake violently as she gritted her still white teeth. Then Gallon's black liquid burst from the exhaust pipes on her back, covering the whole room in an oily black sheen. My watch partner mentioned that what she just saw was going to give her nightmares, and that must have triggered what happened next. Ashlyn opened her eyes, and they were staring at me. The black and white tubes from her arms shot out towards the camera and through the screen, embedding themselves in the walls of my watch room. My friend outside the door saw this and ran to turn the power off. Ashlyn, on the other hand, was already crawling out of the TV. She could just barely fit through the large flat screen. My watch partner had the right idea and managed to jump in between two tubes and out the door. But when I tried to do the same, the tubes bloated up, making it impossible to get through. By the time I turned around, Ashlyn was already in the room and took up more than half the space. She reached for me with both hands and grabbed me by the torso, then brought me up to her face. I struggled to get free, but she shushed me and told me to look into her eyes. Her voice sounded like 10 homogeneous, pixelated voices in one. Her pupils suddenly moved out of her eyes, then fell back in like a water droplet into a pond. I felt like I fell into them too. Then it went all dark. I came to consciousness in some sort of hospital lobby. I wasn't really sure what was going on until I saw Ashlyn in her human form walk into the lobby with a man. The man led the way to the front desk where a woman sat, and he checked Ashlyn into the hospital. She looked guilty of something, but I wasn't quite sure what. The world faded to black again, then came back to a large room filled with patients. Ashlyn is there, sitting in the corner of the room by herself. The room begins to change around her. Patients come and go, and a season or two changes, when suddenly another woman shows up at her table. A patient as well. A couple days go by as they talk. Then Ashlyn decides to show this person her hand, as it begins to change colors and grow holes. The woman recoils in horror and runs away from the table. Everything fades away again as it becomes a solitary confinement room, and again, days go by with every now and then a man coming in and injecting a needle into her arm. Time goes back to normal as the man comes in again, but Ashlyn refuses the needle and tries to push the man away. Then, two men in white clothes come in and restrain her. She tries to shake them off, and eventually the black and white tubes come out of her arms and pin the men to the walls. The exhaust pipes pop out of her back as her body only partially changes. She grabs the man with the needle with one of the tubes and throws him against the metal door to her room, hard enough to dent it. Her eyes spiral with different reds until she realizes what she had just done and reverts back to her normal form. The room then fades to black and I pop up in the hospital room coated in the oily black substance, with Ashlyn in her human form sitting on the bed looking at her nails. "I have been waiting in this room for a long time," she said before looking up at me. I took a step backwards, but I slipped in the liquid and fell on my back. "Sorry about that. He didn't agree with me," she said as she stood up from the bed. "What are you?" I asked, not sure what else to do. Why is it that everyone asks, "What are you, huh?" It's never a "Hi, how are you doing?" or "I love your nails, did you just get them done?" No, it's always, "What are you?" She said as she walked over to me. I felt a cold rush of adrenaline enter my body as I backed away from her, until I hit a wall. Suddenly, I felt something rubbery under my hand and looked down to see a large scrap of warped skin. I realized I was in a pile of it and shredded clothes. I wasn't sure what else to do, so I let out a scream. I was so focused on my fear in that moment that I didn't notice that Ashlyn had crouched down in front of me and placed her hand over my mouth. She put her finger up to her lips, telling me to be quiet. Her nails were painted black, the same color and sheen of the walls. "I'm going to take my hand off your mouth, and when I do, you're going to stop screaming, or I'll do the same to you, what I did to that doctor, okay?" Her white eyes felt like they were staring into my soul. I nodded and she removed her hand, then stood up and offered to help me up. I hesitated for a moment before taking her hand. She pulled me up on her own with no effort at all, then pointed me to the door. "Now, I need you to leave," she said. I looked at the door as it opened into a black void. "Where does that go?" I asked. "Out," she said. "Out? Meaning I can just leave?" I said. I thought there had to be some sort of trick to this. You saw some of my life and I saw all of yours. You have shit to do and so do I. So leave before I change my mind," she said, motioning to the door. I looked at her for a minute before looking at the door and leaving. Next thing I knew, I woke up in a hospital. When my friend turned off the power, both my watch partner and friend came back to see me floating in mid-air, where Ashlyn had been holding me. They tried to get me down, but I wouldn't budge until about 30 minutes later when I fell to the floor. After that, I was in a coma for 2 weeks. At least, that's what my watch partner told me. I'm still not sure where I went or what exactly happened, but I feel like I could have easily died. So why didn't I? Either way, 2 possible tapes are missing and I don't know where they could have gone. So, if you find one, do not watch it. I have a hardwood safe filled with cursed VHS tapes that are to never be watched by anyone ever. Only because I have watched them and have faced and or witnessed the consequences. This post is a warning for the following VHS tape known as the Black Magic Virus. I'm not sure if there are any more of them, but this video is a visual hazard with a danger level of 3. See part 1 for the danger guide on cursed VHS tapes. The name of the tape is the Black Magic Virus. It is a blank Memorex tape with the title written on the cover and the tape itself. The runtime is about 10 minutes. Securing it may not be an issue, but just in case, keep it in a secure wooden container with no metal hinges or metal locks. Metal only amplifies the energy of the tapes. Finally, this tape has a danger level 3. This may change in the future, however. I acquired this tape from a friend online. This friend likes finding cursed objects, and on her most recent hunt, she stumbled across this tape and sent it to me. She didn't watch it, but she could tell there was something off about it, which, for someone who collects cursed objects, means there's something wrong with the tape. When I picked it up at the post office, I immediately noticed something weird about the tape. As I grabbed hold of the box the tape was in, I felt as if something was watching me. I couldn't place my finger as to where or what was watching me, but I knew that was a sign that this tape is cursed. I took it home with me, unboxed it, and put it on my safe. A week passed before my watch partner and friend got together, and throughout that week, I felt like something else was in the house with me. Like I was being haunted by something. When we were all ready, I went to get the tape and noticed that it had moved in the safe. I told the other two about this and how I felt like I was being watched, but we agreed to watch the tape anyway. The tape starts out with a young man standing next to a dark train tunnel. Someone else is holding the camera. The date stamp at the bottom read November 17th, 1989. The man looks a little smug as he holds his long coat closed. There's a woman's voice behind the camera that says they're good to go. The man then begins speaking. Hello, we are at the Black Magic Train Tunnel, home to one of the worst train accidents you've never heard of, and for a good reason, which we will get into that in a little bit. The man says as he takes out a flashlight and motions the camera to follow along. They begin to walk further into the tunnel, but the man looks like he is maneuvering around things that are not there. Occasionally he says, "Excuse me," before walking on like he's passing someone. He eventually stops in front of a large chunk of the ceiling that has caved in. On the piece of rubble, someone has graffitied the words "Black Magic" on it. Here's the namesake of the tunnel. The real name of the tunnel has been lost due to people taking this tunnel off the map and trying to make everyone forget about it. The man puts his flashlight on the rubble and points it up to light the area. I'm here to tell you the truth of this tunnel and why you will probably never find it. It all started in 1915 when this tunnel was already 50 years old. A train filled with passengers is through, but this tunnel hasn't been maintained in a while, and no one knows that this piece of rubble and many others has fallen from the ceiling. So what happens? Collision. The train hits it dead on, killing almost every passenger on board except for one young man. He loses an arm, but continues living. Eventually, he comes back to the tunnel, which is now under repairs, and begins to see these weird things in the tunnel. He's confused until he starts to see some of the dead passengers of the train as well, walking towards him. He begins to freak out and tells some of the people who are repairing the tunnel what is going on, and then they start to see the passengers and these weird creature things as well. It's at this point in the video that you begin to see weird shadowy shapes around in the tunnel. The man keeps talking. Well, all of these workers begin to tell people back in the local town, and suddenly, they begin seeing these things too. Before you know it, the whole town is seeing weird creatures, and some of the passengers walk around town. Suddenly there is a head that pokes out of the top of the rubble, or at least looked like a head before it got closer to the man. The face of this thing was a giant eyeball. It was a weird purple color, and its body was the size of a gnome. I blinked a couple of times before sitting next to the light to make shadow puppets. You can hear the woman start to giggle at this thing, and it draws the attention of the man. "Hey there, how's it going?" the man says. The creature closes its eye and waves happily at the man, before playing with the light again. The man turns back to the camera as other strange creatures begin to walk past him. Well, you might see this little guy at this point, so let me explain a little bit more. Right now you may be wondering, well, if the whole town began seeing these creatures, how did it not spread to the neighboring towns, or the whole world for that matter? Simple. The town elected to ignore these things, wipe the tunnel off the map, and get rid of any evidence they could of the train crashing. How do I know this? I live in this town, and only a few people in the town still know about it. My great-grandfather, before he passed, decided to tell me. Now I'm telling you. The man then grabs the flashlight and waves goodbye to the eyeball thing. It waves back and runs past the camera. Why are you doing this? You may ask. Because I think it's time to introduce some magic into the world. To my understanding, the only way to see these things is to have someone who has already seen them tell you they're there. It's like a virus that sticks with you for the rest of your life. The problem is, I don't know if this will work over video, but if it does, then spreading the magic will go by fast. I've just got to make a few copies of this tape. send it to some news stations, and bam, we're put into a new age of wonder. The man takes his flashlight and points it further down the tunnel. You can see a few dozen creatures walking past them, some of them walking back down the tunnel. The tunnel originally was only about 1,000 feet long and curved, but as you can see, it is straight now and goes on much longer than 1,000 feet. Here's the problem, however. It doesn't seem to end. I've tried to find the end, but after a while, these creatures begin to warn me not to go any further. So I think whatever happened during that train crash caused some sort of portal or doorway to open up. The man then looks back at the camera and smiles. Anyway, that's enough from me. Hopefully this works, and if it doesn't, then I'll have to spread this information the old-fashioned way. The video cuts off there. My watch partner and I sat there for a second, thinking, then she spoke up. "Can you rewind the tape? I need to watch it again," she said. "What are you thinking?" I asked. "I want to see if we can..." She suddenly stopped as her eyes became fixed upon something behind me. "What's up?" I asked as I turned around to see what I could only describe as a long furry worm with a large human face. No nose and completely white eyes staring back at me. Its body was maybe 16 feet long and had 3 sets of legs to hold itself up. "What are you guys looking at?" my friend said. I was going to say something when my watch partner spoke up. "Nothing. We're looking at nothing," she said. The worm turned his attention to the VCR and walked over to it. It stuck out its tongue and used it as a finger to eject the tape, then grabbed it with its mouth and placed it in a satchel wrapped around the middle of its body that I didn't notice before. It then turned back to us. "You now live in a very dangerous world." Its voice was quiet and shrill and sent a chill up my spine when it spoke. "I cannot stop you from telling more people about us, but it would be in your best interest to not tell anyone," it said. "Why?" my watch partner asked. It suddenly moved at a high speed towards my watch partner, stopping only about a foot from her face. "Because some of us are not so kind to humans, but we can only interact with you if you can see us." We moved closer to her face. "And some wish only violence, and they know when you can see them." "Seriously, what are you talking to? Did the tape make you crazy or something?" my friend asked. "Shut up for a second. I'll explain later," my watch partner exclaimed. A thought crossed my mind at that moment. "Wait, why are you taking the tape now? I assume you were the thing that was watching me all week. Why wait until now to take it?" It moved right in front of me. I noticed that it had the faintest outline of pupils in its eyes. "Because we can only interact with objects if someone can see us. We are like ghosts in your world." The creature stared at me for a while before squinting its eyes and taking a step back. "You will be safe. The thing you need to worry about is in your head," it said before turning to the doorway and running through it so fast that I barely saw it move in the first place. My friend felt a rush of wind go past him, then saw us looking at him. "Alright, what the hell is going on?" he asked. My watch partner and I looked at each other before looking back at him. "Trust us. You really don't want to know," I said. It's been a short while since that incident, and I haven't run into anything that I would consider hostile. I've seen quite a few creatures since then, but it's sporadic. I can go days without seeing anything, but whenever I do, they ask me to help them with things. They all seem friendly, but that makes me worry. When will I find one that's hostile? And the thing the worm creature said about what's in my head still haunts me because I think I know what it is, and I still don't know what she wants. Either way, I figured out a little more about this black magic virus. In order to infect someone with it, one of those creatures needs to be around, and You need to specifically mention the creature to someone within their line of sight of it. You can't get infected any other way, so don't worry about it when you read this post. I'm not sure how many copies of this tape are there, or if that was the only one, but it is no longer in my possession. If you find one, I recommend containing or destroying it. Alternatively, if anyone finds a copy or any other cursed VHS tape, feel free to message me if you want to get rid of it. I will gladly take it off your hands. I have a hardwood safe filled with cursed VHS tapes that are never to be watched by anyone ever. Only because I have watched them and have faced and or witnessed the consequences. This post is a warning for the following VHS tape known as The Demon Girl of Room 2142. I only have one copy, and I swear to God I hope that no one else finds another one, because this is a danger level of 5. I will explain how I survive later. The name of the tape is Suzuka. It is a tape in its cover, distributed by US Manga Corp. However, I cannot find any evidence of it in any records or catalogs relating to US Manga Corp or any of its subsidiaries. The runtime is about 30 minutes. Destroy this tape using fire, or seal it in a wooden box with no metal hinges or locks. Metal only amplifies the energy of the tape. And once again, danger level of 5. See part 1 for the danger guide on cursed VHS tapes. If you haven't figured it out yet, this tape is an anime. I didn't even think that could happen until I found it in the bowels of a 4-story antique store that my friend Story told me to check out. Yes, his name is Story. Apparently there were more floors, but I couldn't find any stairs that went below the 4th floor. Anyway, the energy that came off of it was odd. I sensed it as soon as I walked into the room it was in. I even saw one of those creatures from the Black Magic virus tape, and they told me I shouldn't walk into the room. I'll be calling these creatures magicians from now on. The closer I got to the tape, the weirder I felt until I actually found it and grabbed it. The feeling went away in an instant, but I was drawn towards the cover. It was mostly black aside from the title on the top, and an upper torso of a high school anime girl with long black hair and a black school uniform surrounded by a black mist. The most notable thing about her was her eyes. The whites of them were black and her left iris was red, while the right one was yellow. I could swear I saw her moving in some way. Either the mist was moving around her, or her hair was moving or something, but my mind couldn't exactly comprehend how. When I left the room, the magician asked me if I knew what I was doing. I told it that I have experience dealing with cursed tapes, and that's how I was able to see that magician in the first place. It then scoffed at me and wished me luck before walking away. Later that week, I got the watch party together. My watch partner next to me on the couch and my friend outside, now with the switch wired up to the circuit breaker so he can cut it instantly. I told them what happened when I found it, and my watch partner was actually hesitant at first, but decided to go through with it. I put the tape in and pressed play. This is a graphic gore warning. The tape I'm about to describe has some very intense gore and weirdly graphic depictions of death that I will be writing about. If you do not like that, or if it triggers you, stop reading now. The anime style matches up to the golden age era of anime, which wasn't exactly known for their subtlety when it comes to blood, gore, and other things that begin to fall into weirdly sexual territories. That being said, there is no depictions of sex in this anime, but there is some fucked up shit. You have been warned. It started without running ads for another anime that would have been on VHS at the time. It went to a dark screen with an ominous bass line playing in the background. Red text then appeared in Japanese, and below it were yellow subtitles that read, "The Demon Girl of Room 2142. The screen then faded again, and another red text showed up. The name, Suzuka, presented on the screen. The screen then opens up to 2 men and 1 woman standing in front of a large abandoned apartment mega complex. Behind them is an entrance gate that is sectioned off by futuristic police cars. A character begins monologuing in English as it pans against different shots of the building and the 3 characters. The monologue went something like this. The police got a call about 2 days ago about a murderous ghost somewhere on the 21st floor of the building. Apparently some college kids were exploring up there and encountered a nasty possessor-type entity that did a real number on the group. Only 1 guy made it out and managed to call the police. They didn't take it too seriously and sent 2 policemen to check in on it, but when they didn't come back, they took it more seriously. They sent more men in, but no one came out, and then they tried to radio them in. All they got was a weird garbled mess of indiscernible noises. That's when they called us. The monologue stopped when one of the men put his hand up to his shoulder and spoke into a radio. "Haruna, are we good to go?" The screen cuts to a woman sitting at computers and other electrical equipment that I couldn't make out. Underneath the text, outside next to some cop cars. "You're good to go, Daizuk. You take points since you have the shoulder-mounted camera," the woman said. "Sounds good," the man responded. He then reached for a switch for the equipment on his back. They were all wearing something that looked like the equivalent of a proton pack, but instead of a gun attached to the side, a tube ran along the right arms with some sort of emitter attached to their wrist and a cord attached to a visor over their eyes. "Alright, let's go," Daizuk's son. The 2 others followed behind him as they went into the building. There were a few shots of them walking up the stairs of the building with flashlights, and we get short introductions to the 4 characters: Haruna, the tech wizard and researcher of the team; Daizuk, the team lead and the longest running member that hasn't quit or died; Aito, the goofball type character that has been with the team for a couple years; and Ayeko, the newest member. When they get to the 21st floor, they notice blood running from underneath the door. They all press a button to the wrist emitters as they light up and extend slightly. Daizuk gives a thumbs up before opening the door. The hallway they enter is covered in blood. Ayeko gasps slightly at the sight. Daizuk looks around the hall from the doorway for a second before looking back at Aito and Ayeko. "It doesn't seem to be nesting, so we can cross a nester off the list," he said. "Nester?" Ayeko asked. "An entity that creates a suitable spawning ground for more ghosts, spirits, demons, you name it," Aito said. Suddenly there's a commotion further down the hall coming from an open room. Daizuk sticks his hand out, signaling the others to stand back until the commotion stops. Then he turns to Aito and Ayeko with a finger over his lips and begins moving quietly towards the open room. They all move slowly towards the room. Then it cuts to Haruna, outside at her computer monitoring the footage. Another frazzled-looking young man is standing behind her watching the screen. When he points to the open door the other 3 are walking towards. "There, that's the room where it happened," the man said. "Daizuk, we have confirmation that the room is where the initial possession took place," Haruna said, talking into her radio. She puts it down, then stares at the screen for a little while longer, thinking. "Why are there no bodies?" she said quietly to herself. It cuts back to Daizuk, who confirms the call on the radio and tells the other 2, then keeps moving forward. The sound of a knife chopping something gets louder as they near the door. They all stop on one side of the door. Then Daizuk raises his hand in a hold position while he looks inside. The shot switches to a first-person view as he sees what looks like Suzuka, the woman on the cover of the tape, chopping something up with a knife with her back turned. The room around her is covered in blood, but there are still no bodies. She then sticks something in her mouth as she tilts her head up, and we see an arm sticking out of her mouth as it slowly slides down her throat and disappears. She then goes back to cutting up whatever's in front of her. Daezook quickly leans back behind the door and looks forward, wide-eyed in terror. "What do we got?" Aito whispers. "A feeder," he said, still in shock. "A feeder?" Aito whispers, now also wide-eyed. "A what?" Ayako whispers. "I knew it," Haruna said over the radio. "Ayako, a feeder is an entity that feeds off of bodies to build power, dead or alive." "But we got an abnormal one," Daezook interrupted, looking down at Ayako, still afraid. "Feeders are typically fat and bloated. This one is skinny, and with the intel we got, this thing has eaten 3 teams of cops, 1 SWAT team, and whatever poor, unfortunate souls were already in this building as well." "Oh my god," Ayako whispers, covering her mouth with her hand. "Okay, how are we going to take care of it?" Aito whispers. Daezook thinks for a moment before looking back over at Aito. He's about to say something when a hand comes around the corner and grabs him by his collar, yanking him into the room. The shot cuts to Daezook being thrown across the room and landing on his side, sliding in the blood and crashing into the wall the woman was feeding at. "Didn't your mother ever teach you it's impolite to spy on others?" Suzuka said, walking over to him. It cuts back to Ayako and Aito, who look at each other in panic. Before Ayako runs in the room, Aito tries to grab her but misses. He panics for a moment before letting out a worried sigh and running in after her. The shot moves back into the room where Aito joins Ayako. Both of them point their emitters at the woman. "Oh? I thought there was more of you. Guess I was right. So what's your guys' plan? You gonna try to kill me? Shoot me where I stand?" Suzuka said, motioning around the room. It cuts to shots of Aito and Ayako glancing around the room where bullet holes pocket every wall and empty shells litter the ground. It then cuts back to Suzuka. "Unless you have something bigger than .40 caliber, you're not getting out if you're alive. And you want to know the worst part?" Her red eye began to glow as she motioned her head to the right. The door to the room slammed shut. "You're stuck in here with me," she said, reaching behind her back as she begins to walk towards Ayako, pulling out a dirty knife, when she is suddenly hit in the back by a bright blast. The woman jerks forward in pain, then the shot cuts to Daezook on one knee with his emitter pointed at Suzuka. "Sorry, lady, but we're specialists," Daezook said as he stood up. Suzuka stands there for a moment, leaned over with her hair covering her face. A second or two passes before she starts to laugh to herself. "Do it again," she said quietly. "What?" Ayako said. "Do it again." Suzuka yelled as she ran towards Ayako, knife first. It cuts to Ayako, who fired on instinct at Suzuka. A bright flash and a red beam shoots out of her wrist emitter and hits Suzuka square in the chest. Aito and Daezook follow suit. Suzuka stands there with her head tilted upwards, screaming, unable to move. Eventually they stop firing and she lets her head fall down. The door suddenly swings open and it cuts to Suzuka's face as she lifts her head back up. The camera zooms in on her yellow eye. It then cuts to a shot of Suzuka from behind Aito and Ayako. Suzuka's body begins to bulge and expand in different areas until tears begin appearing on her flesh. Aito realizes what's going on and runs out the door, but Ayako stands there in fear. Daezook runs past Suzuka and goes to shield Ayako, but it's too late. Suzuka explodes. The camera quickly cuts to the point of view of Suzuka and moves towards Ayako's face, into her right eye. It then cuts to an outside shot of the apartment building. Blood and body parts explode out the side of the building and cascade onto the ground below. The camera zooms into one of the windows as it's drained with gore. Daisuke is hanging on to the side of it. Then it cuts to a shot of him climbing back inside where he sees Ayako, standing in the doorway facing away from the room. "Ayako?" he asked. Her pack suddenly disconnects and falls to the ground as her body starts changing. When she turns around, we see Suzuka in Ayako's body, smiling. She begins walking towards Daisuke, pulling a knife from behind her back before the tape suddenly stopped. The VCR started making weird sounds, like every moving part in it was turning in every direction. "Cut the power," my watch partner yelled. My friend flipped the switch and it went dark. However, we could hear the actual tape begin to spool out of the VCR. Cracks of light showed up near the VCR and we realized it was coming from the tape itself. "Turn the power back on," I shouted. My friend flipped the switch, and when lights came back on, everything stopped. The VCR stopped making sounds and the tape was no longer lit up. "What the hell just happened?" I asked. I looked at my friend who shrugged. Then I looked at my watch partner. I wasn't sure how to react, but it was her body, her face. She now had long black hair, a black schoolgirl outfit, and her eyes were a familiar black, red, and yellow. "Hello, boys," she said as she pulled a knife out of nowhere and tried to stab my leg. I managed to move out of the way and, off of the couch, a black mist formed around her, quickly dispersing throughout the room. It's about time someone brought me into this world. My friends and I have been waiting for so long. Well, at least I made it, she said as she took another swing at me. She nicked my arm as I got away. I ran out the door and crashed into my friend, causing us both to fall to the ground. Suzuka was close behind me, so I rushed to move away, but my friend wasn't so lucky. She knelt on top of him and stabbed him in the gut. He let out a scream of pain as she pulled the knife back out. "I'll come back for you later," she said, getting back up and looking at me. I got up as quickly as I could and ran, but a black shroud covered the entire hallway, blocking me from going any further. I turned around to see with her hand on the wall, where I assumed she created the shroud. "You can scream if you would like, but as a reward for bringing me here, I'll make your death swift and mostly painless," she said as she came walking towards me, laughing to herself. I thought that was the end. I was going to die from watching one of these tapes. There was nowhere to go and nothing I could do. I was just about to give in when black and white tubes suddenly came out from behind her, grabbing Suzuka by the arms and legs. She was then struck in the back and my watch partner came flying out, falling in front of me. What was left was a humanoid figure being held up by the tubes. It was quickly pulled into the shroud behind it, and the sound of screaming and flesh being stabbed was all I could hear until there was nothing left. A pair of multicolored eyes became visible through the darkness, and I heard a voice in my head. "You still have shit to do," Ashlyn said. The shroud vanished after that, and we were back in the hallway. "What the fuck just happened?" my friend on the ground said. I stood there flabbergasted for a moment. "I think we just got our asses saved," I said. "Great. Can you call an ambulance, please? Kinda bleeding out here." We took my friend to a hospital. He's in bad condition, and the doctor said it was going to take time for him to recover. My watch partner was okay, but she has elected to opt out of the next couple tapes to recover from being possessed. The tape itself was destroyed when Suzuka came out of it, but she mentioned something about friends, which worries me. I feel like there could be other tapes out there that are similar to this one. I'm not sure what Suzuka was, but she's gone now, I hope. I'm not 100% sure what Ashlyn did to her, and I don't think I really want to know either. I have a temporary watch party until my friends come back. I will introduce them in the next part, but holy shit. I have a feeling I've started something that I can't reverse. Anyway, if anyone has a cursed VHS tape that they want to get off of their hands, feel free to message me and we'll work something out. I have a hardwood safe filled with cursed VHS tapes that are to never be watched by anyone, ever. Only because I have watched them and have faced and or witnessed the consequences. This post is a warning for the following VHS tape known as Sholoth, The Manor That Breathes. I do not believe there are any other copies of this, but just in case, this has a danger level of 4. The name of the tape is Sholoth, The Manor That Breathes. It is a blank TDK tape with the title written on the cover and the tape itself. There is no runtime. I'll explain this later. Keep secure in a wooden box with no metal attached. Metal only amplifies the energy of the tapes. Finally, this tape has a danger level of 4. See part 1 for the danger guide on cursed VHS tapes. I found this tape while helping a friend move boxes out of his recently deceased grandfather's house. It was in a box by itself, hidden in the back corner of a closet. I asked if I could take it, and he said yes. That was a while ago, and I finally came around to watching this one. The new watch party now consists of a magician, a creature seen via the black magic virus named Debbie, and my friend, Story. Yes, that's his name. Debbie is a human-looking magician I met at a coffee shop. She told me that she used to be human back in the 80s until she was killed in a car crash. The next thing she knew, she woke up in the black magic tunnel. She left and realized that no one could see her, and those that could didn't interact with her. However, she quickly became friends with a bunch of other magicians and began traveling the world. Her appearance is relatively normal looking. She wears a black leather jacket with a dark green button-up shirt and a black shirt with tights. She wears Dr. Martens boots, one green and one black. Her hair and makeup is very 1980s goth. The thing that keeps her from looking completely human-looking are the holes in her hands, and a large hole in her torso that's filled with a weird black mist where she can store things. Most of the time, it's covered up by her shirt. Story is the guy who introduced me to cursed videotapes. He's weird in the sense that he can find paranormal things without even trying, and not just tapes. To put things into perspective, he already knew about magicians long before I even found the black magic virus tape. He has a journal that he carries around with him where he writes down everything he finds or experiences. That journal gives off more energy than any tape I have ever found. Even more than Suzuka's tape. He's a normal-looking guy, though. The most unassuming person in the world. He has a black jacket he wears everywhere, a black paperboy hat, blue jeans, and red and white Converse. He's also kinda quiet and doesn't talk about his experiences unless he trusts you. He doesn't want to seem crazy. I made sure to get his permission to talk about him before I wrote this, just to be clear. Story sat outside the doorway with the kill switch while Debbie sat on the couch with me. I quickly brushed them up on the kind of things that my previous watch party and I had encountered while watching, and made sure that they were both up to the task. Story was good to go, and Debbie said, in her words, "I've already died once. I'll be fine." I took the tape out of the cover and placed it into the VCR. As soon as I pressed play, it was like someone flipped a switch. The temperature of the air changed, the lighting dimmed, and I noticed I wasn't even in my watch room. I was standing in the middle of a dark oak-paneled hallway with a breeze gently blowing past me. I looked around me and I couldn't find Debbie or Story. They had disappeared. There was a window near me, but it was dark outside and there weren't any external lights. I couldn't tell where I was. I wasn't exactly sure what else to do, so I began wandering. The hall was lined with dark oak wood paneling with intricate artworks placed in between columns of black marble, and every third column was a closed dark wood door. Every now and then, there would be a small chandelier with light bulbs in place of candles, which meant the place had power. The hallway didn't go on too much further. It stopped at a heavy set of double doors. I tried the handle and it opened to a large ballroom, complete with a small stage and everything. "Hello?" I called out. My voice echoed through the room. Then it fell to a dead silence. No one answered. I looked around the ballroom from the door, looking for another exit, but this seemed like the only way in. So I closed the door and went back into the hallway. Here's where a major problem began. When I turned around, it was a different hallway. Same style, but different layout. It was another long hallway, but I could see a set of stairs that went up and down a little further along the way to my right. And at the very end of the hall was a weird violet wall of melted glass. It piqued my curiosity, so I walked over to it. The floor was a little more creaky than before, like the wood was older, and the more I paid attention, I realized that everything in this hall was covered in a thin layer of dust. I got over to the violet glass and examined it for a second. It looked like it was hastily poured into the hallway to block something off, but I could still see through it. That is when I saw Story on the other side. "Story!" I yelled through the glass. Luckily, he was able to hear me. He was writing something in his journal when I caught his attention. He put his journal away, then came rushing over to me. "Are you alright?" I yelled. He put his finger over his lips, motioning me to stay quiet. He took his journal back out and began writing in it. After a bit, he showed it to me through the glass. "There are deadly things in here. It's some sort of purple humanoid with blue spots covering its back. If you see one, hide. Have you seen Debbie?" It read. I mouthed the words back to him. "I haven't seen Debbie." He nodded at me, looking worried for a second before writing in his journal again. "How much time has passed for you?" "About 5 minutes," I mouthed, holding 5 fingers up. He looked even more worried with his eyes going wide and his brows furrowed in confusion. He wrote one last thing in his journal. "I don't think time is linear here. Find a clock if you can. It should be counting down. I think that's how long we have here until the tape ends. I'll try to find a way to get to you. Remember, be quiet." I gave him a thumbs up as I pushed away from the glass. He put his journal back in his bag and gave a little nod before turning around and heading down the hall. He turned the corner and went down another hall before suddenly coming back running. He ran to a door close to the glass and hid inside it. Before closing the door, he motioned at me to run. Coming from down the hall was a bulky humanoid crawling on all fours. It had purple skin and an elongated face that ended in a lamprey-like mouth. There were blue spots on top of its head and thick, gray spines coming out of its back. It came running towards the glass, but stopped just short of it and stared at me with its milky white eyes. Out of nowhere, it began headbutting the glass. I took a couple steps back, not sure if the glass would hold, but I watched as it kept hitting its head. After a couple more hits, the glass began to crack. At that point, I figured it was a good time to run, so I did. I turned around and began running to the staircase I saw earlier. As soon as I got to the stairway, I heard the glass shatter and turned to see the humanoid running after me. I chose to go down as I was faster going downstairs. I could hear it following me the entire time until I got to the bottom floor when a small gust of air rushed over me. I heard a thunk behind me and saw that there was no longer a staircase but a window. It was still dark outside, but I had somehow actually gone up a floor based on what I could see. "There you are," I heard from my right. I looked to see Debbie walking over to me with an older man I had never seen before. "Ah, you must be the one who found the tape, aren't you?" the man said. He spoke with something that sounded like a Scottish accent, but his terminology resembled that of American English. He wore a blue sweater and khakis with a gun strapped to his hip. Yeah. You don't happen to have an explanation of what's going on, do you?" I asked. "I do. Stick close to me. I'll take you to a safe room," he said as he motioned to come with him. I followed him for a while, not really knowing where we were going, but Debbie trusted him. I wasn't exactly sure how this man, who I learned was named Colin, could see her, but he said he would explain everything when we got to his safe room. After a long walk, we got to a door that led to what looked like a small cottage. Colin closed the door behind him, fastened various locks, and finished by placing a heavy wooden plank across it. The room we were in was a large living room area with 2 couches and a recliner in front of a coffee table and an old TV with a PlayStation 2 hooked up. Next to the TV was a cobblestone fireplace that was the main source of light. The wood paneling on the walls was similar to the hallways I was walking through earlier, but it wasn't as nice or as polished. "Do me a favor and look at the clock on the wall over there," Colin said. Debbie and I looked over to the clock. We both saw something different. For me, it was frozen at 5:22. Well, for her, it was stuck at 4:35. "Hey, what's the meaning behind the different times on the clock?" she asked. "The clock, and any other clock you see, is a countdown to how long you have before you go back to wherever you came from," Colin said as he took his gun off his belt and placed it on a small table lamp next to his recliner he sat down in. "What do you mean by that? What is this place?" I asked. "Welcome to Shaoloth Manor, a place that exists in several different worlds at once. The reason the clock is stopped for the both of you is because this is technically not a part of the original manor. I had it built when these monsters began showing up. The clock only ticks down when you're inside the manor proper. And if you're wondering why the tape you watched brought you here, I don't know. I'm not sure who made it or why it works like that, but you're stuck here for 6 hours. I know this because you're not the first people to come here by tape, although it has been a long time since anyone has," he said, turning on his PS2 and putting a Tetris game on. "Wait, what do you mean by monsters?" Debbie asked. "Are those the weird purple humanoid figures?" I asked. "Bingo. You're pretty lucky you survived an encounter with that one, with you having no weapons at all. Although, if you can get a well-placed shot to the head, that'll typically take them down," he said. "So, why does the manor keep changing?" Debbie asked. "As I said, this place exists in multiple different worlds at the same time. What no one realized in any world was that the manor was built on top of a cave system that somehow managed to connect each other manor together. Growing up was weird because shifts weren't very common, so it was weird when one day you had a stranger in your house, only to realize you were in their house. Within the last 30 years or so, the shift has only been slowly becoming more frequent, and you can usually tell when a shift happens because you'll feel a breeze come over you. Sometimes if you make a big gust of wind using something in the house, it can cause a shift," he said, starting his Tetris game. "Right. I assume this isn't Earth then?" Debbie asked. "No, this is a world called Terra, and unless you want to live in this world for the rest of your life, you're going to have to back into the manor and spend the full 6 hours in there," he said. "You're not going to keep us here, are you?" I asked. No, you are free to leave if you would like. I'll even give you some food and something to protect yourself with. This is just a safe place to talk and get you informed on what's happening to you," he said. "Okay, well, I think I'll take some supplies and get going if that is okay with you. We still have a friend out there and I want to make sure that he's okay," I said. "Yeah, also, how can you see me? You haven't explained that one yet," Debbie asked. "Your kind isn't too uncommon here. Everyone knows about you guys," he said as he paused his game and got up from his seat. "Let me make you guys some packed lunches real quick." "I don't need food, but thank you," Debbie asked. "That's right. Forgot you guys don't need to eat." "I'll just make one then," he said as he walked through an open door into what looked like a kitchen. A little while later, He came out with a wrapped cloth and some water bottles and handed them to me. Debbie then took it and placed them in her torso, which weirded Colin out for a second. He then walked over to his fireplace, grabbed 2 machetes, and handed them to us. "Really prepared, aren't you?" I asked. "You'd be surprised at how many random people get lost in here. I just want to make sure they get out with a fighting chance," he said, walking over to the locked door. "Huh. Respectable," Debbie said. Colin unlocked the door and checked both sides of the hall before letting us out. "If for whatever reason you guys need to come back here, knock on the door to the tune of 'shave and a haircut.' Do you guys know what that is?" he asked. Debbie and I both nodded yes. "Good. Best of luck to the both of you. And if you run into any other owners, tell them what is going on and that you met me," he said as he closed the door. The sound of several locks could be heard afterwards. With that, we set on our way to find Story. We stayed close together. We knew that if we got too far apart and a shift happened, we would be on our own. We walked for an hour or so until we came across the same melted wall of violet glass the humanoid crashed through earlier. I heard footsteps suddenly and looked to the staircase only to see that same humanoid come up and stop in front of us. It must have just arrived when I managed to escape the first time. It stared at me, tilting its head to the side as if confused. Without warning, it jumped towards me and widened its mouth. I put my hands up on instinct, but Debbie managed to swing at it just fast enough to cut through its mouth and into its skull. It died on impact, but still fell on me, pinning me to the ground and getting blood all over my face. Debbie helped push it off of me and yanked the machete out of its head. "Let's try to avoid that in the future, shall we?" she said, reaching out a hand. Thankfully, we only ran into 3 more afterwards that we were able to hide from, but time was ticking down and eventually Debbie disappeared in a bright flash. The only thing that was left behind was a small pile of VHS tape with her name written on it. I assumed her time was up, which meant I had 48 minutes to find Story. A long time passed, with my time getting shorter as I walked through the hallways and up and down stairs, until I heard arguing coming from a hall further down the way. As I got closer, I recognized one as Story, but I couldn't quite tell who the other one was until I rounded the corner. A bright light flashed as a piece of VHS tape fell to the ground. "Story?" I asked. "Hey," he said, looking in a much better mood. "Who were you talking to?" I asked. "I'm not sure if I'm honest," he said, walking over to me. "Okay, well, that's what happens when the 6 hours are up and I already saw Debbie leave. So who else could have come with us?" I asked. "I don't know, but she said her name was Ashlyn. Does that ring a bell to you?" he asked. My eyes went wide with fear. By that response, I'll take that as a yes. "What did she want?" I asked. "I'm not sure. She came up to me and demanded that I tell her where you are. Is there something you're not telling me?" he asked. I wasn't sure what to do at that moment, but I knew that Story is no stranger to supernatural and paranormal events and creatures. Hell, he's the one that introduced me to cursed VHS tapes in the first place. He knows more than I do. So, I told him what happened. "Huh. Okay. I can do some research and ask around if anyone or thing knows what's going on with this monster lady in your head," he said. I wasn't sure why, but it sounded like there was something else he wasn't telling me, and I was about to ask when suddenly a bright light flashed around me and I blacked out. I woke up a little bit later on the ground next to the VCR. I heard the tape click to a stop. I looked back to Debbie, who was waking up on the couch, and Story, who woke up on the floor in the middle of the doorway. "Is everyone alright?" I asked. "Got a headache, but I'm good," Debbie said. "I'm good," Story said. "Good, let's never watch that tape again," I said. I later confronted Story and asked if he was holding back info from me, but he swore he wasn't, and I didn't want to drive him away by calling him a liar, so I let it go. He's my best bet for finding out more about what's going on with Ashlyn. He's in the middle of researching and will get back to me if he finds anything. My friend who got stabbed is still in the hospital, but he is recovering. It's gonna take a few more weeks until he's ready to come back. If he wants to come back. I actually haven't talked about that with him yet. My watch partner is gonna take another week or two off before she comes back. I don't know why I didn't go to Story about Ashlyn first, but at least he's looking into now. However, there is no guarantee that he'll find anything either. Anyway, if anyone has any cursed tapes that they want to get rid of, feel free to message me. I will gladly take them off your hands. I have a hardwood safe filled with cursed VHS tapes that are to never be watched by anyone, ever. Only because I have watched them and have faced and or witnessed the consequences. This post is a warning for the following VHS tape known as Further Void Layer Exploration Funding. I doubt there would be any copies, but just in case there are more, read this. This tape was given to me by a magician named Carthan. I was relaxing at home when I heard a knock on my door. I opened it, and a little light brown eyeball stood there on two tiny legs, wearing a satchel and a little postman-like hat. He waved at me, then reached into his bag and pulled out a tape and a note. I took them from him, and he waved and went on his way. The note read as such. Hello, Valen. That is my name. Now you know. My name is Carthan. I am what you call a magician. I have learned of your efforts to educate people on cursed tapes and have decided to send you one that I have found on my journeys. It is a level 2 based on your danger rating. I won't write too much about it because I want you to experience it yourself with your watch party. You should be safe, but I do apologize if anything bad does happen. If I find any more tapes, I will be sure to send them your way. Your friend, Carthan. The tape itself is packaged much like Tube's Demonstration 1 was. It was in a black plastic case, covered in dust, and inside the tape was labeled, Further Void Layer Exploration Funding. The runtime is about 7 minutes. It does not need to be contained, but if you desire to, keep it in a wooden box with no metal hinges or locks. Metal only amplifies the energy of the tape. And finally, it has a danger level of 2. See part 1 for the danger guide on cursed VHS tapes. I'm back with the new watch party. Debbie the magician taking the place of my watch partner, and Story on the kill switch. I placed the tape in and pressed play. It started with a title card with a location of somewhere in Russia and a date of May 1st, 1997. It also had a warning about actions that would be taken against unauthorized viewers of the tape. Then it started. It suddenly cut to a man who had just pressed play on the camera he was using. It showed him sitting in a chair with a small control panel behind him and a large window that looked out into a dark void. Hello, my name is Carl Fisher, he said, pushing up the glasses on his face. He wore a green sweater with a red flannel underneath poking out of the top of it. I am a member of the Dark Moth Corporation in charge of monitoring Outpost 7 of the Void Layer. This video will highlight some of the activity of the Void Layer for review by the head of the committee in charge of exploring, documenting, and pinpointing the origins of the Void Layer. As you know, the Void Layer is a segment of the Earth's crust that was discovered when the Russians drilled the Kola super deep borehole. Once they broke into it, operations ceased and control was handed over to the Dark Moth Corporation. We still have yet to understand what the Void Layer is or why it is here, and we are nowhere near close to getting those answers. But hopefully this video should prove that it is still worth attention and further funding for exploration. The video then cuts to another angle of the large window with Carl sitting in front of the control panel from the previous shot. Here's what we know about the void layer as of this recording. It is a shifting, anomalous cavity that produces random entities that reflect objects, places, and people on the surface. Most of them are random with seemingly no reason to generate in the first place. They eventually fade away and are never seen again. There are only a handful of recurring anomalies, with only one posing a threat on a very minimal level. Carl pressed a few buttons on the panel, then flipped a switch which turned on lights that shined into the void. What popped up was a telephone pole with several broken wires hanging off of it, and one wire that trailed off further into the darkness, beyond what the lights could see. This was the first recurring anomaly that we recorded. It is a telephone pole that looks as if it has been there for a long time, as there is visible wear on the body and degradation of the wires. However, we have managed to get a positive charge from the dangling wires. We got authorization to send a team of 2 to follow the one remaining wire that seems to lead somewhere, but the team lost contact with us 3 hours into the journey and have not recovered since. They did not report any other telephone poles, but did confirm that the wire keeps going. All of a sudden, the sound of a horn began to emit from somewhere above the outpost. Carl stopped talking and listened for a second, flipping a few different switches on the panel, then pulled over a TV on a rolling stand, turned it on, and watched out the window. The sound grew louder until a semi-truck with a trailer attached could be seen maybe 50 feet away from the window, falling past and into the darkness below. The headlights of the truck shined bright, until it disappeared into the void. Carl sat there for a second with a blank expression on his face until he turned towards the camera. "Well, there is usually ground there," he said. The footage cuts to another shot of Carl in front of the TV he pulled over. "What you saw earlier was captured on a high-speed camera mounted on the outside of the outpost," he said, taking a remote from the stand and began turning a knob. As he turned it, the truck began to fall into frame. The front of the cab was facing the camera, and something looked off with the windows. He zoomed into the frame and waited for the image to become more clear. Once it focused, you could see a fleshy mass behind the windshield with a large smiling mouth and 2 large eyes, one bigger than the other one. As you can see, a large semi-truck had manifested from somewhere above and had fallen to an immeasurable depth that exceeds the spatial limits that we have recorded in the past of the surrounding area. You can also see that there is something filling up the cab of the semi. We cannot determine what is filling it, but it seems to enjoy whatever is going on in this frame. He let it sit on that frame for a while before turning off the TV. The camera then cuts again to Carl sitting at the control panel with a wide angle of the window. That anomaly is a perfect example of the randomness and the variety of what occurs in the void layer. The truck itself looked to be a mid-80s Mack truck with an American license plate. We are in the process of seeing if that plate correlates to a real-world plate. The camera then cuts again to Carl, but he is wearing different clothes, and his hair is a little longer. The window is off to the side of the shot as he looks to be hiding underneath it. He moves the camera towards the window as it pans to a woman standing next to the telephone pole, a head taller than it. She is wearing a black summer dress. Her hair is white and her eyes are black. Her skin is weirdly translucent with black veins running through her body. Her feet are cut off. She just kind of floats there and her eyes look like they are twitching, but it is hard to tell. Carl begins to talk quietly from his hiding spot just off camera. This is our reoccurring anomaly I talked about that poses a minimal threat. We call her Big Jenny. For reference, the telephone pole is normal sized. She usually doesn't get any closer, but sometimes she gets right up close to the glass. She cracked it on one occasion and we had to replace it. It is random when she will show up, and most of the time we will go into lockdown mode just to be safe. The longest time on record we have of her manifesting is 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 49 seconds. As we speak, I am using the high-speed camera to monitor her movements and assess her actions to decide if we need to go into full lockdown or not. As previously stated, she does not usually get any closer, but she will train her attention onto one standing in front of the window. You will know when she is looking at you, as bright white pupils will glow from within her eyes. I will now demonstrate. You can hear Carl put down the remote and stand up from his hiding spot. You can see his reflection in the window, but Jenny's eyes suddenly start glowing, when the glow narrows to look like pupils as she focuses in on him. It is unclear what she is doing when she is looking at someone, but she shows the ability to copy most motions she sees, which could also mean she has some level of intelligence. I will now demonstrate, he said as he began waving his hand at her. When he stopped, Big Jenny slowly raised her hand and waved back, then put it down. Her eyes began to twitch in different directions rapidly, and her head started violently shaking. Don't be alarmed, this is normal, Carl said. She raised her hands and placed them on her head as it kept shaking. The sound of hundreds of voices being heard through an extremely compressed audio file screamed out of her mouth as she seemed to levitate into the air. Her body began separating itself until it quickly faded into nothing. The screams echoed for a few seconds. That is what happens when she disappears. We were concerned the first couple times, but there seems to be no residual effects after she vanishes. The tape cuts again to Carl sitting in front of the control panel. We were able to get a match on the license plate of that semi-truck to an identical one that went missing traveling through northern Nevada, which leads to all new theories as to what the manifestations in the void layer are. It is a worthy cause to further the funding of this project. We have begun to gather more information that could help us discover what this place is. Thank you for your time and consideration. The tape then cuts off there. The tape wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be, Debbie's son. They're not always super dangerous, I said. Is it safe then? Can I watch it too? Story asked. I brought him in and rewound the tape, then let him watch it. He was fascinated by it. So, there's a layer in the Earth's crust where things manifest in a void. I feel like that shouldn't surprise me, but it does, he said with a puzzled look on his face. That night, I had the strangest dream that I was in Carl's place hiding inside of the outpost at the void layer. Big Jenny was standing outside of it, right in front of the glass, just staring at me. I couldn't move. All I could do was stare at her. I suddenly felt a hand on my shoulder and I was able to move again. I looked over to see a very disheveled looking Carl staring back at me. You shouldn't be here, nor should your friends, he said, looking behind me. I turned to look and saw Story and Deb standing there, confused. This is my burden to bear, and I will bear it alone. I suddenly woke up in a cold sweat, terrified. I went to the bathroom and splashed some water on my face, then went to the kitchen where I saw Debbie making some tea. She's been living with me for the past couple days, and if you're wondering how she is able to interact with things in my kitchen, well, somehow being in the same place for long enough with a magician allows them to interact with things in that area without supervision. I'm still trying to figure out how the black magic virus works. I thought you didn't need to eat or drink, I said as I pulled a stool up to the counter. I don't need to, but I can, she said, putting a cup in front of me. Did you have the dream too? She asked, taking a sip of her tea. I nodded yes. What do you think that was? I don't know. Maybe something happened with him and Big Jenny and they're both stuck there, I said, taking a sip. Do you think we're safe? She asked. I don't know. I guess if we fall asleep and we don't show up there again, then we might be fine, I said. What did Carl mean by his burden to carry? She asked. Debbie, I don't know. That's the problem with a lot of these tapes. You typically come out with more questions than answers, I said, taking another sip of tea. Well, a magician gave you this tape, right? Why don't we ask him? She said. If I had a way to do so, I would, but there was no address on the tape or notes, and all I have is a name. You are more than welcome to go searching yourself for him or her for it, or whatever Carthen is. But I say that if we go to bed over the next couple of nights and nothing happens, we leave it be. Most of the time there's nothing we can do anyway, I said. There was a long period of silence as we sat there drinking our tea. I just feel bad for the guy, you know? She said. Yeah? I said, letting out a sigh. Do you ever feel guilty for the people you watch in the tapes? She asked. I sat there, staring down at my cup. Sometimes. I do, sometimes. The first real dangerous tape we ever experienced was called Traveling Up the Pipeline, and it was a guy just trying to escape a cave he was trapped in. Turns out the cave was connected to my previous watch partner's body. We had to pull him out of her mouth, and it took a good minute to just get him out. When he finally got out, we had to stop his camera to keep other things from getting out, and in doing so, he disappeared, leaving only his camera on the ground. I tried watching the tape back, but it was blank. The man was just trying to escape, and we couldn't save him. Hell, he may have already been dead, but that doesn't stop it from haunting my mind. The room went silent again as we both stared at our tea. I'm not sure how much time passed, but eventually Debbie got up and placed a hand on my shoulder. If you ever need to talk about anything, I'm right here, she said before walking back to her room. It's been a couple days since we watched the tape, and I've watched a few more times to test something. Every night after watching the tape, I no longer have that dream. Carl must have done something to keep us from getting stuck there. Story had also experienced the same dream, but hasn't since the first night. Debbie has tried to ask around about Carthen, but she hasn't gotten anywhere yet. Story hasn't found anything on Ashlyn either, but he's still looking. My previous watch partner is still on break. At this point, I'm not sure if she will come back, but I don't blame her. My friend in the hospital is making a good recovery and should be discharged by next week, but he will need another week or two to take it easy. Also, he said it was okay to use his name. He's called Scott. Anyway, if anyone has any cursed tapes that they want to get rid of, feel free to message me. I will gladly take them off your hands. I have a wood safe filled with cursed VHS tapes that are to never be watched by anyone, ever. Only because I have watched them and have faced and or witnessed the consequences. This post is a warning for the following VHS tape known as Stockholm Police Department 25/8/2004. Silver Arrow Incident Copy. As it states in the title, this is a copy of the tape, which could mean that there are others out there. If you find one, read this because even a copy is a level 2. The name of the tape is very long and is on a blank Maxwell tape. The runtime is about 1 hour and 23 minutes. Securing the tape is not needed as it has no drawing effects that make you want to watch it. However, if you need to secure it, keep it in a wooden box with no metal hinges or locks. Metal only amplifies the energy of a tape. Finally, this tape has a danger level of 2. See part 1 for the danger guide on cursed VHS tapes. My cursed object friend found this one on a recent trip to Canada and decided to ship it to me. She didn't feel much energy coming off of it, but it was enough to warrant buying it and sending it my way. This one was weird due to the fact that it is a police tape and I was curious. So I looked up what I could about what happened on August 25th in Stockholm in 2004, but I couldn't find anything. One thing that did come up is Silver Arrow Incident, but the only thing that popped up was a legend of a ghost train that haunts the Stockholm metro. Thinking that might be what the tape is about, I went in expecting a ghost train. Boy, was I wrong. Still rolling with the new watch crew, I had Debbie as my watch partner and Story on the kill switch. I told everyone to expect something with a train and press play. However, what first popped up was a title card. much like Tube's demonstration 1, and it read as follows. This footage has been requisitioned by the Dark Moth Corporation for official use only. Any unauthorized viewings of this recording will result in up to 10 years of imprisonment. The following tape has been deemed safe to watch under the appropriate safety precautions and is to be sent back to the archivist once finished. Wasn't the Dark Moth Corporation mentioned in the last tape too? Debbie asked. I paused the video. It was, Story said. Hey Story, can you do me a favor and see if you can find anything on the Dark Moth Corporation while we're watching this? I asked. You got it, boss? He said as he pulled out his phone. I pressed play on the video again, then waited a few seconds for the title card to fade away. What proceeded for the next hour was home videos of a woman that I believe was called Julia and her roommate Nova, also a woman. They spoke Swedish, so I could only guess what they were talking about. 4 other people show up throughout the video as well. They seem to be friends with the roommates, but I only managed to get the names of 2 of the friends. One was Liam, and another was Elias. Both men. There were 2 other women as well. Closer to the last 20 minutes of the video is when things begin to get weird. In contrast to the prior footage of them having fun and hanging out at bars and at different houses and apartments, the 6 were sitting in camping chairs around a lantern on a station platform that was half outside, half in. At night, they all looked a little tired, but they were still having a fun conversation with lots of laughing. After a while, the laughter died down and the conversation became a little more serious. I paused the tape there and had an idea. I took out my phone and pulled up Google Translate. It's not the best, but it's all I had at the time. The following dialogue is my reasonable approximation of what they were saying. So, I heard that when the train passes through a station, there's no lights on. There isn't even a driver. And if it does stop and you get on, you are never seen again, the blonde-haired woman said. She was one of the unnamed ones. The other one with no name had black hair. Well, I heard that if anyone does get on, they are not seen for a week or a month, but when asked, they just say they got off the train, Liam said. I heard it is a one-way ticket to hell, Nova said. The whole group went quiet. Well, that was dark, Elias said. Personally, I don't think anything is going to happen, Julia said. What makes you say that? The black-haired woman said. Well, I did some research and there's no proof that any of the sightings are legitimate. Plus, the Silver Arrow in question was at one point a real train that was taken out of service in 1996, Julia said. Well, if you think that it's bullshit, then why are you here? The blonde woman asked. I'm not saying it's bullshit. I'm just saying that if we see a train, it will probably just be a normal green train testing the tracks for abnormalities or something. Plus, you wanted to record it if we see it, and I am the only one with a camera, Julia said. Julia makes a point. It is just a legend after all, Liam said. And why are we here, Liam? The blonde woman asked. Because not all legends are fake, and if we do not see anything, then we hang out and have a good time. Win-win, he said. They all laughed to themselves a little before it went silent again. I have a question. What are we going to do if we do see it, hypothetically speaking? The black-haired woman said. There was another pause as everyone looked at each other. I'm getting on, Nova said. They all looked at her like she was crazy. Are you not afraid of what might happen? The black-haired woman asked. Nova shrugged her shoulders. I am the only one without a job and a place of their own. I think I can risk my life for an adventure, she said. There was another pause before Elias burst out laughing. Hell, if we see it, I'll join you, he said. One by one, they all agreed to get on the train if it showed up. The footage then cut to a shot of the station platform facing down the tracks. A couple of the friends were standing down the way, pointing at a distant light that was coming closer. Julia could also be seen in front of the camera. As the light got closer, the train began to form behind it. A giant, pale, elongated head made up the first car. Its eyes acted as lights. Instead of wheels, it had a series of legs that carried it like a millipede. The 7 cars behind it were a series of giant, conjoined heads that laid on their sides. The mouths were the train corridors. The sound it made were indistinguishable from a normal train as it screeched to a halt. There was a release of pressure out the nostrils of the faces as their mouths opened like train car doors. Some of the friends began walking in, so Julia walked over to grab her camera. By the time she had gotten behind the camera, all of her friends besides Nova had entered. "What the fuck?" Julia said before smacking the side of the camera, possibly thinking it was a glitch and that hitting it would fix it somehow. "What's wrong?" Nova yelled as she began walking over to her. "Guys, get out of the train!" Julia yelled as she ran towards the car everyone had entered. Nova passed by the camera, then screamed. The mouth suddenly closed and Julia made sure to stay a good distance away from it. Nova picked up the camera and began running towards Julia. The sound of metal creaking and crumpling emitted behind Nova as Julia screamed and pointed behind her. Nova swung the camera around behind her and caught the long head of the front train car raising up and bending back to face them. The light beams coming out of its eyes narrowed as one focused on Nova and one on Julia. It suddenly opened its mouth and let out a huge, aggravated scream that sounded like a train horn blaring out, its legs skittering underneath its exposed undercarriage. Its open mouth revealed several moving components, almost like an engine. Julia and Nova could also be heard screaming. The long head closed its mouth and growled at them before quickly realigning itself on the tracks and taking off down the train platform. The camera was suddenly dropped as Nova could be heard hysterically crying. The tape cut off there. "What the actual fuck?" Debbie said. It was silent. I wasn't sure how to comprehend what I just watched. Most of the tapes we had watched up to that point had some sort of fantastical setting, or weren't accessible places to begin with or something. But the fact that this happened in a metro station in Stockholm, a place that I can very easily get to if I wanted, made me feel extremely uneasy. You know what? Let's just not focus on that for a second, Story. Do you have any info on the Dark Moth Corporation? Debbie asked. Was the tape really that bad or something? Story asked. I don't want to talk about it. If you want to watch it later, that's fine, but you're better off not. Anyway, do you have anything? Debbie asked. Story looked at us, confused for a moment before going back to his phone. No. I haven't found anything official other than some conspiracies in a forum about organizations that are hiding something. But the only thing on that forum is a mention of a Dark Moth facility in Vancouver, Canada. There is no other mention of anything else. He said, putting his phone away. Okay. Would you mind looking into your other sources to see if you can find something? I asked. Yeah, I can do that. Was the tape really that bad? He asked. I think I might have a permanent fear of trains now, so... Yes, Debbie said. It's been a few days since I watched the tape, and I still can't get the image of that train or whatever it was out of my head. Every time I see a train online or in a show, I begin to freak out and have a panic attack. I really hope that goes away eventually. Story managed to find something about the Dark Moth Corporation through his sources. It wasn't much, but from what he could gather, it was some sort of government agency. However, something happened and it ceased existing in 2005. That's all we have so far on that matter. He did, however, manage to get a little bit of info on Ashlyn. He hit me with a bunch of information that I've never heard of before, so I'll try to make sense of it the best I can. Ashlyn is more than likely a human Torpatoa. According to Story, a Torpatoa is a type of creature that is spiritual in nature, like a unicorn or fairies, but exists on the same level a cryptid would, like Sasquatch or Mothman. A Torpatoa has many different forms. It's typically its own subtype of animal, and apparently one of the variations can create offspring with humans. Story didn't go into how, but I don't want to know either. Now, a Torpatoa, again, according to story, fits the description of Ashlyn from what I told him, and apparently this doesn't match up with how she is able to be in my head. A Torpatoa is a physical creature with spiritual capabilities, but it's still tied to its own body, so that means she either has a physical body somewhere, or somehow the energy caught in her tape was so strong that it is able to create its own entity outside of the original. Long story short, the actual Ashlyn might be out there, and the Ashlyn in my head might be a copy that is trying to get enough energy to maintain a form outside of my head. So now the question is, how much more energy does she need to leave my head for good? And will the other Ashlyn be a problem? This is all speculation, of course. Story is going to do more research and get back to me, but right now, that is the running theory. In other news, Debbie stopped looking for Carthen, and we'll wait for another tape from him to show up. My previous watch partner has finally decided to come back, and she has said that I could use her alias name, so from now on she will be called Helena. Scott has been discharged from the hospital, and is taking at least one more week off before he comes back. What the hell have I gotten myself into? Anyway, if anyone has any cursed tapes that they want to get rid of, feel free to message me. I will take them off your hands. I have a hardwood safe filled with cursed VHS tapes that are to never be watched by anyone, ever. Only because I have watched them and have faced and or witnessed the consequences. This post is a warning for the following VHS tape known as Bunker A2. If you find another copy, destroy it for the love of God. I only survived because of Ashlyn. This tape is another level 5. The name of the tape is Bunker A2. It's on a blank tape with no discernible marking to indicate who manufactured it, but it has the name on the front of it. There is no concrete runtime, but it is at least 15 minutes. I recommend destroying it with fire, or at the very least, encase it in a hardwood box with no metal attached. Metal only amplifies the energy of the tape, and bury it somewhere. Finally, this tape is a level 5. I found this tape stuck in a wall. I will explain. I was at a friend's house and he noticed that there was a patch of drywall that was slightly different than the drywall around it. He was renovating anyway, so he decided to open it up and check it out. What was inside was a small shoebox, and in that was the tape. I asked him if I could take it, and he said sure, just as long as I told him what was on the tape when I watched it. The following weekend, I got the watch party together, this time consisting of my old watch partner Helena sitting next to me, Debbie sitting in a recliner next to the couch, and Story outside the door on the kill switch. I put the tape in and press play. It starts off with a larger man talking into the camera. He's bloody and covered in some sort of black dirt. To anyone who finds this tape, I didn't make it out. I bought my friends some time, but I don't know if they made it. I'm fairly certain that I'm going to die, so I'm leaving this message. If you find this, it might already be too late, but if the generator is off, then you might have a chance. This whole place is alive, and I think the power generator is its heart. Keep it off, and if it's on, turn it off. The camera suddenly cuts to a shot of a man and woman standing in front of a metal door on the side of a cave wall. Floodlights are spread around the ground, lighting up the area. Is the camera rolling? The man asked. Yep, we're rolling. The man behind the camera said. He sounded like the man we first saw, so I guess the cameraman filmed over the first part to get his message across. Okay. The man in front of the camera took a second to compose himself. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jason. This is my friend Jenny, he said, pointing to the woman next to him. And the man behind the camera is Todd. A hand came out from behind the camera and gave a thumbs up, then went away. Growing up, my grandfather would tell me horror stories of lost German bunkers from World War II up in the Scottish Highlands. It sounds stupid, I know, but he was sure that they were an actual thing. Recently I've been thinking about it again, and I decided I would try and find them. so I packed my bags from Seattle to Scotland and began looking with my two friends here. And only after 1 week of searching, we found one of them," Jason said, moving to the side to reveal a black stamp on the door marked A2. The camera cuts again as Jason and Jenny are wearing heavier clothes and carrying flashlights. Respirators are strapped to their hips. "Okay, for the first time since World War II, I present to you one of the lost German bunkers," Jason said as he pulled the door open. It made a loud, high-pitched screech as it scraped against the ground. Coming from the TV itself was a cold breeze that spread throughout the whole room. "Hold on. Pause the video for a second," Helena said. I walked up to the VCR and paused it. "This already feels like a high-level tape. I'm not sure I'm ready to jump back into a high-level tape right off the bat," she said. "That's fair. You can leave if you need to," I said. "Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to ease my way back into it, and this feels like jumping off the deep end," she said as she stood up from the couch. I walked her over to the front door, but it was locked, which was weird because we were locked on the inside. I asked Helena to check different windows to see if they could open, but every one of them was locked tight. Eventually, Debbie came looking for us. "Are you guys good?" she asked. Well, you see," Helena suddenly cut me off. "We're locked in," she said. "What?" Debbie asked. "None of the doors and windows will open," I said. "Oh, well, this could be bad," Debbie said. "Hey guys," Story yelled from the watch room. "What's wrong, Story?" Debbie yelled. "She's here," he yelled. "She?" Debbie asked. It took me only a second to figure out what he meant by that, and began running back to the watch room. Debbie and Helena followed behind me. I turned the corner to see Story standing in the doorway, looking inside. He saw me and stepped to the side so I could come in. There, leaning against the opposite wall, was Ashlyn. She stood there with her eyes closed in a long black coat, a gray t-shirt, and dark blue eyes. "Ashlyn?" I asked. Her eyes opened, already pointing towards me. "You really picked a bad tape," she said. "Yeah, I can tell. Why are you choosing now to show up?" I asked. "Well, let me give you all a lesson. Except you, Story. You should already know," she said as she leaned off the wall and stood up straight. Her head was only a few inches from the ceiling. I need energy to maintain a physical form, of which I don't have a lot of at the moment. Suzuka only filled 2 of the 10 slots, she said. "Slots?" I asked. Ashlyn took her hand out of her pocket and showed us her nails. On her index and middle finger were 2 glowing orbs, one red and one yellow, the same colors as Suzuka's eyes. 2 slots is barely enough to create a physical form, but whatever's on this tape has made an energy field that has taken over the entire house. I can use that energy to manifest in the real world, she said, putting her hand back in her pocket. "Well, can't we just take the tape out or kill the power or something?" Debbie asked. "I don't think you understand what I said. This tape has already taken over the house. I'm fairly certain the only reason why we aren't seeing any further progression of the possession of this house is because you paused the tape, keeping whatever's in there from coming out even more," she said, pointing to the TV. "That, and I've already tried to cut the power, but nothing happened," Story said. "Okay, what do you suggest we do then?" Helena asked. "Continue watching the tape, and I'll deal with whatever comes through. That, and I know Story has a gun," Ashlyn said, pointing to him. We all looked over to Story in surprise and shock. A worried expression crept across his face as his eyes darted to each of us. "It's a curse item. I use in case of emergencies," he said, reaching into an inner pocket in his coat and pulled out what I recognize as a Luger P08 from growing up playing Call of Duty, but it looked weird. There were a couple things about it that made it look off, but He put it back in his coat before I could get a closer look. Debbie, Helena, and I looked at each other, confused on what to do next before we looked at Ashlyn. "What are you looking at me for? The sooner we deal with the tape, the sooner we get out of danger," she said as she leaned back against the wall. Everyone but Ashlyn looked at each other, then shrugged. I went and pressed play on the tape. Jumping back into it, Jason and Jenny were looking through the entrance down a long corridor. At the very end was a staircase going down. "Well, I wasn't expecting that," Jason said as he entered the hallway. "I don't smell mold or mildew, or at least not yet, so we might not need the respirators for a while," he said. They all walked further into the corridor towards the stairs. Jason ran his hand along the wall, then checked his fingers. No chipping or residue. The paint is in good condition. This place must have been airtight, he said as he took some sort of small square device from his front coat pocket. "The air quality is normal, but I'll keep an eye on it just in case," he said as he put it back in his pocket. Jason and Jenny stopped in front of the stairs and looked down, shining a flashlight. "Well, that's not the least bit ominous," Jenny said. "Todd, get a shot of this," Jason called. The camera moved past him and looked down the stairway. It must have been at least 60 or 70 feet down. The camera suddenly cuts for a second to a shot of Jason's lower body sticking out of the ceiling of a hallway, with several arms reaching out of the walls reaching for him. The scene was on screen for maybe 3 or 4 seconds before it cuts back to Jason and Jenny walking through a hallway. Something grabbed Ashlyn's attention during that scene as she looked around for a second before placing her hand on the wall and closing her eyes. "Everything okay, Ashlyn?" I asked. She put a finger to her lips. "Ignore me and keep watching," she said. I was worried, but I really couldn't do anything else, so I kept watching. Some time had passed since the last cut, and I wasn't sure what was going on, other than they were walking to something. The flashlight they were using was having trouble illuminating the hallway. It only went half as far as when they first entered. Eventually they came up to a metal door with a sign that said, Achtung, with a symbol of a man being shocked by lightning. "This must be the generator," Jason said. "Are you sure this will even work?" Jenny asked. Jason reached for a pair of rubber gloves that hung on a hook next to the door. "Well, everything else in this bunker seems to be in good condition. Might as well try," he said, slipping on the gloves. "I'll be back in a second," he said before opening the door and closing it behind him. A few seconds pass as Jenny and Todd are waiting outside the door, before she turns to him. "Does this feel weird to you?" she asked. "In what way?" Todd asked. "Well, I mean, we found a lost German bunker in Scotland, in what looks like pristine condition," she said. "Well, when you put it that way, yes, it's very weird," Todd said. The lights in the hallway suddenly snapped on. Jenny looked surprised as she turned off her flashlight. "No way that actually worked," she said. Todd panned the camera up to the lights, then down the hallway, and just for a second a gray woman, the same color as the walls, appeared far down the hall before melting into the floor in an instant. Jenny, did you see that?" Todd asked. "See what?" she asked. The camera suddenly cuts again to footage of Jenny on her knees, yelling and reaching towards the camera from outside the bunker entrance looking in. The camera is slowly overtaken by the same painted concrete, as it's encapsulated in its entirety. Every sound is muffled, but the camera manages to switch to night vision to reveal several slits in the concrete. In unison, they all open to reveal emerald green eyes. There's a loud squeal before it cuts back to Jenny and Jason as they're running down another hall. A siren is blaring at consistent intervals. Ashlyn quickly yanked her hand away from the wall. "Everyone in the center of the room now. Stay away from the walls," she said, moving to the middle of the room. We all quickly got up and huddled near Ashlyn while she took off her coat. Rocky protrusions bulged out of her arms as the exhaust tubes grew out of the top of her head. "What the fuck?" Debbie asked. "Long story. Don't worry about it," Ashlyn said, her eyes quickly changing to a multitude of colors. Story had taken his gun back out and kept it pointed down. I caught a good look at it and confirmed that it is a Luger PO8, and later learned that it is an artillery Luger from World War I. Creaking sounds began to quietly emanate from every wall around us. "Ashlyn, what's going on?" I asked. "Just stay away from the walls, and if I say run, you run," she yelled. I wasn't paying attention to the tape for so long that, when I looked at it again, I saw Jason and Jenny walking down more stairs, but the footage cuts again to Todd being thrown into a blob of writhing flesh. He lands on it and starts trying to get off, but the flesh begins to latch on and melds his body to it. The screams as his body is stretched out and absorbed until he's nothing more than a patch on the flesh mass. The blob then moves closer as the camera remains still. It gets right up to it, then begins to physically spill out of the TV. "Run!" Ashlyn yelled as black and white tubes shot out of the bulges from her arms at the blob. Story was the first to run out, leading the way with his gun pointed forward. We all ran behind him. "Where are we supposed to go?" Helena asked. "I don't know, but she told us to run, and she might be the only one who can save us," I yelled. We ran into the hallway outside the watchroom, which had warped into a long corridor with weird bulges coming out of the walls. An alarm blared from somewhere. I wasn't sure where. Cracking sounds rattled behind us as I glanced back and saw several arms sticking out of the walls reaching for us. "Do not stop running," I yelled as I ran past Story. However, this proved my worst idea ever, as something surfaced from the floor and grabbed my legs. And in one fell swoop, I was pulled into the ground. Everything went dark. The only thing I could see was shadows moving in a massive void as I was floating in. The sounds of men screaming echoed throughout as I tried to get a grasp as to what was going on around me. "Valen!" Ashlyn yelled from somewhere. Suddenly I felt something wrap around my body and pull me backwards. I looked down to see a large white tube around me. "I don't think so," a Scottish voice said. A large gray hand came out of nowhere and grabbed me by the legs. "Let go of them, you concrete freak," Ashlyn yelled. A giant multicolored arm came out of the darkness and punched a giant white face that emerged from the void. The view of the area began to widen as a giant Ashlyn in her other form began fighting a giant gray woman. The gray woman let go, but Ashlyn kept a firm grip on me with one of her arm tubes and held me away from the fight. Ashlyn was ruthless in her attacks. The gray woman would try to block with her arms, but Ashlyn would push right through. The gray woman kept blocking until she found an opening and headbutted Ashlyn in the nose. Ashlyn was knocked back enough to give the gray woman some time to get some punches in towards her torso. She also got one last hit to her forehead, knocking Ashlyn back even further. "Give up. You're in my world now," the gray woman taunted. That seemed to only piss Ashlyn off more as her eyes changed from a multicolored to a dark red everywhere. Her teeth rapidly sharpened as she charged the gray woman. The gray woman threw a punch, but Ashlyn caught it in her mouth, biting her hand off and swallowing it. The gray woman recoiled in pain, but Ashlyn was still charging and plunged her teeth into her neck. Red blood poured from the gray woman's neck as the red tubes from Ashlyn's torso sprang out and lashed onto the gray woman's body. The tube around me let go as another one engulfed me, and everything went black again. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on the couch next to Helena. Debbie was pressed out in the recliner, and Story was slumped over on the ground next to the kill switch. "Susan is gone. You don't need to worry about her anymore," Ashlyn said. I looked around, but I couldn't see her. "Who's Susan? Where are you, Ashlyn?" I asked out loud. I'm in your head, but I now have enough energy to talk with you with no problems. And Susan was the name of that concrete bitch. But she is no longer a problem. And don't worry, everything's fine minus the mental trauma they'll probably have for the rest of their lives. Oh. Okay, I guess. I assume you absorbed her? How many slots did that leave left? I asked. 3, she said. And what will you do when you have all 10 filled? I asked. Hey, who the hell are you talking to? Debbie asked, waking up from the recliner. Hold on, I said, motioning her to wait a minute. What's going to happen when all 10 slots are filled? Then I'm free, she said. Everyone's okay. Turns out everyone got caught and sent into that weird screaming void, but they were only floating around in it for a while. The house is back to normal. At the very least, I haven't found anything out of the ordinary. Ashlyn can talk to me now, but she doesn't most of the time. She hasn't really talked to me since that incident. When I took the tape out, it disintegrated into dust, so fortunately, I don't have to worry about it again. And Story did some research and actually found Jenny and got in contact with her. After some prying, he got her to tell him what happened. In short, they went to Scotland to find one of the bunkers. They found one, went inside and turned on the generator. After that, the bunker locked them in. All of the German writing in the bunker turned to English. Green eyeballs began popping up everywhere. They learned that the bunker was used to test experiments and found the override. Well, the bunker didn't like that, so it tried to kill them on the way out. Todd sacrificed himself to stop a fleshy blob from chasing them. And Jason almost made it out, but was grabbed by Susan, who had control over the bunker and pulled him into the floor, while Jenny watched from the entrance of the bunker. She won't tell us where the bunker is, and I'm fine with that. But that doesn't explain how the tape came to be in the first place, which makes me think that this tape is somehow a projection of the bunker itself. I don't know. I really have no answers for this, and neither does Story. But if you find a tape with the name Bunker A2, destroy it immediately. If anyone has any cursed tapes that they want to get rid of, message me and we'll figure out a way to take them off your hands. I have a hardwood safe filled with cursed VHS tapes that are to never be watched by anyone, ever. Only because I have watched them and have faced and or witnessed the consequences. This post is a warning for the following VHS tape known as The God of TV. There might be other copies, so just in case, read this. It is a level 2. The name of the tape is The God of TV, and it's on a blank TDK tape. The runtime is about 10 minutes. You do not need to secure this tape, but if you want to keep it from curious minds, keep it in a wooden box with no metal hinges or locks. Metal only amplifies the energy of the tapes. Finally, I'm putting this tape as a level 2. See part 1 for the danger guide on cursed VHS tapes. This tape is another one from Carthen. It was delivered by the same magician as last time, and before it left, Debbie gave it a letter to take it back to Carthen. The tape also came with another note that reads as follows. Hello, Valen. I apologize if that last tape I sent you gave Debbie and you some grief. That was not my intent. I have, however, found another tape. I haven't watched this one, because I don't deal with gods. Not my forte, but I hope it'll be an interesting watch. Your friend, Carthen. That following weekend, I got the watch party together, with Scott finally joining us again. We had to move some things around. He is back on the kill switch outside the door. Helena is sitting next to me on the couch. Debbie is on the recliner. And Story brought his own camping chair until we can get another chair to put in the watch room. I put the tape in and pressed play. It started with the camera facing a teenager as he walked through a densely packed forest at night. There's a date stamp in the bottom right corner. May 1st, 1999. Alright. Context for those who might find this tape later. I lost a bet with my friends and now I have to go and find a house in the middle of this forest and spend the night. It might be there. It might not. It's only a rumor. Kyle, Jordan, Ren. I hate you guys. If I get lost in the woods and this camera is the only thing you find, fuck you. Turning the camera off now. The kid said. The camera then cuts to black for a second before showing a clearing in the middle of the woods with a large house in the middle of it. The house looks old, but there's no signs of vandalism. Okay, I've been walking for about 2 hours now. I just stumbled upon this house in this field and I'm kinda weirded out. Especially because if you look down, he said as he pointed the camera down at the ground. He moved some of the grass with his foot and revealed a few cables. These cords are everywhere, and they're coming from that house. The camera cuts again to just outside the front door. The condition of the house looks good, but it is covered in dirt and grime. Well, I've checked the outside of the house and there's no broken windows or signs that anyone has broken in. But all of the windows are blacked out, so I really hope there isn't anyone living here. He said. He reached for the doorknob and slowly turned it until it clicked. He pulled it open and walked inside. It took a second for the camera to adjust to the darker interior. Once it refocused, all that could be seen were TVs in various states of disrepair, littered all over the place. There were stacks piled up against walls, damaged ones scattered along the ground, and wires everywhere. What the hell? He said. He looked around with the camera, panning to different stacks of TVs. Some of them were still on, but just displayed static. One looked like it was playing Fraggle Rock, but I couldn't get a clear view. He walked up to a few of the TVs and turned some of the knobs and pressed some buttons, but none of them worked. Alright, score for the creep counter. What's next? Is Scooby-Doo gonna come out running from a ghost? He said. From what I could gather, he must have been in the living room. I could see the kitchen in the distance when he panned in a certain area. All of a sudden, all the TVs that could still function turned on with a white flash, then turned to static, then turned off again. Yeah, no bet's worth this, he said as he turned to the door, when, out of nowhere, a woman could be heard screaming from further in the house. Who's there? He yelled. Help me. The same voice said. It sounded disjointed, like it was skipping. What the hell? He said as the camera pointed down to around his waist. The cable slithered its way up around his leg. He dropped the camera on the ground facing his leg. He struggled to get the wire off before it tightened and pulled his leg out from underneath him, falling on his back. He was then dragged across the floor and grabbed the camera at the last second. He pointed it where he was being dragged. His breathing was intense, but he wouldn't scream. He was being dragged through what seemed like endless hallways with TVs on either side. The closer he got to wherever he was being pulled to, the newer the TVs looked. Most of them were on, playing either the news, cartoons, or TV dramas, but every now and then, there was an eye on a screen that would track the kid. Eventually, he was pulled into a large room. TVs of all shapes and sizes littered the walls, floors, and even the ceiling. Each TV had a cable attached to it that led to the center of the room, where a woman hung by the wires as they stuck out from everywhere on her body through a white nightgown. The woman clutched a small, portable TV in her arms. Several small TV towers stuck out from the top of her head through her hair, and her eyes were glazed over with static. The kid was lifted up in front of the woman's face. You aren't the caretaker. Caretaker, the woman said. The kid couldn't speak. All we could hear was heavy, panicked breaths. The woman's head movements were jagged and fast as she talked. Wait, just a moment, she said as she focused on the camera instead of the kid. The small TV in her hand suddenly flicked on as it showed a view from my TV looking at all of us watching the video. The only people to not show up was Scott, who was in the hallway, and Debbie. I leaned in closer in my seat to try to make out the image of us better, only to see that it was copying my movements. Is this what I become? The woman said as the cable let go of the kid's leg, letting him fall to the floor. The kid fell to the ground with a crash and the sound of a TV screen breaking. He pointed the screen back up to the woman, quickly crawling backwards towards the entrance of the room. The woman hung there, with an expression of defeat on her face. She hung her head down as sparks of electricity jumped from the different tiny towers on her head. Suddenly every screen flashes red before turning off. Her small TV she's holding turns to static. "Leave here and never speak a word of this," the woman said. Slowly the screens turned back on to show different shades of blue and gray. The tape cuts there. "Did we appear on her TV?" Helena asked. "We did," I said. "I didn't, so I'll leave you guys to figure that one out," Debbie said as she got up and walked to the door. "Thanks, Debbie. Real team player," Helena said. "No problem. Let me know if we're all gonna die," she said as she left the room. Helena rolled her eyes as she sulked into the couch. Will Story crossed his arms and looked down in contemplation. "What are your thoughts on this story?" I asked. "Something about this doesn't give off the feeling that we're in danger," he said. "I agree with Story." Ashlyn's voice suddenly came out of nowhere in my head. "Oh, now you chime in?" I said out loud. "What?" Story asked. "Sorry, it was Ashlyn. She's agreeing with you," I said. "Oh, I guess that's kinda comforting. Anyway, it feels like that woman used the camera to look at us or into the future and didn't like what she saw," he said. "Well, I mean the tape is called The God of TV, right?" Helena asked. "Yeah," Story said. "Well, think about it. When's the last time you actually sat down and watched TV?" she said. Story and I looked at each other for a moment before the situation began to click. I can only assume that she probably saw that the number of people who watch TV has gone down significantly. If we run off the theory that gods get their power from people believing in them and or using things that relate to them, she probably learned that her power is going to fade. And by the date stamp on the tape, she only had another 5 or 10 years left before her power faded significantly, she said. Both Story and I looked at each other again, finally seeing the possible bigger picture. Wait, so did we just watch the beginning of the fall of TV? I asked. Well, the internet only got better from there on out, so it wouldn't surprise me if we saw the beginning of the end, Helena said. But she saw us and became aware of her and seemed like she became extremely depressed. So my question is, did we make her aware of her end, or did we just kickstart the chain of events that's making TV slowly irrelevant? Story asked. The whole room went silent until Scott spoke up from outside the door. Can anyone fill me in, please? He asked. Nothing else seemed to happen after that. In fact, the only reason this tape is a level 2 is because we showed up in the tape. So far there have been no other effects, but it's only been a couple days. Quite honestly, I'm kinda glad this was a level 2 after last week's tape. This is admittedly a little too taxing on me, but I have a feeling that Ashlyn won't let me stop until all 10 of her slots are filled. So I guess until then, I'm still watching tapes. We also told Scott about the magicians, just to clear up any confusion that anyone might have. If anyone has any cursed tapes that they want to get rid of, message me and we'll work something out. Addendum. This was supposed to be posted last weekend, but I ran into a problem with a magician. If you recall, the worm magician, in part 4, told Helena and I about some magicians just want to harm or kill humans. Well, I had an encounter with one shortly after this tape that caused me to have some time in the hospital. It was the day after we watched The God of TV, and I was writing this part when I felt like something was looking at me. I was in a coffee shop at the time. I know, I'm one of those people. And I looked out the window to see a man in a hoodie and jacket staring at me. As soon as I looked at it, it raised its fist and started punching the glass. The people next to the window were confused as to what was going on. That was the major clue that told me it was a magician. I quickly packed up my laptop and looked for the nearest place I could leave, but by the time I got my bag on, the glass had shattered. The other people in the coffee shop had freaked out and moved away from the now open window, giving the magician a clear way towards me. Thankfully, there were some tables in that way that created some distance between it and me so I could run past and out the front door. I ran down the sidewalk, not really sure what to do until I heard Ashlyn talking to me. "The next alley you pass, go down it. I have an idea," she said. The next alley I saw, I darted down. "Okay. Get about halfway down, then turn around and touch the ground," she said. "What?" I asked. "Just trust me," she said. Passing a dumpster, I got about halfway when I heard footsteps and rattling behind me. Not really sure what to expect, I stopped and turned around, touching the ground. A black mist expanded out from my hand towards the magician, but I looked up to see just in time to see a broken bottle being thrown at me. I put my arm up and ducked, but the broken part caught my arm and cut a gash into the side of it. The magician kept coming and must have not noticed the mist as it walked right into it. One of Ashlyn's tubes shot out and grabbed it by the torso. It only reacted for a second before it was picked up and slammed headfirst into the ground. The tube let go and retracted back into the mist before Ashlyn crawled out of it, standing there in her normal black coat attire, looking at the magician. The mist suddenly blasted outwards, creating a black box around the three of us, much like Suzuka did when she took over Helena. The magician was dazed for a moment before it managed to sit up. Ashlyn walked over to me with an intensity that made the magician stand up and try to run, but the box kept him in. I looked down at my arm and saw that it was bleeding heavily, but I didn't know if I should remove my hand from the ground or not, so I held it against my torso to try and stop the bleeding. I looked back up to see Ashlyn grab the magician by the neck and hold it up. "You stupid bitch, you can't kill me," it yelled, a smug but stressed look gleaming off its face. "And you?" she said, moving him closer to her face. "Don't realize what I'm capable of." The smug look fell as she rolled up one sleeve to let the tube slither out and grab its neck in place of her hand. She then rolled up her other sleeve as more tubes come out and grabbed the magician by the limbs. The exhaust tube sprouted from the top of her back, spraying some red liquid. "Wait, what are you doing?" it yelled. "Getting rid of a problem," she said as red tubes came out of her torso and stabbed into the magician's body. In one swift motion, the magician quickly dried up into a weird gray mass, clothes and all, until it became a gray leather material that she dropped onto the ground. The red arm tubes retracted for a moment before black liquid spewed from the exhaust tubes as she hunched over. A few moments later, the black tubes also retracted as she turned around and looked at me with relief, then shock. "Valen?" she said, running back over to me. The walls quickly dropped and the mist moved to just under her feet and a small trail from my hand. "Holy shit, you're pale," she said, touching my face. I moved my arm to show her the gash. I was so focused on what was happening in front of me that I didn't even realize how dizzy I was. She took off the sleeve of her jacket, then ripped a part of her t-shirt off and wrapped it around my arm. "Where's your phone?" she asked. "Front pocket," I said as my head began getting heavier. Ashlyn reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone, then placed her hand on my neck. "Take your hand off of the ground and apply pressure to your wound. Who lives closest to here?" "Scott," I said, taking my hand off of the ground and pressing against my gash. What happened after that was a little spotty, but I remember Scott showing up a few minutes later and Ashlyn filling him in on what happened, then both of them helping me to his car. Ashlyn disappeared back into my head when I got in his car. I got to a hospital and looked down at my arm to see that the piece of t-shirt was still there. I got checked into the ER. They cleaned the wound, stopped it from bleeding, stitched it up, and gave me a blood transfusion. I spent the next couple days in the hospital, then I was checked out. Scott came and drove me home, and when I got home, Ashlyn spoke to me for the first time since that incident. Hey, I'm not really good at these things, but I wanted to say I'm sorry for letting you get hurt. I was more focused on the magician than actually trying to make sure you were safe. I'll try to be more aware of your condition if something like that happens again. It's fine. You saved me regardless, and I already knew the dangers I put myself in. I'm just glad you were there to help, I said. Don't worry. I got you, she said. I'm gonna take one more day or two to rest before we watch another tape. Then we should be back on our regular watch schedule. I have a hardwood safe filled with cursed VHS tapes that are to never be watched by anyone ever. Only because I have watched them and have faced and or witnessed the consequences. This post is a warning for the following VHS tape known as The World as We Know It. There might be other copies, so read this before you watch it. It is a level 3. The name of the tape is The World as We Know It. It is a blank Sony tape with a runtime of about 45 minutes. Securing the tape isn't necessary, but if you want to keep it from curious minds, keep it in a wooden box with no metal attached to it. Finally, this tape is a level 3. See part 1 for the danger guide on cursed VHS tapes. This tape was sent to me by my cursed objects friend after finding it in a rummage sale that had an expansive VHS tape collection. She doesn't watch them, so she sends them to me. Although, before we sat down and watched it, I had an idea and asked Ashlyn if she could detect whether or not this was a high-level tape or not. She told me it wasn't a guarantee, but she could possibly give a rough estimate. She told me to grab it and hold it in my hands. A black mist emanated from my hands before going away. The energy from the tape is too low for it to be a real danger. I would say more than a 1, but no more than a 3. And that's pushing it, she said in my head. With that knowledge, I told the watch party what level of tape we might have based on Ashlyn's estimate. Everyone agreed to watch, so we got together and set up with Helena next to me on the couch, Debbie on the recliner, Scott out in the hall with the kill switch, and Story in a smaller recliner we got from Goodwill. I pressed play on the VCR and away we went. It opened on a news broadcast from the mid-90s or so, starting from the beginning. Everything seemed normal up until about the 30-minute mark when the broadcast was suddenly interrupted. The screen went black as the sound cut out. I thought that maybe my VCR broke until a lower pitch-shifted voice began speaking. The world as we know it will not be the same. November 15th, 2014 will mark the beginning of the decline that will be reality's downfall. Although it will be a slow process, it is an inevitable one. What you are about to see is only a glimpse of what is to come in the future, the voice said. There was nothing for a couple seconds, just the blank screen. Sounds like someone's trying to be edgy and hijack a TV station, Helena said. Maybe, I said. Out of nowhere, the screen began flashing images at a rapid pace and my vision narrowed. Everything around me seemed to go dark as the TV sat in front of me. The images slowed down to a point where they weren't images but videos. They seemed sporadic and random. In one of them, I saw the void layer with a team of people traveling through it and going to what looked like a long abandoned outpost 07. It switched to another video of a very tall woman with short purple hair. It wasn't Ashlyn, it was someone else. She wore a long sleeve gray shirt, black jeans, and an old leather satchel. She sat on the rooftop of a large building overlooking a track field. It might have been a school. Next to her stood a man, late teens with a black hoodie, blue jeans, and short black hair. A holster with a handgun was strapped to his thigh. "She's really dead, isn't she?" the woman said. The man looked down at the ground thinking of something to say, or maybe he was trying to keep his composure. Admittedly, this isn't the first time she has died. It took her 6 months to come back from that, but she came back. Although the doc said there's no brain activity this time, and being stabbed through the eye probably has something to do with it, he said. Do you think there's a chance then? She asked. I don't know, he said. The video then cut again to a clip I couldn't really believe at first. Ashlyn sat next to me on the couch of the watchroom. There was no mist. She wasn't holding on to me, so she must have had all 10 slots filled at this point. Across from us was Story. He looked much paler than normal, and his eyes seemed to have changed color from the normal brown to a light shade of blue. He stood there looking worried. I'm not sure how to go about this. I don't know what the outcome will be, but I thought it would be best to do this as formally as possible, he said. What do you mean? What's wrong? I asked. There's someone you should meet, he said. He looked towards the door. You can come in now. The video began to fade, but the camera panned up to the entrance to the room to show Ashlyn walking in. So many different videos played in front of me that I only remembered a few of them, but the last one I remember was a woman sitting in a bedroom with no windows. Everything was some shade of either red, black, or brown. She sat in a chair facing the left of the room. Her left side profile was all I could see. She wore a black jacket with dark blue jeans and Converse shoes. Her shoulder-length hair was pink aside from her bangs, which were white. She stared off into the distance. Her red eye moved every now and then, so she must have been staring at nothing in particular. Another woman walked out from behind the camera and stood on the other side of the pink-haired lady. The other woman was identical to the one sitting down, but her clothing was slightly different. She had long black hair, and her eyes were yellow. She bent down and whispered something in the pink-haired girl's ear for a moment before pointing towards me. The pink-haired girl slowly turned her head towards me. Her right eye looked as if it had been stabbed through with a large blade. A long open wound sat vertically in the middle of it. I didn't notice it before, but her left arm was actually missing. It was just an empty sleeve. They both stared at me, as if waiting for something to happen. After a few seconds, the pink-haired woman went back to staring across the room. They shouldn't be here. Show them out, she said. The woman walked towards the camera, but she didn't stop in front of it. In fact, there wasn't a camera there at all. I didn't realize it, but we were in the room. It wasn't a video. I don't know how you got here, but it's time for you to go back to wherever you came from, she said as she raised her hand and placed her thumb on my forehead. Next thing I knew, I heard the tape in the VCR click to a stop and I was back in the watchroom again. Why was there so much flesh? Why? Why was there so much flesh? Helena said, wide-eyed and staring at the ground. Did you see a spaceship made of flesh or flesh covering London? Debbie asked. There was a spaceship made of flesh? Helena yelled. Well, that answers my question. Debbie said. I stared at Story. He was dead silent. Story? I asked. He didn't move. Did you see what I saw? I asked, referring to the video of Ashlyn. I think we saw a couple of the same videos, but we all saw different things, Debbie said. Story, answer me, I said. Which one? He said quietly. The one with Ashlyn, I said. Which one? He said, turning to look at me. His eyebrows were furrowed with confusion, but his eyes were wide with worry. The one where you introduce someone to Ashlyn that looks exactly like her, I said. I saw it, but I don't know another Ashlyn. So I either haven't found her yet, or the video isn't real, because obviously my eyes are brown, not blue, he said. Yes, but Story, it's you. Anything can happen, I said. You think I don't fucking know that? he said, raising his voice at me. I saw plenty of other things on that tape that surely couldn't happen, but lo and behold, we live in a world where you have a monster woman in your head. There's ghost-like creatures that you can only see if one is around, and you're told about it by someone who can see it. And powerful entities live on analog tapes. He took a second to calm down and take some deep breaths before talking again. I am just as worried about this as you are, but I don't have the answers right now. We all took some time to calm down and talk about what we saw, and agreed that this was some sort of prophetic tape. As to whether it was accurate or not, we're not sure. The moment with Ashlyn hasn't happened yet, so until that happens, if it happens, we can't take anything we saw to be true. But if it is, the world will begin to change. I have a hardwood safe filled with cursed VHS tapes that are to never be watched by anyone, ever. Only because I have watched them and have faced and or witnessed the consequences. This post is a little bit different than normal. Originally there wasn't going to be a new part this weekend because half of the party is out of town, but then this happened. Debbie was out doing something and Ashlyn wasn't talking, so it was just me at the house. I was making sure that my VCR was working fine when I heard a knock at the door. I made my way over to the front door and looked through the peephole. I saw what looked like a bunch of tiny TV towers and power lines sitting on top of some hair. My first thought was a magician, but after my last encounter, I was a little wary. Ashlyn, are you there? I asked. Way ahead of you. If things go wrong, touch the wall, she said. I took in a deep breath, then unlocked and opened the door slightly. State your business, I said, not looking through the opening. Are you Valen? A female voice asked. Who wants to know? I asked. My name is Telly. We've technically never met before. She said. Wait a fucking minute. Open the door, Ashlyn said. Are you sure? I whispered. Just do it, she said. Trusting Ashlyn, I opened the door slowly, only to stop when I realized who it was. It all came back to me when I saw a small TV in her arms that she held like a teddy bear. You are Valen, correct? Telly asked. A picture showed up on her TV of the watch party, and when we watched The God of TV. Yes, I said, not really knowing what to do. Was she there to kill me? Was she going to do something to me? May I come in? She asked. Sure, I said, moving to the side to let her in. Telly was shorter than I expected, standing maybe 8 inches to a foot shorter than me. She also wasn't wearing the nightgown she had on in the video. Instead, it was a blue jean jacket over a white tank top with torn light blue jeans. A very 90s look. She didn't wear shoes, however. She had long brown hair that was twisted in a low ponytail, and the tiny TV towers and power lines stuck out of the top of her head and through her hair. It was almost like a crown. The last piece was a pair of dark, tinted sunglasses that she wore over her eyes. May I ask what you're doing here? I asked, not really sure what to do. Well, I've run into a problem, she said, walking away from me and down the hallway towards the watch room. Her slight stutter sounded like old TV audio skipping. And what's that? I asked, following behind her. I'm slowly but surely dying, she said, walking through the door and into the watch room. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But what has that got to do with me? I asked. She stopped for a moment when she entered the room, then turned towards the VCR and jogged towards it before sitting down on the ground in front of it. After I first saw you and learned of what was to become of me, the caretaker stopped showing up, she said. Who's the caretaker? Maybe we can find them and get them to help you again, I said. I don't know. They were always someone different, but after they stopped showing up, My power began to dwindle, and about 10 or 12 years ago, my influence over television vanished completely. That power went to the entity that controls the internet. She said, still staring at the VCR. This entity wouldn't happen to be named Lane, would it? I asked. I don't know, but I get the reference. I've never met any of the other gods. We all exist separate from each other, born into the world through devotion. It was the caretaker's job to make sure we were taken care of, as long as we still had enough devotion to remain powerful. It somehow must have seen you at the same time I did, and decided to give up on me early. She went quiet for a second, taking her hand off of the VCR. Are you okay? I asked. I suppose that it was inevitable that I was going to die. I just didn't expect to be abandoned without a warning. The god of the internet is slowly taking all of my power from me, she said as she stood back up and turned to me. I can still draw power from television to live, but that is it. And that will draw empty. When I can no longer take power, I will cease to exist. I have a feeling you're going to ask me for help with something, I said. Yes, I want to see if I can use these tapes to maintain enough power to keep from dying, she said. Wait a goddamn minute, Ashlyn said. I felt something emerge from underneath my lower pant leg. I looked down to see two hands reach out from it and force my leg up to take off my sock, then put my foot down. When it touched the ground, the black mist shot out and covered the ground. Ashlyn rose up from the center of it with her arms crossed. Telly seemed unfazed by all of this. You are not stealing my only chance of obtaining a physical form, Ashlyn yelled. I am not trying to steal your chance from you. I am trying to stay alive. All I require are the tapes when you are finished watching them. I don't even know if it'll work, Telly said. Well, then what are you planning on doing with the tapes? Ashlyn asked. Assuming I can feed off the power in the tapes, I will place it in my TV and absorb it. Hopefully the end result is the tape will be blank and I'll be able to keep myself alive, Telly said. Ashlyn released some tension in her shoulders, but she was still standoffish. So, what you're telling me is you're still going to let us watch the tapes. Then afterwards, you're just going to take it and scrub it clean, like a bottom feeder, Ashlyn said. Well, I don't agree with the term, yes. This is my last-ditch effort to keep myself from dying. If this does not work, then I will have to come to terms with my death, Telly said, holding her TV tighter. Ashlyn stood there for a second before putting up a wall of black mist between Telly and us, then turned to me. I don't know about this. She doesn't seem to be lying to us, but I'm not sure if giving her power is a good thing. Your thoughts? She asked. Thought about it for a moment. I think it wouldn't hurt to try. I feel partially responsible for what happened to her, so let's at least see if it will work. Even then, if it does, it might be a way to dispose of higher level tapes. However, if she does become a problem, do you think you can take care of her? I asked. As she is right now, not a problem, but depending on how powerful she gets, I may not be able to in my current form. When I have all 10 slots filled, I'll more than likely be able to take care of her no problem. Is that a guarantee? Or is that what you think? I asked. Ashlyn went quiet for a second. She looked off to the side. A slight look of worry crept across her face. Tell you what, I'm going to take a risk and let her try it. If it doesn't work, she goes on her way and that's that. If it does, we will figure out something from there. Okay? I asked. That's fine with me, but keep your socks off. If anything happens when she tries it, I want to be able to take care of it right away, Ashlyn said. She quickly sunk back down into the mist as it all dissipated away, leaving Telly and I standing there. We'll let you try it, but no funny business. If we see you try to do anything that would harm us in any way, Ashlyn will take care of you. Deal? I asked. I agree to these terms, Telly said. I went and grabbed a level 2 tape, something that would have enough energy to detect, but not enough to cause harm, and gave it to her. Telly took it and sat down in the middle of the watch room. She actually let go of her TV for the first time I've seen, placing it down in front of her. She reached up to her hair and pulled 2 black wires out of it and attached them to the TV, then took the tape and put it in. Telly's spine suddenly straightened up and her head jerked back, facing the ceiling. Even with her sunglasses on, I could see light shine out from her static eyes. She was silent and remained still for a couple minutes until her back gave out and she fell flat on the ground. Telly? I asked. Are you okay? She stuck her arm up and gave me a thumbs up, still lying on her back. Did it work? I asked. She raised her other arm up to give another thumbs up. I didn't notice it at first with how bright her eyes were, but I saw Ashlyn's black mist move back to my foot. She must have been ready to take her out at a moment's notice. I walked over and gave her a hand up. Alright, so what now? I asked. If I may ask to borrow a backpack and as many tapes as you are willing to give me, I will be on my way. I do not want to overstay my welcome, she said. Her stutter almost seemed to vanish. Yeah, I can do that, I said. I gave her a backpack filled with tapes that are a low enough level that they shouldn't interact with each other. Then she went on her way. I'll be honest, I'm not sure if it was a good idea, but it beats having a dying god as an enemy. Everyone should be back next week. I have a hardwood safe filled with cursed VHS tapes that are to never be watched by anyone, ever. Only because I have watched them and have faced and or witnessed the consequences. This post is a warning for the following VHS tape known as She's Made of Porcelain. To level 4. Destroyed immediately. The name of the tape is called She's Made of Porcelain, and it's on a blank Sony tape. The runtime is about 15 minutes. Securing the tape is necessary. Keep it in a wooden box with no metal on it. Metal only amplifies the energy of the tape. Finally, this tape has a danger level of 4. See part 1 for the danger guide on cursed VHS tapes. I found this tape while out antique store shopping with Debbie. She wanted to steal some things to decorate her room back at the house. The rule is, as long as it's not very expensive so it won't harm the business, I won't stop her. While shopping, I stumbled upon a wooden box with no metal on it, sealed with wax. Out of curiosity, I bought it. I knew it was some sort of cursed object, but I wasn't sure what. If it was a random object, I would send it to my cursed object friend. However, that wasn't the case. I brought it home and examined it to see if there were any markings, but there was no indication of any kind of written seal, just the wax, which was a sickly green, by the way. Taking a rather weird precaution, I had a bigger wooden box where I would put the smaller box in case anything happened. I chipped away at the wax while Debbie watched, and eventually enough came away where I could open it. Inside the box was just a VHS tape. Nothing special. That's it. Just a VHS tape. No cursed gold or jewels, or even a pouch full of bones. Debbie said, looking into the box. These tapes really do have a habit of finding you, don't they? Looks like it, I said. Yeah, before you know it, they'll start showing up on your doorstep. Oh, wait. They do, she said, walking away. The reality of the statement said it quickly. How long would it be before I got a tape every day? Where would I put them all? How would they interact with each other? How much danger would that cause? How many wooden boxes would I have to make and buy before I ran out of space? Valen, go ahead and touch the tape for me. I want to get an idea of what we are dealing with, Ashlyn said. I snapped out of my downward spiral and placed my hand on the tape. Her black mist leaked from my hand and onto it for a few seconds before returning back into my hand. Okay, this one is a little more powerful, but I still can't pinpoint exactly what level. I would say above a 3, she said. That weekend I got the watch party together, minus Story who couldn't make it. I asked him to come over, but he said he was wrapped up in something. When I told him what the level was, he had a friend of his deliver a box to me before we started. Inside was a Luger he showed us during Bunker A2. It was weird to get a close-up image of it. It was heavier than I imagined, way more scratched up, and the words "blood for blood" were scratched into the back of the handle. It also came with a little note. Valen, be careful with this gun. If you look on the back, it says "blood for blood." For some reason, this gun takes blood from your body to shoot in, but the upside is you don't need to reload. After about 20 shots or so, you'll lose 1 pint of blood. Be careful. Before firing it, pull the slide back, the 2 round pieces on the top to load a round into the chamber. Story. Well, if anything, it should help, Ashlyn said. A little while later, everyone else showed up. Debbie and Helena were with me in the watchroom and Scott was just outside on the kill switch. I walked up and put the tape in, then pressed play. The screen was dark at first before someone took the lens cap off of the camera. What showed was a dark room with a woman strapped into a chair by the torso, ankles, and wrists trying to get free. Surrounding her were 5 women dressed in black dresses and ornate headpieces that obscured their faces. The one behind the restrained woman began speaking. Isabella Norello, your crimes against the Coven have been witnessed, she said. You idiots don't even realize the potential of the power your deity gives us, Isabella yelled. As punishment for the crime of taking another life without approval of the council, you are sentenced to imprisonment in one's own body, the woman said. We could take over the world with this power. You have no idea, Isabella yelled. None of the other women seemed to pay attention to her. Simultaneously, the women in black began chanting something I couldn't understand. It went on for a few minutes while Isabella screamed at them. After a while, the chanting got louder and patches of white began to develop on her that grew all over her body. Isabella screamed louder as the parts of her that had turned white no longer moved. From one final chant from the woman in black, Isabella turned fully white and frozen in a state of screaming. All of a sudden, the power went off in the watchroom. Scott, why did you hit the kill switch? Helena asked. I didn't. It turned off by itself, Scott said. Helena suddenly grabbed a gun from me and chambered around. I'm not getting possessed again, she said. Ashlyn, do you sense anything? I asked. She took a second to respond. There's no energy field created, but there is something in the house. It feels powerful. Be careful, she said. What did she say, Valen? Helena asked. Nothing's creating an energy field, so she can't manifest, but there is something in the house. Whatever it is, it probably cut the power manually, I said. Well, great. Now we have a witch hunt on our hands, Helena said. Debbie let out a short, fake laugh. I see what you did there, she said. What? Oh, Helena said, realizing what she said. Scott stepped inside the watchroom and closed the door behind him, using the flashlight on his phone to illuminate the room. Okay, so there's something in this house that has cut the power. We have a gun, but there's 4 of us and Ashlyn. What's the plan? He asked. I've got something, Debbie said as she lifted her shirt and reached into the void in her torso, then pulled out a spiked baseball bat. What the fuck? Helena asked. Is that why you wanted nails and a hammer? I asked. I have no regrets. Onward, Debbie said, pointing her bat towards the door as she got up from the recliner. I've got you and Scott covered, Ashlyn said. Ashlyn's got us, I said to Scott. He gave a thumbs up before looking towards the door. Valen, take off your socks, Ashlyn said. Right, I said, taking off my socks. Everyone stared at me for a second in confusion. Easy access for Ashlyn to get out, I said. They all nodded in understanding. Helena, who was already next to the door, opened it slightly and peeked through the crack. We waited until she opened the door further and checked the other side. We're good, she said as she opened the door completely. We walked into the hallway, making sure to be quiet so we could try to hear any movement in the house. The first place we went was the breaker box, which looked like somebody had punched a hole into it, then ripped a piece of it out. Other than that, the bottom floor was clear. We made our way upstairs and started going through the second floor. Hold on, I sense it. It's close by, Ashlyn said. It's close, I whispered. Everyone tensed up a little as we kept searching. I just realized, we have no idea what we are looking for, do we? Debbie asked. I'm gonna assume a lady in white, Helena whispered. Yes, but we don't know what she's made of or what she can do. The tape basically didn't give us any information, Debbie said. Helena turned around to Debbie. How about this? Whatever's not us, we... Helena was suddenly cut off by two arms that came out of the ceiling and grabbed her, then yanked her up into the ceiling, dropping the gun to the ground. Helena! I yelled. I didn't realize we were right under the entrance to the attic. Shit, boost me up, Debbie yelled. I put my hands together and used them to help hoist Debbie up into the attic. Oh my god, Debbie yelled. I grabbed the gun up from the ground and turned to Scott. Help me up, I said. He did the same for me as I reached up and grabbed the edge of the entrance, then pulled myself the rest of the way. I wasn't even all the way up when I saw Debbie just standing there in utter shock as she looked at Isabella, sinking her teeth into the neck of Helena. Most of Helena's color had become white and frozen as she reached out towards Debbie and I, while Isabella's color returned to her. Debbie couldn't move, and by the time I got up, it was too late. When Isabella moved her mouth away from Helena's neck, there was no blood, not even teeth marks. Sorry to barge in unannounced like this, but being trapped in a porcelain body was getting on my nerves. It's so fragile. One wrong move and something could break, she said, giving a gentle push to Helena's body. It began to tip over and fall. I tried to move to catch her, but my feet wouldn't move. Ashlyn's mist came darting out from my feet towards her body. She didn't make it in time. She was just short of her. I felt my heart sink as I watched her body shatter in several pieces on the ground. Oops. My bad, Isabella said. Isabella looked down at her hand before using a nail on her other hand to make a deep cut. She let blood spill from her hand as it formed into a red blade. Right then. I assume you're going to try to kill me. So let's get this over with, she said before she dashed towards us. I saw Debbie flinch, then get ready to block while I chambered around into the Luger, but she dashed right over Ashlyn's mist. In an instant, a large tube jutted out of the mist and wrapped around Isabella's neck, stopping her in place. With lightning speed and sporadic twitching, Isabella was slammed all over the room, denting walls and crashing into old storage boxes. This went on for what felt like forever, until Isabella was swollen and covered in blood and bruises. Another tube came out and grabbed her by the legs and held her over the mist. Ashlyn began pulling, and as if Isabella could scream, I think she would. She was pulled so tightly that I could see her body begin to rip apart. Finally, a red tube shot out from the mist and struck through the middle of her, splitting her in two. After that, her two halves were dragged into the mist. The mist dissipated as it was just Debbie and I standing there in shock. I glanced down towards the shattered pile that was my friend. I walked over, then fell to my knees in front of it. I didn't know what to do. One of my best friends was just broken in front of me and I couldn't do anything about it. Debbie walked up behind me, placing a hand on my shoulder, and that's when I broke down. My actions caused the death of someone very close to me. To add insult to injury, Ashlyn only filled 2 slots from Isabella, which means she only has 1 left. Which means I need to watch more tapes in order to get her out of my head. As soon as she gets out of my head, I'm done with these fucking things. Scott's fine. Depressed as all hell, but alive. Debbie helped me bury Helena in the backyard, and since then she hasn't said much. She's still willing to watch the tapes with me until we get Ashlyn out of my head. Story's gone completely off the grid. He's not responding to texts, calls, or Discord. Ashlyn can manifest for a few hours at a time before losing form and receding back into my head. I'm not sure how many more tapes I need to watch, but let's hope it's 1. I have a hardwood safe filled with cursed VHS tapes that are to never be watched by anyone ever, only because I have watched them and have faced and or witnessed the consequences. This post is a warning for the following VHS tape known as the Flesh of the World. There probably aren't more copies, but just in case, read this. The name of the tape is The Flesh of the World, and it's on a blank Maxwell tape. The runtime is roughly 6 hours. Securing the tape is highly recommended. Put it in a wooden box with no metal hinges. Metal only amplifies the power of the tape. Finally, the tape has a danger level of 4. I received this tape in my P.O. box with no notes or return address. But there was a sticker on the tape that said, "Property of the Dark Moth Corporation." The other 2 tapes I've gotten from them were further Void Layer exploration funding, and the other one with a really long name about the train in Stockholm. I figured it could possibly have an entity on it that could release Ashlyn from my head, so I chose to make it the next one we watch. I assembled what remained of the watch party together. Debbie sat next to me on the couch with her spiked baseball bat ready to go. Scott was outside on the kill switch. He brought his own machete. Ashlyn was going to wait to manifest until it was clear that something was going to happen so she could save power. I still had the Luger. I went up and put the tape in, then pressed play. There wasn't a title card like the last Dark Moth tape had. It just opened to an image of a dark conference. We sat there for a couple minutes, but nothing happened. It wasn't a static image. There was a light in the conference room that would flicker on and off every now and then. I'm gonna test something real quick. Debbie said as she got up and walked over to the TV. She stared at it for a second before putting her hand through it. Oh, that makes more sense. She said as she stepped through the TV and into the conference room itself. She looked around before looking down at the large table in the room, picking up a couple pieces of yellowed paper, then looking at them for a second. Seemingly out of nowhere, she slammed her bat into the table, then pulled it back out before stepping back into the watch room. She pressed stop on the VCR and walked back over to me. "What do you have?" I asked. Scott peered into the watch room, and when he saw that the tape wasn't going anymore, he came into the room. "A map and a rules sheet," she said. "What's going on?" Scott asked. "The tape is a gate of some sort," she said, flipping through some of the papers. "And according to one of these rules, as long as the tape is playing, the gate remains open. If it closes, we're trapped on the other side until someone rewinds the tape and plays it again. It says the tape lasts 6 hours. Okay, but why did you impale the desk with your bat?" I asked. "I wanted to see if that world was consistent. If we have 6 hours until the gate closes, then I want to rewind the tape before any of us go in," she said. "Wait, who said we were going to go in and explore?" I asked. "I did. It's clear that if we wait for something to show up, nothing will happen. At least not for a while. And I don't want to watch an empty room for 6 hours in case something happens. She said. It could be dangerous. I don't want anyone else to get hurt or killed. I said, raising my voice. Do you want Ashlyn out of your head or not? Debbie raised her voice back. For fuck's sake, both of you. Ashlyn said as she manifested from a cloud of black mist. If anyone's going to go in there, it'll be the three of us, she said, then turned to Scott. Scott, I need you to stay here in case anything else tries to come through. If it does, kill the power. Then wait 30 minutes to turn it back on. Hopefully anything that was there will be gone after 30 minutes. She turned back to Debbie and I. Debbie, I want you to come with me and be an extra set of eyes. Valen, I need you to at least stay in the conference room. If that gate leads to another world and we're on opposite sides and it closes, it could kill both of us because our link is severed. That raised some red flags in my head as I went down a rapid thought path. Hold on. Does that mean when you have enough power to leave my head, it could kill us both? I asked. What? No. I can control how I get out of your head. It'll be mostly painless. What I meant is, if the connection is suddenly cut, I don't know what would happen to the both of us. For all I know, you could be fine. Or you could die a painful death. I don't know and I don't want to risk it, she said. I looked at Scott, who seemed worried but reluctantly compliant. Then I glanced over to Debbie, who shrugged her shoulders. She looked like she wanted to go in and explore. She doesn't have much to lose, and in her words, I've already died once. I'll be fine. Fine, but you guys have to promise to me that we will all be careful, and as soon as we see something that we might not be able to handle, we turn back, okay? I asked. I think we'll be fine. But yes, I agree to those terms, Ashlyn said. We rewound the tape so we could have the full 6 hours, then went over some of the rules on the paper. In a quick summary, the rules basically say, don't interact with things that move, never go by yourself, always be prepared for anything. With all of those in mind, we played the tape again and walked through, bringing some flashlights with us. The conference room had one working light that was dim, and another light that would flicker every once in a while. There were whiteboards all over the walls, but most of them were empty besides some scribbles that could have been words once. There were some glass windows that had a view of a hallway. All of them were broken. Well, good news is that the holes from the nails in my bat are still in the table, which means the world doesn't reset when you rewind the tape, Debbie said. Good to know, I said. Ashlyn stood by the broken windows with her eyes closed. Okay, there is something here that I could possibly assimilate, but I can't get a clear direction of where it is, she said. Let's start looking, Debbie said, turning on her flashlight and stepping through one of the broken windows. I turned to look back through the TV at Scott, then gave him a thumbs up before following Debbie and Ashlyn. The hallway was in slightly worse condition than the conference room. Trash and paper littered the ground, while bullet holes filled the walls. A sweet scent lingered in the air, but I couldn't place it. What do you think happened here? Debbie asked. Well, the tape is called The Flesh of the World, so I'm going to guess flesh was involved, I said. Like that spaceship? Or London? Debbie asked. Once again, I didn't see that, so I don't know, I said. We all felt a gentle breeze go past us coming from ahead. We followed where it was coming from and found a hole that led to the outside. What the fuck? I said, looking at the outside. The sky was a shade of orange and a city laid before us. Giant flesh, growth plagued the sides of buildings, and large intestine-like structures wiggled through the cityscape. Something was moving through the intestines, but I couldn't tell what, nor did I want to know. More like London, Debbie said, a look of disgust displayed clearly on her face. That's not good, Ashlyn said. What, the city, or the fact that London may look like this someday? Debbie said. Could you shut up about London for a second? Ashlyn said before letting out a sigh. I can't track the entity to assimilate it because it's everywhere. Wait, so you're telling me that all of this is one entity? I asked. Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I'm not assimilating an entire city. Or, in this case, probably the whole world. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't be able to in the first place, she said. That answered the next question I was going to ask. So what do you think? This a bust? Debbie asked. I think it is. We should probably head back, Ashlyn said. Cool. Let's go, Debbie said, turning back only to go silent. Ashlyn and I turned back as well to see a man standing at the end of the hallway. Red tubes, the same color as the flesh outside, were connected to him at various parts of his back as they dangled from a hole in the ceiling. This can't be good, I said. The man suddenly charged towards us with a blank expression on his face. I pulled the slide back on the gun and aimed. Take the shot, Debbie yelled. Hold on, I said. I had never shot a gun before, so I knew my aim wasn't going to be great. I needed him to be close enough that I wouldn't miss. When he was about 10 feet away, I took my chance and aimed for his head. My heart palpitated for a moment as I pulled the trigger, my hand recoiling from the blast and my ears ringing from the sound. I blinked from the muzzle flash, and the next thing I knew, the man was falling to the ground. He hit hard, sliding to the ground and stopping just before my feet. An exit wound was open in the back of his head. Nice shot, but next time, tell us you're gonna wait until you have a clear shot. I was about to jump in front of you and swing with my bat, Debbie said. The tubes connected to the man began to jostle violently before disconnecting and shooting back and up into the hole it came from. Something's telling me that we shouldn't go that way, Ashlyn said. Let's see if we can find an alternate path back then. Debbie, you still have the map? I asked. Yeah, give me a moment, she said, pulling it out of her inner coat pocket. She took a moment to study it. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't see any short way back. We're gonna have to go around the rest of the building to get back to the conference room, Debbie said. Alright, well, let's keep going, I said. We ventured further down the way we were going. The whole building was littered with holes that led to the outside, and every view of the outside was just as nightmarish as the last one. One view we saw had a giant humanoid figure melded into the side of a building. Different intestines were feeding in and out of it. We made it to the other side of the building, halfway to the conference room on the map, when our way forward became blocked by a mound of flesh consisting of eyes of various sizes, arms and legs sticking out in every direction, rows of teeth and other things that I couldn't even describe if I tried. Alright, I'm officially done with this world. What the fuck is that? I mean, seriously, Debbie asked. Wait a minute. There's something coming, Ashlyn said as she turned around. I looked around for a place to hide, but there wasn't anywhere to go. Alright, nowhere to go, so get ready to fight, I said. I readied my gun. Debbie held up her bat. Ashlyn got her fists ready. A couple seconds later, I could hear footsteps coming from around the hallway we just came from. Here we go, Ashlyn said. We were ready for the worst, but what we weren't expecting was people in gas masks and special suits holding flamethrowers. There were 5 of them, and they stopped when they saw us. They all looked at each other, I assume in confusion. The one in front pointed their flamethrower towards us. How did you get here? They asked. The voice sounded female, but it was muffled enough that I couldn't quite tell. We looked at each other, realizing our answer was going to sound stupid. From a TV screen? Debbie said. The one in front lowered their flamethrower as all of them seemed to relax and look at each other. VHS tape? The one in front asked. Yes, Ashlyn said. Is it still open? A different one asked. It should be, I said. They all started walking towards us. Where is it? Is it still in the conference room? The one in front asked. Yeah, Debbie said. Full steam ahead, boys. We're going home, the one in front said. They ran past us with their flamethrowers out and lit the mound on fire. Loud moaning and screaming came from the mound as a couple of them grabbed fire axes from their backpacks and started chopping away at it until enough was out of the way for us to get through. Once we were through, we all heard a low, deep groan come from all around us. Shit. We've woken the hive, one of them said. Just keep going. We've got our ticket out of here, the one in front said. Suddenly, red tendrils started coming out of the walls and the floors towards us, but the flamethrowers were keeping them at bay. Other people like the man before would come out of the hallways to chase after us. I took a couple shots at them, but one, the people in a gas mask turned around and used their flamethrowers on them. We rounded another corner and saw the broken windows of the conference room. Home stretch, the one in front said. Wait, let me take the lead, Debbie yelled as she sprinted in front and through the broken window. Scott, get ready on the kill switch, Debbie yelled. We all ran into the room and saw the TV screen was still on. Freedom, the one in front yelled as they dived through the screen. One by one we all quickly jumped through, with Ashlyn being the last one. Scott, now, Debbie yelled. I glanced at the screen to see several people connected by tubes run towards the screen before the power cut. I crawled over to the VCR and pulled the power plug out of the wall just in case. Turning power back on, Scott said. The lights of the room came back on and I saw Scott, Ashlyn, Debbie, and the 5 people in the gas masks. The 5 looked around, seemingly confused by their surroundings. The one that was in front took their mask off and took in a deep breath of air. They were a woman, maybe in her mid to late 40s. They all took off their masks to reveal 3 men and 1 other woman. What is this place? The first woman said. My house. I know you're gonna have a lot of questions, so just get them out now, I said, laying back down on the floor, still a little out of breath. Your house? What do you mean? She asked. I mean, this is my house. You're from the Dark Moth Corporation, right? I asked. How did you know that? How did you get that tape? She asked. 1, I have a couple Dark Moth tapes. 2, I collect cursed tapes, and this one just showed up in my P.O. box. And 3, I don't really know anything about the Dark Moth Corporation, other than it ceased to exist in 2005 for reasons I don't know, I said, holding up 3 fingers. The woman looked around for a second. Well, that explains why no one came to get us. We've been stuck in there for almost 16 years, I think. I lost count a couple years in, the woman said. It's 2021. Any other questions? I asked. Do any of you have a landline or a cell phone I can borrow? She said. Scott reached into his pocket and unlocked his phone and gave it to her. She looked confused for a second. It's a smartphone. Think of it like a small pocket computer, he said. And yet you guys still use tapes? She asked. I let out a sigh. Debbie went up to one of the men and crouched down in front of them. Hey, just out of curiosity, you can see me, right? She asked. Yeah, why? He asked. He took a closer look at her, then saw her hands. You're an Invis, aren't you? He asked. I haven't heard that term before, she said. You came from that tunnel in Pennsylvania, right? He asked. Okay, yes, I am, she said. Are in this widespread knowledge now? Yes. No. I was just wondering how you were able to see me, she said. It's been a couple days since then. The 5 of them managed to get in contact with someone, and they were taken back to wherever they were before, or something. I don't know. They weren't able to tell me. They didn't take any of the Dark Moth tapes from me, or any tapes from me for that matter. So the hunt is still on to find one last entity for Ashlyn, but it was nice to actually be able to save someone for once. To those of you who are wondering, I did talk to Debbie about how likely it would be for Helena to come back as a magician, and she doesn't know. She knows that it doesn't happen to everyone, and it wasn't likely that she would come back as one. I have a hardwood safe filled with cursed VHS tapes that are to never be watched by anyone ever, only because I have watched them and have faced and or witnessed the consequences. This post is a warning for the following VHS tape known as 8 Eyes. There might not be any more copies, but just in case, read this. This tape is a level 5. The name of the tape is 8 Eyes, and it's on a blank TDK tape. There is no runtime. Securing the tape is mandatory. Keep it in a hardwood box with no metal hinges. Metal only amplifies the energy of the tapes. Do not destroy. I know I usually say contain or destroy level 5s, but in this case, I think destroying it would be the worst thing to do. This is another tape from Carthen, and it was delivered to my door with a note. Hello, Valen. I'm sorry to hear about your recent loss. I have sent you a tape that I know was a higher level entity in it for Ashlyn. Hopefully it should be enough to get the job done. I have not watched it myself, but I can tell there is something on it just by holding it. I hope it helps. Carthen. There was also a note specifically for Debbie that I gave to her. That weekend I got the watch party together. Debbie sat next to me with her bat. Scott was in the watchroom with his machete, and Ashlyn stood leaning against the wall. Story still hasn't contacted me at this point. I'm not sure he ever will. Knowing that this tape was going to have a higher level entity, we all got ready for a fight. What we weren't ready for was the VCR exploding. When I placed the tape in and pressed play, it made its usual wind-up sound, but it didn't stop. It just kept getting louder. I took a few steps back as Ashlyn moved in front of me. A light emanated from the inside of the VCR as it began shaking in place until it finally burst open. The top of the VCR came off and different pieces from the inside scattered around the room. The room went silent for a few seconds. So, did something get out? Debbie asked. I don't know, I said. Something got out, but I can't sense it, Ashlyn said. You can't sense it? What do you mean you can't sense it? Debbie asked. That means whatever was in that tape is able to cloak the energy it gives off, Ashlyn said. The ceiling suddenly creaked above us as we all looked up. Ashlyn motioned us to get to the corner of the room. Scott, Debbie, and I slowly moved over next to the door and watched as Ashlyn took off her coat, then began transforming. The rocky protrusions bulged from her arms, and the black and white tubes slid from them, and the exhaust pipes crept out the top of her back. In an instant, 8 appendages came crashing through around her as the ceiling came down. Dust was scattered everywhere, and Scott, Debbie, and I were sent back against the wall as the sound of crashing filled the room. One after another, each wall of the room fell as the world around us began to chant. When the dust settled, we found ourselves in a large chamber covered in spider webs. My attention was shifted back to the middle of the room as Ashlyn was now fully transformed, being much taller with her skin being multiple bright and vivid colors. Sharp spikes sticking out of the sides of her legs, her shoulder blades stretched out and over her shoulders and fused just above her chest. She had multiple holes in her torso too. She stood there with cuts on her arms and legs. A few feet from her was a woman. about the same height as Ashlyn, in a black dress, with 8 spider-like arms sticking out of her back. Her dark red hair was pulled back to show 2 large red eyes with 6 smaller ones centered around the other 2. After being trapped in that thing for so long, you'd think it would just be some normal humans I could feed on to release me. But no, it just had to be another Torpatoa. The spider lady said. Doesn't matter to me. I'm just going to assimilate you the same as every other entity I've come across, Ashlyn said. I forgot that when she's in her other form, her voice sounds like 10 voices speaking together while being run through light audio compression. Oh, really? The spider lady said as she started walking around her. Then I guess it really is a dog-eat-dog world out there, isn't it? Tell you what, you want to try to eat me, and I'll try to eat you. That sound fair? Are you trying to fuck me or fight me? I'm getting mixed signals, Ashlyn asked. I suddenly heard a crunching sound next to me. Yeah, get to fighting already. Debbie yelled as she ate some popcorn. Where the fuck did you get popcorn? I asked. I kept it in storage, just in case. Do you want some? She asked, pointing the bag to me. No, I'm good, I said. I'll take some, Scott said. The spider lady glanced over at us, then back at Ashlyn. Wow, I must have been in that tape too long. I didn't even notice your little posse over there, she said. Screw this. I'm done talking. Ashlyn said as she sent mini arm tubes in her direction. The spider lady acted quick, using 4 of her spider legs to block, but Ashlyn just wrapped her tubes around them. The spider lady used that to her advantage, however. The woman, who we will just be calling Spider from here on out, pulled the 4 legs back, yanking Ashlyn towards her. She used 2 other legs and hit simultaneously into Ashlyn's face and torso, knocking her on her back while Spider used the last 2 legs to somehow cut all of the tubes that she was holding on to. Ashlyn let out a distorted scream as what remained of the tubes slinked back into her arms. Blood leaked out from the protrusions. How unfortunate. That looked like it really hurt, Spider mocked. Ashlyn got up as quick as she could, then let out a pained yell as more spikes grew out of her shoulders and on the knuckles of her hands. Ooh, more spikes. Definitely the berserker type, aren't you? Spider teased. Ashlyn didn't say anything back. She just yelled as she charged at her. You could feel the footsteps rumble the ground underneath her as she ran. Spider shook off the broken tubes, then sent 2 more legs straight towards her torso and face again. This time, Ashlyn was able to block the blow to her face, but let it hit her torso, right into one of the holes. A red tube quickly shot out and enveloped the leg, spreading all the way up to where it connected on her back. Spider jumped back, letting her leg rip off as she grunted in pain. The tube pulled back into Ashlyn's torso, taking the leg with it. You bitch, that was my good leg, Spider yelled. Ashlyn just yelled again before diving into the ground through her black mist. Disappearing act, huh? Spider said. Ashlyn suddenly popped out of the ground right behind her, but Spider must have sensed it and spun around to attack. Ashlyn was just as quick on her feet and grabbed another leg and used her momentum to rip it off and swing it around to uppercut Spider, knocking her to the ground. Ashlyn used another red tube to consume that leg too. Spider used her remaining legs to crawl her body backwards, just enough to where she could get back onto her 2 feet. At this point, her back was to us and I could see a purplish blood leaking from her back. Ashlyn once again began charging towards Spider, but seemingly out of nowhere, 2 of Spider's legs split open, revealing sharp bone-like blades that she swung up at Ashlyn, cutting both of her arms off. I'm guessing she thought that would stop her, but Ashlyn kept running the last few feet before sinking her teeth into Spider's neck. Spider stood there for a second, only to use the bone blades to stab into Ashlyn's back. I saw Ashlyn's eyes widen for a second before they turned completely dark red. Several red tubes shot through Spider's body before inverting and spreading around the outside of her body. Ashlyn used her last 2 red tubes to pick up her own arms and used the knuckle spikes to stab into the top of Spider's back. Ashlyn's torso opened up before pulling Spider in, including Ashlyn's own arms. Once the last of Spider's legs were pulled in, Ashlyn's torso closed. Ashlyn stood there for a second before raising her head up and screaming at the top of her lungs. I had to cover my ears to make sure my eardrums wouldn't explode. Her arms suddenly exploded out of that open hole in her shoulder as she grabbed the top of her head. The whole room started shaking as cracks started to form in the air. Whatever reality we were in was collapsing. Lights beamed through these cracks as a red light shot out of Ashlyn's eyes like LED headlights. All of a sudden, there was one final bright flash of light, and then we were back in the watch room. Scott threw up next to me as Debbie and I stood there covering our ears. I looked around for a second, then I saw Ashlyn on the floor of the watch room unconscious, back in her normal form. "Ashlyn?" I yelled as I ran over to her and crouched down next to her. With one of her t-shirt sleeves ripped off, I saw that her arm had a large, fresh scar where it met the shoulder. "Ashlyn, are you okay?" I said, but she didn't respond. I checked for a pulse, but I couldn't feel anything. "I'm not getting a pulse," I said, looking back at Debbie. "Maybe she doesn't have one," Debbie said. "Fuck. Debbie, wait here. I'll be right back," I said as I got up and left the room. I ran into the kitchen and started searching through all of the drawers until I found my first aid kit and ran back into the watch room. Scott was still dry heaving, but Debbie was kneeling next to Ashlyn. I slid on my knees and stopped next to Ashlyn, then grabbed a smelling salt out of the first aid kit. I cracked it open and held it under her nose, but nothing happened. "It's not working," Debbie said. I held it under for a few more seconds before I tossed the salt against the wall. The only thing I could think of to do next was CPR. So I started pushing on her chest just above her heart. I bent down to give her mouth to mouth, then went back to pushing on her chest, but nothing was working. "God damn it, Ashlyn. I did not come all this way just to have you die on me," I yelled as I slammed her chest. Suddenly, Ashlyn's eyes opened as she jolted upward, taking a giant breath of air. "Holy shit. What the fuck just happened?" Ashlyn said, looking around the room, then met eyes with me. "I'm not in your head. I'm not in your head," she said as she quickly stood up and lifted me up to hug me tightly. "I'm not in your head," she yelled with joy. Ashlyn is still recovering from the fight with Spider, but she is, in fact, out of my head. She'll be staying with me until we can figure out how to get her back on her own feet. My VCR was destroyed when Spider came out of it, so I can't watch any more tapes until I get a new one. But I'm no longer going to watch them, period. I've come to realize that I probably shouldn't have done it in the first place, but I can finally say I'm done. If Story ever comes back, I'll make sure to update you guys on what happened to him. So this probably won't be the last time you hear from me, but this is definitely the last cursed tape. I hope. Either way, thank you to everyone who came along for the ride. Addendum. I woke up today to a loud knocking at my door. I looked at my clock and saw that it was 6:23 in the morning, so I wondered who it could have been. I got my slippers on and a blanket and began walking down the front door. I looked through the peephole, but all I could see was black clothing and white hair. Whoever it was really tall. I unlocked it and opened it. As soon as it was open, I was slapped across the face by something really hard. "That's for just standing there instead of helping me," a familiar voice said. I looked up and almost instantly cried as Helena stood there in front of me. She had on the same clothing that she died in, a long-sleeved shirt and jeans and boots, but they were all black now. Her skin and hair was a bright white, but her eyes remained the same dark blue color as before. Now, she stood a foot taller than me, closer to Ashlyn's height. I wasn't sure what to do, so I reached out and hugged her tightly, as I began to cry. She hugged me back as tears began streaming down her face as well. I heard someone running down the stairs. What the hell is going? Debbie cut herself off as she saw Helena standing in the doorway. Well, welcome back from the dead, Debbie said as she stood there in disbelief. Helena let go of me and whipped away her tears, then walked over to Debbie and slapped her as well, then hugged her tightly. Did you guys manage to free Ashlyn? Helena asked. We did, even though she did most of the heavy lifting, Debbie said, letting go of her. Well, is she here? Did she leave? What's up? Helena asked. She's upstairs recovering. It was a really bad fight, but she did manage to make it out. She'll stay with us for a while until she figures out how to start her life for herself. Or if Story has some sort of answer, if he ever comes back. Debbie said. Story's missing? Helena asked. He disappeared completely and won't respond to any form of communication, I said. Oh, great, Helena said. I'm sure he'll turn up again at some point. I've known him for years and this isn't the first time he's done it. It was really bad timing on his part, though, I said. Anyways, you're probably a little tired. Come with me. I'll brush you up on what happened in the last couple weeks. Like a weird world covered in flesh, Debbie said, taking Helena's hand. There was more flesh? Like more than London? Helena asked. Oh yeah, big time, Debbie said as they walked off into another room. Ever since we were little, my brother Cody and I were obsessed with supernatural happenings, ghost sightings, alien abductions, the works, and over the years we've spent our summers investigating them. We stayed local when we were kids, hunting down stories in our community from newspaper clippings at the library in our town, but as we got older we branched out, taking our investigating to a national level. A few years ago, after we became bored with the more well-known haunted locations in America, we began our search for places more hidden, places less well-known. That's when we found the Society. The Society is a moderately sized online community of people sharing rumors, coordinates, and information of places that have had supernatural occurrences, massive death tolls, or instances of occult activity. So far, we've only had mild success. About as much as you see on a Ghost Hunters TV show. But 2 months ago, my brother and I found out about Site 49. Site 49 is a long-abandoned town in the southern part of Utah that was the location of numerous horrific tragedies. Many of the people in the Society attest to it being so haunted. You'll experience strange occurrences just by being within 2 miles of the place. 1 month ago, my brother and I were supposed to track it down together, right after our time off from work started. But then my brother and I got into a fight. A big one. Probably the biggest of our lives. I don't want to bore you with too many details, but basically it boils down to me wanting it to just be us, and him wanting to bring Tracy, his girlfriend, with us. Now, I like Tracy fine. She's sweet and we've always gotten along, but these trips my brother and I take, they're a tradition. A tradition that thus far have been just the two of us, and I liked it that way. I thought he did too. I understand him wanting to bring her, but I just wanted to spend time with my brother. It's the only time we actually get to see each other, as we're so busy throughout the rest of the year with work and family. So I told him I wasn't going. He said fine, he didn't want me to, and so when he called me during the trip to keep me updated, I ignored him. And when he left me voicemails, I ignored those too. I only just recently played them and heard what happened. I wish I had picked up the phone. What follows is the transcripts of the voicemails he left me. They were pretty clear, so I'm confident in their accuracy. Voicemail sent May 23rd, 3:51 p.m. Hey, so we finally made it to the motel. Only took about 30 hours. There's not too much to look at. Just a lot of desert for like 400 miles. Fuck, it's hot. Anyway, I'll let you know if we find anything. We better. You wouldn't believe how much we spent on gas. Yeah, I know. You told me not to take the truck. Since when have I ever listened? Alright, I'm gonna go. Wish you could be here, buddy. Talk soon. Voicemail sent May 23rd, 7:43 p.m. Hi again. I really wish you'd pick up. I'd love to hear from you. It's kind of weird doing this without you. We did some light exploring today. Just drove around and looked at the buildings. We found the gallows where they hung all of those kids. It was pretty brutal. There were rotted stools under the nooses for the kids to stand on. I'm not sure if it was real though. Somebody from the website could have just come out here and tied the rope to it for authenticity or whatever. Anyway, we're going to rest up at the motel and keep going tomorrow. Talk soon, I hope. Voicemail sent May 24th, 8:01 a.m. Okay, it's 8 in the morning. Way too early in my opinion. But Tracy was too excited to go back to sleep. We're driving through town right now and I don't know, man. It definitely feels haunted. Like, the vibe here is off. Way stronger than any place we've been before. And dude, there's this really creepy church smack dead in the center of town. Seriously, I'll send you a pic. It looks like they could shoot a horror movie there. There's this huge stained glass window, right? But what's really creepy is it's not Mary or some religious shit. It has this dude, or what looks like a dude, with antlers growing out of his head and bright red eyes. I can hear Tracy in the background. It's really creepy. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's not a church. Babe, remember we found those Bibles? Oh yeah, And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 24th, 6:33 p.m. Hey Ethan, so I think this place is definitely legit. We went to the church and man, the vibe inside is even worse than outside. We heard scratching on the walls and tapping coming from the basement. It was actually creepy. Don't forget to tell them about the shop. Alright, so we walked into the town square, right? Kind of had an old western feel to it. And the fountain. Yeah, there was a fountain in the middle of the square. And there was a statue of the same antler dude from the church. There were a bunch of coins in the water like a wishing fountain. And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 24th, 6:36 p.m. Fucking voicemail. I'm gonna set up an auto redial app so I don't have to worry about it. Anyway, there were coins in the fountain, but they aren't like regular US currency coins. They're super old. They look like real gold, but I don't know. I'll have to test them. But they have these weird inscriptions on them with a tree insignia underneath. I tried Googling it, but I couldn't find anything. Oh, the shop. It was an old shoe shop, and after we left, we looked back. There was a face. A creepy fucking face, peering through the window staring at us. Pale as all hell. I almost shit myself. But we'd just been in there. We were just in there and no one was inside except us. So, it was a ghost, right? Had to be. Nobody's lived there for decades. I can hear a light tapping in the background.
What was that?
The tapping grows louder.
Do you hear that?
And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 24th, 6:41 p.m. Cody and Tracy can be heard whispering to each other.
What the hell is going on? I'm getting really creeped out. I thought no one lived here. No one does.
The tapping grows insistent, turns into aggressive pounding.
Dude, what the fuck?
The banging continues for several moments, then ceases. Cody's breathing can be heard as he walks to the door and opens it.
Hello? Is someone out there?
Then the door closes.
Well, I guess we're going to go to bed now. Talk tomorrow.
And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 25th, 1:01 p.m.
We're currently standing in the meat shop where the butcher chopped up all the kids after the town hung them. Don't be gross. What? It actually happened. Or so they say. It just feels disrespectful. Murdering children and then eating them is also disrespectful. Didn't the butcher also go all Jack the Ripper with the women in the town? Yeah. I guess that guy really didn't have a type.
Tracy can be heard laughing in the background. And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 25th, 2:04 p.m.
Okay, we're in the school now. It's surprisingly well preserved. There's even still chalk on the blackboard. Kind of spooky. Can you read it, Trace? I can't. No, I can't tell what it says. Wait.
She pauses for a moment, then she gasps.
What? What does it say? It says you're a nerd. Haha, you're so funny. You love it.
I can hear them kiss.
Did you hear that?
And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 25th, 2:09 p.m.
Hello?
It's Tracy this time. A child's giggle can be heard.
Is there someone here?
I can hear Tracy gasping. Then I hear Cody.
Holy shit. You shouldn't be here. We shouldn't? Why not? They don't want you here. Who doesn't want us here? You'll find out. They're not going to let you leave now. You should have left.
The child giggles again, and small footsteps can be heard running out of the room.
Hey! Wait, come back.
And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 25th, 6:21 p.m.
We're back in the motel now. We tried looking for the kid, but we couldn't find her. Which is kind of unnerving because there aren't many places to hide here. She was a ghost, Cody. They aren't always corporeal. That's true. Do you really think she was a ghost? You said it yourself. No one's lived here for decades, and the society said this is one of the most haunted places in the country. Do you really think we'd come here without seeing anything? Kind of. I don't even know if I believe in ghosts. Are you serious? You've been ghost hunting all your life. We've never actually found anything.
And a voice message. Voicemail sent May 25th, 6:32 p.m. Tracy this time.
Do you think we should leave? Do you? I don't know. I'm getting kind of creeped out, Cody. All of this feels a little too real. Yeah, I've felt it too. This place is way more intense than anywhere else Ethan and I have gone. We'll leave in the morning, okay? Okay.
End of voice message. Voicemail sent May 26th, 5:01 p.m. Cody can be heard panting.
Get in the car. Ethan, something really fucked up is going on here. This place is real. Everything they said was right. They were fucking right.
He opens his truck. The beeping from the open door can be heard as he talks.
We went back to the church. We went back to the fucking church. Babe, please drive. Please go.
2 doors slam, and the engine starts.
There were people in the basement. They were singing this fucked up song.
He hums part of it. End of voice message. Voicemail sent May 26th, 5:06 p.m.
God, they killed her. They fucking killed her. And they cut her up and... Cody, look. Oh my God. Drive. Fucking drive, Cody.
The engine gets loud enough to cut off their panicked voices for a moment.
Cody, watch out.
Tracy screams, and then there's a loud crash. End of voice message. Voicemail sent May 26th, 5:10 p.m. Cody can be heard groaning.
Shit. My head. Tracy?
The car door opens.
What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? No, let me go. Tracy, wake up. Tracy.
Cody's screams fade as he is pulled away from the truck. There is silence for several moments. Then the phone jostles and heavy breathing can be heard. Someone laughs into the receiver. End of voice message. That's the last of them. I've listened to the voicemail hundreds of times now. I'm really freaked out. There was no attempted contact after the last one. No more calls, no more texts, nothing at all. I went to the police, but they said because they went missing in another state, all they could do was contact a local police department and have them send someone out. I'm going to go look for them. I don't know if that's the best decision, but maybe I'd gone with them in the first place, this wouldn't have happened. If I'd gone with them, they might not have disappeared. It should only take me a couple of days to get to Site 49. I'll keep you all updated with what I find. 2 days after my last post, I made it to the motel Cody and Tracy were staying at. It was a beat-down piece of shit about 15 miles outside of Site 49, but it wasn't too far, so I could see why they chose it. I walked inside the small office and rang the bell for the clerk. A man in his late 30s came out of a back room with a door marked "Employees Only." He was wearing a dirty wife beater and had a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. I eyed the sign on the counter that read, "No smoking," and quirked my brow at the clerk. "You need a room?" he grumbled. His voice was thick and gruff, probably from all of the cigarettes. I nodded. 15 for the hour, 40 for the night. I swallowed back the distaste in my mouth. They rented rooms by the hour? This place was definitely a shithole. I pulled my wallet from my back pocket and grabbed 2 20s from the small number of bills I had inside. The man slid them off the counter and tucked them into his pocket. He turned his back for a moment to the row of keys hanging on the clips behind the counter and plucked the one marked 14. He handed it to me. "One more thing," I said. I unlocked my phone and pulled up the picture I had of Cody and Tracy on the screen. "Have you seen these two?" The clerk's face turned sour. "Yeah, they were here about a month ago. Stiffed me for a night." "Do you know where they went?" "No idea. All I know is I'm out the money for their room. Are you here to settle their tab?" I opened my mouth to protest, but the next motel wasn't for another 10 miles, and I doubted he would give me back the money I'd already paid. "How much did they owe you?" The man smirked. 60. "Bullshit." I said, then bit my tongue. The clerk noticed. Cleaning fee. You can either pay me what I'm owed, or you can go find another establishment to stay at. I held back the comment I wanted to make about how this seedy garbage fire was a far cry from being considered an establishment, and coughed up the extra money. Pleasure doing business with you. I walked back outside, where my car was the only one parked in the lot. It seemed most other people were willing to drive the extra 20 or so minutes. I put my key in the lock of room 14 and jiggled the knob when it stuck. The room was what you'd expect, so long as you had really low expectations. The walls were nicotine stained, the suggestion of their previously white coating long gone. The carpet was green, and so it looked like it had a stain to mark every year since its installation. I didn't even want to think about the state of the bed. I walked over to it and lifted the blankets to check for bed bugs. When I didn't find any, I peeled back the sheets to check for stains. Surprisingly, they looked clean. New. I kicked off my shoes and crawled under the covers, tucking them under my folded arms. If I was being honest, I was scared to go to Site 49. As much as I wanted to find my brother and Tracy, and I did, I was desperate too. I was also terrified. I didn't know what happened to them, who had taken them, or what. What if I couldn't save them? What if they were dead? What if, and I hated myself for being such a coward to even think this, but what if whatever got them got me too? It was hot when I woke up the next morning. The AC kicked off at some point during the night, and it was at least 76 degrees in there. I flung the covers off and swung my legs over the bed. I peeled my sweaty shirt from my back and stood. I felt and smelled disgusting. I didn't know if I trusted the shower enough to use it, so I walked to the bathroom and flicked on the light. It was surprisingly clean, so I hopped in and showered in cold water before I got dressed in the clean clothes, tucked away in my duffel bag. I towel dried my hair quickly and grabbed my keys from the table by the door. Here we go. I left in the late morning, the sun blazing high in the cloudless sky. The drive wasn't too long. It took about 20 minutes to get to the coordinates of Site 49. I pulled up to a building on the outskirts of the town and turned off my engine. I steeled my nerves for several moments. I could do this. I had to. No one else knew where they were. No one else would be able to save them. It had to be me. It could only be me. I got out of the car. Immediately the heat beat down on me, arid warmth searing my exposed skin. Cody was right. It was fucking hot. I approached the building I parked my car next to. The windows were coated in grime, but after wiping it off with my hand, I cleared enough to peer inside. It looked like an apothecary. Large cabinets with small drawers housing bottles of medicine lining the walls around the room. There were rows of shelves next to the counter, mason jars filled with pig feet and cow's tongue. I made a face and backed away from the store. I doubted they were in there. I walked down the wooden steps and back out onto the dusty road. They could be anywhere. I didn't even know where to start. You shouldn't be here. I started and whipped around, looking into the face of a child, a young girl. Was she the same one from Cody's voicemails? You shouldn't be here, she repeated. She was very pale and very thin. She looked malnourished, like she hadn't eaten in weeks, maybe longer. Her hair was mousy and thin, bald patches marking parts of her scalp. I couldn't tell if she was real or not, just like Cody couldn't. Cody wasn't lying when he said we'd never really seen any evidence of the supernatural on our trips. Occasionally we heard scratching, sometimes breathing, but we usually just chalked it up to the power of suggestion. Over the course of our lives and the years we'd spent tracking down things that shouldn't exist, we never found any concrete evidence that they did actually exist. So when looking at this child, this dirty, hungry child, I didn't see a ghost. I saw a poor kid that needed to eat. "I'm looking for my brother and his girlfriend," I said. "Have you seen them?" I pulled out my phone and showed her the same picture I'd showed the clerk at the motel last night. The girl's face remained expressionless. She stared at the picture for a while, though, longer than would be normal if she didn't know them. "I told them they shouldn't be here," she said. "What? You remember them? Do you know where they are?" I crouched down to her level and firmly grabbed her by the arms. I looked into her face. "Please, I have to find them. They're in danger. Please tell me where they are." "I told them they shouldn't be here," the girl said again. Then she cupped my face with her small hand. "And neither should you. Now you're stuck here, just like them." Then she grinned at me, a rotten, blackened horror, and widened her jaws to bite my arm. I screamed and tried to shake her off, but she was lashed on with the ferocity of something much stronger than someone as small as she was. I yanked on her hair, but as I did, it came out as a thick clump in my hand. What the fuck? She took another bite, and when her jaws were briefly unclamped, I grabbed the back of her neck and thrusted her away from me. She fell onto her back and rolled into a crouch. She snarled at me, baring her bloodied teeth as she prepared to pounce. I looked around for something, anything that I could use. I spotted a large rock and snatched it up. Then, when she was almost on me, I smashed her over the head with it. Her head made an awful cracking noise and she fell to the ground with a heavy thud. She was still twitching when I got to my feet. I panted heavily and tore off the bottom of my t-shirt to wrap over the bite marks in my arm. They were deep, oozing blood down my hands so that it dripped onto the dusty ground beneath my tennis shoes. The girl groaned and tried to move, but she couldn't. Either the hit had paralyzed her, or she was too weak to do anything. I rolled her over onto her back. "Where are they?" I growled between clenched teeth. She took gasping, wheezing breaths as she lay there on the ground. I thought for a moment she was too weak to even speak, but then she looked right into my eyes and said, "You should have left when you had the chance." And then she laughed that high, childish giggle that I'd heard in Cody's voicemails. I gripped the rock harder and smashed her in the head with it again. Once, twice, 3 times, until she stopped laughing and her brain matter looked like ground meat. I stumbled to my feet, breathing hard, and let the stone fall from my hand. And then I vomited. I braced my hands on my knees as my body convulsed. The force of it arching my back so that my stomach upended its contents. They landed on the remains of the dead girl. I vomited some more. Eventually, I stopped puking, and I spit a few times to get the acrid taste out of my mouth. I just murdered someone. A little kid. I felt dirty, tainted, like I'd lost some pivotal part of myself that I'd never get back, and I would never get it back. I sniffed hard and wiped my mouth. I had to go. Whatever I had done, it paled in comparison to what would happen to Cody and Tracy if I didn't find them. I swung around looking at all the buildings in this crazy fucking town, thinking desperately about where they could be, and then I spotted it in the distance. The church. A big, hulking thing with tall spires piercing the sky. I knew immediately that that was where they were. I threw open my car door and shoved my keys into the ignition. The engine caught, and I pressed hard on the accelerator as I whipped the steering wheel around. It took about 2 minutes to get to the church. I slammed on the brakes and flung the door open. The church was a large structure made mostly of stone. Most of the windows didn't have glass. Rusted metal bars crossed over the openings. As I stared up at the church, my fervent anger faltered for a brief moment as I was confronted one more time with the enormity of what I could be walking into. And then I heard my brother's voice in that last voicemail, panicked and terrified, helpless. I yanked open the heavy wooden doors. They swung wide, a mouth yawning open to inhale that which chose to enter it. I walked inside. It was quiet. Most places this far removed from society usually were. The freedom from noise pollution providing a profound lacking that was as noticeable as any sound. There were rows and rows of wooden pews, standing at attention and facing the front of the church. There was a podium at the tip of a raised dais. A large and leaden-looking book laid open on top, and behind it, where there should be a cross hanging from the wall with Jesus mounted to it, there was nothing. Instead, there was a large tree, its limbs outstretched and reaching for the ceiling. The face of the man with the antlers was carved into the trunk. With such acute detail, it looked like he had been real once, and had melded with the tree over time, until they were one and the same. Staring at that tree felt wrong, like I was peering into something that wasn't meant for me. I felt like I was staring at millennia of history, but that history was only for a certain kind of person. It had spent all of those years growing around me, unfurling itself in directions I had never gone, its path far removed from my own. Until now, when we had reached our convergence point. My shoes scuffed against the concrete floor. I took small steps until I reached the dais, and I climbed the steps to the podium. I looked at the book and ran my fingers over the insignia of the tree that was so significant to this town. I flipped the book open to the middle. There was a picture of a man holding a woman in his arms. He held her face up to his, and for a moment it looked like they were kissing, and then I realized he was eating her. His teeth dug into the skin of her cheek, and the picture was so detailed I could see the sinewy strings of her exposed flesh. Under the picture there was an inscription that read, "The man celebrates the sacrifice of the woman by treasuring her offering." I stepped away from the book in disgust. Everything pointed more and more to this place being the home of a cult. And not just a cult, but a cannibalistic one. I thought of the girl I had killed, and how she had taken a couple chunks out of my arm. How she had looked malnourished, like she hadn't eaten in a very long time. And Cody and Tracy being kidnapped after they had come to this very church. And then it hit me. This place was never abandoned. The people that lived here had never left. I heard music then. The muffled sound of piano keys being gently stroked somewhere beneath my feet. It was a slow song. A song that meandered through its tempo instead of rushing through it. I looked around trying to find a way to the lower levels of the church. There was a door that, from the position of the podium, was hidden behind the tree. I walked over to it, resting my ear against the wood to listen for the music. It was coming from there. I twisted the knob and pulled the door open just a crack. It led to a stairwell that was dark and dank. I stepped inside and went down the stairs, pausing at the landing to peer around the corner. It led to more stairs. As I walked down, I could hear the gentle humming of voices I couldn't hear before. They droned in unison, the melody haunting and eerie. It sounded like the same song Cody had hummed in his voicemail. I reached the bottom of the stairs. A long stone hallway stretched before me. Several doors leading off on both sides, but the music was coming from the door straight ahead. So that was the one I moved toward. The music was picking up pace, the humming more erratic. They were grunting now, yelling, desperation lilting the notes as they sang them. I shivered with revulsion. There was something so wrong about this song. Something off. It felt unholy, like it was sucking all of the good from the air, replacing it with something dark. Something sinister. I reached the door. The music was at its height, the rhythm cresting to its crescendo that sounded like a pulsating heartbeat. And then with a final, anguished cry, it ceased. The door was parted slightly. I peered inside at the scene beyond. It was similar to upstairs, but smaller. There were several wooden pews set in a line on either side of the aisle, big enough for the 2 or 3 people sitting inside them. The room was well lit with dozens of candles. A woman stood in the front, clearly respected as every person's eyes were trained on her. She held her arms aloft, her blood-red chasuble obscuring the table behind her. "Today we celebrate the gifts that our gracious Lord has sent to us," she said, her voice clear and strong. "In times of difficulty, such as we have been in for these past many years, we need only pray to the Savior, our Lord, who has blessed us and blessed us again." People in the pews were nodding and beating the air with their hands. "He is forgiving, our Lord, and through his mercy we have this bountiful reward." She gestured behind her and moved so that the room could see. There was a large mica table on a raised stone floor. The body of a heavy-set man was strapped to the table. My stomach lurched. The man was still alive, fighting sluggishly against the leather straps that bound his hands and feet. Were they going to kill him? Was this a sacrifice for their so-called god? The woman brandished a glass knife from inside her sleeve and moved around to the other side of the table. As her hem grazed the floor, I could finally see the face of the person they had strapped down. I had to clamp my hand over my mouth to keep from screaming. It was Cody. It was my brother. "We thank thee, O Lord, for blessing us with that which will sustain us beyond our tribulations." Oh my God. They were going to kill him. I cast a panicked glance at the people in the pews, their thinning hair, the bones of their backs visible through their shirts. They were going to eat him. The woman plunged the knife into Cody's sternum and dragged it down his belly button. He screamed through the gag in his mouth, but she just smiled and tore further down to his waistband. Blood poured onto the table and leaked onto the floor, where there were bowls to catch the drippings from my brother. She peeled back his skin to reveal his intestines, which she took out and put on plates that were lined up on the table. She licked the blood off her fingers. Cody was dead before she finished. I fell to my knees and dry heaved, my stomach empty from earlier when I had killed the girl. My head was buzzing and I felt like I was on the verge of insanity. How could someone's life end like that? So cruelly. So suddenly. The only reason I didn't charge into that room is because there were too many of them, and I knew I would end up like Cody if I did. And then I remembered Tracy. I had to find Tracy. I didn't know if she was still alive or if they'd already eaten her, but I had to find her. I knew Cody would want me to. I stumbled to my feet, leaning on the wall to steady myself. I faced the way back to the stairwell and I eyed the doors, having no idea which one Tracy would be in. There were so many. Where was I supposed to start? I picked one at random. There were beds inside, 4 of them positioned across from each other. They were made up neatly, the cleanliness suggesting a normalcy these people did not possess. I left the door open and tried another room, another bedroom, and another, and another. How many people lived here? I tried a door that led to an office, though through it I could see a smaller door. I ran over to it hoping it wasn't just a closet. It wasn't. There was a smaller staircase that led down into pitch black darkness. I glanced behind me quickly to make sure no one had seen me, and I closed the door quietly behind me as I stood on the landing of the stairs. I pulled out my phone. I needed to call the police. It was too much. It ran so deep, and I would be lucky if I made it out alive. I checked the reception in the corner. No signal. Of course. I pushed out a shaky breath and descended the stairs. I turned on the flashlight on my phone and pointed it in front of me. I was in a basement. The floors were dirt, and there were several wooden posts holding up the ceiling. There was blood on the ground. I couldn't help but think about how it was Cody's, how he'd resisted them, and how they'd probably beaten him for it. I shook my head. Now wasn't the time to think about that. His death would mean nothing if Tracy died too. A muffled scream and the rattle of chains. I swung the flashlight around looking for the sound. There in the far corner of the basement was Tracy. She was crying and tugging on the chains desperately. I rushed over to her and pulled the gag from her mouth. Ethan. Fuck Ethan. They took Cody. They took him. You have to find him. I tried not to look at Tracy, but I knew she should know. Tracy? I started, but I couldn't get the words out of my mouth. I couldn't say it out loud. I didn't want to make it any more real than it already was. We stared at each other for several beats, and I watched as the realization dawned on her. No. She sobbed and shook her head as more tears fell. He was just here. Right here. I grabbed Tracy's face and forced her to look at me. Tracy, we need to focus. The last thing Cody would want is for us to die too. We have to get out of here. For him. She nodded but kept crying. I pointed the flashlight at the cuffs. They were leather at her wrists, but metal where they were looped around one of the wooden posts. They had a keyhole to unlock them, but I doubted I would find it down here. I need to find something to get you free, I told Tracy. No, you can't leave me here, she pleaded. I'll be right back. We're not getting out of here if I can't get the cuffs off. She begged me not to go, but I ignored her as I ran up the stairs. When I got to the top, I turned the flashlight off and looked through the door. The office was clear. I rifled in the drawers of the desk for the key, but they were all empty. There was nothing sharp in the room I could use either. Fuck, I muttered. I would have to go back out into the hall and search the bedrooms. My stomach churned as I grabbed the door handle. I really hoped they were still congregated in the other room. I turned the knob and had just started to open the door when I heard voices outside. I froze, not daring to move, not daring to breathe. The people were talking and laughing, sounding giddy and happy as they walked down the hallway. I was filled with rage in that moment, a feeling so primal I felt I could rip their throats out with my teeth. My brother was dead because of them. They feasted on his flesh and thanked some god for it. These people, this cult, had destroyed the most significant part of my life. I wanted to burn them to the ground. The voices faded, but I waited several minutes before I left. There was no one in the hallway when I checked, and before I could think too much about it, I ran to one of the bedrooms. I shut the door quickly behind me and wasted no time in looking for something to free Tracy. I searched through the bedside tables and under the beds, but there was nothing. I looked in the wardrobe. Apart from a few raggedy dresses, It was empty, and then I saw a glint of metal underneath one of the pillows. I pulled it out. It was a small switchblade. I turned to leave when the door flung open. I dropped to the floor and crawled under one of the beds. My heart thudding so painfully in my chest I thought it would soon burst its way out. I could see small feet enter the room and hoist themselves onto a bed. They swung their feet back and forth for a moment, humming the song they'd all been singing before they murdered Cody. It was so disorienting to see this small child behaving so normally, so much like other small children, but knowing they had just been eating my brother not 10 minutes before. Suddenly the child let out a pained howl and ran from the room. "Who stole my knife?" it yelled. "Who took it?" It hollered again and again, demanding to know who stole its knife. And then its shrill voice turned into a constant scream as it stood there and shrieked in the hallway. "Hey, calm down. What happened?" A more adult voice soothed, trying to calm the child. "My knife is gone," the child cried. "We'll find it. Don't worry." The child's sobs faded as it was led away. I rolled out from under the bed and hid behind the door for a moment. After I determined the hall was clear, I ran back to the office and to the little door. By the time I got to Tracy, she looked wild with fright. "I heard a scream. I thought they'd gotten you." I started cutting the leather that bound her wrists. "I'm fine," I said, not daring to think too much about whether or not that was true. Now wasn't the time. After a few moments, I freed Tracy, and together we sprinted up the stairs. I pushed her behind me and confirmed the coast was clear. We dashed into the hallway and moved towards the other staircase that led into the upper levels of the church. "Did you take my knife?" My stomach plummeted. We turned around slowly, now face to face with a little boy. He peered at us curiously, a small smile playing about his mouth. "Yes, I did," I said. I grabbed the knife from my pocket and held it out to him, my other hand up to placate him as if he were a cougar I'd encountered in the woods. "If I give it back to you, will you promise not to say anything?" The kid nodded and took the knife. He stared at us as if we were some wonder on display in a museum. Then he grinned, a horrible and bloody smile, and screamed. People rushed out of their rooms and stopped when they spotted us. We stood at a stalemate for a moment, the tension in the hall thick and charged. Then we ran. Tracy and I bolted up the stairs and out into the church. We rushed down the rows of pews, her hand in mine gripping me so tightly I felt she might break it. We skirted around the benches and bolted over the carpeted aisle. We nearly made it to the door when she was pulled from me. "Ethan!" she shrieked, her arms flailing as she tried to grab me. A huge man with stringy hair was dragging her back towards the dais. I tried to pull her from him, but he was too strong. He held her with one hand and shoved me to the floor with the other. I rolled to my feet and looked for something, anything that I could use against him, but at that moment the rest of the people from under the stairs burst out into the dais, dozens of them crowding around each other, staring at me and Tracy hungrily. "Stay there," the man said to me, and held his hand under Tracy's chin. I took a step forward, unsure of what I was planning to do. The man dug his fingers into the skin of Tracy's throat. She cried out in pain. He grabbed his nails across her neck slowly, blood trickling down the rest in the dip of her collarbone. "Let her go," I shouted, but the man just smiled. Tracy bucked wildly and kicked off of one of the pews. They crashed to the ground, the man's head cracking against the concrete floor. Blood bloomed where his head made contact. I grabbed Tracy and yanked her up. We ran to the door of the church, the people from below right behind us. We rushed to the car and fell inside. I rammed the keys into the ignition and stomped on the gas. The people swarmed out to meet us, running at the car and beating on the windows. One of them broke the glass on the driver's side. He tried to pull me from the car, but I tightened my grip on the wheel with one hand and punched at him erratically with the other. He laughed. I recognized that laugh. It was the one from Cody's voicemail. The one who dragged him from the car. He was the reason my brother died. I slammed on the brakes. The man flew off the car, the momentum tossing him forward so that he crashed to the ground. I flung the door open, ignoring Tracy as she screamed at me to get back inside. I straddled the man on the ground and grabbed him by the collar. I didn't say anything. I hit him and then I hit him again, over and over until his face was so bloody I could barely tell there was a person underneath it. I didn't know if he was breathing anymore. I didn't care. I pulled my fist back to hit him again, but Tracy stopped me. "Ethan, we have to go. They're coming." I looked behind us where the other cultists were closing the lead we had gained in the car. I swore under my breath and looked down at the man, not getting the satisfaction I was hoping from his fucked up face. Tracy and I bolted back inside and peeled off across the dirt. We drove away from the town. Some of the cultists tried to give chase, but they couldn't keep up on foot. We watched them fade in the rearview mirror, trying to wave us down, trying to get us to turn around. Starve, you fucks. I didn't let up off the gas until the town was miles away, the sunlight receding against our backs. After a while, I found the ability to speak. "So, can I ask?" I hesitated, unsure how to phrase my question. I looked at Tracy and eyed her up and down. "Are you asking how I got fat?" she said. An eyebrow quirked. "Well," she stared at her lap and picked at the skin around her fingernails. "They fed us when we were down there," she whispered. I was about to question if they fed her what they were eating, people, but she cut me off. "Not human meat. It was this nasty green shit. They forced it down our throats with a tube. It was hard to choke down, but they made us drink every last drop." We fell into silence, my anger boiling my blood. Those fucking people. They prepared them like pigs for slaughter, force-fed them to fatten them up, to get a higher yield. Bile rose in my throat and I had to push past the urge to puke. I clenched the steering wheel so tightly I thought my knuckles would shatter under the grip. I whipped the car into the parking lot of a local grocery store and threw the gear into park. "What are you doing?" "Get out," I said and leaned over to open Tracy's door. "What?" I said get out. I grabbed my phone from my pocket and folded it in Tracy's fingers. "Go inside, stay with people. Call the cops and tell them to meet me at the church." "You're going back? Are you crazy?" "Maybe, but I don't care. I'm going to burn that town to the fucking ground." I drove to a nearby gas station. I had to map quest it because I was in the middle of nowhere and I didn't know where anything was. I charged inside the store and nodded at the guy behind the counter. "Gas cans?" "In the corner," he answered, barely glancing up from his phone. I grabbed 4 gas cans off of the shelf and walked up to the register. I held one up. "I got 4, I said. The clerk tapped on the screen a few times and then looked at me. 21.64. He watched me take the money from my wallet and I couldn't tell if he was staring at me suspiciously or if it was just a smudge on the dirty plexiglass distorting its face. I avoided eye contact. "Keep the change," I said and stepped out, using my back to open the door as the clerk droned to "have a nice night." Not likely. I filled the gas cans at the pump, impatiently tapping my fingers on the roof of the car. I screwed the cap onto the last can and tossed it in the trunk, slamming the door and getting into the driver's seat. I pulled out of the parking lot and turned in the direction of Site 49, pressing hard on the accelerator. If the cops pulled me over, I'd bring them with me. I wasn't nervous this time. I wasn't sick to my stomach or ruminating over every possible thing that could go wrong. I didn't care what happened to me. I wanted to destroy them and everything they had, and if I died, so be it. By the time I got there, it was well into the night. I shut off my headlights a few hundred yards from the outskirts of the town and pulled up slowly. There wasn't any noise or light. There wasn't any sign that there were people living there. It looked like what they wanted it to. An abandoned settlement that didn't deserve to be looked twice at. There was no sign of the lives they led below. I grabbed 2 of the gas cans from the trunk. I set one behind the building along the rear wall and walked back around to the front. I pulled open the door to the apothecary. A strange sense of disillusionment came over me. I had just been there earlier that day. I had peered through the window not knowing what I know now, not having seen what I'd seen. My brother was still alive the last time I had been in this building. I let the door close behind me. I checked to make sure no one was coming this way, that I hadn't been seen. Then I unscrewed the lid of the can. I dumped the contents out, drenching the cracked wooden slats that made up the floor of the store. I tossed some of the walls, on the counters, every surface until I bled the can dry. I tossed the can to the ground and it made a wet squelch sound when it landed. Then I stepped back outside, checking again that the area was clear. I stood beyond the puddles of gas and took the matches from my pocket. I struck one and held it up, staring briefly into the small flame, thinking about the repercussions I would be facing after I did this. I smiled and then I dropped the match. Fire blazed to life, the flames licking their way through the apothecary, dancing across the floor and bounding up the walls. The wood was so dry that it didn't take long for the entire building to go up. After a moment, the windows shattered, and I covered my eyes with my arm. I watched for several moments, mesmerized by the beauty of this destruction. And then someone screamed, "The well! Go get water!" I ducked behind the burning building, the heat kissing my skin as I raced around to the other side. People were running with small pails of water, trying in vain to save it. I watched with relish as they dashed back and forth. They lugged the water from the well, not accepting the fact that the structure was done for. Some of them stood in groups and hugged one another, their sobs filling the air over the sound of the roof caving and crashing to the foundation. "Who did this?" a woman screamed. "Who did it?" No one said anything. They just continued to hold each other as tears ran down their faces. The yelling woman let out a frustrated cry and stomped her way back to the church. The rest stayed and watched as the fire continued to taste the night. I picked up the gas can I had set behind the store earlier, and then drove around the conjoining building beside it. I was out of the cultist eye line when I got to the other side, so I ran from building to building when I hit the stretch of dirt path that led up the church. A fierce satisfaction shocked my nerves. Righteous anger coursed throughout my body, lighting my cells so that I felt like I could tear the whole world down with only my fingers. I had caused them pain. I had caused them suffering. I wanted to cause more. They didn't notice me as I made my way to the church. To this day, I'm still unsure how. Surely someone was watching the blaze through the windows, but no one stopped me. If I was noticed, I was allowed to pass. Maybe they wanted me to. I opened the door of the church slowly, peering inside of the crack to determine it was empty. The door made a soft whoosh noise as it closed behind me, sucking the air in the room with it. I prowled down the aisle, my step determined and sure. I uncapped the gas can as I walked up the steps to the days. I poured a puddle in front of the door leading down to the lower levels, cutting off their exit, condemning them to death. I hadn't seen another way out when I was down there, and Tracy hadn't said one existed. I hoped it didn't. After I drenched the carpet, I poured the rest of the gas on the tree. I made sure to douse the face of the thing in the tree, as if it were alive, as if I could drown it in penance for what it had done, for the pain it had caused, for the pain it had caused me. I stepped back to admire what I'd done. The wood was soaked, ready to combust under the ignition from my match. I pulled the pack out from my pocket and flicked one across the strike pad. It didn't take. I tried again. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I flinched and spun around. The priestess stood before me, her posture placid, her fingers laced together as she looked up at me with soft amusement. This was the woman who led the ritual, the woman who killed my brother, the woman who licked his blood off of her fingers as if he'd been a tasty midday snack. And why's that? I said, my voice steady, even as my hands shook. My anger flared, boiling beneath my skin until I could feel the heat of it lighting my brain on fire. I wanted to rip her eyes from her head and force them down her throat. I could see on her face that she knew what I was thinking. She took a step closer, daring me to. To put it simply, you'll die. She quirked her head to the side, staring at me curiously, the way a bird stares at a worm before it plucks it into its mouth to taste it. It was the same gesture the little boy had done earlier. I wondered if she was his mother, the soothing voice in the hallway that tempered the child's anger. What makes you think I care if I die? I said. I don't believe you do. She was at the steps of the days now. But it serves our purposes better if you don't. What the fuck did that mean? Let me guess, she said, a playful tone edging her voice now. The boy I killed? He was family? I didn't say anything. I just continued to stare at her as she further closed the space that separated us. A brother, perhaps? Her hands were clasped behind her back now, that same sardonic tilt of her lips plastered on her face. I narrowed my eyes at her. I felt like she was a lion, prowling forward to test the waters before she pounced and drowned me beneath the surface. You know, he fulfilled his purpose, his destiny. He was fated to be brought here, to provide succor to those who would have perished had he not. To be brought here? I said, my mind snagging on the phrasing. Who brought him here? Why, the glory of the Lord, of course, she said and gestured to the tree I had soaked moments before. We serve him, and he protects us. He picks us up when we fall. He brings us back from the edge over and over again. Lord knows we don't deserve it, but the Lord is a forgiving Lord. I rolled my eyes and scoffed. Rage crossed her face, a sharp and rapid reaction to my dismissal of the thing she'd dedicated her life to. Her shoulders tightened as her mouth stiffened. You dare disrespect the Lord? She said, her voice low and quaking. I could hear the anger simmering low in her throat. I grinned at her. Lady? Fuck, you are God. She screamed then, an unnaturally high, piercing shriek that splintered the air and brought me to my knees. I covered my ears with my hands as she brought a blade from out behind her back and raised it above her head. She ran at me, still emitting that shrill wail. The cultists who were outside ran in, the rest of them coming up from under the church at the sound of their leader calling them forth. They stood at attention, waiting for the priestess to need them. She stabbed at me with the knife. I let go of my ears to grab her hand. She pointed the tip over my chest where my heart was, pushing into the butt of it with her other hand. She was strong, much stronger than I would have ever thought. We stood in a deadlock for a moment. I stared into her face. From further away, she looked normal, like a regular person, but up close her skin was thin and translucent, her teeth sharp and pointed. Her eyes were almost fully black. There was only a thin, red line at the edge of the large pupil. My arms trembled from the effort of pushing her back. She started to gain traction, the tip of the blade edging closer and closer. The members had joined hands, and they were swaying. Their eyes closed as their voices joined together to sing out that same haunting melody I'd heard just earlier that day. I had to do something. I had to do it now. I smashed my forehead against her nose. She stumbled back, blood flowing down her face like the current carries a river. She wiped at her face with her sleeve, the blood barely visible on the red of her shirt. She spat on the floor. "You'll regret that." And then she threw the knife. It carried through the air, end flying over end, and I had barely a moment to move before it buried itself into my shoulder. I cried out in pain, my hand shaking as I raised it to the knife. My shirt was soaked in a matter of moments. The priestess cackled. Then she charged at me. I held out an arm to stop her, but it was useless. She knocked me aside and grabbed the hilt of the knife. She twisted it. The pain seared deep beneath my skin, the tissue grinding and grating against the serrated metal. I was blinded for a moment, everything white and hazy as I dropped to my knees. She pushed the knife in the rest of the way and then yanked it out. I braced myself against the floor and gasped. I had never felt such intense pain before. My shoulder throbbed and I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. I looked up at the priestess. She dragged the knife across her tongue, a red streak of my blood left behind. She took her tongue back into her mouth and swallowed. "Your brother tasted better." I wrapped my arms around her knees and shoved her to the ground. We crashed to the floor, our limbs tangling and our heads butting. She elbowed me in the face. My nose cracked under the impact and I tasted copper on my teeth. I punched at her messily, my fist landing lightly on her ribs and chest. She grabbed my hair and I pulled my head back to stare into my eyes. "I'm going to enjoy eating you." She opened her mouth and positioned it over my neck. Time seemed to slow down and I felt every second as she clamped her jaws into my flesh. The cultists had grown louder, their song booming around us to the erratic pace of my heart. Her teeth grazed my skin, and then she bit down. She tore at the skin on my throat and I screamed as she ripped it out. A burning heat spread along my neck. I put my hand over the wound and looked at the priestess. She chewed me deeply, savoring the taste. She pulled my hand away and went for another bite. I punched her in the face, 1 time, 2, 3, stunning her enough for me to shove her onto her back. She tried to hit me, but I pushed her arms back and held them down. When I saw the knife, it was laying about a foot away on the carpet of the dais. I knocked her head into the floor and grabbed the knife. I stared into her creepy black eyes as I shoved it into her sternum. She screamed, but I only pushed it in further, twisting it the way she had done to me. I yanked it out and did it again, and then I noticed the gatherers had stopped singing. Some of them were crying, and others were looking at me with intense hatred. I could tell they wanted to kill me. One of the men took a step forward. Before he could take another, I grabbed the matches from my pocket and struck one. The flame danced gently in the stuffy air of the church. I took a few steps back, out of the area that was soaked in gasoline. The man stopped. He looked down at where he was standing. Then he looked back up at me and widened his eyes. His arms held aloft, as if to pacify me. The cultists who were at the door of the church had rushed up to the dais. They began to climb it, heading for me, trying to get to me before I could set this place on fire. I looked back at the man. I bared my teeth at him. I dropped the match. It only took a few seconds for the tree to go up in flames. The fire blazed towards the ceiling, the searing heat singeing my eyes so that I had to take a step back. The fire formed a half circle on the dais, blocking in all the parishioners on the other side, trapping them. They couldn't go back down into the church, and they couldn't step off of the dais. They screamed and congregated in the middle, the part that was untouched by the fire. The area was too small for all of them, so they pushed the outliers into the blaze. They shrieked and flailed for several moments, their flesh blistering and charring, their hair lighting up like hay. I gagged at the pungent smell. They fell to the floor, their bodies landing with heavy thuds. By the time they died, the fire made its way over the carpet to the rest of the cultists. I turned away as they, too, were consumed by the flames. The priestess laughed madly, her hysterical mirth feeling out of place in the context of this moment. She wiped tears from her eyes. "You have no idea what you've just done." A deafening crack split through the room. I turned toward the tree, which was splintering and breaking apart like an animal breaks out of its shell at birth. I watched, horrified, as something tore its way out. Claws came out first, long and sharp, as black as charcoal. Then its arms, which looked almost human, but the skin was scabbed and oozing pus. And then its head, topped with large, stretching antlers that bowed to the sky. The thing broke out, shattering the tree so that it flew apart, pieces of it tearing through the room like shrapnel. It let out a thunderous roar and spread its arms wide. A long, scaled tail whipped around behind it. I stumbled, but my feet lost contact with the ground and I fell back. I plunged through the air for several moments until I made contact with something. It was the members that had gathered at the base of the dais. They broke my fall, but they didn't stop me as I crashed to the ground. Chaos. Everything was chaos. Deafening screams and cries of fright filled the room as people rushed away from the creature. They stampeded to the doors of the church, trampling me where I lay. I gasped for breath, the weight of them crushing me. And then the thing advanced. It stepped on the priestess, the long claws of its foot spearing her body, impaling her. The grin was still on her face, blood bubbling out of her mouth and staining her cheeks in a mock Glasgow smile. The thing leapt off the dais and into the crowd of people. It stood at about 9 feet tall, towering over them, who looked like ants beneath it. It moved to block the doors of the church. They stood huddled together, trembling as they stared up at their god. One man stepped forward. "My lord," he said, his voice wavering as he clasped his hands together. He dropped to his knees. "I have served you my entire life. I have done everything you required of me. I have done everything in service of you. Please, let me leave." The thing quirked its head at the man, and I couldn't tell if it had understood him or not. Then it grabbed the man's head and crushed him between its palms. The others tried to run away, but the thing tore through them like they were ribbon. It slashed and hacked, tearing their bodies apart as easily as scissors tearing through paper. It tossed people into walls like they were rag dolls, their skulls cracking against the concrete before they fell to the ground in bloody heaps. I got to my feet, but I had nowhere to go. The fire was licking its way up the aisle of the church, and soon there would be nothing between me and this thing. I only had time to briefly wonder if it really was their god when it punched a hole through the last cultist's stomach, and then it turned to me. I had never been a religious person. I grew up atheist in a family of atheists. Church had never been a part of my life, and every time someone tried to convert me, I just nodded with humor and moved on with my life. So in that moment, after all the shit I'd seen that day, staring into the face of this unnatural creature that shouldn't exist, it didn't occur to me to pray, to reach out to some god I had never known to save my life. Instead, my mind turned to Cody and I had only one thought. I'll see you soon, buddy. The creature lumbered toward me, crawling on all fours with its tail swaying through the air. Its face was horrifying. It had the smooth skin of a human, but there were no nostrils where its nose should be. Its eyes were bright and blue, and they had an innocent expression in them, as if it hadn't just annihilated dozens of people moments before. It stopped in front of me, sitting on its hind legs like a dog would when it begs for a treat. My brow furrowed. Why hadn't it killed me yet? Why was it just sitting there, watching me, observing me? It reached a claw out then and dragged a talon along my throat. The sharp tip of it nicked my neck. I trembled where I stood, barely maintaining the strength to hold myself up. I closed my eyes. This was it. This was where it ended. Gunshots rang through the church. The creature roared back and swung around with a ferocious bellow. There were police standing in the doorway, 6 of them, their guns drawn and pointed at the creature. I could see cruisers parked outside, the red and blue lights melding together to create a purple haze. The cops didn't say anything. What was there to say? They just pulled the triggers on their weapons and unloaded their clips at the creature. It howled with every piercing bullet and flinched from the impact, but it seemed to not do anything other than piss the creature off. There was a small window in which all of the cops reloaded their guns, pulling mags from their belts and shoving them into the butts of their guns. This is when the creature pounced. It bent down on all fours and sprang at the men, the muscles in its haunches loading like a spring to launch it forward. It landed on one of the officers, smashing his head into the floor as it faced another cop. The man looked horrified, terror etched into every one of his features before the creature ripped his throat out like it was tissue paper. Another of the officers pressed the barrel of a shotgun to the creature's head and wasted no time in pulling the trigger. It did nothing. The creature's skin was singed, the flesh blackened and bruised, but there was no wound. I didn't wait around to see what it did next. I looked around searching for an exit, and then I noticed one I hadn't earlier. Where there had once been a stained glass window, there was now only a gap in the wall of the church. I clambered through it, not looking back as I did. I ran across the dirt ground towards the apothecary that I had burned down. The flames had long since died, and now it was just a smoldering pile of rubble set against the dark of the night. I stumbled past it in the direction of where I'd parked my car. I held my hand against my neck. It wasn't bleeding as much now. It felt pretty shallow. I was losing my energy to keep going, to keep fighting. I felt that if there were a bed in front of me at this moment, I could fall asleep into it, and sleep for a very long time. I hope that wasn't the blood loss talking. I finally made it to my car and unlocked it. I heard another cacophonous roar in the distance, and I hastened into the car. I started it and pulled out into the road, hoping the thing would let me go. I drove along for a minute or so, and then the car lurched backward. I pushed the accelerator to the floor, but it still wouldn't move. The smell of burning rubber filled the interior, and I could see smoke billowing around the front and in the rearview mirror. There was the creature, holding the car and staring at the back of my head. I took my foot off the gas. The creature jumped onto the hood of the car. The momentum slammed me forward, and it was all I could do to bring my hands up to keep my face from smashing into the steering wheel. The creature climbed off and turned around, staring at me through the shattered windshield. It stayed like that for a good minute, and then it lumbered around to the driver's side window. It pointed at it, and then gestured at the pavement. The fuck? I pushed down on the window switch, and as it rolled down, the creature and I stared at each other. I placed my hands on the steering wheel as if the creature was a cop and I had just been pulled over. I wished I was somewhere so mundane right now. The creature reached out at me, again, taking a talon of its claw along my neck. I turned my head away and sniffed, fear taking hold of all the energy I had left. My muscles were taut and my breath trembled. I almost wished the thing would kill me, if it meant the end of this misery. And then the creature pulled its claw away and turned around. It walked into the desert, its steps slow and pace measured. I watched it go until I could no longer see it, and then I tried to start my car. It was a long shot, of course, given how horribly the creature had destroyed it. The metal was crumpled and the windshield shattered. The hood was flattened like a pancake, and when I turned the key in the ignition, my hand shaking so horribly, I had to hold it with my other hand to keep it still. Nothing happened. The engine didn't even make a noise. I had to go back and get one of the police cruisers. It took a while, the adrenaline wearing off so that everything felt twice as slow and my body moved sluggishly. When I got back to the church, I didn't go inside. I could see piles of bodies through the door, parts of people spilling out into the steps. I fell into one of the cop cars, the keys dangling from the ignition, the headlights still on. I put the vehicle in reverse. I turned it around and sped off in the opposite direction. When I got back to the grocery store where I'd left Tracy, she was nowhere to be found. The store was closed. I think it was sometime after midnight, so I drove around until I found the police station. There were 2 cars in the lot, one cruiser and one civilian. I limped inside and walked up to the receptionist counter. She took one look at me, stood quickly and backed away. Hi, I said, my eyes dropping shut. I tried to ask her where Tracy was, but I couldn't get the words out of my mouth. The only sound that came out was slurred incoherence. I collapsed to the floor, my body refusing to fight as it forced my eyes closed. When I woke up, I was in a hospital room. I groaned and moved to cover my eyes to block out the bright ceiling lights. And that's when I noticed I was handcuffed to the bed. What the fuck? I said, pulling on the metal chaining me to the railing. Hey, you're okay. You're okay, Ethan. I looked to my right where Tracy was sitting in a chair next to the bed. Tracy, why the fuck am I handcuffed? They said it was for your protection. That was obviously bullshit, but they're the police, so I can't do much. She stood up and walked to the door, poking her head out to someone in the hallway. He's awake, she said loud enough that I could hear it from where I lay. She came back inside the room. A cop followed behind her. He was tall with a classic look. A neat haircut held in place by gel, and stubble growing along his jaw. He looked like exactly the kind of person who would become a cop. "Ethan, I'm Officer Matthews." He held out his hand for me to shake it. "Hi, Officer Matthews," I said. "Care to enlighten me as to why I'm in fucking handcuffs?" His expression soured. He turned all business then. "We're holding you until we can figure out what happened at the church. So far, you're the only witness we have." "So far," I said. Officer Matthews put his hands in his pockets. "We have an officer in critical care." I bit back my shock. How did anyone survive that? I looked back at Officer Matthews and I couldn't tell for sure, but it seemed like he could read what I was thinking, as if it were written plainly on my face. "So," said Officer Matthews, "want to tell me what happened out there?" Not really. But I did. I took him through everything that happened, from the voicemails to the first time I went to Site 49, to the second. I detailed the entire day. The more I explained, the more I could see him doubting what I was saying. Even with part of Tracy's statement collaborating mine, he still didn't believe me. Not that I could blame him. A cannibalistic cult is one thing, but a godlike creature bursting from a tree and killing dozens of people is a little more difficult to swallow. Matthews finished writing my statement on his pad and tucked it into the breast pocket of his jacket. Then he crossed his arms and stared at me. "You know lying to a police officer is a crime, right?" I leveled my gaze and stared into his eyes. I guess it's a good thing I'm not lying then. Matthews bit back a smirk and left the room. I turned back to Tracy. "Did all of that really happen?" she asked. I scoffed. "Are you serious? You don't believe me either?" She grabbed my uncuffed hand. "I know you've been through a lot. We both have." She paused, and I could see her working up the courage for what she was going to say next. "But sometimes, when we go through something really traumatic..." I yanked my hand from hers. "I know what happened. I didn't just imagine it." She didn't say anything else, and we fell into silence. I lay with my head against the pillow and faced away from Tracy. Images from that night played through my mind as clearly as if they were a movie. All of that blood, all of that carnage. I'd seen enough of it to last 30 lifetimes. After 20 or so minutes, Officer Matthews came back into the room. He was grinning. "Good news. The officer in the ICU woke up, and his story matched yours. Now, you either have an incredibly detailed shared delusion that coincidentally matches up with real events, or you're telling the truth. I'm thinking it's the latter. You're free to go, Ethan." Tracy and I looked at each other. She looked shocked, like her entire universe had just been shattered. I resisted the smug smile that was trying to make its way to my face. "Just like that?" I said. Matthews nodded, sticking his key into the hole of the cuffs and unlocking them. "To be honest, I believed your story from the start. This place is..." He paused, looking for the right word. "Different, to say the least. There's nothing out of the realm of possibility here." And then he left the room, tucking the cuffs into a pouch on his belt. Tracy hugged me tightly. It took a couple of days to sort things out, but eventually Tracy and I arranged a flight to get back home. We sat together on the airplane, barely speaking, unable to pull ourselves from our disenchanted stupors. Our flight touched down, and together we walked through the airport and stepped past the automatic doors and outside. "Well, I'll be seeing you," Tracy said, and she hugged me. We held each other tightly, knowing that what she'd said was wrong. We were never going to see each other again. Maybe it would be better that way. "See you later," I said as she got into a cab. I waved at her as she pulled away and waited until she was out of sight before I got into my own. The cab dropped me off in front of my apartment. I handed him 2 20s through the open passenger window and turned around to face my building. I walked inside and up the 2 flights of stairs to my door, feeling the exhaustion pull my shoulders tight. I took my keys out of my pocket and slid them into the deadbolt. I unlocked the door and kicked it open, welcoming the sight of my apartment. But it felt different now. Hollow. The light shining through the windows felt false, too bright and too warm. All of my things were right where I'd left them, but they didn't feel like my things anymore. This life felt like it belonged to someone else. Someone from a long time ago. Someone far removed from who I was now. It's funny how it only takes a day to change that. I sat down at my desk and stared through the blinds into the street below. A mother walked along with her child, his small hand interlocked with her larger one. On the other side of the street, a man and a woman sat and talked, laughing at each other's jokes and leaning into each other. They had no idea what was really out there, what the world was really capable of throwing at them. I pushed up the screen of my laptop and typed in the URL for the society. I had to tell them what happened. I had to tell them about Site 49, about what would happen if you went there. They had to know that some things weren't a joke, that they should tread with caution in the future. But when I hit the enter key to go to the site, this is what popped up. Error 404, page not found. What? An alert popped up on the screen telling me I had just received an email. I moved my cursor over to it and clicked on it. Dear beloved reader, unfortunately, due to unforeseen complications, we had to shut the site down. We do not have a plan to start a new website at this time. Perhaps we will in the future, but for now, we urge you to find other sources for all things supernatural. The internet is a vast place. We're sure you can find something that will satiate your need to know. We thank you for your support over the years, and we hope to see you again should we ever choose to bring the site back to life. I was about to click off the email, baffled at the timing of this with everything that had happened, and them shutting the site down. When I noticed the scroll bar had room to go down farther than the end of the email, I pushed the cursor down to the end, and there, at the bottom, was one last paragraph. And to Ethan, who didn't realize just how far the little flap of his wings would go, we only have one thing to say. We'll see you again.
It's been a week since Edith M. Carroll died. She was found dead in her bathroom, having choked on something. It's an eerie fact, but most people who choke to death do so in their bathroom. Instead of running outside to get help, they go into the bathroom to try and cough it up, often locking the door out of habit. I don't like to think about it. She deserved better. A lot of people don't know about Edith. Some might call her the part-time lady at the bakery, or the one who worked in administration at the local community college. Not a lot of people know that in the late 1970s, she was the co-writer for a horror movie. As of her passing, I'm the last living member of the film crew. Given the events that took place, most of us collectively agreed to never talk openly about it, but seeing as there's no one left to trouble, I figure it's high time someone pulled back the curtain. And as someone about to hit 70, now's not the time to wait for better days. I was born in 1957. I finished my studies during the height of the Vietnam War. And by the time I turned 20, we were knee-deep in psychedelics and a stagnating economy. I was working part-time at the cinema, trying to save enough to follow my on-again, off-again girlfriend to San Francisco. We broke up when she left town to pursue a degree in economics. Through my cinema job, I got to know a few regulars. The kind of people who were first in line with every new release. One of these regulars was a man named Seb. The guy drove an azure blue 68 Frog Eye Sprite, and always had something interesting to tell. Little bits of trivia about whatever movie he came to see. Over the course of a few months, we became good friends. I handed him the occasional free popcorn, and he'd talk my ear off about whatever movie was showing. Turns out, Seb was a gaffer. He handled electronics, mostly lights, on small-scale movie sets. At the initial showing of The Hills Have Eyes, Seb was first in line. He was more eager than usual. He'd actually shaved off his beard and combed his hair, even without bringing a date, like he often did. He paid for his popcorn and gave me a $20 tip. "Heading out tomorrow," he said. "Got a job out of state. Heading for the big leagues." "Doing a movie?" I asked. "Like a real one?" "As real as it gets." He grinned. "Big budget stuff." "Promise you'll be back for the first screening, right?" Yeah, he nodded. "It's happening." I handed him his popcorn and a Coke. Seb stopped. He looked up, squinted at me, and sighed. Nodding to himself, he finally smiled. "You want a job?" Seb needed an equipment assistant. You can get a long way with a shared love of cinema and a can-do attitude. At least back then. I signed on so fast his popcorn didn't get cold. Not before long I was handed the official title of Gaffer's Assistant, or Best Boy Grip. We were given a few days to prepare. We were joining a film crew up in New England, but most of the crew were Midwestern. Our first meetup would be on site in a small coastline town just northeast of Brunswick. I joined Seb on a long drive all the way up there in the middle of summer, blasting music all the way. We took turns road tripping, cross country. The Frog Eye was a beast to handle. He told me all about the movie in excruciating detail. It was the passion project of a writer gone director named Roy Hampton. He'd mostly worked in advertising and network TV, so this was a sort of breakout project. Still, it was a lot of money involved. Seb had no idea where the financing was even coming from. The movie had signed on a stage actor from Dallas named Dawn Anderson, who was making her debut on the big screen. The script was an adaptation of a story called The Crown of Io by a turn-of-the-century writer named Emmett. A risk. It was originally intended as a sort of drama piece, but it had been rewritten into a horror script inspired by movies like The Wicker Man, Rosemary's Baby, and The Omen. I remember Seb talking about it. Even while driving, he was enthusiastically waving his hands around, talking as much with his body as with his mouth. He couldn't stop smiling. That man loved his job. We went past Brunswick to the coastline town of Chatterblines. There were less than 1,000 people living there in total, so there was little in the way of amenities, but enough to make ourselves comfortable. Some of the crew had rented out what little rooms there were at the local B&B. Others were bringing caravans and minibuses. Just going through town, we could see a couple of trailers lined up by the side of the road. Seb seemed to know some of the people we passed. He waved as we made our way through town. Every other street or so, someone would look up and wave back. It was shaping up to be a beautiful summer. There was a fenced-off area at the outskirts of town where we turned in. We followed a bumpy dirt road, lined with birch trees, along a solid chain-linked fence with a guarded gate up front. Seb handed over his ID to one of the security guards. Took them a while to find him on the list, but he was on there. Digman, the guard said. Sebastian Digman. You haven't signed up for on-site housing. Camping out? Seb smiled, nodding towards the trunk of his car. My assistant here could use a place to crash, though. Got some spare tents by the equipment lot, and some folks are bringing in folding cots to the mess hall. It ain't much, but y'all are free to grab what you need. Seb turned to me. I could see my reflection in his wide-framed sunglasses. What you thinking? He asked. You camping out or sticking to the mess hall? Mess hall. I grinned back. You know that's where the party's gonna be at. Seb gave me a sheepish grin as the gates opened. We rolled in without a word. The guard waved us off. Good luck and God bless. I spent the rest of the day hanging on to Seb for dear life. We were chasing down scripts and inventory lists, double-checking that everything he'd asked for was there. Every cable, every box of screws, every replacement bulb. Seb was a goof, but about this one particular thing, he was a machine. Meticulous. I did get to see some of the other folks in the periphery. The special effects team were hard at work, going something over with the scriptwriter. I think Edith was there too. The main scriptwriter was scratching his head and redlining revisions. Assisted by his co-writer, Edith. I caught a glimpse of the director as well, having a heated discussion with the camera crew. I saw Dawn, the main lead. She was simultaneously comparing notes between two different scripts, as they hadn't settled on which one to go for yet. I think that was the only day when I didn't see her wearing some kind of blue sundress, the iconic get-up of her character. Seb had managed to get a hold of an earlier script and went through the scene markups. I was sealing up boxes with this thick industrial tape while he smoked, flipping through the pages. It was all done by a typewriter, and there were smudges of ink on his fingers. They renamed it again. He sighed. First it was the Crown of Io, then the Queen of Black Sands, and now... He held it up, red text on a white background. End of Eternity. I nodded. Creepy. They'll probably change it again, he said between puffs of smoke. Sounds too artsy, European. We're not gonna be a Fulci film. He ripped out one of the pages and handed the rest over to me. It was massive. What's the runtime on this thing? I scoffed. 12 hours? Original was about 3.5. He said, shaking his head. They've cut it down to 3. Final version is probably about 2.5. He handed the ripped out page back to me and put his cigarette out on a nearby fuse box. Throw it away when you're done, he said, stretching out. It's already old news. Later that night, we all gathered in the mess hall. There was a surprising amount of staff, numbering close to 100. I was in the thick of it, stuck between technicians, extras, costume designers, makeup artists. Everyone was there, shoulder to shoulder. Seb was somewhere up front. Roy Hampton took center stage, stepping up on top of a rickety plastic table. He threw his arms out, gesturing towards us, and was met with a big cheer. I couldn't help but to join in. To the end of eternity, he laughed. He was a fit man in his early 40s, a thinning hairline underscored by a large pair of round reading glasses. and a neatly trimmed beard. He wore a colorful turtleneck sweater, despite the summer heat. Others joined in, repeating "End of Eternity" like a eager echo. Tomorrow is the first day of shooting. Scene markups will be out in a couple of hours, so get ready for a late night and an early morning. But that don't mean we can't have fun. He laughed, smacking his hands together. Others joined in. I want you all to take some time and reflect on where you are, what we are about to do, to make our mark on cinema history in a way that no one's done before. No matter what we end up making here, and no matter the outcome, we have already won. There was a surge of applause. I could hear Seb up front doing a loud whistle. It's gonna be rough, but it's a space for miracles to happen. Take some time to get caught up to speed, then take the night off. Work hard, play hard. That last sentiment was echoed the loudest, and by the time Roy stepped down, I could tell someone was already lighting up some refreshments in the crowd. Seb didn't need me for the rest of the day, so I stuck around the mess hall. I got a tour of the equipment sign-out lot, and was handed a sleeping bag and a folding cot. By the time I got back, the mess hall was jumping with energy. Someone had brought a whole bunch of Kiss tapes, along with plenty of drinks. There were 4 six-packs on one of the counters with a large note that just said, "Everyone drinks." I wasn't gonna pass on that. I had a couple of drinks, a couple of smokes, and did my best to remember the lyrics to "Shout It Out Loud." I huddled up with a bunch of background extras that were scheduled for the next day, playing a mix of Truth or Dare and Battleship. Don't ask about the rules to that one. I don't have the slightest idea. I talked to people from all over. Some of the practical effects guys were complete geeks, comparing notes on everything from timed explosions to faking a scalding water effect. I remember sharing a beer with the writers too. All in all, it was a good time. I think I made out with Dawn's hairdresser. Somewhere around midnight, about a dozen more people joined us. They looked a bit more businessy, having starched white shirts and black tees. They were all smiles though, but I could tell they were a bit hesitant to join us. I didn't hear much about who they were, just the occasional dismissal. "We're just finishing up," one of them said. "Long day." "Someone's gotta lock up," another said. "Make sure we're set for tomorrow." We didn't mind. This was a closed set, and with the amount of staff we had on board, there were bound to be a few unfamiliar faces. Still, there was one face I couldn't look away from. A woman in her late 50s. She was the only one of them who didn't smile. Her rose blonde hair was sort of pushed down, as if she'd worn a hat or a cap for most of the day. She too was wearing a white shirt, buttoned up all the way to her throat. I only caught a glimpse of her briefly before she disappeared into the back. I didn't think much of it. Still, I'll never forget that face. It was telling me something. I nodded at the counter full of free-to-take refreshments and urged one of them to join us. I was met with an immediate headshake and an apologetic smile, with a vague excuse about an early morning. But I noticed, as soon as they thought I wasn't looking, that their smile faded. Their eyes grew cold. As they looked around the room, I didn't see a kindness in their eyes, or a sense of belonging. I saw disgust. What happened next is etched into my memory. The woman with the pressed-down hair came back, dragging a camera along on a tripod dolly. One of our 3 main cameras for this entire shoot. Top-of-the-line kind of stuff. Extremely expensive. Coming back into the mess hall, she pushed it. It came crashing down, stopping every conversation in the room. All that remained were the voices of Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley. singing their hearts out. Seconds later, one of the men with white shirts picked up our 8-track player and smashed it against the side of a table. People got up on their feet as the woman who destroyed our camera was handed a shovel by a guy coming out of the storage closet. Turning it to the side, she chopped down on the camera like she was cutting firewood. Plastic, glass, metal, and electronics, all broken and torn into ribbons. She was completely unhinged, grunting like an animal with every strike. People started to filter out through the doors. She looked up at us with tears flowing from her eyes, her face red from exertion and anger. She was screaming at us and crying. She bawled her eyes out, smashing the camera to pieces. As the men in the white shirts advanced, screams erupted. Panic. I was too far from the exits to get out in time. One of the men zeroed in on me, following me through the mess hall. We circled a table back and forth like something out of a cartoon. Finally, he got fed up and tried to jump across. I had to think fast and ducked, pushing the table up. The weight caused it to flip, sending him sprawling onto the floor. That's when I first noticed that he was holding a knife. There were 2 main doors leading out of the mess hall, and the one leading further into the building to the equipment lot. The door closest to me, leading outside, was closed. The others had gotten out and barricaded it. The other door leading out was on the far side of the room, across from at least 6 of these people. The only other way out was through the equipment lot, right by the woman with the shovel. I didn't really have a choice. I burst into a sprint, knocking over 2 chairs along the way. The plastic pitter-patter against the linoleum floor felt like a mockery. The woman with the shovel wasn't prepared, but she took a swing at me, crashing through 3 empty bottles on the counter as she did. I got by, but not by a great margin. The equipment lot was much larger than it had any right to be. It had been used as a sort of industrial warehouse a decade earlier, and we didn't need more than a quarter of it. Rushing through the door, I saw 2 other men in white shirts pouring turpentine into a box of candles. I had to think fast. Right around the corner, I'd been sorting out equipment with Seb earlier. Keeping up a full sprint, I went straight for the lights. I heard approaching footsteps trying to keep up behind me. Thinking back on where I'd seen Seb put out his cigarette, I rounded a corner, almost tripped over a cheap plastic chair, and grabbed the fuse box. With 2 clicks, I first turned the power off, then ripped out whatever fuses I could grab in the dark. Then I slowly crept backwards, squeezing into a small space behind one of the industrial-sized shelves. There was no backplate to the shelf, so if they had flashlights, they'd see me instantly. But I was banking hard on them not bringing anything but knives and pipes. As long as it was dark, they wouldn't find me. I tried to steady my breathing and keep still. My belt buckle kept tapping against the metal siding, forcing me to put my hand in between. I was scorching hot, having to brush away a sweaty strand of hair to not get poked in the eye. I just stood there waiting. I could hear them approaching, a knife running across thick metal bars, footsteps slowing down. There were at least 3 of them now. A whisper in the dark. The woman with the shovel. "You think bringing him back will be your salvation?" She laughed. "Do you honestly think in your heart of hearts that he will do anything but to suck your spirit dry?" I didn't answer. I held my breath. "You cursed, demented people," she spat. "You don't consider that. What you do have consequences." Way in the back of the storage area, I could see a cone of light. They'd found a flashlight. They started to yell at one another to find the other cameras. One of them were cutting up cables, and another had set fire to a small box of spare parts. They were almost out of turpentine, and were now looking for something easily flammable to pile on. I could see the vague outlines of the woman with the shovel, her heavy panting making her shoulders rise and fall. "Killing you is doing you a favor," she shrieked. "I'm not killing. I'm protecting the innocent. I'm protecting the people who matter. She smacked the shovel against the side of a shelf, making it rattle. A clang rung out, bouncing against the corrugated walls. It made the wall vibrate, tickling my spine. "Where are the cameras?" There was a chatter up front. One of them was relaying something important. The others had started to pack up, grabbing whatever they could, and leaving through the front. As they did, they scanned the room a final time, looking for our cameras, or tapes. I figured they were with the director. He'd probably be up reviewing test footage ahead of the first shoot. As the flashlight panned across the room, I caught a brief glimpse of the woman with the shovel. She had this wide-eyed look on her face, like she'd never blinked. Her cheeks were stained with tears. "Destroy yourself," she cried out. "Debauch yourself and choke, you worm." Dropping the shovel, as if ending the conversation, she took a quick look around the room, and I think, right before she left, she caught a glimpse of me. I felt a dark lump sink into my stomach. There was hesitation. She peered down at the shovel. Then she left. I don't know how long I stood there. I felt like I'd fused with the ground. Like my shoes were too heavy to move. It wasn't until I heard sirens in the distance that I hurried back to the fuse box. My hands were shaking so bad that it took me 3 tries to put it all back. Hitting the switch, the light came back on, showing little but scattered tools and a burned box as witnesses to what had happened back there. People were gathering around the mess hall. I joined them outside, my legs visibly shaking. There was an uncomfortable coastline chill running through the summer night, carrying an unfamiliar smell. 2 police vehicles approached in the distance as we counted off everyone who'd been inside. Turns out, these people had a little help from the inside. 4 of the crew members and a night guard had up and left with them, leaving behind a broken gate, slashed tires, and several smashed windshields. They'd started a fire in one of the trailers, but it had burned out without causing too much damage. Still, people were shook. Some talked about leaving. There was an emergency crew meeting. Our security chief promised far and wide about how they'd take extra measures before hiring any locals, and that they'd double patrols. They promised that they'd figure out what was going on, and the motivation behind this. They assured us that they'd coordinate their efforts with the police, and that we were free to add our testimony. I didn't even notice Seb shuffling up next to me, trying to speak over the sound of the shouting and the worried murmurs. "I was worried this might happen," he sighed. "It's a controversial script." "You know these people?" "I know their type," he added. "Look, just be careful. I thought it'd be fine, but..." He looked over to me, patted me on the back, and leaned in. "I don't know who's financing all this," he whispered, "but whoever it is has deep pockets and access to some weird, esoteric stuff." Leaning away, he put his fingers under his eyes, as if to say, "Watch out," and retreated into the crowd. Over time, we all retreated, back into tents, trailers, or whatever cheap mattress we could find. It was an uneasy night. I saw that woman's face every time I closed my eyes. I could hear the clang of metal on metal. There were still broken plastic from the camera scattered across the mess hall. The shovel was still lying there, in the middle of the equipment lot. At some point, in the middle of the night, I went outside to have a cigarette. The night air was rough, tugging at my clothes. The wind rattled the chain-linked fence. I got up and wandered all the way to the edge of the fence, and in the distance I could see something. I stomped out my cigarette and peered across the small dirt road leading up to the set. White birch trees swaying back and forth, making the wind whistle through the leaves. And there, hanging from the branches, were dozens of neatly pressed white shirts with black ties. A final reminder that this was far from over. It had just begun. After the initial shock of the first night, things quickly settled down. A well-placed group of patrolmen wandering around the yard put most of us at ease. A reminder that this thing was still in full go-ahead mode. The white shirts that had been hung outside the set as an ill omen were taken down and publicly burned. Director Roy Hampton gladly announced the schedule for the first day of filming. We were originally going to film one of the near-end scenes by the shoreline, but they changed it at the last minute to a nearby cave. Seb wasn't happy about it. He had to completely switch up the light setup he'd prepared. It'd be a few stressful hours for the both of us. Seb had to improvise a natural light filter to better fit the texture of the cave, and I had to hunt for extension cables. We couldn't keep a diesel generator in an enclosed space. We'd suffocate. Seb and I finished packing an initial setup and were escorted off-site with the rest of the tech crew. It was gonna be a solo scene with Dawn, at a point in the movie where her character reluctantly accepts the influence of a timeless being into her corporeal form. The fall from grace, like Eve eating the forbidden apple. There was a small convoy heading out, with music blasting from the front. It was a bumpy ride, where Seb and I had to ride in the back to keep the equipment from falling over. We couldn't tie it all down. About 35 minutes later, we were facing a small cave. We had to drag the equipment on foot the last 200 or so feet, but the location itself was pretty impressive. The entrance to the cave was this tall slit that went up at least 8 feet. I could tell why they'd switched to this place. Very cinematic. We went inside to check the place out and start setting up. It was much more spacious than we'd anticipated. One single space in a sort of half-sphere shape, with a large pool of water in the middle. It was big enough for someone to swim around in, a group even. The cave itself was pretty rough though. It'd take some time setting up an even light. Seb nervously scratched his chin, like he wasn't sure if we'd brought enough reflectors. Director Roy and main lead Dawn arrived shortly thereafter, with an entourage of crew. Dawn was all fancied up in a blue summer dress and full makeup. She was practicing lines with one of her assistants. I couldn't stop looking at her. I'm the first to admit, I probably stared. Seb, on the other hand, was focused on the work. "They say this thing is deep," he said. "There's a hole in the center." "What?" "The pool," he said. "They say it's deep." "Oh," I nodded. "Sure." "Eyes on the prize," Seb said, shaking his head. "We're behind schedule." And we were. We barely managed to set up what we had for the initial shot where Dawn enters the cave. The second part, inside the cave, was still being worked on. The space was large enough for a crew of 12 to fit, but it was difficult to hear one another. Sounds just sort of bounced around. Seeing that first scene being filmed, though, that was magical. The snap of the clapperboard, the immediate silence. Everyone hunkered down into their roles. I kept an off-light centered on Dawn, while Seb continuously moved one of the cables out of shot. The camera rolled, and just as scripted, Dawn turned around at the last minute, a final hesitation, a resistance to corruption. Then she turned back and headed inside. As Roy called out, "Cut!" a loud applause erupted from the crew. We were officially doing this. We did a few more takes, trying out different angles, before settling on a dolly zoom shot, an homage to Hitchcock. Roy was obsessed with the guy, and he wanted it to show in the movie. We couldn't blame him. It was a good influence to have. As we finished up the first shot and headed inside, I was brimming with excitement. I'd been unsure if I would be able to contribute, but now I know I was there and getting my hands dirty. It felt good. I felt like I could do it. I could start to see what Roy was doing and how he thought. I was picking up the names of things, just getting better overall. Well inside the cave, Dawn was going to have a conversation with a deity whose voice would be added in post-production. As Roy explored the space and discussed the various angles, one thing became increasingly clear. We couldn't all be in there at once. The space would be limited to the director, sound, the cameramen, and Dawn. The rest of us had to wait outside. Now, the mood outside was great. People were smoking and laughing. Some of the carriers were talking about bringing others up there later for a midnight swim. They were right. That place would be an amazing space to hang out. Very zen. We were a few short minutes from lunch, so some of us had to begin unpacking whatever we'd brought to eat. As noon rolled around, we could hear an audible gasp from inside the cave. At first, we didn't think much of it. I finished my lunch banana, and the others dug into their various sandwiches. Then, someone calling. We couldn't hear what he said first, but it sounded urgent. We all quieted down, only to hear it again. "Call an ambulance." Moments later, another voice. "No, no ambulance. Just get out. Get back." "She's bleeding," said a third voice. "She's not moving," said fourth. "Oh my, what's wrong with her neck?" said another. We dropped everything. One of the cameramen came stumbling out and threw up. One of his assistants tagged along to pat him on the back. But one voice was louder than the others. The director. And he was clear about two things. That everyone needed to get out, and that there would be no ambulance. Everyone filtered out of the cave one by one. Everyone but the director and Dawn. We all just stood there, holding our breaths. It was obvious that something had happened. Some kind of accident. We all looked at one another, back and forth, waiting for someone to break the silence. As it turned out, it would be the director himself who did. Roy came out with his hands up, as if trying to calm us down. He had this big smile on his face as he waved his assistant over. It's fine, he said. "Dawn is just a bit shaken. She'll be on her feet in a bit. Take a long lunch, and we'll get back to it at, let's say, 2 p.m. I was rolling up a cable, standing a little closer than the director had anticipated. I could overhear a bit of what he was whispering to his assistant. Little words not meant for me. Something about fetching his notebook. Not the blue one, the black one. Then to get a guard posted at the cave. And finally, to fetch one of the makeup assistants. The brown-haired one. We weren't convinced, but there was little we could do. One of the crew who'd seen what happened said she slipped and smacked her head on one of the rocks as she stepped into the pool. Someone else said she'd started speaking gibberish. Apparently, the line she was reading was supposed to be some sort of forgotten god language. It was straight from the source material. We all went our separate ways, taking a long lunch, but some of us still weren't convinced. Two of the women from makeup and costume called the local sheriff. After all, Roy had said not to call an ambulance. He hadn't said anything about not calling the police. By the time our 2-hour lunch was up, there was a squad car parked on the dirt road leading up to the cave. Roy's assistant was being interviewed. There was something about the way he talked that made it sound like he was stalling. We all stood in a half circle listening in. They were making small talk about the movie, asking about what had happened, and wanted to see if Dawn was all right. The assistant was eager to answer. A little bit too eager, perhaps. A couple of minutes later, the director stepped out, and with him was Dawn. She looked a bit shaken. She'd covered part of her face with a towel, and she was drenched in water. She excused herself to the officers. They asked a few control questions to see if she was all there, and she had no trouble answering them. Things like her middle name, where she was born, that sort of stuff. But I don't think anyone else was thinking what I was thinking. They hadn't heard what I'd heard. Looking at her, like I'd done all morning, I could tell one thing for certain. That wasn't Dawn. They had a similar look, and they sounded the same, but the hair was a bit longer, and she was a bit shorter. If I hadn't overheard the director asking for the makeup assistant, I wouldn't have thought of it, but that wasn't Dawn. It was the woman from makeup. But how could she look and sound like Dawn that well? If it was all acting, she should have been the one in front of the camera to begin with. The sheriff and deputy excused themselves, wished us the best of luck, and headed out. Roy decided to postpone the next shooting a couple of hours so Dawn could dry off and get her makeup redone. Looking at the crowd, I could tell there were others who had questions. Maybe they didn't know exactly what was off, but we were all getting worried. Something had gone terribly wrong. Later that day, we finished the shot in the cave. We picked up the equipment and called it an early day. The camera crew stayed a bit late just to get some environment shots, and the sound guys got some background noise. Seb and I headed back with one of the equipment vans. I sat next to Seb in the back, bouncing up and down as the suspension held on for dear life. "You seen the black book he carries?" I asked. "You know what's up with that?" "I think it's the original," nodded Seb. "Like a copy of the original book. The Rask book. He refers to it all the time." Seb looked ahead, watching the driver fiddle with the radio. Knowing we weren't actively being listened to, Seb quieted down. "We got a lot of wiggle room when it comes to scenes and casting, but every line of dialogue is straight from that book. Even the crazy god babble stuff? Especially that." Seb lit up a cigarette and passed it to me. I took it, contemplating in silence. Later that night, the crew that were sleeping on site had another get-together. We were all a bit weary from the other night, but spirits were relatively high. Most of the people who'd been scared had left the set altogether, so those who remained were those who didn't care enough to be bothered. I wasn't really in a party mood, still not knowing what to make of what had happened, but I figured I could at least check out the cave, see if I could spot anything out of place. The others just wanted a reason to get their drink on. There were 12 of us crammed into 2 very small cars. We rolled all the way back to the cave, armed with flashlights, a portable 8-track player, and plenty of drinks. People were singing all the way there, and I'm the first to admit, it was hard not to get in the mood. As we got back to the cave, we noticed something peculiar. One of the security guards from the set was stationed there, reading a magazine. As we approached, he perked up and shone a light on us. "No entry," he said. "Y'all can go party somewhere else." "Come on, man," someone protested. "It's been a rough day." "Why can't we go in?" another one asked. The guard just shook his head. Director's orders. Gotta keep it clean for reshoots. I stepped up carefully, taking a deep breath and releasing the stress from my shoulders. I put on my bravest smile. Now I was even more curious. Look, are you going to sit here all night? I asked. If we're reshooting here, we gotta put all the lights back up anyway. It'll be a mess no matter what we do, so what's the harm in letting us kick back a little? He looked me up and down, not sure what to make of it. We won't throw any trash around, I continued, and you can stick around if you want. He looked back at the rest of the group, letting his flashlight pan over them, one by one. Y'all got beer? Minutes later, we were all back inside the cave, music blasting from the 8-track. It wasn't as good as the one that had been smashed by the white shirts, but it did the trick. We had to settle for country music though. The man with the Kiss tapes had left. While the others stripped into their birthday suits and plunged into the pool inside the cave, it took some time to check for any traces of what had happened. Any signs of blood, or anything really. It didn't take long for me to realize there was nothing of interest around. I sat down by the 8-track player and cranked up the volume. The guard had stripped down too, joining the others in the pool. I wasn't feeling it. Not yet, at least. Apparently the water was warmer than anticipated, and the flashlights made the ripples reflect off the rough cave surface. Every laugh echoed, every ticklish squeak, all of it. As I was about to switch cassettes on the 8-track, I noticed the laughter slowly dying down. I looked up only to see the 12 other people just standing there in the middle of the pool. They'd stopped laughing, talking, and playing. Instead they stared at one another in what seemed like disbelief. It was such an eerie sight. A dozen people, as naked as the day God made them, their minds going blank in unison. One of the camera assistants looked down at his hands, then up at the others. What happened? He asked. They were all looking down at their hands and the water. One of them looked straight to me. Did I get the line right? She asked. Are we rolling? It was dark, someone said. I've been in the dark. Yes, dark, another chimed in. But who are you? Why were you there? Finally, the security guard rose out of water, brushing his hair out of his eyes as he joined the crowd. I'm Dawn, he said. No, I'm Dawn, another said. They were looking back at one another, one by one, all saying the same thing, all using the same tone of voice, the same accent, the same body language. I'm Dawn. For all intents and purposes, and to the best of their knowledge, they all seemed to think the same thing, that they were all, each and every one of them, Dawn Anderson. They tried convincing one another. They were comparing childhood memories, their social security number, favorite songs and food, intimate secrets about everything from their sex life to the name they would give their firstborn child. As the questions piled on, and the answers got louder, I could tell they were getting agitated. I got up and tried talking to them, but it was useless. They were all convinced that they, alone, were the real Dawn. Then someone threw a punch. Someone was getting choked. It happened so fast that I didn't even realize what was happening. They were going to kill each other. I have this vivid memory of looking back at Winona, an assistant sound technician, as she started beating Chuck Helcom with a rock, all the while screaming, in the same accent as the rest of them, that her name was Dawn Anderson. I tried breaking it up, but it was escalating all over. I was pushing two people apart when someone grabbed me from behind, dragging me down into the pool of water. I flopped down belly first. Now, I'm not sure exactly what I saw under the surface. There was a hole leading further down, just like Seb had said, and somewhere down there, I could see someone still, someone tied up with a spare cable and lodged deep into an underwater crevice. I could feel something in the water, something tugging at the back of my mind ever so slightly, a voice whispering from across a great distance, asking me, then telling me that I wasn't alone, that there was someone out there who wanted to be with me. They needed a place to stay. I didn't listen. Had it been minutes earlier, I might have. Nowadays, decades later, I still have this image in my head. Perfect hair bobbing up and down with the shifting of the pool. A person turned problem, brushed under the carpet. But at that time, I convinced myself that I was looking at nothing, that I heard nothing. I couldn't bring myself to imagine the worst. Not then, not there. There was blood in the water, screams, attacks got more ruthless. Some of them wrestled or threw rocks. Most of them tried to drown one another. "Say it," one of the hairdressers demanded. "Say it. Say that I'm Dawn." She got clocked in the back of the head and collapsed face first into the shallow end of the pool. There was this guy, Michael. He was one of our drivers. One of the calmest, friendliest people on set. I hadn't even seen him without his oversized glasses before. He could be a bit long-winded because of his stammer. Now he was standing next to me, panting like an animal, and grabbing my arm. You can't be Dawn," he wheezed. "No one can. He said I was. I listened, and you didn't. Mike, you can't." As soon as I mentioned his name, I realized I'd made a mistake. He shrieked and tried to bend my arm. In an effort to break it, I managed to get a kick in on his leg, causing him to fall forward. In the split second where his grip faltered, I recoiled. I hurried out of the pool, heading straight for the exit. There were threats all around me. These familiar faces turned feral, all looking to take me down in this mad free-for-all. Stiff fingers grabbing at my hair, rocks whizzing past my ear, desperate cries. I had no choice but to run. I got out, but I hadn't been smart about it. It was hard being smart when I could barely think a cohesive thought. The moment I sucked in the night air, I realized they were coming after me. Not all of them, but at least 3. I'd never run. One of them laughed. "You're not the real me. You're a fraud." The keys to the cars were in the discarded clothes inside the cave. All I could do was run straight into the birch forest and hope for the best. I could barely think straight, and the oppressive dark didn't help. A harsh wind cut through the leaves, leaving the sweat on my brow cold as ice. They were hot on my trail, running without abandon over every sharp rock and branch and straight through the underbrush. If I were to have any chance of outpacing them, I had to stop thinking and just go for it. I almost sprained my ankle stumbling over a log. In that quiet heartbeat where I struggled to regain my balance, I could hear them. Their agitation had reached the point where they weren't just angry, they were reduced to making noises, sobbing, retching, and grunting like animals, their minds unraveling. At some point I realized I had no idea where I was. It was the middle of the birch woods, and I could still hear them skulking about. I just couldn't see them. The canopy was blocking what little moonlight was up there. I hid behind a boulder, trying to make myself small. From there, I listened. "It's dark," one of them mumbled. "Deep, deep inside. It's dark. It shouldn't be. Why is it dark?" I can't. I can't let, can't let. I'm the real one. The really real one. You have to believe. I. They spread out. Two of them started fighting, but the third one was heading my way. A woman in her late 30s. I think she was in the props department. She'd found this sharp piece of granite that she held like a knife. Even at a distance and with little light, I could see that she clung to that rock hard enough to cut into her fingers. Please, she wheezed. Please let me be it. Let it be me. I can't can't let. I closed my eyes, held my breath, and hoped she'd just pass me by. I counted the seconds, feeling the sting of salty sweat in my eyes. Slowly I peeked an eye open. She was right there, looking down at me. For a hot second I thought we were good. She looked hesitant. Still, I could hear the blood dripping from her grip of the stone, tapping against the leaves in the underbrush. But like an animal, something set her off. Could have been the blink of an eye, a split impulse, anything. But she threw herself at me, her hands bloodied and frantic, her nails digging into my skin, her teeth snapping at me like a hungry dog. We wrestled back and forth for what felt like forever. I didn't want to hurt her. I tried to tell her to stop, to step back, to listen, but she wouldn't. Maybe she couldn't. I felt the stab of that granite shard against my rib, and something just took over in me. I don't want to go into detail, but I fought back as hard as I could. I had to defend myself, and to do that, I couldn't hold back. None of us really wanted that fight, but we still had to do it. And when she finally stopped moving, I started walking. I didn't care. I couldn't allow myself to. I ended up by the main road leading out of Chatter Blinds. I tried to wave down a passing car, but they just kept going. Two others passed shortly after. One even slowed down, looked at me, and then passed. But one of them finally stopped. The squad car from earlier, the sheriff, and the deputy. I was taken in and looked over. Most wounds were superficial cuts and bruises. I had splotches of blood on my clothes, but it wasn't mine. I didn't say that, though. I told them there were people who needed help. I tried to explain that there'd been a fight, but I had a hard time wrapping my head around what had exactly happened and how. I think they were on drugs. I lied. It was the best explanation I could come up with. I didn't know where to even start. And this one they'd definitely believe without a second thought. The night resulted in 6 people being committed to a nearby hospital. 4 others were reported missing, one of which was the woman I'd been attacked by. The final 2 were in good enough condition to be taken in for interrogation. Of course, they had nothing to say, and come morning, they had no memory of what had happened. They weren't Dawn. They never had been. How could they be? No one was pressing charges, and no one had a good explanation. They didn't find any drugs, and we hadn't even had that much to drink. To an outsider, it was just weird. But at that point, our entire set seemed cursed to the people of Chatterblinds. We were the strange outsiders, coming there to upset their order. Still, 4 people were missing. They were never found. By early morning I was released. I was ready to go home. I'd had enough of that madness, and no pay in the world was enough to compensate for whatever BS was happening behind the scenes. I put on a fresh set of clothes and had my bags packed and ready to go. I was waiting for Seb to wake up, and I'd ask him to take me to the closest train station, or bus station, or whatever came first. But as I sat there, watching the sun rise, another face came wandering across the lot. Dawn, or whoever was posing as her. She wandered to me and smiled. She didn't say anything, and neither did I. She took a flower out of her hair, a tiny blue sunflower, and handed it to me. "I had a dream about you last night," she smiled, "but it wasn't a very good one." "Sorry to hear that." "You look like you had a rough night." She frowned. "Just like in my dream." "Sure." I wasn't interested. I just wanted to go home, but she leaned down and looked me in the eyes. "You beat me with a rock," she said, her face deadpan. "It hurts." "I didn't." "You didn't?" "I didn't." She shook her head. She got up and grinned at me, the kind of menacing grin that told a story in and of itself. "I'm telling," she smiled, "and you'll be in trouble." I shook my head and said nothing, but as she walked away, there was this icy cold panic in my chest. I got up and tried to find the right words. I could see where she was heading, straight for the director's trailer. I raised my hand towards her, but before I could say anything, she just grinned back at me. "It's okay," she said. "Just make the movie. It's important." She wandered away, her blue sundress swaying in the softening wind. I don't know how long I slept. A few hours, maybe. Just leaning against the outer mess hall wall. It wasn't until Seb tapped me with his muddy boot that I woke up. Despite my fresh set of clothes, he could see that I wasn't okay. "You need something?" he asked, squinting from the morning sun. I considered it. I could still get on a train and just go. I could. But there was something that told me I'd regret it, if Dawn Anderson had something to say about it. She knew. Somehow, she knew. I shook my head, trying to collect my thoughts. "Maybe," I sighed. "I don't know." "Well, wait until you figure it out. We got work to do," he continued. "Everyone's on extra cleaning duty for the next set." "Great," I sighed. "Just great." I stayed down, rolling the little blue sunflower between my fingers. Seb took a moment to look me over. He must have realized I wasn't telling the whole story and offered me a hand. "Come on, buddy." He smiled. "Let's make a movie." The next couple of days, we managed to shoot a few scenes. It almost felt like a real movie set, for once. Our schedules were on time, and there was a steady stream of supporting actors being brought in. If this was the only period of filming you'd seen, you might think it was like any other project. But for those of us in the know, we knew most of this was all surface. Like the lead actress, no matter what she sounded like, or moved like, or looked like, we all knew the truth. That wasn't Dawn Anderson. But what were we supposed to do? Everyone was just acting like nothing had happened. Even Seb didn't seem to know how to act, and he was the only person in there that I could 100% trust. I'd managed to compartmentalize much of what had happened those first few days, treating it as if something that had happened to someone else. But as with many other things, normalcy came and went like a pendulum, and it was about to swing pretty far in the other direction. In the script, the next location was just called a blue house. The house itself was supposed to be insignificant. The focus of the scene was the action of the characters. It was supposed to be this really tense scene where the heroine had found a large wooden chest, rumored to contain the bones of an unholy prophet. Sort of like an anti-saint. The house itself was supposed to be a sort of backdrop. Just a blue house.
She would slowly approach, walking from room to room, speaking to the spirit of the prophet in a dead language. Finally, the chest was supposed to slowly open. That was the planned scene. We had an actual house for this scene, down by the coast. Director Hampton wanted a real house with a view of the coastline. However, when Seb and I were brought on to set up the interior lighting, we could tell there were issues. Constant delays, where runners and set designers had to fix and tinker with the interior. Half the day passed and we hadn't put up a single light. Seb wasn't impressed. Things had been going well for a few days, and this just ground his enthusiasm to a halt. We spent most of the afternoon sitting by the cliffside, listening to music, and sharing a pack of cigarettes. That's the clearest picture I have in my mind from that day. "I gotta ask," I remember saying, "why are you so eager to keep this job?" Seb flicked the ash of his cigarette, nodding to himself. Finally, he shrugged at me. "Got a kid on the way," he said. "This is probably the last set I can work out of state before I get locked down." "You're having a kid?" "Yeah." That was the first time I imagined Seb Digman as a parent. It changed him somehow. By nightfall, they gave up. The director had a long chat with some of his inner circle and sent most people home. The only ones who were allowed to stick around were those who the director deemed trustworthy. Both Seb and I were in. Maybe it wasn't so much a matter of trust as it was desperation. As we saw wave after wave of people leaving the set, the shadows grew longer. Seb and I watched as some of the folks who'd been toiling for hours finally got to rest, and we were tasked to pick up their slack. We'd seen people wander in and out of the house all day with these cheap metal buckets, armed with little hammers that we used to nail down power cables. You don't want a loose cable to drift into view on set. That was pretty much all the equipment they'd used. It was strange. All they did was walk in, hammer a little, and come out with a bucket full of white pebbles. Then they'd toss it over the edge of the cliffside, go back in, and do it all over again. They looked like miners, only without the pickaxes and safety helmets. I'd just finished eating a prepackaged cheese and ham sandwich when I got a tap on my shoulder. One of the sound guys handed me his bucket and hammer, wiping the sweat off his brow. "You're up," he wheezed. "Go see Hampton." So I did. The director, Roy Hampton, had been busy all day. It was rare to see him do anything but make loud demands, or point out details that needed to be changed. Now he was just sitting there, on a bench across from the house, flipping through a copy of the script with a marker pen. The lead actress was nowhere to be seen. As I approached, he looked me up and down before turning his attention back to the script. "Did they tell you what to do?" he asked. "No. We need to clear the house," he continued, "for the shoot." "Clear it of what?" Without looking up, he tapped the side of my bucket. "Teeth." I was given a few more instructions for clarification. For example, I wasn't allowed to touch or move the wooden chest prop. Furthermore, I had to look everywhere, behind the furniture, under the carpets, anywhere and everywhere. I was to use the hammer and not pull them out with my hands. I could not keep any of the teeth. Once they were out of the wall, however, it was fine to touch them if necessary. But it didn't make sense to me. Obviously, teeth was a joke, but that didn't answer what those white pebbles were, and having them thrown out by the bucket load meant there had to be tons of them inside. Why did we pick that location to begin with? It was me, Seb, and 2 runners. Who stepped in? An old house made sometime in the 1920s. Tight corridors, thin wooden walls,
Creaky floors, curled blue wallpaper. Seb insisted that the whole house was tilting slightly, but I couldn't feel it. Wouldn't surprise me if it did, though. Stepping into the living room, there was only one item that looked out of place. A massive wooden box, smack dab in the middle of the floor. It was as if everything in the room had been moved to accommodate for that one box. I thought the team had done a great job making it. It really looked like some old ceremonial thing. It seemed to be nailed to the floor. Seb wasn't convinced, though. He leaned down, dragging his hand along the side of the box. He looked up at me with blackened fingertips. His expression changed. "This is real patina," he said. "This thing is old. Real kind of old." One of the runners were the first to find something. He called us over. It was underneath the kitchen sink. He lit it up with a flashlight, inviting us to take a look for ourselves. The others kneeled, one by one. No one said a thing. Finally, it was my turn. Even then, I was still expecting some kind of salt or calcium buildup, something you might see in an old house. But it was teeth. Actual teeth. Just like we'd been told. It was molars. Most of them small, like the nail of a pinky finger. Others were the size of a thumb. There was at least 24 of them. There was this stunned silence as we all tried to process this. For some reason my eyes drifted back to Seb. He was the only one looking not at the teeth, but at the box in the middle of the room. Noticing me looking at him, he nodded towards it. "You know," he said, "I'm starting to think that ain't a prop." There were 2 floors in total. We could find teeth in every single room, if we looked close enough. Inside the fireplace on the bottom floor, on the side of the stairs, under and on the carpets, Seb found a couple teeth hanging from the chandelier. The first tooth I knocked out was one of the most visceral things I've ever felt. There was like a wet, flesh-textured hole left in the wall that slowly closed. There was a warmth and a wetness to every single tooth, as if someone was breathing into my face with every tooth removed. Every clink of a tooth falling into my metal bucket sent a shiver down my spine. We probably went at it for an hour before we'd filled our first bucket. One by one we went outside, dumping it all over the edge of the cliff. Looking over at the director, he didn't seem to have a care in the world, laughing it up with some of the folks from the costume department. Going back in, we had trouble finding more teeth. It wasn't until about 15 minutes later when we realized that most of the places where we had already looked had new teeth growing in. Most of them tiny, but they were there, even up in the chandelier. "What's the point?" Seb sighed. "If it keeps coming back, what's the point?" "Maybe it stops," one of the runners said. "Like, after a while?" "What makes you think that?" I asked. The other runner, a guy named Merle, pulled one of the teeth out with his bare hands, stuffing it into his pocket. "I'm keeping one," he said. "Ain't no way anyone will believe me if I don't." We spent the next 3 hours knocking teeth out and throwing them over the edge of the cliff, all the while finding more teeth all over, no matter how many times we got rid of them. By the 4th bucket load, the director stopped us at the door. He went along with us inside. "It's useless," Seb tried to tell him. "There are too many." "I got it now," the director assured us. "We're fixing this." We stepped back inside and walked straight to the wooden box. Using his cigar cutter, the director cut a small wound into his thumb and smeared a bloody circle across the top of the box. The rest of us didn't say anything. This wasn't the strangest thing we'd seen him do, but it was up there. He handed me his script, now with a bloody thumbprint. Read what's marked in yellow. Flipping through the pages, the only things marked in yellow were certain nonsense words. They were the words of the spoken off-screen entity, the corrupting influence that the heroine tries to resist throughout the movie. I can't pronounce any of this, I said. What's this? Rio? You can't say it wrong, the director added. Just say it how you feel it should be said. I looked up at Seb. He just shook his head. Rao Soma Io. I spoke aloud. Drin Soma Io. Ray nodded, waiting as I flipped through the pages. The marked words were few and far between, a mix of various spoken lines. Stro Soma Io, I continued. Hoffen Soma Io. Then something happened. The words started to make sense to me, not just the way they were supposed to be spoken, but their innate meaning. But it wasn't just words, they were experiences, pictures. They made me think of distant places and foreign smells, pictures of blue fabric blowing in the night wind, fine salt under my fingernails, a great fire. Then, without noticing, I didn't have the script in my hands anymore. The director took it back. Everyone just looked at me, slack-jawed and confused. There was a more intricate pattern on the box now, but you could barely tell. The wood was too dark, masking the dry blood. I think we're done, Director Hampton said. They should be gone by morning. What? What exactly did we do? Asked Seb. What is this? You think you'd understand that explanation? He smiled. Or would you even want to, for that matter? Seb sighed, drawing a breath into a new cigarette. No. The next day, filming resumed. There were no more issues with the house, and we were able to set up our equipment within the hour. We were done just after lunch, quickly moving on to some environmental shots by the cliffside. It's as if the previous day had never happened. I was pretty out of it though. I hadn't slept well. Every time I started to slip into a dream, I had this panicked feeling of not being able to get back out, like stepping off the deep end of a pool when you can't swim. I couldn't allow myself to fall into a deep sleep, instead dipping in and out of semi-consciousness until the early hours of the morning. I kept thinking about those words, seeing them, feeling them, knowing them. I remember looking out over the cliffside, feeling a stiff breeze ruffle my hair, when Seb tapped me on my shoulder. You okay? He asked. Slept really bad. I sighed. Me too, he said, sipping his coffee. Seb looked down at the rest of the crew, still packing up from one of the beach shots. They looked so small from up there. You seen Merle today? He asked. The runner? Nah, I yawned. Probably slept in. Seb shook his head. No, he didn't. We were kept busy all day long, but we kept an eye out. Neither of us managed to catch a glimpse of Merle, and no one seemed to know anything. There were still people running about back at the warehouse, but most were accounted for on site. It was worrisome. I'd seen enough to know that people were expendable at this point. We came back as the sun started to set. The late-night get-togethers and mini-parties had been replaced with a whole crew face-planting into their pillow simultaneously. Having lost all sleep from the other night, I was barely standing. I was out cold in a matter of minutes. This time, I could dream, but not without twisting, turning, and waking at random. I kept getting these intrusive thoughts in my head, that I had to go for a run, or drink scalding hot water, or rub sand against my shin bones. Just these weird physical sensations that I had sudden urges to pursue. I didn't, of course, but I couldn't stop myself from feeling it. When my mind finally settled into a singular dream, it was surprisingly real. It felt like I was having an out-of-body experience. I imagined myself walking around the set, browsing the dark shelves, and running my hand across the cold metal. I could hear my footsteps as I made my way back to my bed, going back to sleep even there and then, in my own mind. Only when I got back, someone was already in my bed. Me. The moment I woke up, I was staring into a stranger's eyes. One green eye, one red. A rattled breath, struggling for air. It took me a moment to realize that it wasn't them having trouble breathing. It was me. I was being strangled. There was this slow buildup of panic in my chest as I came to. It was as if my heart was trying to beat faster, but the blood couldn't reach my head. Still, looking back at it, what I remember most is the neutral expression of my attacker, or the cold fingers around my neck. What I remember most is something sharp poking into my skin as if they were holding a handful of gravel and pressing it against me. I was hyper-focusing on these nonsensical little things, as if I couldn't understand what was really happening. My hand flopped to the side of the bed, my fingertips growing numb. I could feel my biceps losing strength. Grabbing something out of my bedside pants, I brought my hand up towards my attacker and flicked my thumb. I'd managed to grab my lighter. I burned them straight in their red eye. I didn't even realize how much I needed to breathe until I managed to get them off me. I pushed myself away and felt the chemicals in my body come loose, blood rushing to my head and muscles, kicking me into action. I wanted to scream for help, but all that came out was this useless whimper. My throat had been hurt. Instead, I backed away, readied myself to run, and watched my attacker step into the moonlight. Merle, the runner. His left hand was covered in teeth, going all the way up to his shoulder. More teeth falling out of his mouth with every breath. Little holes building up on the side of his face, with early onset of more teeth poking through the skin. His eye had turned red from internal bleeding, as one of the teeth had grown out of the corner of his retina. In the moment, I abandoned all reason. From what I'd seen on set, this was the most visceral and horrifying sight by far. That night with Dawn, at the cave, at least they'd been human, but this? I couldn't tell what was happening here. He shouldn't have taken that tooth. I wanted to turn to run, but he was matching my movements like a predator. A shift to the left, to the right. His eyes didn't leave me. I backed away. He moved closer. My instinct to try and talk him down was thrown out the window. This wasn't a person that would listen to reason. All I had was my lighter and a solid 8 feet of distance. I heard the tip-tap noises of little teeth falling off his arm, like sand in an hourglass. Then he attacked. My folding bed was thrown across the room. His naked footsteps were heavy, leaving dozens of teeth behind. Despite that, he was fast. He came at me with all he had. I grabbed the first thing I could use as a barrier, a door leading me into the bathroom. I rushed inside, slamming the door shut. I felt him grabbing the handle from the other side, pulling with an impossible strength, but losing his grip with the loss of teeth slipping from the palm of his hand. I got just enough leverage to lock the door. I stumbled backwards into a bathtub, pulling down the cheap blue fabric as I fell. Seconds later, the door started to give way. Wooden splinters scattered on the floor. I pulled down the shower rod, wrapped the curtain up, and set fire to it with my lighter. wielding it like a makeshift torch. Good thing it was cheap plastic, and that no one had had the time to shower that night. It felt primal, in a way, like a caveman waving off a hungry wolf, but this particular wolf didn't seem all too bothered. And with that, the door broke. It all happened so fast. I remember hearing myself trying to scream, but just managing a wheeze. I pushed the shower rod into his chest like a spear, but it barely budged him, scraping against surface-level teeth. A tooth-covered fist swung towards me, cracking the ceramic tiles next to me as he missed, instead hitting the light switch. It turned this waking nightmare into a shadow play. Vague gestures and silhouettes cast by moonlight. A red eye, a mouth with oversized teeth, tip-taps of teeth hitting ceramic tiles. And still, I couldn't scream. Managing to duck under a second swing, I used his momentum to get past and back out into the mess hall. I ran towards the back where I could pass into the warehouse, but I didn't get far. Merle threw something heavy at me, hitting me just over the shoulder. I fell forward, completely losing my balance, knocking something over from the counter. He'd ripped out a piece of the sink. Landing palms first into a spilled pile of table salt, I rolled over to see Merle approaching. Parts of the shower curtain still smoldered on his shoulder. He had picked up the shower rod, wielding it like a club. He was going to beat me to death. For a moment the impressions of the day flashed before my eyes. The teeth in the walls, the cliffside chat with Seb, the nonchalant attitude of Director Hampton, and the strange words, the images that had flashed within my mind, the words that had crept into the back of my head and settled there, coloring the inside of my mind with foreign pictures. And suddenly, it started to make sense. The blue fabric, browing in the wind from an open window, that was the shower curtain. The salt under my fingernails, it was right there. But there was no great fire, only a sputtering flame on his shoulder. "It's wrong," I muttered as Merle approached. "It's wrong. There should..." The words came to me, clear, vivid, and eager. I'll never forget them. I can't. Rau soma io, drin soma io, strau soma io, hoffen soma io. By the last syllable, it was as if something in the air corrected itself. Maybe it was just a coincidence, a freak wind, but another part of me felt like the world was making something right. A sputter from the flame got caught in his hair. Something flared up by the neck of his torn shirt. In the blink of an eye, he erupted into flame. A great fire. The fire alarm screamed in my stead. I coughed on the black smoke as Merle fled outside. I could finally hear others waking up and stepping out of their trailers, but to them, all they saw was the fire. Merle was dead the moment he hit the ground. He was just a tangled mess of fabric and something to them. I drew in a deep breath of nighttime air, feeling my throat relax. Someone was asking me what was going on. Someone was screaming for help. But louder than any voice was the mere presence of Dawn Anderson, the lead actress. Standing at the edge of the fire with a robe wrapped around her, giving me a tired smile. She scooched closer, speaking just loud enough for others to hear. "Good thing you were here," she smiled. "This could have burned down the entire warehouse." I didn't answer. I just looked at her. "Looks like some props didn't make it, huh?" She continued. Now we both had dirt on one another. She knew what I'd done to her that first night outside the cave, and I knew she wasn't the real Dawn Anderson. We were at an impasse. Looks like I deserve a raise, I wheezed. I'm sure Mr. Hampton agrees. They held a fireside applause for me. Someone pointed out the trail of teeth left behind, as if that somehow confirmed that it was just burning props. Someone else pointed to the vague shape of a skeletal hand in the flames. Another sign of important props being lost. But both Dawn and I knew what it really was. Or rather, who it really was. But we had a movie to make. Filming progressed rapidly. Director Hampton wanted to finish up the scenes that were shot off-site first, so we could move on to interior and controlled environments. There wasn't too much hassle once we got into a routine, but it was hard to ignore what I'd seen. Whenever things were going smoothly, all I could imagine was what horrors were happening behind closed doors. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that Roy Hampton was doing more than just directing a movie, but it was hard to put into words just what I suspected. About a week passed without incident. Seb and I got a little less to do as we transitioned to finished sets, so we were occasionally tasked with clearing out off-site gear and props, going through places we'd filmed to make sure we didn't leave anything behind, or did any damage that might make the owners mad. Then we were ordered to clear out the Blue House, the place where we'd filmed lead actress Dawn Anderson, as her character conversed with an imperceptible deity, the place that had once had teeth growing out of the walls. I wasn't too enthused about the idea. Seb and I were the first on site, mostly clearing out staples left in the walls, extra cables, putting furniture back in order, that kind of thing. And of course, we were instructed not to move the wooden crate in the middle of the room. That came with the house, apparently. Last time we were there, we'd tiptoed around it like it was a landmine. It didn't take long to get through the work order. We'd barely done anything to the place, and now that there weren't any unnatural growths coming out of the woodwork, we were peachy. The two runners we had helping us out spent most of the day smoking and going through some old magazines they'd found upstairs. I got some time to sit down with Seb in his '68 Frog Eye Sprite. We drove onto the property so we could look out over the cliffside while he blasted some Hendrix. I still had a hard time picturing him as a family man, given our last conversation. About the, kid. Was it planned? I asked. Kinda, nodded Seb. Always wanted kids. Really? I smiled. You don't seem like the type. Dreamt about it since I was a teenager. Gonna have 2 boys. John and Keith. Got it all figured out, huh? A man's gotta have a plan. Then, what if it's a girl? God already promised me. He smiled. God ain't got no reason to change their mind. We stayed there for about an hour. I leaned back and napped in the passenger seat while Seb turned up the volume on All Along the Watchtower. If that had been the rest of the shoot, I would have been okay with it. Some work, some rest, no nightmares. As we went inside to finish up, we noticed the 2 runners standing on each side of the wooden crate. They were trying to lift it. I didn't realize it at first, but they must have forgotten that we weren't supposed to move it, that it came with the house. But before me or Seb got the chance to say anything, it was already too late. See, the front of the crate had been nailed to the floor, but the back was nailed to a rotting plank. So when the runners lifted it straight up, it tilted forward and broke wide open. Apparently, it wasn't as sturdy as one would have thought. As the top of the crate burst open, I was expecting a little dust, some books, or maybe some clothes. Old doodads that had been kept around for good measure. Instead, rolling out of the wooden splinters was this big lump of stone-like mass. At first I didn't know what it was. It was large and gray like a polished lump of coal. There were also little white things crawling across it. Dozens of moths took flight out of the bottom of the crate. Then I saw it, a familiar shape bent in an unfamiliar way. This lump of coal had once been a person. The faint outline of the skull and shoulders were the most immediate giveaway, but after a while I could spot the fingers as well, broken and bent in every which way. One leg in a fetal position, another bent sideways across the body in an unnatural angle, like someone had done their best to push them into the crate, no matter how much damage was done to the body. And the moths. While a dozen or so happily fluttered about the room, I could count hundreds of maggots crawling across the body. It was almost like a pattern, zigzagging across the bends of broken bones and twisted face muscles. We all just stared at it for a moment. One of the runners poked it with his foot, tipping it slightly. It was hard as a stone. As it rocked back and forth, some of the maggots tumbled onto the floor. Seb bent down, looking at it closely. The other runner, a guy in his early 50s with a sizable gut, crossed his arms and scoffed. "It's gotta be prep," he said. "Put it back in the box." "I ain't touching it," said the other runner. "It's probably diseased." "If it was a prop, they would have asked us to bring it in," said Seb. "But they did, though," said the first runner. "They asked us to." "No, they didn't," I added. "This came with the house." "BS." Well, they tried their best not to show it. I could tell the runners were just as shaken as we were. They wrapped their hands in towels before they dared to touch it, and even then, they decided to just tilt the box back up and leave it as is. As we wrapped up for the day, the runners took off, heading into town to get a sandwich. Seb and I drove off too, but stopped about halfway back to the set. Seb pulled over and parked by the side of the road, turning down the radio. He shook his head as if trying to convince himself to say something. Finally, he sighed. "We gotta call the police," he said. "We can't pretend this is normal." "You think it wasn't a prop? With everything you've seen here, do you honestly think that wasn't real?" The answer was obvious. We took a detour through town, stopping at a payphone outside the supermarket. We got a few side eyes from the locals, looking us up and down as Seb talked to the sheriff over the phone. I saw one woman leaving with her 7-year-old daughter. The kid waved at me with a little hello, and I waved back, only to see the mother pulling her away. Maybe they didn't like outsiders. Or maybe they just didn't like us. I also couldn't help but notice how there was a clothing store just across the street selling shirts, dress jackets, and coats. Very similar to the clothes to what we'd seen hung from trees outside our set. As a threat, a handful of blank-faced mannequins proudly displayed a variety of neatly pressed shirts. I started to get the idea that not only were we seen as outsiders, but as an actual threat. And given what I'd seen over the past couple of weeks, I wasn't sure they were wrong. Seb tapped me on the shoulder, snapping me out of my spiraling paranoia. "We're meeting them back at the house," he said. "Let's go." As we got back in the car, I noticed the mother staring at us from across the street, firmly clutching a golden cross around her neck. Our eyes met for a moment. I could tell she was scared. I saw her shoulders move with her heavy breathing. We weren't just outsiders to her. We were dangerous. As we drove off, I could still see her looking at us through the rear view mirror. A stark reminder that no matter who we were, and what we were doing here. We weren't welcome in Chatterblinds. We pulled up outside the blue house again. We didn't have to wait long for the sheriff to arrive. I got the impression that they'd been called out a lot these past few days. There'd been the break-in, the debacle at the cave, and now this. And that was just the immediate issues. Who knew what else had been going on? They pulled up to the house, and we escorted them inside. All the while, they kept talking to one another. "Yeah, this house is derelict," the deputy said. "I'm not sure you're allowed to film here." "They got the lease," the sheriff added. "I don't like it, but it's above board. They know the owner." "Yeah, but it is what it is." As we entered the living room, Seb pointed them to the wooden crate. Moths were still fluttering about, forcing the deputy to wave them off with his hat. As they moved the loosely added lid of the crate, a few more moths fluttered out, and the body was gone. "What am I missing here?" the sheriff asked. Seb just shook his head and looked at me. Maybe the runners moved it, or the director. Either way, someone got back there ahead of us. Probably someone from the closed set, as that was closer than downtown Chatterblinds. "Someone took it," I said. "It was there and..." "Look, I'm inclined to believe you gentlemen, but you ain't got something to show us. There ain't much we can do." "We'll call you as soon as something shows up." "See that you do," he continued, "and make sure no one moves it next time." They wandered off, leaving me and Seb along with the moth-laden box and a whole bunch of nothing. The sun turned the horizon a brownish orange, stretching out our shadows. Seb didn't say a word. We got back in the car and just drove. As we came to a fork in the road, leading us up towards the closed set, Seb kept driving straight through. We missed the exit. "Where are we going?" I asked. "We're getting out of here." "Oh yeah?" "Yeah." We went past the half-abandoned farmlands, the lone houses overlooking the cliffside, and the various abandoned summer homes. Past the cows grazing on dry grass and the pine trees struggling to keep their needles, the shadows grew longer. "Why now?" I asked. "After all this, why now?" "You remember what the script said?" Seb asked. "What it said about the box?" "Not really." "Check the glove box. Got a copy. Page 36. I clicked it open and pulled out in a noted version of an older script. Turning to the correct page, I got a stark reminder of what the script said. According to the script, that box contained the priest, or prophet, of some kind of unnamed deity. It was described as the voice of the dead-tongued god. Jesus. The word just fell out of me. Looking back up at Seb, I was afraid to ask what he thought. I didn't say a word, but he answered anyway. "That crate was never supposed to be opened. It's not a prop. At best, we're looking at a mummified corpse. At worst..." He shook his head, drawing a breath of his cigarette. "I don't want to think about it," he sighed. "That's where I draw the line." "A man's gotta have a plan," I added. Seb nodded, flicking the cigarette to the road behind us. We kept going through downtown Chatterblinds and out past the highway, but as we got to a crossroads, Seb slowed down. A cold wind blew through the pine trees. I had barely noticed the dark creeping up on us, as the shadows had melted into night. As the car came to a stop, I could see something come into view. It vaguely resembled someone in a blue dress, lying halfway across the road, unmoving. "What is that?" Seb asked. Is that a person?" "I can't tell," I said. Kinda looks like it. We sat there for a few seconds just to see if it moved. It didn't. Seb put the car into park. I don't like this, he muttered. I really don't. I nodded. I didn't like it either. Still, we both stepped out to make sure they were okay. As we got closer, the blue dress got tangled in a stiff breeze. At this distance, I couldn't tell for sure if it was a person, but it was roughly the size of one. Still, it didn't move, and I couldn't tell what was up or down. There was a strange pale color to it. As we got closer, it became apparent that this wasn't, in fact, a person. It was just a mannequin in a blue dress, the same kind of blank-faced mannequin I'd seen in the window of that place downtown, the one with the fancy shirts. Seb and I looked at one another as we turned back towards the car. There was someone there. They must have waited by the roadside. 8 people in total, some coming out of the woods, 2 of them blocking our way back to the car. One man leaning against the driver's side of Seb's car had a shotgun firmly pointed in our direction. On the opposite side of the car was a familiar face. It was the same woman I'd seen that first night. It was impossible to miss her stringy rose-blonde hair and wiry frame. She held a hammer in her left hand, and what looked like a handful of nails in her right. Other shapes were joining her from the sides, stepping out from the edge of the forest and into the headlights of the car, all with neatly pressed white shirts, black leather belts, and dress pants. We were surrounded. Should have left while you still could, she smiled. Now the train's passed. Sin's already stained you. We don't want to cause trouble, Seb said. I'm heading home. I got a kid and... You got kin? Waiting at home? She laughed. You poor sod. You don't see it, do you? You can't feel the taint of those people curdling your bloodline. Seb didn't answer. He looked at me as if expecting an answer or a plan, but I had nothing. Hearing those hellish incantations, stepping into Satan's church, you've crossed the bridge and paid with the blood of your firstborn. You mark my words, sinner. Then we'd like to repent, I said. Yeah, we didn't know what to... Ignorance is not innocence. Seb dropped to the ground. He'd been smacked in the back of the knees with a lead pipe. Another man was heading my way with the aluminum bat, ready to do the same to me. I just held my hands up in surrender and got down on my knees. He gave me a firm push, but I was spared any further battery. On all fours, sinner, he spat. I did as they asked, digging my fingers into the asphalt. I could feel the road salt stinging the skin under my fingernails. I could hear Seb groan off to the side. He probably took a greater hit than I first thought. The circle closed in around us. A fist grabbed my hair, keeping my head firmly affixed to the ground. I could barely see Seb in my periphery. Ariel, said the man with the shotgun. We ought to step off the road. This won't be long, the woman smiled. And I don't think anyone on these roads mind waiting for a good cause. It was the first time I heard her name, and all these years later, it still burned into my mind. Ariel. It sends me back to that moment, staring down at the asphalt, feeling that cold breeze on my back. Ariel got down on her knees in front of me, carefully putting her hand on my cheek. She was warm and trembling. She was excited. You got any offspring? She asked. No, I gasped. No, I don't. She patted me on the cheek. Good. Then your tainted blood can die with you. Very good. I don't want to die. We don't always get what we want, son. She moved over to Seb. I could hear her get down on her knees. I'm gonna need an address, she said. I ain't giving you anything. Seb spat. Nothing. We're doing you a kindness, Ariel explained. This is not about killing people. This is about stopping Satan in his tracks. We're putting out a fire that could burn down the world, son. My boy ain't gonna hurt anyone. What's your boy's name? There was a short pause as Seb considered his options. I could hear him get a firm slap as she repeated the question. Your boy's name, son. John. Well, let me tell you how this is gonna go. With the company you keep and the taint you carry in your soul, John is gonna live a life of pain and sin, barred from the gates of heaven to wander in perpetuity. The empty halls of the forgotten. You want that for your kin? There was no answer. Ariel sighed, exasperated. Screw it, she said. We got what we came for. Let's not drag it out. They pulled us to our feet and pushed us towards the tree line. They turned off Seb's car and moved the mannequin off the road. I was ready to scream for help at the first sign of a passing car, but no one came. Turns out that road wasn't quite as popular as one might think. I could hear the jingle of nails in Ariel's hand. I could see 2 men with rope near the tree line, and 2 more lighting the way with flashlights. They led us there without a word, but with a soft hum on their lips. A hymn. There's nothing wrong with us, Seb said, desperately trying to bargain. We were leaving. We were getting out. An infection spreads, said Ariel, as is the nature of things. We're not an infection, Seb growled. We're people. I have folks waiting for me at home. I understand, she interrupted. I hear you, and I'm sorry. There was something so nonchalant about her way of saying this, but the implications of what was about to happen was starting to dawn on me. I could feel my heart racing, trying to catch up with my thoughts. These people weren't just here to frighten us, or to make us uncomfortable. They were here to make examples of us, for the others. With every hand that touched me, I recoiled. I protested, but there were too many of them. I was pushed up with my back against a tree, and before I could say anything, a rope was pulled over my neck and tied by the back of the trunk. Shortly after, my hands were bound. Ariel stepped back, handing the hammer and nails to one of her associates. She clutched her hands in front of her and closed her eyes. The 2 flashlights were firmly affixed on us. I could feel myself sweating through my clothes, staining my armpits. It is my firm belief that you are beyond redemption, she said, but it is by God's words that we aim to forgive and redeem. So by these words, I pray you find salvation. They moved up to Seb first. They were going to nail him to that tree. O Heavenly Father, hallowed be thy name. As Ariel began her prayer, Seb turned to me. I could see the panic in his eyes as they loosened the rope from his left hand and moved it up to the side of the trunk. Think of the script, he said. Taint them. Say something. His eyes flickered wildly, like a frightened animal. His tone was conversational, but it was fear. He didn't dare to scream. It's as if keeping his voice normal would somehow deter them from treating us like animals. What are you? A firm tap of a hammer, followed by a horrifying shriek of pain, suddenly cut short by someone pulling back on the rope, pressing against his neck. I could see Seb's face turn purple as his scream got stuck in the back of his throat. My mind raced as I tried to think of what he could mean. I had read the script, but it was all just fiction. There were parts that were unsettling, but that was natural for a horror movie. But I couldn't help but to think back on the words that the director had asked me to read that day back in the Blue House. The highlighted words, the meaning between the lines, the images they'd painted in my mind. Looking at Seb's bloated face, hesitantly I stuttered those words. Rao Soma Io. Drin Soma Io. The rope tightened around my neck. I couldn't speak or breathe. My head was bursting at the seams, and my mouth was drier than sand. Still, I mouthed the words to completion. Strauss Soma Io. Hoffen Soma Io. Just thinking of those words brought pictures to my mind. A blue fabric swaying in the breeze, salt under my fingernails, a great fire. That was the pattern inherent in those words. There was a truth to them, a universal truth, something that I couldn't comprehend. It occurred to me that the pattern had repeated. We'd seen the mannequin dressed in blue, and the way the dress had fluttered in the cold breeze. I'd felt the road salt grind under my fingernails, but there was no great fire. But there would be. There always would be. The words didn't lie. As they untied Seb's right hand and pushed it back against the trunk, I saw something in the distance. Far behind the men with the flashlights, there was a silhouette. Someone coming our way. Ariel opened her eyes and shuddered, stopping the reciting of her prayer. The others stopped as well and looked to her for guidance. She was furious. Whatever I'd said had cut straight through the prayers. She flipped up a pocket knife and stormed up to me. I'll rip your tongue out. It all happened in a matter of seconds, but I remember it as an eternity. I remember every detail of Ariel's sweaty forehead, and the taste of metal on my tongue, that initial cut and the single drop of blood staining her index finger. And I remember looking past her, and there, stepping into full view, was the coal-shaped figure we'd pulled out that chest earlier. Its face and limbs still twisted, struggling to move, hobbling forward like a broken puppet, neck firmly broken, leaning against a stiff shoulder, mouth wide open in a toothless, silent scream, maggots still dropping from every crack and corner. Looking back at it, I feel this deep pain in my chest, like I surrendered something of mine willingly, freely handing over my pound of flesh, but in that moment all I could think was the pattern foretold in the words I'd learned. There was going to be a great fire. I can still see it in my mind, the tips of Ariel's rose-blonde hair starting to glow, the man with the shotgun dropping everything to clutch his scalp, the men standing by our side stepping away, shielding their faces from the broken warmth. Fire. 4 of them burst into flames, illuminating the broken creature from every angle. The ill-shaped legs and arms, the inverse torso, a dead, dry tongue. Screams erupted into screeching as they fled or died. Their prayer shattered to the wind, broken by pain and panic. Ariel's pocket knife dropping to the ground as she fled like a bat out of hell, her rose-blonde hair curling up to die with the encroaching flames. In a matter of seconds, all that remained was a sputtering corpse, next to a shotgun and this thing. Candle-like flames danced in the undergrowth, but quickly died out. Our attackers spread out across the woods, screaming their prayers and curses into the night. I couldn't hear them over my pounding heart. Seb had almost passed out from the pain, barely staying awake. I couldn't get him to look at me. He just hung limplessly from his maimed left hand, still nailed to the trunk of the tree. A dry hand touched the side of my head, cradling me like a worried parent. A dead face drew closer, an eyeless stare piercing into my mind. It had heard me. We spoke the same language. It was eager to see me. It spoke to me. It was only a few syllables, but it was... I can't put it into words. It was a guide, a path, a way to make it through all this and come out the other side unscathed. I can't even put to words what they sounded like, or whether it was consonants or vowels. It just was. In the blink of an eye, I understood. A surge of information burrowed into the back of my mind, promising to help me with everything going forward, if I was open to listen. To this day, I'm convinced that this single action is what has allowed me to live this long, to outlive all the others, and as that thing left me in those woods, I remember fixating on the first step on that path. I had to finish the movie. No matter what, I just had to. What happened next was a blur. I remember picking up a hammer with a soot-covered handle and bringing Seb down from that tree. I remember driving his '68 Frog Eye Sprite back to town to call for help. I remember an ambulance and a knowing nod from the sheriff's deputy. And as I returned to the set that night, I did so with a renewed determination. This wasn't just a movie anymore. This was an event foretold, something I had been bound to complete. And at that point, I didn't know if I was going to fight it with every inch of my being, or let fate take its course. In a way, I still don't know. Over the next few weeks, most of the remaining shoots went off without a hitch. Dawn, or whatever passed as Dawn, was an immaculate professional, knocking out most scenes in 1 or 2 takes. It was sort of unnerving to watch, seeing her move in and out of character at the drop of a hat, almost like she could make herself into different people. It wasn't just acting, it was different, stronger even. Seb came back after a while, but he was a completely different person. Not only because he wasn't allowed to do any heavy lifting, but because of the incident with Ariel and the white shirts. It had drained him, in a way, knocked him off his pedestal. There was no quick quips or clever initiatives. He was broken and afraid. We both just kept our heads down and wished for it all to be over. We had moved to in-house sets, leaving about a third of the support staff without a clear assignment. Not me and Seb, though. No matter where we filmed, there was always need for proper lighting. Still, we could see groups of bored staffers hanging out near the mess hall during our breaks. There was a small celebration when we hit the final milestone. I wasn't on set for it, but we all got a small bottle of champagne. Seb just chugged his. We noticed a few more smiles as people skittered from station to station. There was still a bit more filming to do, but this was the final scene with any sort of dialogue. The final days would be mostly Foley, environment shots, and reshoots, but from what we'd seen, there wouldn't be many of those. A handful, maybe. We had a small party. Most of us were just happy to be done with it. The optimism from those early days were gone. By now, we'd all figured out that there was more to this film than we'd first thought. Some talked about it being turned into more of an art film, while others more concerned about the effort spent on voiceovers. I remember overhearing a conversation between two of the camera operators. Every time we bring up an issue, it's just, they say we'll fix it in post, but no one is taking notes. No one. And some things you can't fix in post. There were a lot of rumors floating around. Some of the people in the costume department had overheard a discussion about the film's distribution. When we first started, we had been told there'd be early screenings in cinemas across 12 states, but according to more recent rumors, that plan had always been speculative. There was no set plan in place. Furthermore, there'd been a few visits from investors. As it turns out, the people who'd invested money into the movie weren't from the entertainment industry. There was a small electronics company who'd invested a significant amount, and a publishing company. There was also a pharmaceutical rep with a sort of axe insignia, who seemed to be the largest contributor, but they'd only been on set for a single day. Either way, it was becoming increasingly clear that most of the people working with director Hampton didn't seem all that interested in the movie itself. Which begged to question, if these people weren't interested in the movie, then what were they interested in? Well, I had to take over most of Seb's responsibilities on set. There wasn't much left to do. It was mostly maintenance and staying on call for possible reshoots. It gave me a lot more time on my own, talking to other crew members and staying updated on the schedule. Turns out, there'd been talks of people pre-screening a couple of scenes. The director had been showing a few scenes of the movie to some of the part-timers. It was a strange rumor. A lot of people were talking about the screening itself, but no one had anything to say about what they'd seen. The only evidence for people having been invited to it in the first place was the staff pins. Every staff member who'd attended a pre-screening were given a pin as a sort of show of trust. It became the mark of an inner circle of trustees, and people were eager to get one. It wasn't a big deal in and of itself. It was just a little blue pin in the shape of a sunflower. I wasn't too eager to see it. I just wanted to go home at that point. We were only a couple of weeks from packing up and officially calling it a day. I was looking forward to throwing my hands up and just being done with it. I wasn't that curious about the pre-screening at first, but there were questions starting to build up, mostly because of a woman named Sammy. Sammy worked with the set designers. She was one of the most outgoing people in the crew, introducing herself to people with a handshake and a hug. Very much a child of the flower power era. She was the kind of person who just exuded positivity. There was no way not to like her, really. She was one of the first people invited to the pre-screening. I wasn't surprised. She'd made a lot of friends, but it was what happened afterwards that made me raise an eyebrow. She started to zone out a lot. I'd see her eyes completely glaze over instead of lighting up when she recognized a friendly face. Most of the time, she'd be looking down as if deep in thought. She would also write a lot. I'd never seen her write anything, but all of a sudden she was carrying around a notebook at all hours of the day, and once I'd noticed it, I couldn't stop noticing it. A lot of the folks with pins had notebooks. It was strange, though. No one had said anything about it. I tried asking Sammy about it, but she was very deflecting. The Sammy I knew could be set off to talk about anything for any length of time, so to have her shut down a conversation for any reason was very out of character. "Just inventory," she said, making sure we got it all covered. Yeah, no, I wasn't buying it. Still, we got ever closer to the final day on set. One afternoon, Seb came to see me. It was just after dinner time, and I'd horked down a couple of hot dogs. He walked up to me, flashing his very own sunflower pin. I've been invited to a screening tonight, he said. You think I should go? You want to? I don't know, he said, shaking his head. I don't like it. So just don't go. You think they'll let us? After what we'd seen, I wasn't so sure. There was no telling what was really going on behind the curtain. I mean, what are they gonna do? I asked. Do you want to find out? Looking at Sammy's lonely corner in the mess hall and her glassy-eyed stare, I didn't know what to think. There was a part of me that just wanted answers. I think I realized, even then, that I couldn't step away from all of this without answers. The things I'd seen during the filming of The End of Eternity would haunt me for the rest of my life, so any sort of idea of what it all meant might give me some peace of mind. I'll go, I said. Then I'll tell you about it. You sure? Seb asked. A man's gotta have a plan. Seb handed over his pin. About an hour later, I was standing outside a meeting room at the far side of the main building, along with 8 other anxious crew members. There were mixed feelings. Some seemed excited, others worried. I was somewhere in the middle. It was so strange, in a way. Even now, no one knew for sure what parts of the script would make it into the final cut. There were a couple of scenes I was fairly sure were being cut, but then again, Roy Hampton was erratic at best and nonsensical at worst. There was no way for any of us to know for sure. But yeah, I think all of us had long since realized that this would be no ordinary horror movie. One of Hampton's assistants checked out pins and led us into a small room. There were black chairs placed in 4 rows of 6. There were no lights. I got myself in the second to last row, far back enough to get a good overview, but not far enough to bring attention to myself. Others were already whispering with anticipation. Were they showing us a single clip? Several? Raw footage? Before we got a chance to ask anything, I heard the familiar click of a projector rolling to life. I hadn't noticed them rolling it in. Then again, it was a little too dark to see anything but the silver screen. All our eyes focused on that little shining square at the far end of the room. The bright light and the clicking. So, there isn't much to say about the footage shown. Honestly, I can't remember much of it. There were quick cuts, some kind of voiceover, strange music. But I have no visual memory of what was shown on screen. I just remember sitting there, mesmerized, until someone in the back row tapped me on the shoulder. I love this part, they whispered. You seen this? I asked. No, but I helped with the story. I was about to turn around, but they put a dry finger on my cheek, keeping my head looking forward. You don't want to miss this, they said. You a co-writer? We all are, they whispered. We put words to thoughts that were always there. Sounds like something a writer would say. How appropriate. I think I missed something vital. Looking around the room, I could see others weeping and burrowing their face in their hands. But the screen was empty. There was just nothing left but the projector clicking over and over. Did I miss it? Turning around, I saw no one in the back row. Perhaps the one I'd spoken to had already left. Then again, that finger on my cheek felt familiar in a way I didn't want to think about. Perhaps it had been the same person who saved me from the white shirts. If so, I'm using the term person very loosely. I stepped out of there with no clue what the big deal was. I barely remember what I'd watched, and there was this uncomfortable ringing in my ears that just wouldn't go away. I still had the pin, and to my surprise, I was holding a notebook. I didn't remember picking that up. Looking at the others, they seemed just as dazed as I was. Most of them awkwardly mumbled and tried to laugh it off, while others seemed genuinely disturbed. One of them kept repeating, "What was it about?" over and over like a mantra. I didn't have a good answer. No one did. If I really stopped to think, I'd get flashes of images. I'd see a woman in blue, and I'd hear this monotone droning noise slowly translating itself into a voice. It spoke, but I couldn't understand the language. But somehow, I could understand what they meant. It was fleeting, like the flavor of a childhood treat. Returning to the mess hall, Seb couldn't begin to understand what I was talking about. The more I tried to explain it, the stranger it seemed to me. He asked me question after question, but I didn't know what to say. It was uncomfortable. As in, physically uncomfortable. It made me so anxious that I felt nauseous. Rushing off to the bathroom, I tried to calm myself. I stood there looking into the mirror, making a mental list of what I'd seen. I tried to focus on a single scene, so I could write it down and show it to Seb. I clutched my notebook and pen and whispered aloud to myself. There were branches in the foreground, I muttered, zooming past a field of flowers, a woman in blue, an overhead voice speaking in the background saying, and there it just stopped for me, saying... I looked down on my notebook, looking to jolt my thoughts back into action. I'd tried to write it all down, but all that had come out were these nonsense words, similar to what I'd read in the script previously. They didn't mean anything, and yet they resonated with me. In a way, it's hard to explain. It's terrifying at first. A voice came from a stall behind me, a tattered old voice, as dry as bone. It was drawn out, spoken as if they'd just woken up. I didn't say anything. That every word we say, and every thought we think, has already been said in thought. That it's all out there in nature. We're plucking them from trees long since grown. One of the stall doors slowly opened. What other words are out there? Can we find the thoughts of a fluttering hummingbird, of the slithering snake, and the bubbling brook? Blackened fingers wrapped around the door frame, crackling like burning tinder. What were the first thoughts of a conscious God? And when we find them, will we recognize them? The outlines of a burned, toothless face, twisted beyond recognition. Empty eye sockets, facial muscles long since decrepit. What happens when the words come to an end? When there is nothing more to say? The door flung open and I flinched. Catching a glimpse of my notebook, I noticed a single word repeated over and over. EO. Of course, I was alone in there. There was no one in the stall, just as there'd been no one sitting behind me at the screening. But that didn't mean what I'd seen and heard wasn't real. Later that night, I noticed a group of people outside the mess hall. Mostly staffers, but they were all people who had been shown the screening. I could see their pins. They'd brought their notebooks and had begun comparing notes. Some of them were ripping out pages, handing them back and forth between one another. Even Sammy was there. It looked like a spirited debate. Seb had kept his eyes on them for a while. When I joined him, he couldn't help but look down at my notebook. They're trying to make sense of it, he said, comparing it to the script. Are they making any progress? I asked. Not sure, he said, pointing at one of the director's assistants. He's collecting some of it. Collecting what? No idea. There was a part of me that wanted to go out there. I wanted to be part of it, to figure it all out, to understand, to put my thoughts into words and organize what I could. but looking at Seb and down at my nonsensical notes, I couldn't bring myself to go further than a couple of steps. What were the first thoughts of a conscious god? I mumbled to myself, repeating what I'd heard. First line of the script. I looked at Seb, raising an eyebrow. It's in Hampton's cutout of the script, he continued. First line of the movie. Did he write it? I think it's from the original author. Our discussion was cut short as a fight broke out. I was about to run outside, but Seb held me back. Instead, we stopped to watch. It was just 2 punches. Then one of the assistants hit the ground. Still holding his notebook, he nodded, writing something down. It helps, he laughed. I see it. I get it. One of the makeup artists punched 3 staples into the shoulder of a man next to her. There was another fist fight, and someone began kicking a man on the ground. Someone used a camera lens as a bludgeon, smashing it over their own head. Yes, I remember, someone cried. Of course. It's brilliant. Hampton's assistant was circling the mayhem, picking up bits and pieces of bloody notes as it escalated. I could see people from nearby trailers beelining towards the crowd, throwing themselves into chaos. Even inside the mess hall, people were pushing past me to get out there, all with the same sunflower pin, eager to make sense of their experience, to put it into words. Even Sammy got into it. This kind-hearted, soft-spoken young woman. Now she was on the muddy ground with a nail file, stabbing it into the leg of a middle-aged camera operator. Someone grabbed my arm. It was a man with short blonde hair and oversized glasses. He must have spotted my notebook. He tried to pull me along, smiling at me. I resisted. Come on, he said. We almost got it. I pulled my hand away and his smile dissipated. Seb stepped up next to me. What is wrong with you? Seb said. Does that look normal to you? He pointed out the door with his wounded hand. Equal parts relieved laughter and pain reverberated through the outer yard. I could see pinless bystanders lining up around them, looking at them from afar. But we almost got it, the man added. And it's genius. He grabbed my arm again, this time with force. I tried pulling back, but he held on tight. Before I had the time to protest, Seb socked the guy across the nose, snapping the cartilage. The man reeled back in the doorway, clutching his bleeding nose. He looked up at us with this big, unnerving smile. Seemingly without thought, he wrote something down in his notebook. He didn't even look down. Do it again, he smiled. Hit me. I stepped back and Seb followed suit. It makes so much more sense when you do. You have no idea. He hurried towards us, but we backed away. Leaving through the warehouse, we slammed a door shut in his face. Locking it from the other side, I could still hear him through the door. Do it again. Hit me. You gotta. Stepping away from the door, we could hear him starting to bash something against it. Seb turned to me, putting a hand on my shoulder. You got your head screwed on? He asked. Yeah, I think I'm good, I said. I missed some of it. You... what? How? There was someone in the back row. They... Before I finished the sentence, something moved outside. We could see it through the windows. At first I thought it was someone holding a spotlight, but as my mind processed it, I realized they were on fire. A man burning, cheerfully sprinting as far as his legs would take him. Even from afar and through the window, I could see all his teeth through a ghoulish grin. There was a gunshot and a cheer. Laughter. Someone in the other room was screaming, begging to be let go. Then a scream cut short. Another gunshot, more cheers, laughing, singing. Someone was putting on music. Seb and I looked at one another, but said nothing. Every second, there was a new horrifying sound coming from outside. I barely noticed him snatching my notebook out of my hands. Looking at the nonsensical words I'd written, he dropped it on the floor and grabbed my collar. "Don't lie to me," he said, shaking his head. "If you're part of this, you gotta tell me. You owe me." I just stood there with my mouth open, trying to put something into words. I couldn't do it. There were too many thoughts, too many threads to pull, but for all the parts of me that wanted answers, there were twice as many telling me to run. This was spiraling out of control. Seb just sighed, looking at the back exit. "My car's around the corner," he said. "Let's go." I took point, leaving through the back exit. The first thing I saw was the smoldering corpse of a burning man, still smiling. Running, we rounded the corner between two trailers. It was fast, but I can't forget what I saw that night. One of the trailer doors were open. There was a woman stabbing into a twitching corpse. "He wants this," she repeated. "I'm blameless. It's his wish." Someone leapt off the roof of the mess hall. Others happily attacked one another with various weapons and tools. I saw the man getting whipped with sound cables. Those who couldn't reach their notebooks just yelled out the words that came to mind, and it was all just nonsense. But it was the kind of nonsense that reverberated in my head, looking for meaning. And I'm sure that if I listened too closely, I'd find it. As we got to Seb's car, I could see the light from a bonfire at the front of the set. There was this awful, acrid smell in the air. I could taste the smoke on my tongue, and there was a residue that stuck to the inside of my nose. It was awful, sickening. The moment I opened the passenger side door, I looked across at Seb. Behind him there was a black silhouette, something hiding in the dark, looking my way, and with a whisper that traveled straight into my ear it said, "Duck." The moment I did, a fire axe cleaved the air inches above my scalp. I could hear the weight of the steel axe head. He was an older man from the logistics department. He kept track of the warehouse inventory. Now he was shirtless, wielding a fire axe. "I'll help you," he exclaimed. "Stand still. I'll help." Diving into the car, he came at me again. I kicked the passenger door open, breaking a handful of unseen mechanisms. It slammed into his stomach, sending him reeling back. As Seb put the car into gear, the wild eyes of the old man met mine. "Thank you," he smiled. "Thank you so much." Before he got another chance to attack, we were on our way. My breaths were so short, they were barely perceptible. The 68 Frog Eye Sprite spun around, tires screeching as we gunned for the exit. The gate would be closed, but we didn't have much choice. The bonfire was enormous. Even from the back and the side of the building, we could see the top of the fire. As we turned the corner, I could barely bring myself to look at it. I could see bodies in the fire, skeleton hands reaching upwards, people throwing themselves into a pile. Chanting, laughter, singing, and there, in the midst of it all, I could see Director Roy Hampton. He was collecting notes from the various notebooks, seemingly ignored by the mad revelers. He gave us a curious look as we sped past, clutching his many notes to his chest like a mother cradling her child. The car lurched forward as we broke through the gate. Metal and plastic rattled and scattered to the wind. Tires screeched and we were on our way. Even from afar I could still make out Roy Hampton's silhouette by the fire, and right next to him, a burned-out mockery of a person. Taking to the road, Seb didn't stop for anything. He broke every speed limit going through downtown Chatterblinds. He took a different route through the outskirts of the town, letting the suspension suffer the many potholes that had built up over the years. He wasn't taking any chances, and we were getting out, no matter what. By the time we hit the freeway, it almost felt like that first day, leaving whatever had been behind us, and heading for greater things. Him to a life as a family man, and me, well, I had plenty of time to figure something out. But well, that was our final day on set. It was far from our final day with the end of eternity. And it wouldn't be the last time I saw director Roy Hampton. After leaving the set of The End of Eternity, Seb and I went west. We didn't stop until every sign pointing us back to Chatterblinds were far off in the rear view mirror. The highway was as open as ever, but I couldn't help but to feel trapped. Like some cosmic shackle had bound my life to what had happened back there. Even if I never saw or heard from any of them again, there was no way I'd ever forget what had happened. After an exhausting trip, Seb and I finally parted ways at a roadside diner. He was going back home to his girlfriend, and I was gonna pick up my job working the projector. It wasn't much, but I needed to get back to something mundane to process it all, to come down. We had a meal and hugged it out in the parking lot. We didn't say much. I wished him the best, and he did the same. But as he got back in his car, he asked me a final question. If I hear something, do you want me to pass it on? Yeah, I nodded. Sure. I didn't really want it, but I didn't expect him to hear anything either. It was over. It was done. And for a long time, that was it. 6 years. 6 years of pretending to live a normal life, dating back and forth, showing movies to the late-night crowds, getting promoted to general manager, and handling the shifts. I ended up in brief but stormy relationship with a Dutch woman that almost had me killed. Long story, but that's what life's about. A whole bunch of long stories. 6 years after the filming of The End of Eternity, I was in a slump. The movie was never shown. Sure, I got the check in the mail, and it was substantial, but money just sort of leaks out of your account over time. It didn't take long for all that hard work and suffering to be turned into a cheap replacement car, new kitchen floors, a suit, and the various day-to-day stuff that no one really pays attention to. I was as broken and stuck as ever. My new position afforded me a slightly more flexible schedule, and a place with one more room, but that was pretty much it. It was the same job, the same people, the same movie trends bringing in the same crowds. Then, I got a call from Seb. Seb Digman was a family man by then. I hadn't heard much about it, but I got the impression that he had a troubled family life. I knew of his one kid, little John, but I think he had a second or even a third kid with another woman. Either way, he was steering dangerously close to Deadbeat Dad Road, and he'd long since taken his hands off the wheel. But talking to me was different. It was like nothing had ever happened, just two excited friends, eager to meet. He told me about coming down to town in a couple of days to sort out some family stuff, and he thought we could catch up. You said you wanted me to let you know if I got something, he said. Well, this is it. I got something. I met up with Seb at an old corner pub, the kind of place that had been around for generations. I could easily picture the folks behind the counter having been there since the Civil War. Seb was good, all things considered. A little heavier under the eyes, but still as upbeat as ever. The scar on his hand from being nailed to a tree was as obvious as ever, though. He wasn't getting rid of that anytime soon. We had a couple of beers and talked about our lives. He had a lot more to say than me, but the story about the Dutch ex-girlfriend gave him a couple laughs. But when it came to the meat of the conversation, the tone took somber turn. "I've been keeping my ears open," he said. "The movie's out there, but it's mostly shown at private parties. Small gatherings. People close to Hampton." "Like a home movie kind of thing?" "Yeah, like that," nodded Seb. "It's weird." "So what's the big news?" "Well, there's gonna be a showing pretty soon," Seb sighed. "And, it's not far. There's this up-and-coming finance guy who's expanding into the entertainment industry, and Hampton must have gotten whiff of him." "Sounds exclusive," I added. "It is," Seb agreed. "But the guy is like, 21? And his mom is, an old acquaintance of ours. We can get a foot in the door." "Through his mom? Hear me out on this." I heard him out. I didn't like it. He made an argument for it, explained how it was all set and ready to go, and finally just asked me to go, as a friend. "Can you live your life without knowing what this was all about?" he asked. And no, I couldn't. I really couldn't. Not even then. The man's mother was none other than Ariel, the ringleader from that group of violent locals back from Chatter Blinds. Turns out after getting severe burns on most parts of her body, a lot of the fire in her burned out. Having turned docile, wheelchair-bound, and lethargic, Ariel had spent years trying to find a way to come to terms with her past. This was a way to do so, to see the source of her pain with her own eyes, and to apologize for her past misgivings. This had turned into a sort of enemy of an enemy kind of deal. Ariel had long since realized that her problem wasn't with us, but with the various powers that be that pushed that whole film into the realm of the senseless. After a long discussion, she and Seb had agreed to put their differences aside. She would get him a couple of invitations for the screening, and in return, he'd grant her the peace of mind that only forgiveness could bring. I wasn't buying it. I'd seen that woman's eyes, and I couldn't imagine anything but hate coming from them. But then again, last time I'd seen her, she'd almost been burned alive. That changes people. On the day of the screening, Seb picked me up in his '68 Frog Eye Sprite. We had a couple of Slim Jims as a dinner snack. I could tell Seb was nervous, but it was impossible to say exactly why. Maybe he was excited to leave this chapter of his life behind once and for all. Or maybe it was something else. Either way, I could tell something was off. He barely said a word on the drive up, keeping his eyes on the road and his breathing steady. But he did say one thing that made me raise an eyebrow. "There's a storm on Jupiter," he said. "Sorry, what?" "There's a storm on Jupiter," he repeated. "Read it in a magazine once. It's been around for centuries. Kinda looks like a big eye." "Didn't know that." "You can sort of see it from Earth," he continued, "with a large, white disk, and it's all storm." "Where are you going with this?" "I don't know," he sighed. "It's just, some things are like that, you know? Without that storm, without that big eye in the sky, we wouldn't see it." Looking at the road ahead, I could feel the first pitter-patter of rain. "If it wasn't for all that storm and noise, we might not even know it was there," he continued. "Makes me wonder what kind of things are out there. Flying under the radar, you know? All the things without storms, that just kinda stay in the dark." He turned to me as he clicked on the wipers. "I'm not sure we're seeing the real storm yet," he sighed. I don't think this is it." We parked about a block from the venue. By now, the rain was coming down hard. Seb had to pull a tarp over his car, costing us a couple of minutes in the downpour. By the time we got to our meetup, we were both drenched, but our host wasn't. We met Ariel outside a cafe, along with her son, Jonah. I could barely recognize her. Most of her face was burned, and her left eye had sunken in on itself. Looking at it felt like falling into a well. She didn't even look up at us when we approached, instead just holding a cross around her neck with both of her shaking hands. We sat down with her. Jonah went to get us a couple of coffees, leaving us to stir in our own silence. It probably took Seb a solid minute to find the right words. "This won't set things right," he finally said, "but it's a start." Looking up at him with that one dark eye and the other as bright as ever, Ariel nodded. "I understand." "You tried to have us killed," I said. She turned to me, her face barely moving. Not a single wrinkle of expression changed. "Yes." There wasn't much more to say. We had history. We were all on our own paths, for our own reasons. But maybe this was meant to be something else, and maybe for that moment we all realized it. Either way, we were in this together. We trudged through the rain, making our way to a rented-out community theater, our venue for the night. Jonah tried to keep the mood up by talking about his upcoming investment, while Seb and I chimed in with what applicable movie trivia we could conjure up to keep him interested. While I was still a hobbyist at best, Seb hadn't slowed down in the least. He could step back into his role at the drop of a hat. We were among the first to arrive. There was a check-in at the door, where we were written down as guests. The place was buzzing with caterers and security personnel. There were a few other guests who'd arrived early, casually socializing in the lobby. Jonah excused himself, bringing his mother along to meet his many potential clients and business partners. As Ariel was rolled away, she turned to us, and for the first time I could sense something, the hint of a smile. Within the next hour or so, the place was crowded. All kinds of people from the movie industry, along with one or two hopeful singers/songwriters. There was a composer who'd worked with Kubrick for a brief time, taking up plenty of spotlight. 3 B-list actors, trying to talk their way into a handshake and a couple of promises. This one news anchor from upstate, a photographer, along with his girlfriend of the week. It was a wild mix. Some seemed desperate to just get an in on whatever this was supposed to be, while others seemed to be there out of genuine interest for Hampton and his work. Then, of course, some people just wanted to skim some money off of Jonah. Seb and I kept to ourselves. We were asked a couple of times who we were, but we kept the discussions short. We just said we'd worked on the movie, mostly background technical stuff. Seb tried to divert attention by making people talk about themselves, a strategy that worked 9 times out of 10. There was a little announcement jingle, the same that we used at my job. The movie was about to start. We got seats behind Jonah and Ariel. Even with all the guests invited, there weren't even enough people to fill a quarter of the seats. It was eerie, in a way, like we were doing something inherently wrong. A few caterers walked up and down the rows, offering shrimp cocktails and cheap sipping drinks. Seb bunkered up with a couple, getting a few eye rolls in return. Looking at me, he shrugged. "I drove here," he whispered. "You're driving back." "The man with the plan," I sighed. As the lights dimmed, there was a faint scatter of applause coming from the other side of the room, as none other than director Roy Hampton stepped out on stage. He waved at the audience as he introduced himself. "I'm Roy Hampton, director of End of Eternity," he presented. "This exclusive viewing is made as a benefit for our rising entertainment star and benefactor. Let him see you, Jonah. Don't be shy." Jonah got out of his seat, waving to the others. He sat back down with a smile, looking at his mother. Ariel didn't move a muscle. "It's been a long journey. We've presented screenings of this movie in select theaters across the country, but as you're about to experience, it's not a project intended for the mainstream. This was a passion project, something deep and meaningful to me, and the many people who've worked on it. I believe it can give us a glimpse of something deeper, and in a way, to make us whole." He took a deep breath, looked down and back up. "So without further ado, I present to you the End of Eternity. Thank you." I could see Seb tense up in the light of the silver screen. This was it. This was the movie. The End of Eternity. Sitting here decades later, it's hard to describe. As I watched, I kept having to remind myself what I was doing. I kept spacing in and out of focus. It was as if the movie continued to run inside my head. Even when I closed my eyes, still there was a narrative. I'll try to explain it. The movie portrayed an anonymous woman in a blue dress. She was tortured by the voice of an otherworldly being, whispering secrets of the world to her. As she tried to get a job in a new town, escaping a passionless marriage, she eventually succumbs to the influence. Turning more and more inward, she finally understands her place in the world. In the movie, the Earth exists in a multitude of fractured realities. In one world, people wander as broken shadows, desperately seeking to become whole. In another, they are tortured beasts, floating in a hellish firescape. But in countless iterations of the universe, all existing simultaneously, the protagonist is the one who solely lives here. In this one instance, this one life, this one place. She is the first of the last, an indication of the many worlds dying, disappearing, an indication that whatever waits at the end of eternity is waking, an impossible force deep within the crust of the soil, stirring, cracking her world open like an egg. So it speaks to her. The voice at the end of it all, the final spoken word, and the penultimate voice, a voice that can be heard by her loud and clear, as it is not diluted by impossible multitudes. She can see the truth, she can listen, she can weep. As the movie builds up to the reveal of the last world, I looked around the room. Even before it was spoken, I could feel it. I think we all could, and in unison, we mumbled under our breaths. We mouthed it silently. Eo. All throughout the movie, there was this nonsensical voice speaking to her. The influencing voice was just noise. I couldn't make sense of it, and yet a few select words rang true. The same words I'd learned that day on set, when Hampton had asked me to read an excerpt, and still, even now, it brought images to my mind. The same images they've brought since that first day. An image of a blue fabric, fluttering in the wind, salt underneath my fingernails, a great fire. But others reacted differently, as if they heard different things. An older man in the back started laughing maniacally. Jonah just sunk his face into his hands, openly weeping. Looking over at Seb, he just shook his head in disbelief. "John deserves better," he mumbled. My boy deserves better." I think we all saw and heard what we wanted to, or, in a way, what we were meant to. Maybe they saw some version of their own truths, or heard a stutter of the same voice as the protagonist. Maybe they felt the same existential frost crawling up their spines as I did. Either way, as the lights came back on, it was dead quiet. Everyone just sat there looking straight ahead. You could have heard a pin drop. Roy Hampton took the stage again, but something was different. There was a sway to his step that I hadn't seen before. His back was straighter. His eyes looked different, colder. When he entered the middle of the stage, he relaxed his shoulder, taking a deep breath. I think we all saw something of ourselves. He smiled. We learned something new, much like I learned something the very first time I read this book. He showcased a thick, leather-bound manuscript, tapping it confidently. It said I was to make this movie, to show it to others, to give little glimpses of what could be, both in our lives and our lives to be. And at the end of the line, all those little glimpses would add up to one thing. Ariel stirred in her seat. Up until that point, she hadn't moved a muscle. At the end of it all, I'd come back, and I'd watch the world with new eyes and a beating heart. Hampton stepped forward, casually dropping the leather-bound script to the ground. Pages scattered across the stage. And finally, I live again. Everyone just looked at one another. A mumble rose through the crowd amidst the crying and giggling. Jonah put a hand on his mother's shoulder, trying to calm her. I looked at Seb, his eyes still red from tears. "He's Rask," Seb wheezed. "Hampton listened too much. He's Rask." I could see it. There was something there. Something I could recognize in the pit of my stomach, that could find me from across the room. I'd seen him that night in the woods, and by the fire on the set. I don't know how he did it, but this dead author somehow made his way back. That was him on stage, not director Roy Hampton. He looked at me with a gleeful smile. He drew breath and raised his hand. Something was about to happen. But before it did, there was a bang. Looking down at the row in front of me, I saw Ariel holding a shotgun with a strange symbol engraved on the barrel. Roy Hampton collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach. Ariel was tackled, and Jonah was dragged off. People ran for the exits or dove to the floor. A few remained seated, staring blindly ahead, not even flinching at the gunshot. Hampton writhed in pain, clutching his stomach. It was a bad hit. His blood was so black that it seemed purple. It stained his clothes and hands. As he screamed and gasped, his voice became increasingly twisted, changing in pitch from high to low, back and forth, like he was cycling between young and old in a matter of seconds. It was this unearthly howling noise erupting into a voice, but not his own. Sa orak zent io, ru abgur vio gept io. The words poured out of him like torrent. Pointing with a bloodied hand at his audience, his screams cycled between horrifying and nonsensical, but with every breath something would happen. The first was the main theater door. The heavy rain had pooled outside, resulting in a flash flood. Those first few people who tried to get out were knocked off their feet, tumbling down the stairs. All the lights but the projector went out as the movie started up again on its own, playing from the halfway mark. The protagonist with the blue dress was superimposed on the bleeding body of Roy Hampton, who had forced himself back up to his knees as we all fumbled around in the dark. Yath Maugu Zevbreth Drick Auleth Eo Eo Eo. I didn't see what caused it, but I saw Ariel being flung across the room, picked up and flung with a massive force, at least 30 feet, instantly snapping her neck on impact with one of the second-floor balconies. Her lifeless body tumbled to the ground, gun still clinging to her hand. As Hampton wept tears of blood, pandemonium unleashed around us as the world seemingly came apart. In the back there was a man whose body was turned to shadow. To this day I can't explain what he used to look like, or if it even was a man. It's as if he'd been erased in every way but the immediate visual sense that he was there. I saw a woman whose eyes were burned from the inside out, an old man spewing up dirt in the front row. Jonah was crawling towards his mother as little white bioluminescent bugs poured out of his head. A sulfuric wind blew through the room, burning through my nose and throat, and despite it all, I grabbed Seb by the shoulder and headed for one of the emergency exits. There were flashes of light going off behind us. I could see things in my periphery. Tall things, short things, transparent and solid. There were discolored sunflowers creeping out of cracks in the wall, seemingly reaching for us, as whatever Hampton had become continued to unravel. The audience kept running. It felt like a gauntlet. People were disappearing around us. There was this massive red-feathered bird creature who tore into an old man ahead of us, dragging him into a bathroom stall. Someone tripped on a molar tooth growing out of the carpet. There was a short man in the far back that just evaporated into a cloud of flies. Even halfway through the building I could hear him screaming. It reverberated through the walls, rattling my bones. There were flashes of something different corridors with different people. With every step, I'd be someone, somewhere else. I'd be young, I'd be old. For one breath I was Seb, watching his scar on my own hand. It's as if we were piercing a barrier, losing a semblance of order that our mind required to function. Then it was dark, cold. I would feel my body stiffen. I grew elongated, unfeeling, and unreal. In that moment I thought it was over. I thought that'd be it. I had this vision of worlds beyond, and the many instances of lives I would come to lose. But one thing kept coming back to me, the words I'd understood all the way back when, an image of blue fabric fluttering in the wind, salt under my fingernails, a great fire. This wasn't it. Not yet. I drew breath as we turned a corner. I was there. The carpet under my feet was real, and the screams of the maimed and dying were piercing my ears. As Seb and I made our way out the emergency exit and the alarms began to wail, I heard a scream for help. Instinctively, I reached out an arm, pulling someone along. I don't know who it was, nor did I care. Seb hurried ahead, keeping the door open, crying out for me to hurry. We all collapsed outside, scrambling to get to a safe distance. Only 3 of us made it out that night. Me, Seb, and this mysterious woman I had managed to drag along. Turns out that was Edith M. Carroll, one of the movie's co-writers. I hadn't recognized her in the crowd. As the chaos inside the venue rose to a crescendo, a lightning bolt struck the roof of the building. I could see the clouds part above for a split second. Then it was over. No screams, no death, just this one bright light, thunder, and then the pitter-patter of a calming storm. It was done. They later said the theater collapsed from an unsupported roof, exacerbated by the downpour. To this day, no one really knows how many people died in there. It's as if everyone just forgot they even existed. The only name mentioned in the articles were Roy Hampton, who was credited as a philanthropist and esoteric scholar. The 3 of us who made it out could finally put an end to it all. While the answers we got weren't necessarily what we wanted, we could at least say that this was it. There was nothing more for us to look into regarding Roy Hampton and the end of eternity. And yet, it was an empty victory. Pyrrhic. As we rested outside, waiting for the sirens to stop, we spoke in hushed tones. Seb had trouble focusing, rubbing the scar on his hand. If I find anything else, I'll let you know, he said. Sounds like a plan. I nodded. We held hands for a while, just two people ensuring one another that somehow things were going to be okay. It didn't exactly turn out that way, but it never really does. That night was the last time I saw Seb Digman. He died about 8 years later to a kind of metal poisoning. According to his kids, it had been something he'd had in his system for years, maybe even the whole time I knew him. I eventually dated and married Edith, the one this whole story began with. That's how I know of her work at the bakery and the community college. We'd been married for decades, right up until her passing not too long ago. But it was only a matter of time. For years, she had cried to me about what she'd seen that night at the screening, her death, staring into her own face as life slipped from her. Maybe that's why she choked in the bathroom. I don't know. There was also the case of Dawn Anderson. It's strange. She's still around. My oldest son showed me a video of her on YouTube not too long ago. She makes videos under some strange synonym. She looks different, but it's the same woman. I can tell. I've researched Rask over the years, trying to make sense of the things I've seen and experienced. I wanted to understand what Hampton's obsession was about. I haven't found a complete copy of that manuscript, though, and I count that as a blessing. Neither are there any remaining copies of this film, The End of Eternity. Not that I can track down, at least. Maybe there's a forgotten tape in the back of a closet somewhere. But the more I've thought about it, the more I've started to realize the ingenious nature of his work. That by reading, experiencing, and understanding his work, Emmett Rask can manifest. He can always come back. A concept cannot be forgotten. Information doesn't go away just because we don't know it. It's still there. I don't know how to assemble a phone, but I can still call my grandchildren. Just because I don't know how doesn't mean the information doesn't exist. That's how Rask exists. He just is. And whenever someone looks a bit closer, or listens a bit too eagerly, he makes his way back. He learns his way back, little by little. I've come to terms with what is going to happen next. I was kept alive out of circumstance. Rask wanted someone to live long enough to learn just enough to bring him back again. For someone to invest, experience, and become. That's what he wanted for me. But I think he forgot one thing. The images shown to me. The words I'd been given. Blue fabric, fluttering in the wind. Salt under my fingernails. A great fire. Looking back at my long life, the very first picture of me and my mother was at a hospital. She wrapped me in a blue blanket, leaving the window open to welcome the spring wind. That was my very first earthly experience. The night that Edith and I conceived our first child was on our honeymoon, on an Italian beach in late July. I remember it for many reasons, but the salt crystals beneath my fingernails on that very night meant something. Even then I could feel it. And now, as I write this excessive and maddening recollection, I look at what is to come. A repeating pattern coming to a close. Perhaps I'll learn a little too much, a little too soon. Maybe the act of writing all this down will bring it to the surface and send Rask roaring back with a vengeance. But I don't think it will. As I look across my desk, at the last of Edith's scented candles, I think what is going to happen has long since been established. And as I wait, putting these final words to paper, I think it will be okay. While there may be an end to eternity, there are so many more things to understand than we'll ever grasp. So with that, I leave you with this. We have to accept the mystery. There will never be an end to questions, no matter the answers. And at the end of the line, we must embrace the great fire to come.
Hours away left of 1999, it felt like the entire world held their breath waiting for the world to come crashing down because of a computer bug. I was convinced I was not going to live to see the new year, and wished it was for the same reason the rest of the world was worrying about. On that night, I found myself in a dimly lit warehouse, tied to a chair, desperately trying to get out of this situation alive. My father was a no-good son of a bitch that brought down everyone who ever came into contact with. I was glad to be away from him the moment I was able. The only good thing he ever gave me was a bit of advice that kept me alive during my adult life. It doesn't matter if you have jack shit. You just need to convince people you have something they need. And that's exactly what I did. I conned people thinking I was the right person for the job, faking skills to get paid until I either learned said skill then, got bored of the job and moved on, or got caught and fired. Soon I found myself not able to find respectable work that paid enough to keep me living. Slowly I started doing more and more little jobs on the wrong side of the law. It was a creeping downward slide. I didn't notice just how far down I'd gotten until I hit rock bottom. I was running too many plans. Too many promises to too many people. It only took one thing to slip up for me to land in boiling hot water, and it finally happened. I was jumped while walking to a bar, beaten and blindfolded. The long trip spent in the trunk of a car, unable to get free. I tried sweet-talking my captors, giving them more promises I swore I could keep until I was forced into a rough wooden chair and strapped down. The moment the blindfold came off, I knew I wasn't going to leave that building in one piece. I have many bosses, but the man before me was the toughest and meanest of the bunch. My sweet-talking skills may have gotten me the job at first, but was not good enough of a skill to get out of the mess I was in. I owed him money I did not have. That was it. That was all the facts. I should accept it. I just couldn't. I needed to believe in a good outcome, or else I really had no chance. No matter what I promised and said in my sweetest of tones, I was still worked over. I was alive, so must have thought I had something of worth. I feared what would happen when they found out I had no girlfriends, or sisters I could sell out. No hidden money and just a crappy car to my name. I didn't even own my own fridge. If I ever moved out of my apartment, it would stay with my penny-pinching landlord. The only way they could make money off me was to sell my organs. My blood type was a rare universal kind that meant anyone could use it for transfusions. In my darker times, I sold my blood to get by, and that's how I knew. I wondered if that meant my organs could be used by more people, and therefore be worth more. I did not want to find out. Boss, I keep telling you, I didn't lose your money. I just invested it. If you just give me till the end of the month, I'll get it back in triple. If you off me tonight, you'll really be getting nothing. Said as coolly as someone who was strapped to a chair with a broken nose and a broken set of fingers could speak. The massive man of pure, intimidating muscle did not look moved by my offer. Even with all the pain I was in, I felt annoyed. You going to kill me or not? Torturing me isn't going to get your money back, so just let me go or be done with it. I don't think he's worth the time. We should just feed him to that thing and be done with it. One of the grunts said, looking at me in disgust. What thing? I knew the boss had made the foolish mistake of borrowing money from liked cats. Big cats. No one knew the number of illegal black market pets he owned. He liked them scattered through the country for safekeeping. Honestly, being eaten alive by a lion or a tiger was almost neat enough of a way to be killed. I almost didn't mind. Almost. The boss looked at the man who suggested it, then back at me, deciding on my worth. Triple. I stammered out, but deep down I knew what my future held. Yeah, I'm done with him. Bring that thing in. Make sure there isn't a mess left behind. The boss said, giving a wave and walking away, completely ignoring me, begging for him to just stay and listen. I was frantic, almost out of my mind from fear. I started talking to the two men who stayed behind while a third went off to get whatever beast that was about to make me a nice dinner. Come on, don't do this. I wasn't kidding about the money. If I can get this much in just a few days, just think of how much I can get in the future. You won't need to work for the boss anymore. Think about it, right? In a few months, you can just retire somewhere nice and hot and the girls are dirt cheap. Isn't that the best idea you ever heard? Kept chattering on, hoping that if I threw everything to the wall, something that might stick. When the other man came back dragging a creature on a chain, it shut me up. Nothing had ever shut me up in my entire life, but this did. I stared, body turned to ice and mouth open in mid-word, at the monster that had been literally dragged into the light. It was double the size as the lion I expected to see, dark and, strangely enough, flickering. It walked on all fours, massive claws leaving deep tears in the solid concrete. The chains around its neck looked perfectly real and solid, but this thing just kept in and out of focus. Like I was never meant to see it. As if those chains not only were dragging it along towards me, but also dragging it into our world. It fought hard against the chains that left a deep wound where they touched its skin. The beast let out a loud roar of protest, but that too sounded unreal and out of focus. It had a mane of dark fur, but at some point must have been a proud feature of glossy black. Now it was just matted and dull. A sheet was over top of its head, leaving only a snout of jagged teeth exposed. Seeing the countless scars etched into the poor thing's body, I felt as if we were both in the same boat, caught and tortured by these bastards. After seeing it, I was still afraid of whatever supernatural creature that had just been dragged in front of me. But I also felt sorry for it. I wanted to do something, anything to help it, even though I was not in the position to do so. Come on, you overrated mute, behave. We have a nice snack for you. Eat him and you can go back to your cage. The man grunted, trying to drag the thing even closer. With a quick jerk of its head, the beast tore the chain from the man's hands for a few seconds. The other two ran in and helped him get the monster under control. It shrieked in protest, just wanting to be free of them. One peeled away to grab my chair from behind to drag me closer. The chair legs made a horrible sound across the ground like nails on a chalkboard. I tried making it difficult for him, but in the end, couldn't do a damn thing as my chair was placed within reach of the dark monster. The monster stopped struggling when I got closer. It could smell my blood. I knew it. Its nose got right up close, nearly touching me as I felt hot puffs of air ruffle my hair. I expected it to smell horrible, but oddly enough, it smelled almost minty. It would only take one bite to end me. I really hoped that my head got taken first and not my legs to suffer through being eaten alive. Suddenly the idea of being chomped down by some powerful animal didn't feel like a neat way to go at all. It just felt like the end. Drips of drool came from its mouth and dropped onto my jeans, soaking them through. It made my skin crawl. I tried backing up the chair, only to see a man was holding it in place. Come on now, eat him. That's an order. Those words made the monster tense. Before it looked curious about me, but now it looked like a cat ready to pounce. It now had orders and needed to obey them. I was hoping that wet feet feeling was because it drooled on me and not because I pissed myself seeing the sudden change. I was so out of my mind in fear I didn't even stop and think what the hell this thing even was. A crushing force came down on each of my arms strapped to the chair as the beast placed huge claws on them to stand up. Those countless teeth just above my head and jaw opening ready to take one massive bite. In my last moments I wanted to pray but couldn't find any kind of thoughts in my head. I took a large inhale waiting for death to come. To my shock, I didn't get my head torn off. Instead, the monster turned that deadly set of teeth on the man holding my chair from behind. The dark fur covered my vision. I only guessed he'd gotten his head bitten off instead of myself when screams of surprise and fear came from the other men. A flurry of motion started. The beast was dragged back, the claws digging into the flesh of my arms leaving cuts, but also snapping the restraints keeping me down. My body moved before my mind did. My bleeding arms shot down trying to get my legs free as I kept darting my head up to see the other two men trying to get control of the monster. One pulled a gun from who knows where and started shooting. The monster took some hits but darted away so the one holding the chains received some friendly fire. The man collapsed and the dark creature was free. It thrashed, slamming into wooden boxes surrounding us. Packing peanuts, coffee grounds, and what I guessed to be bundles of drugs poured out. I really didn't care. I just had to get the hell out of there. The straps on my legs felt nearly impossible to undo. Because of the noise, more people came rushing in trying to catch the monster. Soon they knew it wasn't possible and started to shoot at it. The entire scene was chaos and I was trapped in the middle of it. The gunshots going off was deafening. I'm sure the monster was making noise of its own, but I couldn't hear anything beyond the gunfire ringing in my ear. Men were getting ripped apart while they tried shooting that creature down. Wooden crates exploded into pieces flying around, almost as dangerous as the bullets. It was a miracle I wasn't shot when I was just sitting out in the open trying to get free. Another miracle happened when I got my legs out of the straps and started to try and run off into a direction away from the bullets and the beast. My luck ended there. I started running on unsteady feet towards a tower of crates to hide behind. A man turned the corner into the fight, knocking me over. He was middle-aged, white hair, and had no weapon. I was so pissed he kept me from escaping, I burned the image of his face into my mind as I fell. Then the beast came closer to me. It was only a few feet away, but that meant bullets in that direction. What came next made it feel like everything just froze. I was glued to the ground, on my back looking in the direction of the monster. The man with the white hair had his arm outstretched, a face of concern and worry, and the monster with its head turned to look at something that was just tossed towards it. I didn't hear the explosion from my ears already being shot. I felt the shock wave and my head hit against the concrete floor so hard it knocked me out. There was no way to know how long I was out from, a few seconds or a few minutes. My ears rang and my body was so stiff. I couldn't move, so I just tried looking around to see what just happened. Debris from the small explosion was scattered around. The overhead light flickered, making it hard to see clearly. By how much my head hurt, I was thankful for the brief stints of darkness. In the small few seconds of light, I saw the white-haired man go over to the creature, carefully removing the chains. The monster looked as bad as I felt. Both back legs had been torn off. Countless injuries and bullet holes marred the dark fur. Even as I was on the ground, unable to move my head, body and head pounding, I felt bad for that thing. Whatever it was. It didn't feel right. It was harmed so badly and most likely going to die. Don't move. I'll do what I can. I was shocked. I heard the man's voice. I shouldn't have been able to hear anything so clearly after that gun battle and explosion. As much as I disliked him from knocking me over and causing me to get caught up in that shockwave, I had to admit, he sounded like a nice person. He sounded so worried, as if he was talking to an old friend. "Do not bother with me, my king. This was my mistake. Wash your hands of this." The monster spoke. Tears came to my eyes. I couldn't stop them. That terrifying, yet injured creature almost sounded like a hurt child trying to act brave. "That man, he was taken like myself. Can you save him?" That was strange. Was that beast talking about me? I tried sitting up to get a better look, but my body didn't move. The white-haired man looked over in my direction. I could have sworn his tongue clicked when he looked at me. "No, he should already be dead. Humans cannot heal from vast injuries like that. Unlike you. If we could just get some virgin blood or flesh to patch you up, then maybe." The man trailed off, sounding as if his hope for the dark creature living was fading when he saw just how badly it was hurt. I didn't want to think about what he just said about me, how I had less hope than the beast before me. Using every ounce of willpower I had, I looked down at myself, and he was right. I really should have been dead already. My legs twisted and broke, arm torn off and chest full of bleeding, ragged holes. How in the hell was I still awake? I tore my eyes away from my broken body and looked over at the two in front of me. I really wasn't going to make it out alive, but I could still do something. I tried speaking only to cough and nearly choke on my own blood. I couldn't speak. Maybe they could sense it though. The embarrassing fact that after living a life of crime, I was still untouched in a sense. If they needed virgin blood, they could take mine. You can laugh at the idea of me being so old-fashioned of saving myself for marriage. The thing I discovered about my life early on is almost everything is out of my control. I was never going to live an easy life being born the way I was, into the family I was raised in. No matter how hard I tried to type, never got anywhere in life. It was all beyond control. So I was desperate, trying to find things about myself that was entirely up to my own decisions. Not sleeping around was one of them. If you want it, take it. I thought, hoping they could hear me the same way I could hear them. I felt cold. My eyelids were fluttering shut, no matter how hard I tried keeping them open. Damn. I wish I wasn't so damn cold at the end. That was it. I was going to die because I listened to my father's advice on life. He really never did leave me anything worthwhile, now did he? I let myself be overtaken by endless darkness, expecting to never wake up again. For some reason, I did wake up. I had to be dreaming. My body felt stiff but whole. I didn't know where I was. I didn't recognize the room in the slightest. A hospital room would make sense, not a high-end penthouse bedroom. I didn't move for the longest time, trying to understand what the hell happened. Did I dream the entire thing? That must be it. There was no way I could have survived those injuries, and yet it felt too real to just be a dream. Sitting up in the bed, I looked down to see I was dressed in very silky and very expensive sleepwear. I could save for a year and still not be able to afford these. Lifting the shirt up, I inspected my body for scars or medical treatments. A lamp was on beside the bed, giving me enough light to see by. Looking down, I didn't think this could be my body. I was never fat because I could never afford to eat, but I never had a six-pack before. Alright, Might not have been a six-pack, but it was way more toned than what my skinny body was before. I stared at it, then noticed my nails, each long and pointed like those ugly things women pay to have. I had to see my face, just to make sure I was still myself. Stumbling out of bed, I slowly made my way over to a bathroom on the other side of the vast, plush room. Flicking the light on, I gave myself a good look over. My face looked the same, just healthy as if I was getting the right amount of sleep and eating good meals. I've never looked like this. My hair was dyed a dark black instead of the mousy brown color I hated, and my eyes looked more golden than the brown that matched my hair in the past. Aside from the eye and hair color change, I looked about the same. The noise from inside the penthouse made me nearly scream. I jumped, crashing into the sink behind me. I couldn't find a weapon. Whatever was going on, I had to get the hell out of there. Someone else was here, and I didn't want to stay and find out who. Creeping along, the place felt like a castle. I shuddered to think of how much just renting it for a month would cost. Even with all my efforts going into not being spotted, a man I recognized came peeking out from the kitchen as I tried to make it as far away from this place as I could. "Mason, I made you coffee and I can order some food. Go sit down," the white-haired man from before said to me. My knee-jerk reaction was to book it. This man knew my real name, not the false ones I've been using for years. I wanted to tell him to stuff it, and I was leaving. "You really shouldn't leave." My voice spoke, but I wasn't in control of it. Nor was I controlling my body when it obeyed the man and sat on a couch in the living area. On the inside, I was screaming all sorts of protest, trying to make myself move, but on the outside, I was acting like a good little boy sitting and waiting. Finally, the man sat down, setting a tray with 2 cups with sugar and cream in front of us on a small, polished wooden table. I could finally move, but needed answers. I stayed sitting. "Who the hell are you? What's going on?" I asked, voice cracking from stress. Instead of being annoyed by my outburst, he just sat back into the couch looking cool and amused. I hated him in that moment. "I think you know the answer to the first question," he said with a smile that got on my nerves. "Sir, I have no idea what you're talking about." "Wait, sir? I never call people sir. Not unless I was busting out the sweet talk. I didn't like this man in the slightest, so what did I give him an ounce of respect for?" "What year is it?" he asked, and I frowned. 2000, I think. What does that have to do with anything? How does time fly? The last time Fex encountered me, I was much different. Went by a horrible name, too. It's a strange feeling. I somehow knew what he was talking about, and yet not at the same time. It was too damn frustrating. Liren? Like, glaring. That was your name before, but how would I know that if I don't know who you are? Who the hell is Fex? My head started to pound as it felt like facts were shifting, getting shuffled in my mind. "Fex is the beast you allowed to possess your body. That is how you know of me." He didn't move, only gave me another smile, trying to show off his handsome features while my body felt like it turned into ice. I shot up suddenly, feeling like something was behind me. What stared back at me was that creature in the warehouse. Instead of being on all fours, it stood like a human, sheet over its eyes, but still looking down at me all the same. It was fully recovered, looking like a terrible beast, and yet held some kind of beauty that could make your lungs stop. I nearly fainted at the sight of it. Instead, I collapsed back into the chair, head between my knees as vague memories started to flood into my brain. The man beside me I knew to be important. To be a king of some sort. The beast behind me loved that man and was completely loyal to him. I was about to die when that king asked me to give my body over to the beast. We would both live and benefit from the agreement. Wanting to keep alive, I let them do what they wanted. Do you need a few minutes? No, I just need a straightforward answer, I said, not raising my head. Alright then. For who I am, I go by Silverman. I am the king of all the creatures of the dark. I was able to try and save Fex from those humans, and you saw how that turned out. Sadly enough, if rules are being followed, there isn't much I can do. They knew enough of Fex's true name to capture and control him. I wanted to do more. Rules are rules, though. Silverman sounded a bit distant and paused for a few seconds to collect himself. Fex was about to die. He could have just eaten you and lived, but this beast is far too kind on humans. Instead, he let you take him into yourself. In a way, now you are half demon. I suppose that's a term for it. You shall not age. It's nearly impossible to kill you, because half-breeds do not have true names. They do not have that weakness and cannot be killed or controlled by it. Fex only wanted to kill the humans who captured him. Now that is done. He has nothing else to live for and gave up himself so you may also live. I sat up looking behind me trying to see the monster that saved my life. He wasn't visible, but I felt like he was still there. He would always be there. Wait, when did he kill those people? And isn't there, like, a way to split us apart? Silverman gave my questions a wave of his hand as if I should know these answers already. No, once you two are together, you shall always be one. Fex has the stronger will of you two, so he can take control of your body at any point. Like I said, he is kind. He took over, killed the ones who wronged you, and tucked you back into a comfy bed. You should have no memory of this as if you were asleep. Although, it is possible to be aware of his actions while he is in control. Fex forced you to sleep because he guessed you would not wish to see humans dying by your own hands. Felt sick with each passing word. My hands shook and I grasped them together, feeling as if they were no longer my own. I wanted to be angry at what happened, to have my body just taken from me like that. In the back of my mind, now I knew he was there. I felt Fex stress and worry about my reaction. Slowly I forced all the tension out of my shoulders to accept what was being said. Yes, it was pretty alarming to hear my body was burrowed to commit murder, but Fex really did right by me considering he could have left me to die. He only wanted this one thing. I should really just let him have it. Fex also relaxed wherever he was, hiding in the back of my mind. The whole thing was very, very strange and needed time to get adjusted to. But it was much better than the alternative. Now the issue is you are wanted for murder. Drink your coffee. What? I sputtered out. My body acted on its own. I now knew that it was Fex taking over. He could not ignore any order from his king, so he took the mug and made me drink some. Fex did not have the forethought to cover up his crimes. After slaughtering an entire gang, you're on the top of a few lists. But because you are now under my care, you shall not be arrested. I arranged a new identity for you. This place is just a temporary place to rest your head and get caught up. You'll need to be on the move, but I assure you, you shall not be caught for those murders. I still felt a little sick, just from how much information I needed to go through. Murder wasn't right at all, and I thought about what they put Fex through. Yes, he was a monster. A creature that saved my life, and that's more than what I could say about the people he killed. I was sitting trying to take everything in when Silverman got my attention. Normally he was the type of person I could never get along with. Handsome, and he knew it. A killer smile that could seduce anyone he wanted, and I felt like he abused that power fairly often. But Fex liked him, and those feelings were rubbing off on me. I really didn't like giving this man any of my time. You see, you could just spend your new life traveling, but how boring do you think that would become? Wouldn't you like a job? Something important? I knew what kind of tone he was using. I'd used it most of my life. He was selling something, and the beast inside my mind was dead set on listening. Don't try selling me something. Just say it. I said, and Silverman let his mask drop a little. Alright. I want to use you as a hitman. Sometimes there is only so much I can do. Like with Fex. I shouldn't have been able to save him sooner, but my hands are tied in some situations. That would not apply to you because you are both human and not, and very hard to kill. You only need to let Fex take over to do the work, and you can enjoy the reward of being paid so much money you won't know what to do with. You'll live the easiest life by pretty much just sleeping through very profitable work. Also, this won't just benefit creatures of the night. How many humans do you think Fex had to harm based on orders he could not refuse? Humans and these creatures should not mix. If you take my offer, you'll be doing a lot of good in the world. I sat and thought, suddenly wondering what the hell I'd gotten myself into. I was wearing silk, sitting on a couch that could cost a fortune in a world so far removed from my own. Murder was horrible, even when I was doing petty crimes. I swore I would never get to that point for money, yet it was a very good offer. I shouldn't turn my back on humans. Still, at the same time, my mind kept going back to the image of that dark creature, torn and bloody. Against his will, he harmed people and fought against it. Fex killed the ones responsible so they could never do it again. The real beasts were the ones who caught him in the first place. What made me slowly start to nod my head was the idea of there being more Fexes out there. More creatures being used by evil for profit, and who knows what else. Alright, I said with a final nod. I felt even more sure of my choice as the seconds passed. Take the job. Silverman was right. Time does fly. That night was so long ago, and so many things have happened since. I do have more stories to tell based on what my job brought, but for now, just how I became what I am. Some memories I don't want to bring up just yet. Right now, I simply want to think about the worst, yet best, night of my life. I should have died before the new millennium rolled around. Instead of perishing, I was saved by a monster. A creature I still am not certain of what he truly is. In exchange for healing my wounds and ensuring that I lived a long life, he fused himself into my body. His end of the deal was to use my body to kill the ones who had wronged him. After the debt was settled, I was alive and well, but had a monster forever in the back of my mind, watching, the threat of him taking over looming over every second of the day. It was not a good experience for the first few months. I was assured that Fex, the creature I was now stuck with, would not take over my body unless it was an emergency or for work. I wasn't given an assignment yet. Silverman was the one who hired me to use my new monstrous powers to hunt down creatures of the night. He did not want to give me any tasks until I'd adjusted to my new life. I'd assumed Fex would be the one taking over and be the one doing all the work. Just in case, he gave us an adjustment period before throwing us headfirst into a new job. For the first 2 months, I tried my best to become friends with the creature listening into my thoughts. He had not said a word to me since I woke up a new person. I started to wonder if he even could any longer. At times I could feel his emotions, and sudden memories of his came to me as a response to a question instead of words. Sometimes I saw his form out of the corner of my eye, or in reflections. A massive creature with dark fur standing on 2 legs, a pure black mane flowing behind him, and face covered. Seeing that behind you for a blink of an eye in the middle of the night while going to the washroom is an easy way to give yourself a heart attack. My life before was one of lying and cheating to get by. Now, I had a nice penthouse to hang out and just live. I never had such luxuries before. Any foods could be ordered in and I didn't need to worry about income. I thought this was what I always wanted, but very soon I found myself getting extremely bored. I started to wish Silverman deemed us adjusted just to have something to do. Plus, I felt like I was losing my mind a little. Leftovers were going missing, or snacks I was saving for later. Yes, I could always buy more, but it was the principle of the matter. If Fex wanted to take over my body and eat, he should just tell me instead of waiting until I fell asleep. Or maybe one of us was sleep eating. Our first task as this strange one-body team finally came. I received a letter telling me to meet Silverman in the park near sunset. This was back before the days of texting. I wondered why he even bothered with a letter. He could have just called. The weather was bitterly cold and the sun set early. The park was huge and it was easy to get lost. If it wasn't for Fex pointing a clawed hand in the right direction, I would not have made it to the pre-arranged meeting spot on time. From what I could tell, I was the only one who could see the massive creature following behind me. Silverman was late. I didn't like the man, but Fex adored him. It was a loyalty thing I wasn't aware of because I was born human. Apparently all creatures of the night loved their Silver King in some way. It was hardwired into their nature. I was certain some out there hated that man, but Fex wasn't one of them. Shivering in the cold, I rubbed my hands together trying to stay warm. If you put in the effort of sending a letter, you should at least be on time. When Silverman did arrive, he was just there. I looked down the path and back at the bench for him to be sitting on it. I jumped nearly 10 feet in the air, startled by how he came out of thin air. I wanted to curse at him, but for my monster's sake, I kept my angry words to myself. "You look like you've seen a ghost," Silverman commented at my startled expression. He was dressed in a 3-piece suit with a wool coat over top. Pure white hair was styled perfectly, and red eyes glittered in the fading light. This bastard was handsome and the kind of man who knew it. He was the type of person I couldn't stand and spent most of my life trying to avoid. "You're late," I grumbled. "The sun isn't down yet, so I'm not. Anyway, how have you been getting along?" he asked, dismissing my valid concern like a pro. "As well as someone with a monster possessing their body can be," I said with a shrug. "I was hoping to let you settle in a little bit more, but something came up. This is not a hit, more of a wellness check. Since you're not busy, I thought it was a good first task for you two to bond a little." I held back my sarcastic reply. Fex was stuck inside my head. How much more bonded can you get? "So, am I checking in on an old lady creature that hasn't been seen in a month or something?" I asked, wondering what on earth a wellness check for a supernatural creature could possibly be. "No, not something like that. I would like you to go check on a creature that goes by the name Manifesto. felt Fex perk up when he heard the name. Whoever was just mentioned was someone he knew. Suddenly he felt eager to know what our task was, and it was the most amount of emotion I've felt from him since our strange arrangement started. Fex seems to know him. Is he important? No, not really. A small creature, all things considered. He's what humans call a ship demon. Back when humans sailed much more, ship demons were common. In order to ensure the ship, its crew, and the cargo arrives at the destination safely, the ship demon demands a human sacrifice. Silverman started to explain, looking a little disappointed. I didn't already know this. I understood the concept. Why risk losing your entire crew when a death up front makes it certain you'll get through anything the ocean tosses at you? So many different types of creatures were out there and I didn't know anything about them, but not for a lack of trying. It would be easier if these two would talk to me a little more. Manifesto is a rarity because he's still honoring the system. When humans started to abandon the ship demons, he stayed on. Although, the captain of the ship isn't aware of it. Back in the day, Manifesto was the strongest and therefore could protect the largest ships. His sacrifice number has not changed from those days. 6 per trip is his limit. So far, on this current trip, 4 people have disappeared. Fex had a flutter of stress and worry in the back of my mind. I understood why we were being sent for the job. He had history with this demon, and would know if something was off about him, but I didn't understand why both of them were even worried in the first place. If Manifesto could take 6 people, why go and check on him before he hit that number? He's still within his numbers, right? Why are you both so worried about this? When I said Manifesto was a rarity, I meant it. He is allowed 6 humans per trip, but he may only take 3 per year. Him and Fex appears not too interested in eating you humans. I think it's why they associated with each other. Manifesto only takes elderly that would have passed on the ship naturally. For him to take 4 people, 2 healthy and young couples, it's just strange. I would like you two to go to his ship and meet him. Fex would know if anything is off about him. Report back to me what you find. And if he goes over his 6 human limit, well, you're on board. Kill him. I started to rub my hands together for warmth in the dark, cold night. I also wanted to hide the fact my hands shook a little over the idea of killing this demon. I know it was the job I took, but I never imagined we would be tasked killing someone Fex knew. Silverman was using the word associate, but I felt like these two had been friends in the past, or at least friendly with each other. Then again, I may be putting too many human characteristics on Fex. He had emotions, but his world was completely different from my own. I tried looking back into my head, attempting to get a feeling on Fex was taking the idea of killing someone he knew. He either didn't feel anything about it at all, or had walls up blocking me out. It was only sinking in just then that Fex was a creature with a long history. This may not be the only creature he associated with in the past. He might need to kill for breaking their rules. Does it need to be us to kill him? I asked finally. There must be a different person to handle this sort of thing when I came up. Silverman looked at me, his eyes changing slightly in the dim light. I couldn't read the look he was giving me, but I didn't like it. A dark look that only a king could give. Fex rattled in the back of my head, stressed that I displeased his king in any way. You took this job. Try not to back on out the first sign of inconvenience. I took a step back, feeling a sudden pressure shoving down on my shoulders. His red eyes bore for me. I looked away, unable to stand the look, and Fex freaking out at the same time. I did take this job. Still, I should take the feelings of the monster inside my head into consideration. Silverman's glare be damned. I wasn't going to do anything wrong by the creature that saved my life. I felt a hand on my shoulder and flinched. Silverman got up to be on the same level as me. I know it'll take a while to adjust. However, keep in mind Fex is not human. How he has lived is vastly different from yourself. This is why I am sending you on this little check-in. Maybe afterwards you might understand him a little. Silverman explained in a lighter tone. He gave my shoulder another pat before he started to walk away from us. I didn't know what ship Manifesto was on, or even how to get there. It was in the middle of the ocean. Would I need to rent a boat? He barely explained anything, and now he was just walking away, giving us a wave without even looking back. Wait, how do I started. Fex knows what ship it is, and how to get there. Just trust in his skills and work together. Have fun on your cruise. Wait, a cruise? Did I hear that right? Manifesto, a demon who takes human sacrifices to ensure the ship arrives safely, is currently watching over a cruise ship? That explained the elderly sacrifices he was taking. Those ships were crawling with them. Shivering in the dark park, I rubbed my arms over my coat trying to warm up. At least this would be a warm trip. Unless it was an Alaskan cruise, and I very much hoped it wasn't. When I got back to our temporary penthouse, I wondered what I would need to pack. The passport Silverman gave me should still be in the pile of new IDs that was made up. I didn't even remember my new name yet. It would be a strange experience traveling with a monster in the back of my head. I found the pile of important paper and reached for it, only to have my hand get a mind of its own to snatch up a box of chalk right next to the papers. I was confused. What use could some chalk possibly have? I felt a prodding I knew to be Fex asking permission to take over some parts of my body. Lately, we'd been practicing letting him use my legs or my hand while I stayed conscious of what was happening. We still practiced how he should ask permission for a short takeover. So far, it was all done by feelings. Fex hadn't actually spoken to me since the possession started, and would. Everything a lot easier if he would have told me what he wanted. I watched him as he went to the front door where flooring made of stone decorated the entranceway. Using the chalk, he drew a circle, enough for me to fit comfortably inside. Then, he wrote some strange symbols around the circle. Watching him, I had no clue what he was doing. I flinched when he cut my thumb, placing a bloody fingerprint at the end of the symbol he just drew. Being a half-human, half-monster meant I was hard to kill. I still bleed and it still hurt when it happened. Once it was done, my feet took a few steps forward into the circle, and to what I thought to be solid ground. The strangest feeling overcame me. It was like expecting another step at the end of the stairs. My foot met no resistance, and I jolted when it finally hit the floor. Carpeted floor. I blinked, trying to ignore the feelings in my stomach. Looking around, I found that I was no longer in the penthouse, but in a large space that looked very much like a cruise ship. The hallway was covered in red carpet. Each wall was painted the same red color with gold trim. Looking up, I saw myself staring back down. The ceiling was curved and made up of mirrors. Hearing some people talk from down the hallway, I started walking, hoping no one would notice how I suddenly appeared on a ship. Hell, I didn't even know how Fex just did that. I did not need anyone to question me. Looking down at my winter coat, I wondered if I could pretend. I was wearing it because I was heading on deck and wanted to protect myself from the wind. I felt the tug of Fex asking for permission to take over. I relented. Letting him have full control while still conscious was yet another thing I needed to get adjusted with. I could see my surroundings as if I was floating just behind my body. I could feel what my body was doing unless Fex blocked the sensations from. Having a 360-degree view of things was going to be very useful in the future. Since Fex wasn't speaking to me yet, I could only assume this is how he saw things while I was the one in control. We paused. looked around to see no one in sight. Reaching into the pocket, he took out a new stick of chalk. I could feel this one was special through the slight tingle where it touched bare skin. Wasting no time, he drew another circle on the wall surrounded by symbols again. Then he shoved our body through the circle where a wall should have been. A moment of darkness. Then we were upside down on the ceiling somewhere in the belly of the ship. Our upper body just coming out of the steel, the metal ripping where we touched it. The circle still surrounding us. Vex took a few glances around the dark part of the ship and ducked back inside the circle. We kept on like this, appearing at different spots of the ship and at different angles. So far, no signs of Manifesto. Worry started to come from Vex as we kept popping out of the circles, not finding the ship demon. Even though I had no control of my body when we peeked out into a busy restaurant, I made silent screams trying to duck back inside. However, not a single person looked our way. The small amount of information I'd gathered so far was, for some reason, as long as we stayed inside the circle, no one could see us. Whatever magic Vex used let us explore the entire ship on scene. No matter how hard the other creature tried to hide, we would find him. That was what I thought. More worry and negative emotions came in from Vex. My stomach turned and my head started to ache. Well inside an employee-only area, he got our entire body out of the floor to walk, trying to settle his nerves. The circle moved with us, making it so we wouldn't be seen. The more he moved, the worse the feeling got. When the ship tilted very slightly, I found out why letting Vex have full control was not going to work out. I watched as, in seconds, got to a bathroom stall. Most likely one from the restaurant, and got very sick. I watched, unable to do anything because he was still in control. At first I thought of curses or magic traps came to mind. A very simple answer explained it. Vex was seasick. I was a bit disappointed, but understood. While he was using my body, his senses were far beyond my own. He was stronger and could use powers I wasn't aware of. The movements of the ship became enhanced and too much for him. It just meant we would need to search the ship and get information the slow way. Cleaning up, he let me take over again, and I felt just how sorry he was. He'd done enough for right now. Getting us on a ship in the middle of the ocean was plenty. He could trust me to take over from there. The best place to get information is a bar. Along the way I got lost trying to find the damn thing. I'd stopped a few times looking at maps and found a new, useful bit of history about the ship a pre-recorded voice said every few minutes. Also, while walking, I found an envelope inside my coat pocket that had not been there before. Inside was a paper signed by Silverman. He thought it would be useful giving us photos of the missing couple and their name. Anne got and Travis got, Leah June and Dean Woods. Memorizing the names and faces, I tucked the paper away again. If I could figure out where they disappeared off the ship, I might have a place to start. The bar was fairly busy. I ordered a soda because I needed to stay focused. Scanning the room, I tried pinning down someone I could easily chat up for information. There was a decent number of younger couples. Here I was thinking cruise ships were only for rich, retired folks. The small tables were full of groups of people. They all looked friendly with each other. The cruise must be in the final stages if so many people had time to become close. If someone passed by a table, the group would look up with half recognition on their face. Being on a ship for over a week away meant running into the same people, especially if you like the same bar or restaurant. The word June made me turn my head. Focusing, I found I was able to hear much more than usual. Vex was helping me out by enhancing one of my senses. However, it is not as good as it sounds. He lived his entire life in an inhuman body. He didn't understand I wasn't adjusted to hear every noise a few hundred people made at once. It took a lot of focus to mentally cut down on the noise. Standing against the bar, I slowly learned how to use this new skill. At first, all the noise made me flinch. I dismissed the music, then the clinking of glasses. Then I could get myself to focus on one conversation, even if it was from across the room. When I thought it wasn't of any interest, I quickly moved on. I felt a little bad invading someone's privacy in a small way. They were out in public and I wasn't going to remember anything that didn't relate to my job, and that made me feel a bit better. A few hours passed by and I gathered up a few bits of relevant information, a scrap of sentences floating around. Anne and Travis were high energy. It's a shame those two left at the last port. We loved meeting them. Didn't another couple leave? No, the crew said that they disappeared off the main deck. Sounds like a couple suicide to me. I saw my sister earlier this morning. It was weird because she felt sick and was in her room all morning. I waved, but she didn't even stop and denied ever seeing me. Bit spooky, right? For a few hours of listening in, it wasn't much. I finally found a place to start. If one couple disappeared on the main deck, I just needed to find another map to get there. I tipped the bartender, glad to have my wallet in my jacket pocket. About to leave, I glanced about the room once more just as music started to pick up, making it difficult to continue listening if wanted. What I saw made me pause, body frozen, unsure of what I should do. By chance, I saw a man slide his arm behind a girl he was sitting with while he was distracted to drop something in her drink. I blinked, wondering if I just saw what I thought I did. A rage at my back started bubbling over me. It made it clear that Fex noticed it too. Should I go over and tell her? That would risk attention coming to myself. Or should I somehow knock the drink over, tell the bartender and hope he can do something? As I thought of what action to take, I felt Fex offer something. No words, just a feeling as if he had a plan of how to deal with this. Letting him take over to do whatever he wanted, the monster easily slipped into control, forcing me looking over my own shoulder. Using the condensation from the half-empty soda glass, he drew a circle on the bar top. A small one, barely noticeable. With the tip of our finger, he drew symbols around the circle so quickly no one noticed what we were doing. Placing a palm over top of it, I felt a cold sensation stuck in our hand. No water remained after the hand was lifted away. Slipping through the crowd, he faked a trip, placing a wet hand on the man's back and spilling the girl's drink all at the same time. He was too fast, slipping away in the crowd before the couple at the table recovered from the sudden intrusion. My heart was racing. Fex switched places with me to make my way through the crowd. Risking a glance back, I noticed why no one was giving me any kind of attention. The man collapsed to the ground, strangers rushing in to help. I felt my hands shake slightly as I quickened my pace. Did we just kill him? Did I just let Fex kill someone? Yeah, I mean, I was a hitman now, but this was different. This was my choice. What if I just made a mistake? Somehow. What if I mistook what I'd seen earlier and just condemned a stranger on a hunch? I didn't just kill someone because I had proof of crimes. I just let a monster inside my head take over on a whim. Rushing out, I found a bathroom that was thankfully empty. I collapsed into a stall, not even concerned about the dirty floor. My shoulders felt like thousands of pounds were being pressed into them. My hands shook and my chest felt tight. I'd never felt like this before. Even when I was about to die, I didn't feel half this bad. Inside my head, my thoughts kept spiraling, convincing myself I'd just killed someone innocent. The more I thought, the more it felt like I was having a heart attack. What if in the future I did this again? How many innocent people am I going to kill? Or let Fex kill? How many people did he already take control of my body to murder? What did I get myself into, and Mason. The voice made my head jerk up, unaware of the fact I had tears in my eyes. Out from the wall I saw Fex looking down. His monstrous form took up nearly the entire stall. Still, hearing my name made me calm down a little. My real name. One I abandoned because I didn't want the one good thing my mother gave me being tainted by the lowlifes I hung around with. And yet, it sounded perfectly fine coming from a monster with a mouth full of sharp teeth. After so long, Fex was finally talking to me. Did we just kill someone? I asked him softly. The upper half of his face was covered with fabric. I'd yet to see his full face. It was fairly off-putting still, having so much I didn't know about the creature I was stuck with. Pausing to think through his words, he finally spoke again. Human speech was such a strange sight, coming from an animalistic mouth. We only placed a curse on that man. The curse awakens when certain conditions are met. If he attempts to do the same actions, he shall faint. If he is... Yet again he paused, but this time I felt a wave of embarrassment from him. He cleared his throat before continuing. If he is in an intimate situation with another, he must receive consent to proceed. Without that, or any attempts in force shall end in extreme pain in a very important area on his person. Felt a bit relieved that I wasn't a murderer yet. It also appeared Fex was rather shy when it came to discussing intimate matters. It gave him an air of endearment despite his monstrous form. The curse also served another purpose. It was a test to see if Manifesto would appear. I nodded, understanding what he meant. Manifesto took humans as a sacrifice in exchange to make sure the voyage went smoothly. A random creature coming on board and cursing one of his passengers was something he should stop at any cost, even if the passenger deserved it, because Manifesto didn't stop us. Something might be wrong with the ship demon. Do you think he's even on the ship? I asked, voicing my theory he may have taken the two couples and bailed for some unknown reason. He is. I can sense him while you cannot. It is very strange. His movements are sporadic. That is why we were unable to catch him while searching the ship. I have never seen this sort of movement from him before. I doubt he even has the ability to move between places so quickly. What does he even look like? Do you think we have seen a glance of him without realizing? I asked, suddenly becoming aware that only Fex knew Manifesto's appearance. Neither him or Silverman had given me any sort of description yet. Another long pause. I cannot tell you any of his defining features without making it sound like an insult. The hell could that mean? Was Manifesto so ugly there was no redeeming features? What could be so terrible a monster like Fex didn't think attractive? He wears only black. Fex added in quickly, thinking of the only thing he could mention. Putting aside our troubles for a second, I was wondering something. Manifesto is a demon, right? As in, a demon from hell. Does that mean there is some weird afterlife out there? I know there were way more pressing matters, but I just couldn't help myself from asking. Manifesto is not a demon in the biblical sense. It was just a label humans gave him. I am not at liberty to comment about the topic of an afterlife. I cannot even confirm or deny any religions. Fex was very firm in his answer. He was a solid wall of refusal. There were just some answers I would not get out of him, no matter how hard I tried. At least it was worth a shot. Giving up on that topic, I moved back to the main one. I'm sorry I got freaked out earlier. I know I should be this kick-ass and take names sort of guy. I did take the job after all. I just couldn't forgive myself if I made a mistake and got someone killed. I explained. I still felt pretty terrible for having the reaction to run off to hide somewhere. I've known from the start what my job was going to be. At some point, I was going to need to kill someone, or Fex is going to use my body to do it. I owed him my life, and saving other creatures that suffered in the same way Fex had was the least I could do. I just wasn't ready for something as huge as murder. Mason, you are now in a world of supernatural creatures. I am, by far, one of the better ones to come across. The monsters we shall encounter eat humans. I have eaten some on occasion. You shall meet creatures that logic is so beyond your own. You'll need to make very tough decisions to survive. You may be harder to kill, however death is still possible. If our luck is bad, we may come across things that are so far removed from this world neither of us may stay sane after. You are going to change after all of these experiences. With all that being said, I'm glad you're the person I am with through it all. I believe you are perfectly fine the way you are currently, and wish, if possible, you would not change. That was the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me, even if it came from a monster while I sat on a men's bathroom floor. I felt a little happy at first, then a little embarrassed because I didn't know how to take any kind of positive comments. How come you haven't talked to me before this? I was hoping that it would be easier on you. I am not human and have been shoved into your body. That is enough to deal with on top of that creature trying to speak with you. I also hoped I would fade away in time if I stopped speaking. Fex answered honestly. Seriously, this monster was more considerate than nearly every person I've ever known. Out of all the creatures out there, I really hit the jackpot getting him. With a lot of things cleared up, we needed to think of a real plan. It would be easier now I could communicate to Fex with words instead of vague feelings. I need you to stick around. I clearly can't do any of this by myself. I was thinking of us checking out the main deck to start with. Maybe we'll find something. He nodded, agreeing with me. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was a start. He was starting to fade away, to go back into wherever he went, when another question came to my mind. Have you been eating all the leftovers? He didn't answer. Instead, he just left me in silence like the monster he was. It was late in the night, so the hallways were mostly empty. People either inside their rooms or inside the bars. I didn't come across anyone often, but when I did, they creeped me out. They walked past me silently. At first, I didn't notice anything. Then I became aware of small details. I never heard them walking towards me. I just saw someone turn the corner. They walked past, just giving me a side eye as if I didn't notice. They were so freaky I asked Fex to see if he could tell if they were all human. He confirmed they were and didn't sense anything off about it. But I did. It was as if we were being watched the entire way onto the deck. It took a while and many maps later before I found it. It was empty. Not a single person was out at that time. The weather was nice compared to the hellish winter I came from. Some wind, but the breeze helped cool the humid night. I walked around trying to sniff anything out. If there were some hints remaining, Fex would be able to sense it. Most of the deck was taken up by a pool. A pool on the ocean. I lived my life just getting by. Being around wealth of any kind kept shocking me. Even the quality of life of people living comfortably was something I'd aimed for, but never thought I would achieve. Now I was on a massive ship with bars, restaurants, and gift shops. I didn't check yet, but I was certain there were some spas on this cruise ship as well. Manifesto picked a good ship to live on. Maybe after this job, if we didn't need to kill him, we might stay for a few days. Never been on a ship this size before. Might as well enjoy it a little. A small sound alerted my attention and I looked behind me. The light was good so I could see clearly. From the edge of the pool closest to me was a black shape emerging from the water. Fex knew who it was the moment we saw the figure. The elusive ship demon finally came to greet us. Fex was right about him wearing only black. When he stood his full height, I fully understood why my monster partner was so against trying to describe him. Manifesto was short, downright child-sized. His long black hair trailed behind him and looked longer than his body. 3 long horns of different heights poked from his head, giving him more height and almost in a crown shape. A black veil covered his face, making it impossible to see what he looked like. Sleeves that nearly touched the ground hid his hands. His small feet poked out from his soaking wet piles of black fabric his small body was wrapped in. His feet looked exactly like bird claws. He's just a little guy, isn't he? I asked Fex inside my head. Switch with me. Something isn't... Fex didn't finish speaking. He took over my body the moment before Manifesto jumped forward so fast, I didn't even see him move. Fex put both arms crossed out in front, protecting our head from a kick powerful enough to shatter both arms. Without Fex's reaction speed, we would be dead. He blocked out all the feelings of pain from me. I don't think there are words to describe the feeling of bones breaking without feeling the pain at the same time. The kick launched us backward and off the boat. I couldn't do a damn thing as we fell, hundreds of feet into the cold, dark waters below. When Manifesto kicked us, he also did something that froze our body in the position of the impact. Fex didn't respond when I screamed at him, trying to get him to snap us out of it. We needed to get our body moving. I felt faintly the impact of falling into the ocean. I couldn't see anything or do anything. No air was in our lungs and the water was far too cold than it had any right being. Moments after dropping inside the abyss of the sea, my mind was already spiraling. We were hard to kill, but we could still die. This body wasn't made to hold up against everything. I panicked in the darkness, certain we would drown, or maybe we would sink until the pressure of the sea crushed us. Still, we sank deeper and deeper. I only hoped the ship had engines with those massive propellers to catch our body and put us out of our misery before the sea took our lives. With a final scream, I heard Fex say my name. I calmed down as I could feel our body moving. He struggled with everything we had to get back to the surface. Sputtered and fighting against the current of the sea, he got some air before we were forced back down. Our arms healed, but that didn't mean we would get out of this alive. The ship was causing such waves in a powerful current we could not get out of. Aside from getting seasick, Fex was not a strong swimmer. I wasn't the best one either. I'd only seen him use magic by drawing circles first. There was nothing to draw on, and our chalk would be ruined by the water even if he thought of something. This is going to hurt. He warned me because he was speaking directly to me inside my mind. He could communicate while forced underwater again. I tried to get mentally prepared for the pain. We had just been about to drown, so anything would be better than that. 1 second our body was struggling to stay afloat, and the other we were in the middle of a familiar hallway, soaking wet and coughing up salt water. I looked around to see the red carpet and gold trimmings. And I hurt. My hands curled frozen in pain. Every nerve felt like it was on fire, and gagging up water just made it all worse. Whatever Fex did saved us, but it also hurt like a bitch. You must walk. If you do not, your body shall freeze up. Flex your fingers. I tried doing what the voice inside my head told me, but it was agony. With some more encouragement, I was slowly able to move my fingers. Each time I opened and closed my hands, the pain lessened. Getting up, my leg muscles cramped up in protest. I changed my mind. Drowning would have been better. What did you do? I asked, taking a painful step forward. I dipped into my power to use a spell. I aimed for dry land, preferably the penthouse. I do not know why we returned onto the ship. He explained, even though it did not give an answer as to why I was in so much pain. Why does this suck so much? I was struggling for every small step forward. Despite the fact you fuse your body with mine, you are still essentially human. Humans are not compatible with magic. Their bodies get overloaded very easily. You may have access to my powers, but cannot use them until your body adjusts. The overload is blocking me out from taking over for a few minutes. Please endure it until then. I was learning all sorts of things from Fex. I really should have made him speak up sooner. Months wasted. But we got here using magic in the first place. I hissed, fighting through another leg cramp. Circle spells are different. They use power from the surrounding area and from the materials used. If you know the right symbol and material combination, even a human can create a spell. We did not use any of my inner power then, only the power locked inside the worlds and the chalk. I was feeling a little better by the time I'd hobbled down off the hallway. It still felt awful, and I would very much rather not have this job anymore. Fex had some pretty awful friends. If I saw that little runt again, I needed to give him a piece of my mind for dragging us along on this horrible ship, then kicking us off. If I was miserable, wet, and in pain, thankfully Fex stayed silent on how grouchy I was. On a scale of 1 to 100%, how much power do you just use to knock me on my ass? Groaning in pain, I straightened my back out. Legs still sore by my hands returning to normal. Fex was silent for a long time as I got out the kinks of the overloaded magic through my body. It is not even 1%, he said finally. My stomach fluttered. I wasn't even aware that Fex was this powerful. If not even a shadow of his strength could fry me, then he could overload my body thousands of times over. I'd assumed he was more of a bite and slash kind of creature with a small amount of magic. The amount of power he had hidden away was insane, and he was just one of very many creatures out there. What kind of world did I stumble into? Down the hallway I saw a woman. I was still wet from the ocean and stiff, but overall looked normal enough. She may look at me strangely, but that's all. I still wanted to avoid her, but she turned down the hallway and right towards me. I then noticed how silent the ship sounded. Even with most passengers in their rooms, I should be hearing faint music from the bars, or the music from the overhead speakers. Nothing. I only heard her walking towards me. She looked a bit off, but Fex did not warn me of any danger. She was about to run right into me. I took a step away and out of her path. "Can I help you?" I asked in a tone I thought was kind. Without any hint of emotion, the stranger pulled a knife she had hidden at her side and stabbed me directly in the gut. That got Fex's attention, but he was still unable to switch over with me. The entire thing was so unreal I didn't react. She pulled the knife out and stabbed again. This time I grabbed her wrist, trying to get the knife out of her grasp. Not dying because of a stab wound, or being kicked off a boat had a downside. I was alive to feel being stabbed again. The first wound healed over when I wrestled the knife from her and I stumbled back. It looked like a steak knife she just picked up off the restaurant table. It hurt. A lot. I've heard about people going into shock and not feeling the pain, but my body wasn't being so kind to me. I took off in a half jog, getting away from my attacker. Even for self-defense, I wasn't the type to hit someone. A very bad choice for my new line of work. I could easily knock her out with my increased strength, but I just couldn't hit a random middle-aged woman, even if she stabbed me first. Taking off down the hallway, I saw more people turning the corner. each with a makeshift weapon in their hands, from forks to knives to anything heavy they could hit me and do damage with. Each had the same blank expression on their face. I turned, thinking one unarmed woman would be better than the 5 people who appeared. Down the hallway were more people, started to turn the corner blocking me inside. I darted to an employee-only door and started to try and kick it open. The damn thing didn't even budge, as if it was just painted on. "Mason, you need to fight them," Vex told me in a stern voice he'd never used before. "I can't. They're just human. What if Manifesto is controlling them? Just human or not, we can still die if they remove your head. You must fight them off. Manifesto does not have the power to control humans in this way. I do not understand what is happening, but we need to live to figure it out." He was right. I still just couldn't get into a fight with the mob slowly forming on either end of the hallway. I'd used my sweet talking skill for my entire life for a reason. I was never a fighter. I took this job because I wanted to protect people, but wasn't ready for what that meant. When someone came up to me with another steak knife, I knocked it out of their hand and pushed them aside, and then another person took a swing at me. It was not graceful or a good fight. I was doing my best to keep them away, but at the same time, I couldn't do too much damage. If I could just get through the emotionless crowd, I could hide and think of a real plan. I'm taking over. To my horror, Vex shoved me aside. It was so forceful I blacked out, sinking into darkness as all feelings in my strained body went away. I floated in a dreamless sleep for a while until I felt myself being pulled back up and standing still in the red hallway. My breath caught as I looked down at my surroundings, at what Vex had done when he'd taken over. The crowd of people who was so threatening before, all were in pieces scattered around the hallway. I only saw red as my blood turned ice cold. I couldn't think. I couldn't move or do anything as fear and panic fused into one horrible cold emotion. Vex killed them, using my body. He killed humans without any real cause. We were strong enough to just push them aside, but he taken over me and did the one thing I'd feared the most. I clamped my hands over my ears, bile rising into my throat, trying to block everything out. I heard Vex calling for me, saying my name, trying to get my attention. The shock finally sank in, and I just didn't react to his words, or anything, for a long time. "Mason, please, open your eyes. Look in front of you." I shook my head, refusing to look at the carnage Vex created. With my eyes clamped shut, he waited silently as I came to a realization. I didn't smell any blood. With this many bodies, it should reek. I opened my eyes, staring down at the first body in front of me, and didn't understand what I was seeing. Yes, it was in pieces, but those pieces were sharp, jagged edges, as if he was a glass sculpture someone smashed. Looking to the next few bodies, they were all the same, all with cracks in their bodies and no blood to be seen. In shock at seeing them, my mind filled in the blanks. When I saw the body parts in the red hallway, I'd assumed gore that wasn't there. Letting out a long sigh of relief, I nudged the crack arm in front of me to make sure it really wasn't human. I stuttered, trying to explain my minor mental breakdown. It's understandable. If we face real humans, I would not have done this kind of damage. Unless I broke them apart fully, they just kept trying to attack. I could not tell the difference between them and a real human. It was only when I shattered an arm with too much force I realized there was no harm in killing them. Those people that watched us strangely before must have been these false versions. Vex couldn't tell the difference then. Because he could not sense the difference between the false and real passengers, an idea as to why Manifesto was acting so strange finally came to mind. Do you think Manifesto was replaced with one of these as well? Fex thought for a short while, trying to go through all his knowledge of monsters, and it was possible to make a replacement. Yeah, I believe so. I do not know much about them, but I have heard some information about creatures simply called mirrors. They can only make mirror copies of humans. Taking the appearance of a creature of the night requires it to transform their main body. The manifesto that we came across is most likely the fake version, since mirrors are the reflection of the existence of the creature and not the image. They must keep the real creature alive, Fex explained to me. I started to walk along the hallways and did my best to avoid stepping on broke pieces. I knew now we hadn't slaughtered a bunch of people, but the place still made my skin crawl. We had some answers. No thanks to me in the slightest. Fex really should have taken over my body to start with. If he didn't get seasick earlier, he could have finished this job by now. It might be my body, but he was the one most suited for the job. I really needed to get my crap together. We found out that Fex could be blocked out. In the future, if we got into a situation where it was just me, we might not make it. So we just need to find the real one and get out of here, right? Finding the real manifesto is a start. I'm unaware of what method the mirror used to keep him silent. Manifesto has more strength than myself. I would be unable to keep him tethered. If we were to fight against the false version again, we shall lose. We need to find the real one to win. Now that wasn't good news at all. I walked around the empty ship, now more aware that the fake manifesto could come at us at any time. If it did, that would be it for us. This ship was huge, giving us another disadvantage in this situation. Can we just leave and get help, then come back? I offered. No. I do not know where we are. When I tried to leave earlier while we almost drowned, we appeared on the ship because it is the only thing that exists right now besides some ocean. I froze, not understanding his words. How could anything beside this ship just disappear? Did the rest of the world somehow get sealed off from us? Surely it was really out there and there was just something blocking Fex sensing the rest. I stood feeling no movement from the ship under my feet. Do you think it can create reflections of places? I felt Fex perk up inside my head. That was something he didn't consider before. If this monster can make copies of humans and ship demons, what's stopping it from making a copy of the ship? It still didn't answer where the hell we were or how to get back, but it at least answered why the ship was so still. Yes, it's possible. If we can break the reflections of humans, perhaps we can break the reflection of the ship. However, finding the real manifesto comes first. Please stand still and close your eyes for a few moments. I would like to see if I have missed any traces of him. I found a spot against the wall and somewhat hidden behind a plastic plant. I didn't want to be in the middle of a hallway in case someone tried to come up behind me and stab me in the back. With my back against the wall, they could only come up to me and stab me in the front. Minutes passed as I waited for something to happen. Nothing felt different, and I didn't even know what Fex was doing inside my head. Being able to sense other creatures was a useful skill I hoped he could teach me someday. I needed to learn so much to start being even remotely useful. We really shouldn't be out doing any sort of job yet, even if it was as simple as a wellness check. I can feel a hint of a second manifesto. Must be the real one. The false one is staying nearby. He must know we are aware of his identity. I fear if we get close, we may kill Manifesto and flee. That was not the outcome I wanted at all. Being guided along, I walked through the ship. It was a very different experience being in a dead silent and still cruise ship. No other human reflections came out trying to stop us. It was a wasted effort. Vex could smash them easily. Their makeshift weapons couldn't hurt him. They only hurt us because I'd let them. Now that I knew they weren't human, I wasn't going to let that happen again. I already got lost inside this ship. It was massive and impossible to memorize after a few hours. We stopped in the middle of another large hallway, and Vex signaled me to stop. I feel a faint presence coming from down below. We are directly above him. Finding stairs is far too time-consuming. What's the plan? Hulk smash through the floor until we get to him? Yes. I was not expecting such a short and honest one-word answer from him. It made me do a little snort of a laugh. The mental image was fairly amusing, but even with my increased strength, I didn't think we could just smash through such a thick floor. Some parts were reinforced with steel. Magic would be the better choice. If our chalk survived the ocean, we should just use that. I didn't even get a chance to suggest the idea before the fake manifesto made the decision for us. Vex gave me enough of a warning to look up to see the black shaping flying towards us from the ceiling. I put up one arm in time to catch the blow. The arm was shattered upon impact and a jolt went through my body, freezing it in place. Vex was blocked out completely. The force of the kick cracked the ground underneath my feet. Huge pieces fell away as if it was made of glass, taking us with it. I couldn't move or attempt to break the fall. Slamming on the ground below, I just couldn't get over how bad the pain of the impact was. Every part of my body screamed in pain as parts of the floor above came crashing down around me with a tinkling sound of glass. I never thought anything would ever hurt more. But I was wrong. Another kick came crashing us through another floor. My arm healed by the time the second attack came, causing it to break all over again. I lost track of how many floors we'd been kicked through because of the pain. I blacked out for a few seconds in between a few blows, but wasn't spared for long. When I awoke from my brief few seconds of darkness, I was still frozen, unable to move. Looking up, I could see the lights from the floor above we'd crashed through. The false manifesto could have kicked us right through the ship. It either didn't want to sink the ship by smashing a hole into the bottom, or it was too tired for another massive attack. I felt my arm healing again as I screamed inside my head from the pain. I fought my stiff muscles trying to move. I felt as if I could just move, I would heal faster. No human should ever experience their body being smashed so many times. Being able to live through such damage wasn't really all that great at all. I was on the verge of giving up. I couldn't handle any of this. I should have died instead of dealing with a world I didn't understand and taking a job I just wasn't mentally prepared for. If I didn't hear Vex in the back of my mind, I don't think I would still be here. Man, he sounded so hurt. Fighting to move, I flickered my eyes over to what Vex saw. The real manifesto was chained to a pipe a few feet from us. The iron dug into his small body, his little bird-like feet dangling off the ground. Vex was adamant on calling the ship demon an associate. Creatures of the night did not have friends, but you didn't call an associate a nickname like that, and you weren't torn to pieces on the inside when you saw them chained up. The mere creature hurt both Manifesto and now Vex. I could not forgive it for that. The reflection of Vex's friend walked over and dug its claws into my gut. It hurt like hell, but the anger inside my chest overpowered it. Whatever power held me in place snapped. The creature did not expect it, and it stumbled back. Startled, I bolted upright. With a scream of rage and pain, I swung at it, punching the small creature as hard as I could. It flew back, crashing against a pipe, cracking it all the way up to the ceiling. I should have kept attacking it, but I could not stand seeing Manifesto tied up any longer. Rushing over, I stopped pulling away at the chains, attempting to untangle them from behind him. The black chains burned at my hands, and I couldn't even imagine how much they hurt being wrapped so tightly around the small demon. I made some progress before the false one recovered. It grabbed at my back, claws digging in, but I didn't pause in my efforts. My clothing and skin were being torn into, and I still refused to stop. I was going to save the one we came for no matter what. The more it thrashed, the more I pulled at the chains trying to get them undone. It grabbed me and tossed me clear across the room. I felt something break when my body hit the steel floor, but I got right back up to run to both the ship demons. I was almost there. I just needed to get a few more loops off. Without any hesitation, I sidestepped an attack and punched the false creature aside again. It too recovered quickly from being tossed aside. My hands on the chains, it came at me. Claws first, aiming for my head. If it dug its claws in, I might not make it. I didn't know if my brain could survive being mauled by talons. Just before those black razor-sharp claws found their way into my eye sockets, we both got blasted back. Slamming against a steel pipe hard, I sputtered trying to recover. In my hand I was holding a long length of the iron chain that had been holding down the real Manifesto. The rest he burst through using his own power. The ship demon might be small, but he was strong. Even a dense human like myself could see that. His face still covered with the veil, he floated a few feet off the ground, bits of iron falling off his clothing. He was also pissed. I didn't need to see an expression to know that. The false one didn't even try to fight. It saw the real one free and tried to scurry away. The fight between them lasted 3 seconds, if that. Manifesto was suddenly right behind it, holding it by the ankle. It slammed the creature against the steel floor of the ship so hard the reflection broke away, revealing how the creature really looked. With another whip of his small arm, he threw the creature against the ground so hard the entire ship rumbled. Cracks appeared and water started to seep in. It happened so quickly I couldn't do anything. I just sat with my mouth open. I really hoped Manifesto never heard. I thought he was just a little guy earlier. He let go of the mirror's leg, arms to his side fuming. He didn't utter a sound, but I could almost see the smoke pouring from his hidden ears. The mirror creature had half its head smashed in. It was human-shaped, but covered in jagged reflective mirror pieces. A long tail made of more pieces was nearly broken off from the assault. 2 triangles of evenly shaped mirror shards stood out from its head, almost looking like cartoonish cat ears. Manifesto finally noticed me. He pointed a finger in my direction and I nearly let out a scared yelp. Then he pointed towards the mirror and made a twirling motion with his finger. I didn't understand for a few seconds that felt like years. Finally it clicked. He wanted me to wrap the creature up in the chain I was still holding. When I did, water was up to my shins. The boat was going to sink and I still didn't know how to get back to the real one. Apparently I didn't need to figure it out. Manifesto floated up so he was at the same height as me. He placed a hand on my shoulder and pushed down. My entire body sank into an endless cold darkness. I just kept sinking, unable to breathe. It was a miracle I remembered to keep a grip on the chain in my hands, bringing the mirror with me. When I finally came out of the all-encompassing darkness, I fell, hitting a familiar ground. I was getting really sick of falling into places. Red carpets and gold trimming. On my back, I was looking up at the curved mirror ceiling of the main hallway. The mirror fell beside me, breaking off more pieces of its body. I was looking at the mirror above, but it didn't reflect myself back. Instead, I saw an image of the ship being torn to pieces by a figure too small to see. Cracks started to appear in the ceiling and seawater leaked through. It appears that mirror can create small pocket spaces in order to hide inside. It must be able to go between the pocket space and the real space. We must have been trapped inside when it kicked us into the ocean. Facts said inside my head. I stayed on my back looking up, watching an entire ship being completely destroyed. Manifesto is small, but really strong. How did the fake even manage to tie him up in the first place? I asked, too tired to move. The chain can bind most creatures of the night. We cannot touch it, but humans can. The mirror must likely use the reflection of a human to bind Manifesto. Because you are still mostly human, you can touch it without too much damage. I assume the mirror did all of this to take humans without having the blame being put onto itself. I've heard they slowly drain their human victims so they may still be alive. The missing people were still on the fake ship. They couldn't be. It was breaking apart so badly no one could still be alive on that thing. My thinking was proved wrong when Manifesto came dropping down through the mirrored ceiling. A stack of people on his back. After he came through, the image of the destroyed ship disappeared when the ceiling returned to normal. I rushed over, helping him set the people on the ground. They were all alive. Some looking as if they may die at any moment, though. Each were pale and bone-thin. I didn't know what I could do to help. If I could do something, I wasn't needed. Manifesto raised his head up at me and placed a hand on my arm. I dreaded what he was about to do and felt the awful feeling of falling again. I was getting really, really sick of falling into places. This time, I fell onto a bed and bounced off of it. Groaning, I stayed on the floor, giving up on doing anything else for a while. The room was so rudely tossed inside belonged to one of the couples. A letter from Silverman appeared on my chest while I took a quick nap. I hadn't sent any information off to him about the job. Either he just somehow knew, or Manifesto told him. It explained I was free to use the room for the last 3 days, and to meet him when the ship docked. The couples were under the ship demon's care and recovering. The mirror that caused so much trouble was going to be moving anytime soon, so we could hand it over to Silverman when we saw him. After everything, I needed to relax for a bit. I spent nearly an entire day sleeping. The experience wore me out. Vex was starving by the time I woke up, and I let him take over to go and get something to eat. This improved body of mine did have some nice features. We could eat non-stop if we wanted to. Any food was burned up completely and the energy was added to an internal source I was not aware of before. It was nice being able to eat as much steak as I wanted, but needed to switch buffets and restaurants when people started to stare. There were some downsides to this body. Taking a break in eating, I ordered a drink. The first one did not go down right at all. I thought it was just a type of beer not agreeing with me and I ordered another. Drinking the second one was my downfall. My new and improved body could not handle alcohol. I was so sick from 2 drinks I wanted the rest of the trip inside the borrowed room. Fex had no idea this would happen, and we felt sorry for each other. I was never a big drinker to start with, but I still mourn the loss. When the ship came into port, I was well enough to walk off on my own 2 feet. The mirror was shoved inside a rolling suitcase away from human eyes. Barely off the shop, I saw an unmistakable face of Silverman. He spotted us and waved us over. I gave him the suitcase and a very abridged version of our trip. No one died on your first job. I'm impressed. I didn't have much faith in you. Facts, I have full confidence, but on principle, I don't expect anything of humans. Silverman said with a smile that made me want to punch him. Those 4 people are going to make it. They looked pretty rough. As long as they stay on the ship, they'll heal up just fine. We're making arrangements for that to happen now. If they leave, they are no longer under Manifesto's protection and would die. He's doing everything he can to avoid that. He does take his job very seriously after all. Speak of the devil. Something thudded into the back around waist height. Looking behind me, I expected to see the small ship demon, but I saw a boy I didn't recognize. He wore a big black sun hat into his black hair that matched. His face was half covered with a scarf that did not suit the hot, sunny weather. He stood wearing black flip-flops and shorts and a t-shirt, gearing up ready to headbutt me again. "Mana?" I asked. He had waist-long black hair. Who else would be this besides the little ship demon? Fex nudged me to take over. I knew he wanted to talk with his friend. We didn't see him for a few days, and they should catch up a little. The moment he took over, Manifesto sensed it. He went over to a round, short stone pillar meant for ships to tie ropes on. He placed one arm on it, and Fex went over with our body doing the same, grabbing the boy's hand. I really hoped any onlookers thought that man was having an arm wrestling match with a child was a relative playing around and throwing the match on purpose. I watched, unable to do anything, horrified. This small boy pinned our arm down and flinched at a creaking sound. "Do you think you understand Fex a little bit better?" Silverman asked. I'd assumed no one could see me when I wasn't in control of my body. Silverman was different. He spoke directly to me instead of Fex, who lifted Manifesto on the pillar. He took his hat off. He then started to braid the boy's long hair. A humiliating punishment for the loser of the match. At least, I hoped. Watching the both of them, I thought over not only Silverman's question, but my own future. I would keep coming across monsters. My body would be torn apart by those creatures, and I could live through that to endure it again and again. I would change. This trip I was against harming others and so afraid of taking a life. Someday, if I kept going on this path, I would become the same, if not worse than the monsters around me. I would get blood on my hands. My future held pain and sacrifices I couldn't even fathom. Watching as Mana admired his victory braid and smiling under his scarf, I decided on my answers. Yes, I did understand why we did this job. All the pain we suffered through, and the pain in the future was all utterly worth it, just for that small, hidden smile.
I was 4 when I first saw it. I lived in a fairly safe and comfortable neighborhood. We never wanted for anything, and I was an only child. I had 2 loving parents. By all accounts, there was no real inciting incident. No trauma, no fear, no nothing that would make me hallucinate. I was by all accounts a gifted child who lived with great, loving parents in a large house. I remember I had come home from school, I had gotten a snack from the pantry, and I was taking over the living room to watch Power Rangers, as was my after-school tradition. As I walked into the living room, I looked out onto the backyard. At the time, my little brain could only register a furry lump. A squirrel. It hadn't been torn apart or killed by anything, just died of old age. I knew death was a thing, but I had never seen it in real life up to this point. This was the first time it occurred. From the corpse of the squirrel, I saw what looked like stringy tethers break loose from its body. Ethereal blue things, barely thicker than twine, pulling apart as I saw a ghostly, blue version of the squirrel emerge from its body. It regarded me for a moment as I watched it. Could it see me? Did the dead watch us? Then I saw it immediately scamper off. My family wasn't religious. I wasn't religious. We were Christian, sure, but we didn't exactly visit church every Sunday, nor did we avoid specific vices or espout virtues. Still, we believed in the basics. When you die, you go to heaven if you're a good person, hell if you're a bad person. But at the time, I called it heck. Seeing this, well, I didn't know what to do. How was a 4-year-old supposed to handle this? Instead of watching TV, I went to my mom in the office. She was busy on a computer, having a serious talk with someone I didn't know. And are you sure it's nothing serious? If you... I'll have to call you back. We'll pick this up soon. Sure. Goodbye. She'd hang up the phone, turning her chair to look at me. Yes, Danny? Mom, there's a squirrel in the backyard. I'm sure there is, honey. Is that all you wanted to say? Mom, I think it died. Her face twisted in a look of revulsion. All right, dear. Let me get Daddy to take care of it. She left the office. I could hear her calling, Jacob, Jacob, baby, need you to do something for me. She didn't get it. I mean, how could she? What was there to understand? But I didn't exactly blurt out that I saw ghosts. I was 4. What was I supposed to say? So I hid it. I locked it away in my brain, and it was my little secret. In a way, it gave me catharsis. I wasn't having existential dread at the age of 4, but the unknown still scared me. To know that your soul lives on, well, it gave me some measure of peace even as a child. My parents weren't exactly going to think I was telling the truth either, so why bring it up? Kid me knew grown-ups couldn't see stuff kids do. But it was alright. There was no rule book, but I picked up some things as I watched. Some minor rules. Creatures had to be big enough. A mouse seemed to be the cutoff. I didn't see ants or gnats appear. From death, it took about 40 seconds for something to break free. I didn't know what would happen if you were brought back after legal death, but I assumed your soul was dragged back to you. You didn't get to fly, but you could walk through walls like a ghost most of the time. That was about all I had gathered for about a few years. Things were good for those 2 years. I had my secret nobody else knew, and it gave me peace. I knew one of the great unknowns of humanity. Me, a kid? I felt like a genius. Then the greater truth was revealed. It was December 8th, at about 6:15 in the morning on a Sunday, that things went to hell. I had been dreaming peacefully when the scream woke me up. I bolted upright, almost too afraid to speak. My room was on the second floor of the house, and my parents were down the hallway. If I screamed, I'd wake them up. I had nightmares before. Was that all it was? Just a bad dream and a sudden scream? When you're a child, your mind tricks you to justify things. It couldn't trick my eyes, however. Across the street from us was Jeffrey Raymond's. Mr. Raymond's was an old guy. Not quite senile, but his best years were behind him. He was a kind man. I loved going to his house when we went trick-or-treating. He liked to boast he gave out full-size candy bars. That made him my favorite neighbor. I got out of my bed to see where the scream had come from, as it had been outside my window and across the street. Was Mr. Raymond's in danger? I didn't know, but I had to look. Mr. Raymond's was entirely blue, just as I had seen other dead things before. But he wasn't acting like himself. He was panicked. He was in his pajamas, howling, screaming, running through walls. He had died, probably from old age, but this wasn't like the squirrels or rabbits I saw. No, he was screeching, sprinting, sometimes going through walls, sometimes hitting them. It's like his body wasn't solid enough. It scared me. I ran down the hall, heavy steps ignoring how early it was. As I'd enter my parents' room, I went to my dad's side of the bed. Dad? I'd say. Dad, wake up. Can you wake up? He'd groggily groan, leaning over to look at the alarm clock. Hey, bud, it's really early. You okay? Nightmare? He'd ask, sitting up from the bed. Mom wouldn't wake up, heavily sleeping. I think something bad happened to Mr. Raymond's. Why so, buddy? Just a bad feeling. Nightmare? No, can you go check on him? Mr. Raymond's might be sleeping. You know he's an old guy. Dad told me. Dad, please. Can you please? His eyes said, I'm not going to sleep until I do this, am I? But his face said, anything for you, sport. He'd push himself up, getting his slippers on. Alright. I'll go check on him. As Dad went down the stairs, I returned to my room. I'd watch from the second-story window. Hearing him open and close the door, Dad waved at a passing jogger, exchanging a quick discussion before he'd walk across the road. All the while, Mr. Raymond's spirit continued to howl, flail, scream. I don't think it knew where it was or what was going on. Dad knocked on the door. Silence. Dad looked concerned for a moment. He knocked again. Silence. Now I think he knew something was wrong. He'd do a quick jog back across to our house, where I heard him in the kitchen grabbing the phone and talking to someone. I hoped to see Mr. Raymond's spirit calm down, but he'd just keep screaming, keep running through his rooms and through his walls. There's a danger in nature. When an animal gets wounded, it calls for help. Sometimes a kind human finds it and pulls it out of a trap. Other times a fellow member of the species finds it and saves it. But most often, those cries attract a predator. And in this case, Mr. Raymond's spirit was a siren. I stayed glued to the window, watching the scene, my eyes switching between the actions in the physical world as an ambulance pulled up and the spiritual world, Mr. Raymond's ghost tirelessly howling and scrambling around. I wasn't sure how to help him, so I was going to decide to go to bed. That's when I saw it. All this time, I had only seen blue spirits, human, animal, or otherwise. They'd fluctuate in tone and opacity, sure, but always blue. This was the first time I ever saw a red spirit. It scrambled on all fours, long and lanky. Its arms were too long, its legs not ending in feet but in two sharp talons, one in the front, one in the back. I covered my mouth, watching what I think was its head bob. It had no eyes, a sort of heavy shell covering the top half of its head. It was beelining to the screaming Mr. Raymond. Paramedics were having a polite conversation as it barged through them, phasing like a ghost. One paramedic turned around as if someone had tapped his shoulder, but he looked back to his friend. I saw a primal terror in Mr. Raymond's eyes. He knew this was a predator. He screamed, howling less like a man and more like an animal, before he'd charge into the house. The thing followed soon after. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it. Panicked screams, guttural cries, and then silence. Eerily quiet. Maybe Mr. Raymond's had got away. Maybe he went somewhere further into the afterlife. A child struggled to comprehend non-existence, and the universe was now asking a child to comprehend what came even further after. Nausea was going to overtake me before my dad went in my room, making me turn away from the window. Hey, kiddo, hey, Mr. Raymond's, listen, yeah. He seemed unsure of how to broach the subject. Doubtly so. I considered I somehow knew Mr. Raymond had died. It's okay, Dad, I whispered. I thought it was a nightmare, but... Bad dreams, I know. Hey, listen, do you want some breakfast? Whatever you want. No, I'm not really hungry right now, but thanks, Dad. I love you lots. Love you too, buddy. Dad closed the door, probably wanting to give me some space while I processed this. There were things to process, to be sure, but I didn't want to speak on it. I turned back to the window, watching to see if the red thing had gone. It hadn't. The red thing now stood in the middle of the street, hands twitching. Hands that ended in knives, not fingers. And it was staring at me without eyes. I covered my mouth in horror. Kid logic said that safety from monsters was always under the blanket. That made sense to me, scrambling under it as I got away from the window. Maybe it hadn't noticed. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Did it want to get me next? Did it want to kill me? The blankets covered me, head to my knees as I hid. I didn't need to see it. I could hear it. The clicking and clacking of its knife fingers on the walls. The red glow as it moved inside my room. I was trapped under my blanket, quivering, and as it came into my room, it just sat there, knees to its chest right across from me. Time seemed to slow. Did I sit under the blanket for a minute? 20? 2 hours? I don't know. But it wouldn't leave, sitting there watching me. I felt bile well in my throat. I wanted to throw up from panic and dread. Experimentally, and against the child's code of what kept you safe, I removed the blanket. The thing was easily 7 feet tall, maybe more, but its arm length had to be about 8 or more. The shell on its head was more of a carapace, fused to the top of its head like a helmet. Leathery red skin, taut and tight, like leather stretched over muscle. The worst was the mouth. It had no lips, no jaws, no normal teeth. What instead I saw was a slowly rotating blender of a hole, sharp and jagged. It was uncanny to feel a stare with no eyes upon you. We locked gazes. Or, at least I think we did, as I trembled in bed. I think I had peed myself, quivering, watching it observe me. It looked back, seemingly unaware of the horror I was in. We were in a stalemate until one long, bony knife finger uncurled. I watched that knife etch into the wall of my room, not damaging the physical space, but doubtlessly marking my room in the spirit world. It read, "Can you see me?" I looked at the wall, then to it, then to the wall. I nodded. Its razor maw rotated, sharp and jagged teeth spinning. "Can you hear me?" it asked, its voice guttural like it came from a drain pipe clogged with muck. I nodded. Of all the words to come out of its mouth, I didn't expect what it said next. "Sorry, I didn't want to scare you." Sorry? A monster made of knives and jagged pieces was apologizing for scaring me. "Can you hear me?" I asked back. "Yes." We stared at each other for an uncomfortable amount of time. "How did you know I could see you?" "Your eyes, they're like a lighthouse. When you looked at me, I thought I was in a spotlight." "Did you hurt him?" I asked bluntly. "Did you hurt Mr. Raymond's?" "Was that his name?" it asked. "Yes, I did. I'm sorry. Things are different when you cross over." "But that doesn't make it right," I'd argue. It looked at me, seemingly to finally parse that I was a child before it'd tilt its head. "You will understand in time. What's your name?" "I shouldn't talk to strangers." "I don't want to be a stranger. You're the only voice I've heard since crossing over." It paused as if trying to figure out how to communicate with a child. "Then what's your name? Strangers don't give out their names." "I don't have a name," it responded. I looked at him. It occurred to me in some childish capacity that not having a name was bad. I looked him over, quivering, ignoring the panic. He might look scary, but he was being too nice, too polite. Just because someone looked horrible didn't mean they couldn't be good. "Rocky," I'd say. "Your name is Rocky." "Why?" it asked, tilting its head. "Rocky's the Red Ranger. You're red, so you're Rocky." "What's the Red Ranger?" I stared at him, realizing he probably didn't know much of anything. As an adult looking back, I realize how idiotic it all is. The juvenile desire to help, ignoring my own safety because I felt I was special. Nothing bad ever happened to special people, spoke the childlike mind. In fact, you can help him, and he won't hurt other people. Evil was a choice, and maybe, just maybe, I could make him something good. Rocky, do you want to be my friend? I asked, oblivious in my youth to how stupid this was, only focused on how I could help him. But you have to promise that you'll be good.
I would like that very much.
Rocky would make no promise, only that he would like that. The longer you're in a strange situation, the more your brain just numbs itself to the insanity of it. It was strange at first, waking up to sometimes see Rocky at the foot of my bed. His appearance was sporadic. He'd appear and disappear as he saw fit. The longest I recall him being gone was about a month and a half. I almost thought he had left for good. Maybe he went to heaven. Then he came back as if nothing had changed. After a time, it became weirder when Rocky wasn't around. I'd still see spirits now and again, but I hadn't seen anything like Rocky since he came into my life. I kept him a secret from my parents, coupled with everything that had happened. I thought I was an adult now at 6 and too old for an imaginary friend. It's laughable what children think maturity is, and to my younger self's credit, Rocky wasn't imaginary. At the beginning, I merely tried to introduce him to my hobbies and interests. It was through this way that I found Rocky couldn't see electronics that well. He could make out movies, video games, and TV shows, but he told me they were often muted and filled with static. When I tried to introduce him to video games, he just didn't comprehend it.
A show that you play? It doesn't make sense.
Board games he seemed to respond better to, though I'd have to read the rules and explain them. It was a Friday night that I finally asked about him, alone in my room when I should have been sleeping. Mom and Dad didn't know, plus my door was locked. Where did you come from? It was a simple enough question, open-ended.
I was like you.
You were a person? I flipped a card for Rocky. Pass, go. I'd move his piece for him and place the money in front of him, though he didn't seem particularly interested. Rocky just seemed to enjoy being treated like a person as opposed to whatever he was.
Yes.
Do you remember your life?
I was a person. I don't remember much of the before time. I remember that I was a soldier. Yes, I did things. I killed people.
My brow furrowed as I flipped my own card. Go directly to jail. Gross. I moved my piece. Is that why you're how you are? Rocky craned his head to better look at my eyes. He liked to make eye contact, even though he had none.
It is a rule I found out about the after. When you kill, when you take a life personally, you become more like me.
I stared at him. It was a heavy topic for a child, much more so with the frankness he presented it with. How do you know?
I've found others like me. I can smell when it's close. When someone is close to dying, the smell. What's your favorite food?
I moved his piece, but I did so half-heartedly. My attention was elsewhere. I like pizza with onions.
Imagine that, but you haven't eaten in years. Imagine the smell, the aroma, so close, so delicious.
It was the first time I ever saw two slits open on Rocky's face. Just above that mouth, a wheezing inhalation sound.
You couldn't understand it. How hungry you get. How you'll do anything for it.
My mind had finally linked what had happened with Mr. Raymond's. But you only chase after bad people, right? Was Mr. Raymond's a bad person, actually? Another wheezing. This one, however, was more of a laugh.
No, I don't know. I don't care. I simply need it.
I frowned. This wasn't a good answer. It was cruel and callous even to a child. But you should only chase after bad people.
Life and the afterlife don't care about such things.
Rocky's gaze locked harder with mine.
Look at me. Understand me.
Fairness, justice, morality, they do not exist. When you are in the altar, you do what you need. You fight, you thrash, you eat, you survive. Because that is all there is here. It was times like this, looking back. I don't think Rocky truly grasped how young I was. I don't think he had known such words would bounce off a child's head. I only remember them now because of what would come after. What if you just didn't? I'd ask, rolling my dice, not out of jail. Rocky Wheeze laughed again, his head tilted further down, twisting his neck until he was almost looking at me upside down. I need to eat. I need to. But you know so little of this world. You know so little of my own. One day, you will understand. The room felt just a bit colder. I stared back at the board, playing my game, which at this point was me moving pieces while he watched. Where do you go when I'm away? I asked. I search to fill the void. And, what fills the void? Do not ask questions that we both know the answers to. We'd continue our game in silence after that, me moving pieces, just trying to enjoy myself. But the question lingered. Did it really take him that long to live? Was that his equivalent of chores? I don't know. Looking back, I should have shooed him off then and there, but I didn't. I wanted to try and help Rocky, whatever that meant. Maybe if he saw how I lived my life, he'd have a change of heart. Do you want to come to school with me? I asked. A confused look, the tapping of knife-like fingers. I could. It'll be fun if you do. I will do this. I will see how things have changed since I was in your world. I wish there was more to talk about. More hints, more things, but that was the thing about Rocky. He was an observer. A guardian angel if you believe he was pure. A malevolent curse if you don't. It was rather unnerving how normal that school day was. He didn't comment or say anything. He merely watched. The expression never changed. Passive confusion. An alien on the outside, watching acts and rituals. Nothing seemed to click. It finally occurred to me that maybe Rocky was too far gone. Maybe Rocky had just let his mind wander away from what it meant to be like us. To be human. The one brief note was that as we were walking to lunch, Rocky stopped. I didn't say anything and kept walking, but he seemed to be drawn to another classroom. My school went from kindergarten to 8th grade. Rocky focused entirely on a history class, watching what I think was a war movie. His head tilted to the side, breaking away from me as he went to look through the window. Rocky would rejoin me later after lunch. It was during recess now, and I was distracted playing kickball. Rocky followed me, watching children play, as I guarded the outfield. Do you see something that you remembered? I asked in a hushed whisper. Yes, maybe, possibly. What was it? A faraway place. Blood, fire, noise. Hate. Rocky stopped what he was saying. Those slits on his face where his nose would be opened up, drinking the air of the after in deeply. A low guttural groan rippled from his throat. The words stopped. Every muscle in his body flexed, growing taut. His fingers writhing as he smelt something. Rocky? I whispered, confused. He didn't respond to me. I don't think he even knew who I was. He dropped to all fours and began to sprint. It was exactly as I saw him when Mr. Raymond's died, a wild, charging behemoth. The worst part of it all was how silent he was. The silence made it easy for me to hear the braying of something in the distance, the direction of which Rocky had begun sprinting towards. It was feasting time. Idiot, the ball! I was so distracted that I hadn't noticed that the kickball had landed in my field, tumbling toward the direction Rocky had gone. Morbid curiosity overcame me as I saw it roll where he had gone, his mountainous form hunched over something. Sorry, I'll get it. I called out, rushing to follow it. When others weren't looking, I'd subtly nudge it toward the tree line. Our school was on the very edge of a forest, with no fence to stop children. An oversight from the pre-millennium, to be sure. The ball tumbled down into the forest's edge, just close enough to where Rocky was. I could finally see it then. The scene before me. It was the first time I had seen Rocky actually doing what he did, as opposed to hearing from afar. In the physical world, I saw a dead body for the first time. A deer freshly deceased. Nothing that would scare someone, unless they'd never seen a dead body before. The spirit world, on the other hand, was a different story. The blue body of the spirit was torn apart. I would have never considered such a sight could exist in the realm beyond life, yet here it was. The deer wasn't a deer anymore. Having been rended apart with a brutal savagery my young mind could have never comprehended. Limbs sent in all directions, the body torn asunder, yet there was a softness to it. Already that gore began to evaporate, disappearing from the world around it. And there, hunched over the spiritual carcass, was Rocky, shoveling pieces of it into his blender maw, completely ignoring me. Gore shot out from his mouth, anything that wouldn't feed him staining the ground. Claws torn apart what remained, getting pieces that could fit. He gorged himself on whatever he could, ignoring me watching. Did he not care? Did he want me to watch? Or was that hunger so all-consuming that he couldn't be bothered to think about anything other than eating? Dude, what's taking so long? One of my classmates called out, running up to me. Whoa, is that a dead deer? Gross! It was right then that I collapsed. I got to go home early after that. The guidance counselor recommended some time with me, see how I felt and if things could help. I'd have to visit them a bit, considering I had such a strong aversion to what they thought was me seeing a dead animal. Maybe I was frail mentally, in their eyes, to the idea of mortality. I kept my mouth shut. Nobody would believe me if I told them what I saw. If anything, they may consider me wrong, having vivid, violent images in my head. It didn't take a child to know that the things you imagine tell a lot about your own mind. Rocky followed me home as he always did. I couldn't look at him. I think he realized, finally coming off his binge of feasting, that he might have frightened me. Maybe he'd see my reaction and change his ways. I had hope he'd realize things were dire between us. When I finally got to bed, alone in my room after a horrid day, Rocky just stared at me. I couldn't read his expression, but it slowly dawned on me. There was no apology to be given, no remorse, nothing. What looked back at me across the edge of my room was something that held no forgiveness. Why would it forgive what was normalcy? That was horrible, Rocky, I said.
I told you, there is no fairness in the here nor the after.
You didn't have to be so mean.
Maybe not.
Was that what you did to Mr. Raymond's? Rocky slowly clawed his way over to me, sitting by the bed parallel to me.
I cannot stop. That hunger, that pain, I feel it all the time. I need it to stop. I need it to end. Even now, I am in agony. Talking helps me forget, but it never goes away. Be it napalm or be it a campfire, it's still fire. It's always there, burning me.
I'm sorry it's like that for you, I'd say.
If I could stop, I would, but I don't act through hate or vengeance or spite. I do this because I need to.
The pity I had felt, the empathy vanished. It dawned on me that Rocky was not something or someone that could change. Rocky was less of a person and more of a sentient animal, driven by food, driven by whatever he needed. I had let the wolf into my home, and now it was there. But something else clawed at my mind. "Rocky?" I asked.
Yes.
"If I died, would we still be friends?" Silence. Complete, dreadful silence. It was almost as if for the first time, Rocky wanted to be picky with how he worded things. After that dead air, he finally spoke.
Do you truly want the answer?
Now it was my turn to be silent. I didn't want to know, but I knew. Nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts eternally. One day, things die. In a way, my silence was my answer. My knowledge about the after had once given me peace. Now it made me reconsider everything. I couldn't be near Rocky when I died, but what if there was an accident? What if a meteor fell on my house tonight? What if I got hit by a car? And what if Rocky was there? The things I had once considered my friend was now an omen, an ominous reminder, always following me, always watching. I felt ill. I felt terrified. Existential dread, the thing I had believed I had passed, loomed over me now more than ever. Every day that passed, I was closer to dying. And Rocky would be there, waiting for me. Whether I liked it or not, it's there that I realized that he was a sword looming over me. Could I get away from him? Could I escape him? No. He didn't need to sleep. Rocky could watch and wait, eyes locked on me. I could never escape him. I couldn't run from him. He was a ticking time bomb. The day I would die, he'd be upon me. I felt nausea overcome me, dread, terror. He would always be there, watching, waiting, yet to him, he couldn't grasp my terror. To him, I was just a friend he'd one day tear apart when the final breath escaped his body. These were things a child shouldn't have to think about. Rocky watched me sit in contemplation, opting to join me in it, those long, sharp fingers resting on bony knees as he'd stare forward. I was so focused on myself that I hadn't considered death may come for someone else, close to me. Someone once said there are never any clean deaths in life. Death is never cinematic. It's either far too quick or far too slow. Young as I was, I couldn't grasp it at first. Mom and Dad would have long talks alone. Sometimes it'd grow in volume, but never above a whisper. They didn't want me knowing. Rocky couldn't hear them either, though he never left, always lurking, always hanging over me. For years, this specter haunted me. I even had to go to a sleep clinic because there were numerous nights I couldn't sleep with Rocky there. I dare not tell anyone. I had reached the point where I realized that if I had told anyone, they'd most likely throw me in some insane asylum. Let's not even entertain the idea of what it would be like if people did believe what I saw. It was when I was about 8 years old that Mom and Dad pulled me aside. They were, at last, open and honest about what the problem was. Cancer. I don't know the word for it. Irony? Dark humor? Some divine amusement that in my life, where I was constantly the unwilling host to a saw-mouthed monster that saw me as its one friend, the most normal of horrors had crept into my life. I wouldn't know the word for it, but it certainly changed things. Money around my house became tighter. Mom went in for more treatments as time went on. We'd have peaks and valleys where it looked like Mom would get better, only for it to reappear like an ugly ghost. It was during this hospital visit that I saw the antithesis of Rocky. Or whatever the alternative to him was. We had gone to a hospital so Mom could get more blood work done. It was the first time I had opted to come along. I felt I was old enough to handle it now at the mature adult age of 10. Walking the halls of hospital, I saw them. They looked like your classic Grim Reaper. Dark hooded things, slowly and mournfully moving up and down the hallways. Loud and panicked beeping went off. My family moved to the side as multiple doctors came rushing down the hallway with a massive cart of supplies and medical equipment. The voices were rushed and panicked. IV drips, drugs, things I couldn't pronounce as they tried to save someone's life. A young man, from the sound of it. I knew they had failed when I heard things go quiet, and then the screaming began. That horrid screaming. That screaming I knew would bring other things like Rocky. But this time, it didn't. The black-robed things began to congregate as I saw his blue spirit wildly thrash, trying to push them away. He didn't speak, the man howling like an animal even as they descended upon him. But there was no ripping, no squelching. There wasn't any sound at all. One by one they held him. His spirit wasn't torn apart. He simply seemed to fade away like dust. A peaceful end. I wouldn't know for sure. Maybe they were just the kinder alternative to Rocky. Either way, their end seemed more preferable to whatever Rocky would do. This was the visit, however, that would make things go wrong. For years they had tried everything they could with Mom. Delays, hopes, chances. Today, there would be no second chance. Her cancer had progressed to being terminal. They could keep her alive longer, to be sure, but it wasn't going to last. She had to make a choice. Prolong things, or let them run their course. We went home in silence that day, contemplating. I cried. A lot. I was sad I was losing my mom. It was the worst thing that could have happened to me, until I heard her ask for something that made my stomach drop into the pavement. Jacob, I want hospice. I want to be home. Hospice. That word I knew. It's when people died at home. A home where Rocky was. There was no way I could convince her. I was old enough to realize that, and knew things wouldn't work out in my favor. That'd mean I'd have to do something I hadn't in years. I'd have to talk to Rocky. When we arrived home, I quickly got up the stairs. Mom and Dad thought I needed time alone. Rocky was there today, watching me as I locked eyes with him, his head tilted.
You haven't looked at me like that in a long time. Those eyes, those lights.
You need to leave, I demanded in a quiet whisper.
Why?
He'd ask. Because I said so. I didn't want to tell him the truth. If you're my friend, if you ever were my friend, you'll leave. Now. A long silence, the room thick with tension. Rocky stared at me, those hands scraping the floor. He'd move closer, crawling on all fours to get at eye level with me. A boy trying to be strong in the face of a monster.
No.
What do you mean, no? I want you out. I stuttered, trying to hold my ground.
No, I am not leaving. Your lights, your voice. I need them. I want them. But that's not why I'm not leaving. No. I'm not leaving because I can smell it.
Those slits on Rocky's face opened, breathing in deeply, fingers dragging along the ground. The smell? I moved away from him. Rocky's anatomy had only gotten worse as I got older, but the smelling never sat right with me. Deep inhales resounded in the room.
Oh, I can smell it. Something's close. Something's decaying. Soon,
Rocky muttered.
someone's crossing. Maybe they'll cross over soon. I need it. I want it. I have to feast. I must feast.
You're a freak. A monster.
No, I am an animal like any other. We're all animals. We all have needs, and I need this.
Rocky clawed his way away from me. But those deep inhales never left. He kept sniffing, drinking in the stench of death, drinking in my mom dying. I had never been more angry, never more scared, and never more helpless. The next 2 years went by both like a flash and agonizingly slow at the same time. More family came to visit. Dad spiraled into depression. Mom tried to keep things happy, even as she degraded, and all the while, out of the corner of my eye, I could see Rocky. He grew bolder day by day, wandering around our house like a beast claiming territory, a ward to anyone else around that this was his to have. I wanted to punch younger me for bringing in a feral monster into our home. And just like that, there we were. Most of the family was gathered around the bed. Mom lay there, gaunt and pale. She looked between all of us, holding my dad's hand. And there was, too, Rocky, looming over the entire proceedings, eyes fixed on my mother. There were tears bound by everyone, but I was holding it together as best I could. Mom looked at me. Honey? Yeah? I stared at her. Her eyes were sunken by sickness. Mine were sunken in horror and sorrow. I love you and always will. You know that, right? I nodded. I knew that was true. And you know I'm always going to be watching over you, right? I nodded. I knew that was a lie. If you're ever... Mom started saying something. She continued to say something, but I couldn't hear her words. My eyes growing wide. Tears ran down my face. The people around me must have thought I had broken down at last, at everything happening. In truth, I could recognize the sound, like rainfall hitting wood. Drip, drip, drip. I knew what it was, my eyes wandering. I wish I hadn't looked. Rocky was drooling from that open, knife-filled maw, right onto the floor. Mom smiled at me. You're going to be okay. I wasn't. I love you so much and I'll always be here. She wouldn't. Do you all mind if I close my eyes for just a moment? Go ahead, Mom. Inside, I was screaming at her not to shut her eyes, not to let go. Her eyes shut. Her breathing slowed and slowed and slowed. I couldn't bear it. I ran. I left the room and I ran into mine. I shut the door. I locked the door. I stuffed my head under a pillow. I turned on the TV. I started playing music. Even so, I could hear my family in the other room. They were all crying, talking, speaking among themselves. I could hear them. I could hear everything. The screaming started. My mom's voice. It didn't last long at all. Before I had only heard Rocky's work from afar. A room away, I could hear every horrid thing. My mind could piece together similar sounds alone. The wet, slashing sound like a butcher's knife cleaving through meat. The bludgeoning noises of heavy hands on something soft and wet. The sound of someone overturning a bucket, spraying its contents on the floor and around the room. The screaming devolved into soft cries, gurgling, choked grasps. And then the other sound. The gorging. The wet noises of jawless maw cramming in anything that could feed. Tearing chunks apart. It lasted for about 10 minutes, but it felt like 1,000 years. Anger welled in me alongside my terror. Let me tell you, reader, that fear and hate intermingle. They're lovers, close spirits, and they make a home together. For the first time, I felt something other than fear about Rocky spread through me. Raw, unbridled hatred. After all, he just killed my mom. Rocky didn't return to my room until an hour later. I don't know if it was some manner of clarity after eating or genuine guilt, but return he did. Fingers and teeth stained in blue as he'd look at me before moving to a corner to sit. "Get out," I whispered.
"It had to be this way,"
Rocky responded. "I'm going to kill you." At this, Rocky snapped his head towards me. Shock. Not that he felt betrayed or hurt, like I had said something that wounded him. No, this was a look of surprise. Not once, since this thing had crossed over, had it been threatened. There was almost a look of amusement in its eyes. And then it smiled. That bloody hole of a maw twisted into the closest thing of a grin it could.
"Good luck."
Rocky crawled out of the window then, leaving behind a trail of gore. A trail I could never wash out. When I'd sleep, when I'd come home, I'd always see it. The dark blue stain of what my mom had been. There's not much more to it. We buried her remains. Dad was depressed, but he moved on. I didn't. I never did. After what happened, Rocky never came back. I know Rocky is out there in this in-between, and it is why I am writing this. Consider this my confession. This will be the last you hear of me because I figured it out. I have figured out what makes you into something like Rocky when you die. I am an adult now with the funds and capabilities to finish this plan. I am going to do many things. Terrible things. I am going to drink deep of the well of monsters and give myself every single fighting chance I have against that horrible thing. And when I feel I have drank as much as I could until bile fills my soul, I am going to return to my home from when I was a boy and cross over. I am going to find Rocky, and I will make him pay. I don't know if I can stop a monster, and the thought of seeing him again fills me with dread and horror, but it also fills me with hate, and hate will drive me forward. I know what happens when you die, and God willing, I am going to make Rocky find out what happens after. Would you cut off your pinky to get $1 million? Would you kill your cheating spouse to marry the man of your dreams? Would you eat a dog turd to win a year's supply of ice cream? These are the sorts of preposterous questions that make up the Would You game, which is like a deranged cousin of the Would You Rather board game. But unlike the popular board game, the Would You game has real-world stakes. Stakes as high as life or death, or even higher. I found this out the hard way with my sister, Seti. Her actual name is September, but everyone calls her Seti, just like everyone calls me Toby. My actual name is October. And yes, we do hate our parents for this. Seti was always competitive, even when she was very little, but I didn't understand how competitive until she invented the Would You game. We played during boring summers at home. In the beginning it was just Seti, me, our older sister Jules, July, but everyone calls her Jules, and her best friend, Darren. Darren is the one who added cards to the game, Structure. He was kind of a nerd and liked board games, though he only reluctantly played them with me and Seti, whom he found too young and competitive. The game as it exists today is largely Darren's construction. There are 7 cards, always dealt in order. Would you, risk verb, risk noun. to reward verb, reward noun. For example, would you kill your roommate to cure cancer? Most of the time, the randomness of the cards led to absurd sentences, less like truth or dare and more like Mad Libs. Points were earned through guesses, with fellow players trying to guess whether you would or would not. Often the fun of the game revolved around players justifying their choices, as in, sure, eating a dog turd would be gross, but 2 minutes of gross is worth a full year of delish. It was silly, harmless fun. The fact the game turned into something horrifying is my fault. I knew even at the time I shouldn't have done what I did, but I was furious with Seti. She'd pulled, "Would you lick a cockroach?" to get a day home from school, and she said yes. Seti says yes to everything, I pointed out. It's ridiculous. She's lying. She wouldn't do any of these things. I would. Seti, about 7 years old at the time, balled her fists. She was trying very hard to be cool enough to play with her older siblings and keep up with us. You wouldn't, I snapped, sick of her lying. We went back and forth, and finally I declared I was adding a new rule. The challenge rule. Any player could challenge another player, and then the challenge player would have to do the thing they'd said yes to. If they did, the player who'd made the challenge had to give the reward. A day home from school meant I'd cover for her with our parents. Seti's face immediately took on a pink cast. She clearly hadn't anticipated my making up this rule. I, cruel older sibling that I was, challenged her then to lick the cockroach. It wasn't nice, I admit. Tears came into her eyes. She looked at me in disbelief. Seti always looked up to me, idolized me. I'd like to say that in the moment, I regretted what I was doing to her, but at the time, I was just gloating. But little Seti wouldn't be beaten either. Darren went and got a cockroach. He and Jules really should have been chaperoning better. But Darren was just gleeful at the idea of anyone licking a cockroach. He pulled a dead one from one of the traps and laid it out on a napkin in front of her. Seti's lower lip quivered. Her big eyes lifted to mine. Then she leaned forward, squinching her eyes, and stuck her tongue out. The pink tip touched the roach. She licked it, declared Darren, delighted, even as Julie cried, "Ew!" and I exclaimed, "Gross!" But now I owed her a day off school. Triumphant, she squashed the dead roach in the napkin and tossed it into the trash. "I win," she said. "Yeah, well, you licked a roach, which means you lose at life," I retorted. "I win," she declared again. From then on, the challenge rule held, but I should have known it was stupid. Dangerous. Rule to put into play. The next time we played, the very first card Seti flipped had kill written on it. She paused on that card, while Darren's mouth made an O of expense. And Jules and I exchanged troubled glances. Including the kill card was controversial. It sometimes resulted in hilariously absurd combinations, such as, would you kill your butt to become a lost treasure? To an adult, this sort of Mad Libs game is ridiculous. When I was 10, it was hilarious. But of course, the word could also result in some very bad combinations. Seti kept drawing, your sibling, to win this game. She paused, mouth quirking to the side as she considered the cards. "Invalid," declared Jules. No, we can still guess," said Darren, even as Seti slid her answer card. A card that said either yes or no face down in front of her. Darren, Jules objected, but Darren was already sliding his card forward as well. Jules and I followed suit, and we all flipped them upright. Darren and Jules had guessed no. My card said yes. I knew my dumb sister, and Seti, hers also, said yes. Knew it, I said, glaring quietly. She smiled back at me serenely. Come on, BS, Darren said, while Jules elbowed him. But Darren ignored her and growled. Challenge. No, said Jules. Oh, no, we're not. What? Darren snapped. It's in the rules. If she kills Toby, she wins the game. He eyed Seti and said pointedly, I'm not going to let her win by cheating or bluffing. Enough, said Jules. My younger sister gathered the cards in front of her, set both her yes and no cards aside, and smoothed her skirt. There was no red face this time, no crying or embarrassment. She stood up, turned to Darren and said, Well, aren't you silly? Don't you know it's just a game? Come on, Toby. Let's go. Something in my stomach nodded as her fingers intertwined mine. It was a relief to know that despite her competitiveness, my sister could recognize when a thing went too far. Suddenly her arm curved round my neck, yanking me back in a chokehold. I slapped at her arms, fingers clawed and pulled at me as my face went purple, and my windpipe felt crushed and speckles blackened my vision. Then she was off me, hauled back by Darren and Jules as she howled, Let me go. Let go. Seti, stop it, hollered Jules. Seti was still screeching as they dragged her to her room. Jesus, she's crazy, growled Darren. Jules declared no more games. If I kill Toby tonight, I win, panted Seti as they locked her in. I win. Say that I win. No one wins, Seti, screamed Jules. I can't believe I even have to say this. I'm telling Mom and Dad. Why do you have to be so crazy? Christ, the game is suspended. Do you understand me? It's over. There are no winners. And we are never playing this game ever again. So that was the end of the Would You game for many years. Seti found other games to play, of course. Less dangerous ones. She was really good at games, and made a fortune with gambling, the lottery, card tournaments, investing. Playing the market was itself a sort of game, she told me. And as with all such ventures, she tackled it with a competitive spirit and almost unmatched skill, though she did suffer some stunning losses occasionally, as a consequence of her tremendous risks. She knew all the tricks of the trade, shuffling tricks, sleight of hand, weighted dice, counting cards. Contrary to what you might believe, she was actually a pretty good sister, most of the time. It was Seti who took care of our parents, making sure their bills were paid and their lawn mowed, and the big house always tidy. She did a lot of the cooking and cleaning herself, before she'd do her makeup and go out for the evening to the casino, or for a drink with business partners. She never went to college, instead keeping house for our parents. But then, she didn't really need college. We had wealth inherited from our grandparents, and Seti multiplied it neatly, managing investments for all of us. She did this with complete transparency and fairness. And while she sometimes gambled heavily with her own money, she never did with ours, always putting it in investments according to our willingness to embrace risk or security. And yet, through my college years, when Seti was finishing high school, she brought back the Would You game. and this time being legally an adult, she had no one to rein her in. I found out about it from Kedar, another boy at her school. He told me how she'd started playing with a group of preppy senior friends. I tried to shrug this off. Whatever. We were all adults now. Surely my sister wouldn't go too crazy, right? It wasn't until later I found out she'd changed the rules again. She and some of the other seniors were playing one day when they decided that the Mad Libs aspect was no longer as entertaining as when we were children, and that players should draw until the cards issued a sentence that the majority agreed made sense. Of course, even then, most of the results were still things that couldn't actually happen, but others, like, would you eat bugs to get a winning lotto ticket, were not only perfectly valid combinations, but also easy enough to both challenge and reward. And this is exactly what happened when Seti and her friends played. One of them claimed he'd eat bugs to get a winning lotto ticket. She challenged. He ate several ants. So Seti bought lotto tickets until she had a winning one. Granted, it was only for $3. But the cards hadn't specified, had they? And that's how it began. Seti herself becoming a grantor of sorts. Anytime she played the game, she had the money after all. Even back then, our family was well off, and Seti already had a considerable sum saved from her gambling and side hustles. I never knew what she did on the side, but I assumed some of it wasn't legal. She could afford to escalate the game, so when a combination came up like, would you dump your boyfriend to earn a new iPhone, Seti could issue the challenge, and when her friend followed through on the dumping, said friend would be gifted with a new phone. It was nonsense, risky, and unhealthy, but not, I guess, more than any other kind of gambling. Until it got worse. Several years later, Seti had some friends over. I'd refused to join. I'd sworn to myself never to play this game. Seti seemed to get even more competitive when I was around, so I kept away from the group, watching from across the living room. Turns kept passing around and everyone was laughing, drinking. A few people were smoking, but that wasn't really my business. Mostly it sounded like absurd stuff. Would you kiss Mrs. Whittinger to save a litter of kittens? Groans. Mrs. Whittinger was the principal at Seti's high school, and in games of kiss, marry, kill, was universally the kill option. Much discussion ensued about whether a litter of kittens would actually die if the player said no to this, and whether the price, having to kiss Mrs. Whittinger, was too high. Seti considered the question, but intertwined her fingers and explained that since the kittens were in the reward deck and not the risk deck, the game would not put kittens in harm's way. In short, kissing will mean you do a good deed, but not kissing won't make you do a bad one, she declared. Thus, if Scott, the player who'd drawn this combination, were to return to their old high school to kiss the loathsome Mrs. Whittinger, a litter of kittens would be rescued, but nothing would happen otherwise. Well, yeah, but if I don't kiss her, some kittens somewhere might not get rescued, so guess I gotta kiss her. Scott grinned at all the groans all around. Challenge, said Seti, almost automatically, almost bored. Scott did indeed end up visiting the high school on a made-up errand and kissing the principal on the cheek. She was suitably astonished at this affection from a troublesome alum, but also rather touched, and Seti honored her word and awarded Scott by saving a litter of kittens that still occupies our parents' house, where she has devotedly looked after them. But that's not the reason I'm telling you about this game. See, shortly after Scott's draw, another friend, Rosalinda, drew a combination that elicited quite a stir. Would you cut off your finger to gain $1 million? Gasps and whispers all around. Everyone at that party knew that if it was done, SETI could potentially honor the million. This was into her investing years. She had the financial wherewithal for it. And she had granted other gifts before, but never to such an extravagant amount. The most she'd ever given was a gift for a Bahamas trip. "I'd totally do it," said Scott. "No way," said another friend. "No way I'd do that." "But $1 million? Said someone else. "This one's a hypothetical, right?" said another, glancing tentatively to SETI, who just sat back holding her drink with her eyes glimmering and a lazy smile on her face. "Yeah, obviously," said Scott. "I mean, who's got $1 million to give?" "SETI might." "Yeah, right." "Screw it," said Rosalinda, slamming her cards down. "I'm in. Make your picks, people." Everyone voted. Half said yes, half no. Rosalinda flipped her card. Yes. Everyone glanced to SETI, who stood up quietly, moved to the bar to pour herself another drink, and then poured a glass for Rosalinda too. A glass of strong stuff. She then moved into the kitchen where she opened a drawer. I felt my heart rate increase. Moved to follow SETI, in whose fingers glinted silver. She sterilized the knife over a flame, then brought it to Rosalinda, laying it out on a tray with napkins, bandages, a first aid kit. Rosalinda's eyes grew wide as saucers. Scott whispered, disbelieving. Everyone had gone utterly silent, appalled. I held my breath. Don't, I thought. Don't. What should I have done? Called the police? Even now I wonder. No one was forcing Rosalinda to do anything. And yet, SETI sat back in her cushioned chair, idly swirling the bourbon in her glass before downing it. Her eyes glimmered over a smile as she raised her gaze to Rosalinda and whispered, "Challenge." Everyone was dead still, and then Rosalinda picked up the knife. I'll spare you the description of the aftermath of that. The would you cards had said cut your finger off, but they had said nothing about not sewing it back on. Scott put Rosalinda's finger on ice immediately after she cut it off, to the screams of the other players. There were some accusations that SETI was sick, that this all went too far. Then Rosalinda's friends rushed her and her severed finger to the hospital, where it was reattached. And of course, Rosalinda and her friends were somewhat mollified that, shortly afterwards, $1 million was transferred to her bank account. In fact, when word spread, others began seeking out my sister to play. That was when I put my foot down about playing in this house. I said our parents' house couldn't be turned into a gambling den, that I didn't want murders or maiming under their roof, and them to have to deal with cleaning up blood or whatever sick things happened. SETI agreed to take her games elsewhere. I tried to keep out of her business, but occasionally word leaked from our parents, or Jules, or mutual acquaintances, and it seemed like both the risks and rewards were getting bigger. But when things really got out of hand, when I finally put my foot down that it had to stop, was the first time someone died. Before COVID, the games had involved physical risk, even maiming, but had never included death. I wasn't present for the lethal draw, and only found out later that the combination pulled was, would you become haunted by a terrifying ghost to save your child? This particular game took place over Zoom during the height of the pandemic, among a handful of players who won the chance to play via lottery. SETI's games were in high demand. As it turned out, one of the players had an eldest daughter on a ventilator. Now you'd think that any combination involving a ghost would be inherently invalid. After all, it's not like SETI can conjure up the supernatural. But apparently the players agreed to accept it as a valid draw, and the devoted father played yes. Anything for my kids, he said. I viewed the recording of the Zoom later, and after the father played his yes card, SETI's eyes fluttered for several seconds in this strange way, as if she were in a trance, or listening to something no one else could hear. Then her eyes opened and she declared, "Challenge." A few days later, the daughter recovered. But it wasn't until said daughter messaged me, begging me to intervene, that I understood how deranged the game had become. The man who answered the door in his bathrobe had eyes, red-rimmed from weeping, a week's worth of beard stubbling his gaunt face. Without a word, he let me into his house, and as he shuffled away from me, I noticed burn marks on the walls, not in any obvious pattern, but here and there marring the wallpaper. He pointed to a pile of framed photographs stacked on the sofa. They'd formerly been hung on the walls, I realized, but he'd taken them down because in every single photo, he had been burned out, leaving the rest of his family intact. That was how the wallpaper had been charred. There was also, I noticed, a burn mark in the shape of a handprint on his arm. While the father wearily offered me tea, I picked up one of the photos. The backing and part of the glass damaged from the heat. Is it just the burn marks, or is other stuff going on? The lights, he whispered as he stirred the tea. The shrieks and banging at night. The handprints. The dreams. And this. He pulled open a drawer full of children's drawings scrawled by his daughter and her siblings, kept from when they were very little. In all the drawings, he had been scratched out, and a blackened figure, like a shadow, seemed to be looming behind him, its hands on his shoulders. "She's obviously hired someone to come and do all this," I said. "You're probably having nightmares from the stress." No way would I believe that SETI could summon ghosts. But I absolutely believe she had the resources to make a man think she had. The defiled children's drawings especially left me chilled. How had she identified which figure in the child's scrolls was him? I offered to stay the night, to confront whoever SETI had hired and chase them off, and I promised I would contact my sister in the morning and put an end to this so-called haunting. The man seemed relieved by my assurances that all the spooky effects were staged, yet he also requested me not to interfere. He was clearly anxious that if he didn't let things continue, his daughter would fall sick again. I tried to assure him that SETI didn't have that kind of power and couldn't make her relapse, but he insisted I keep out of it. Privately, I decided to speak to SETI anyway. She was overseas, however. The man killed himself before she got back, hung himself from the staircase, leaving his beloved daughter and her siblings to mourn. I waited in our parents' house for my sister the night she returned. She'd barely gotten off the plane a half hour earlier, but despite what must have been a wearying flight, she waltzed through the front door in a glitzy suit like she'd stepped out of Vegas. Seeing me, she spread her arms wide in greeting. "How could you?" I snarled. She dropped her arms, though her smile didn't falter. Toby, dear, I didn't. Whatever it is you're upset about, it was the cards. A ghost, said he? A terrifying ghost, she corrected. Of course it wasn't a ghost, said he. I bellowed, shaking with fury. The funeral had been 2 days ago. The only terrifying thing here is you. For hounding a man to death, you drove him to this. It's you who fulfills the challenges, who delivers the rewards. Admit it. You paid for his daughter to get special treatment. I looked into it. You couldn't guarantee it, but you did everything you could to make sure she'd recover, didn't you? And when she did, you made him suffer. He had to complete the challenge. She pursed her lips, silent for a moment, then finally said, "What if I did? What if you did?" I couldn't believe her. Seti, you drove a man to his death. You said that already. She looked bored. So, I made a man terrified. He chose to kill himself. BS, you killed him, as much as if you handed him the rope. Oh, he chose hanging? Seti? I paused and added, low and serious, "You have to stop this." That stilled her. She was silent a moment, eyes shadowed by the brim of her hat, crimson lips pursed. Finally, a curl to her mouth. "Make me." "What?" "Make me stop," she repeated, and languidly took a chair at the coffee table, indicating for me to do the same. I stared in horror as she pulled out a deck. "One game," she declared, eyes glittering. "A duel. You win, I stop and never play again. You can have your wish." "No." "Toby, people pay thousands to play with me. You don't know what a deal you're getting. Besides, it's the only way to make me stop." She again indicated the chair. I just stared at her, fists clenched. "Why?" "Because, Toby dear, our mother and father's beloved who can do no wrong. Because we never finished our game. Remember when we were little? We started to play, but things went too far. We couldn't end it. I won't be left at a stalemate. Finish the game with me, dearest Toby, golden child, the one Mom and Dad always loved best." "They love you too." "They love me like the alcoholic loves the bottle, a terrible influence they secretly wish they could obliterate. And it's true, I am terrible, but perfect. Good Toby. Win against me, and I will stop." Her eyebrows shot up. Reluctantly, dread building in my gut, I sat down opposite her. I threw out one more feeble argument. "We don't have enough players. I won't let anyone else get involved." "We don't need other players," she corrected. "A duel game is a 2-player version. It has a few extra rules, like the double dare. It's where you take your opponent's challenge and double it. So, for instance, if it's, 'Would you kill a kitten?' and I accept, you'd have to kill two." Great example. "How are your cats, by the way?" "All very well, as it happens. They haven't been drawn into any games." She flashed a wicked smile at me as one of said cats, oblivious to the danger it would be put in should Seti draw any cards that involved pets, came over and rubbed against her leg, purring. She explained the rules of the duel game as she shuffled. It was basically the same as the regular game, but answers were scored differently. 1 point for yes, 1 point for correct guesses, 0 points for no, 0 points for wrong guesses, 10 points for a completed challenge. If a challenge went unfulfilled, it was an automatic loss. If more than one challenge was fulfilled for the same reward, Only the most recent challenge would gain the reward. The game would continue until each player had drawn 10 valid combinations. Getting points for saying yes automatically skews the game in your favor, I observed. It skews the game in favor of playing more boldly, yes, Seti agreed, but it's still possible for you to win. I glowered. Seti allowed me to draw first. Would you dance with rotting human entrails to earn a dream vacation? Tame by the current standards of the game. I started to put down my no card, but then remembered I'd get 0 points for it. Of course I put down yes. Seti would manage to make those rotting entrails appear, and I didn't even want to think about whether they'd really be human or not. I sighed and pushed forward yes. Seti also slid a card forward. Both of us flipped. Both of us said yes. 1 point for me, 1 for Seti for guessing correctly. I waited for the inevitable challenge, but she only smiled. You're not going to challenge? I asked. No, because you'll actually do it, and you'll get 10 points, she replied. And obviously, you'll get a dream vacation too, but I'd rather save my money for more interesting rewards. Seti's turn. She flipped the cards slowly. Would you fly to Stinky Toenails to gain your name on Mars? Invalid, obviously. She drew again. Would you sing loudly to the president to save world peace? Another invalid combination. Seti drew 3 more nonsense sentences before finally coming up with a valid combination. Would you kiss a bowl of diarrhea to get a year's supply of ice cream? Ugh, I said. This is such a dumb game. Seti smiled and pushed a card forward. I rolled my eyes and did the same. We both flipped. Yes. Of course you would, I said, disgusted. You could challenge, she offered, and give you 10 points? Screw that. We went back and forth a couple more rounds. My hands were shaking. Soon we got to challenges I wouldn't do. I started playing no. Seti always played yes. She was gaining points, and didn't challenge me on the rare times I drew something I felt I could do. And then, as we were approaching the 10th round, that would end the game. Seti drew a combination that made my breath catch. Would you skin yourself to win the game? Seti was already ahead. If I didn't challenge her, she'd win. If I challenged her and she refused, she'd lose. The smart play here would be to pick no. She wouldn't risk anything. She was way ahead of me anyway. The game would end on the next turn. All she had to do was miss 1 point by playing her no card. Playing yes was something only a complete idiot would do. But Seti had never played no, not in any of the turns we'd had so far. Would she now? Seti looked me in the eyes as she put down her card, smiled almost apologetically with a little shrug. Oh, how that smile infuriated me. The lightness of it, the willingness to throw everything down in this stupid, idiotic, foolish game. And she was already guaranteed to win. I played my card. We flipped them over. Yes. Fury coursed through me. It was like when we were kids all over again, and Seti would brazenly claim she'd do something outrageous, when all of us knew she really wouldn't. When she'd bluff, and I'd call her on it, and the words spat from my lips before I could think to stop it. Because how dare she mock me like this, playing like her life hardly mattered. Challenge. It was strange. The expressions that flickered across Seti's face. Regret, fear, angst, rage. For just a moment she reminded me of that little girl again. The little girl who idolized me, who just wanted to be brave enough to impress me. until I called her out for going too far, and every single time she forced herself to rise to my challenge. Remembering that, I suddenly regretted my actions. Seti's eyelids closed, fluttering, as if she were coming to terms with what had just happened. Then without a word she rose to her feet. My parents did a lot of barbecuing in the summers, even the occasional pig roast or carving up venison. I wondered with horror if among the many implements in this grandly furnished house, they might have a skinning knife. "Seti, wait," I cried, seizing her arm as she turned away. "I forfeit. You hear me? I forfeit. You win. I withdraw my challenge." "What?" she stammered. "You can't forfeit. That's not how it works." "Too bad. I'm done." "Toby," she shrieked as I grabbed my jacket and rushed for the door. "You agreed to finish the game." "Yeah, bite me." I ducked out and slammed the door. From inside, a howl of anguish. High, keening, practically inhuman. God, Seti could be so scary. I hurried away, trying to force the horrible, stupid game from my consciousness, trying to forget how irrational Seti could be. My phone buzzed. Seti sent 5 different messages, one containing 3 devil emojis. Another, "We're not finished. We have 1 turn left. Toby, 1 turn." Ending off a lot of them with exclamation marks. She carried on like that all night. I silenced my phone. In the morning, I had so many messages I blocked her. I fully expected calls from our parents, Jules, or our mutual acquaintances. Email, messenger, voicemails at work. Maybe a single telegram. Seti had a huge network, and I knew my sister had 1,000 ways to contact me. There would be no escaping her wrath until the game was over. And yet, silence. Not so much as a peep. It was this complete absence of communication that unsettled me more than anything. I called our parents, Jules, friends, but they hadn't heard from Seti. Not wanting them to worry, I lied to everyone and said I was just checking in because it had been a while. With every hour, the knot of dread in my gut tightened. Finally, 3 days after our fateful game, there came a knock at my door. I'd been in a state of suspension so long that my first feeling was relief. At last. We'd get this over with. I went to the door, calling out, "Who's there?" To no response. I peeked through the peephole, but it was covered. Sigh. Just like Seti to play games. Maybe it really was a singing telegram. I opened the door. "Hello?" The word died on my lips, shifting from hello to hell in what, looking back, seems chillingly appropriate. On the threshold stood a costumed figure. She was reminiscent of the Easter Bunny, huge black eyes, plush fur around chipmunkish cheeks, buck teeth and mauve fur, with a fluffy white belly. This wasn't sophisticated like a cosplay persona. No. This was more the mall-grade Easter variety, vaguely creepy and unsettling, like a costumed theme park character or a Chuck E. Cheese animatronic. I'd always had a dread of such characters, even as a child. Something about the fakery of the costuming was so off-putting. Now that same unease prickled through me as the bunny spread its arms in a ta-da pose. I said. I stepped back and held open the door, trying to ignore the small voice that wondered what I might see if I lifted the mask off that bunny suit. The bunny strolled in with an exaggerated happy stride, reminding me, again, of a costumed character. Who could ever tell what was underneath such a suit? The bunny pulled out 2 chairs from my dining table and patted one for me. "Seti?" I said. The bunny pulled a card from a pocket somewhere in its fur and held it up for me to read. One more turn. "How do I know it's you? Take off that dumb thing." A head shake. The bunny pointed again to the card, exaggeratedly tapping it and nodding to me. Its suit smelled faintly of copper and maybe something else. Sweat. Body odor. No. It was more unpleasant than that. Like the smell of a dead mouse I'd found once in a trap rotting for days. And I wondered, what was under that suit? She wouldn't have done it, would she? She couldn't have and survived. This had to be an act. To make me fret. Think that she'd done something crazy. I looked into those bunny eyes. Black mesh. I thought I could just glimpse the whites of her eyes. A faint gleam as she looked out at me. Again, that coppery smell. And as we both sat at the coffee table, there was, I could see, very clearly now, blood dripping from the suit of the bunny. A faint dribble of it. How badly was she bleeding in there? Or was it all an act? Would she even be bleeding still? Would blood really drip through the costume? God, Seti, fine. I'll play the last turn, and if I win, you'll take off that suit and you'll be just fine underneath. Alright? Deal? You'll be whole and fine. The bunny made a sound in the affirmative. It was Seti's voice, but sounded wrong. Like the vocal cords were somehow deteriorated. It reached into a pocket somewhere in the suit, handed me the would you cards. My turn. Hands shaking, I shuffled. I could see now a couple of places where the mauve fur was darker, wet with stains. But it can't be real, I thought. No way it can be real. I swallowed the bile in my throat and dealt the cards. Would you? My hands trembled as I turned each one. Disappear yourself to win this game. Disappear? Did that mean die and my life, or like witness protection disappear? The meaning was unclear, but I couldn't pick no, or said he would win. And somehow I knew what would happen if she won. That she would lift off her mask and underneath there would be... I pushed forward my card, and the bunny pushed forward hers. And we flipped. Yes. The bunny spoke. One word. I tried not to imagine its skinless tongue slurring. Challenge. My heart quickened. Fine, I said. You, Mom, Dad, Jules, everyone we know. You'll never see me again. The rest of my life, no matter how hard you look or how you spend your resources to come after me, I will not be found. I'll be gone, and when I am, I'll have won the game. As I spoke, I felt the air shiver between us. It was as if something had written my words in my soul, and I knew, as deeply and suddenly, and surely as I knew my own name, that I would disappear so thoroughly, I would effectively cease to exist. Somehow, I was incredibly calm about all this. Goodbye, Seti. I turned and grabbed my bag and walked out. I drove to our parents' house to tell them that I loved them. They were extraordinarily perplexed when I greeted them each with a tight embrace, and even more so when I begged them to please look after Seti for me. I just hoped it was enough to save my sister. That whatever was under that suit was all part of the drama to draw me in, and everything would return to normal after the game. I just had to disappear. Who? Said Dad. He was a bit hard of hearing. Seti. September, I told him. What's happening in September? Asked Mom. No, Mom, I'm talking about Seti. I stopped, staring at the mantel. A few days ago, I'd been here playing with SETI, and the photos on the mantle had been the same vacation trips as always. Goofy images of SETI, me, and Jules playing as children. But now I was looking at the exact same photos, and it was only me and Jules. Mom, meanwhile, nudged Dad and murmured, "Sweetie, remember how Toby used to pretend to have a little sister?" "Oh gosh, that's right." Dad brightened and turned to me. "And whenever you did something bad, you'd blame it on September." But I was already out the door, rushing back to the game. I'd declared I would disappear. From the present moment on, I'd be gone, but SETI? I checked my phone, my email, messages. But there were no photographs, no texts, no social media evidence my sister had ever existed, present or past. I called Jules, but she said the same thing as our parents. That SETI was the imaginary little sister I made up to blame for the worst outcomes of a childhood game. A game I designed. A game for which I am the guarantor. A game / have been hosting among various groups and players for the past few years. And when I at last got home and rushed inside, the bunny was no longer at the table, but the cards were still laid out. A note scrawled beside them on a bloody napkin. Double dare. People still contact me asking why I ended the game. The truth is the napkin. The only proof of SETI, written in her own distinctive handwriting, disintegrated with time, and I'm not even sure myself what I believe anymore. But I'll tell you this. If anyone ever offers to play the "Would You" game, no matter what the prize, do not do it. It's not worth it. Learn from my mistakes, and never, ever play the "Would You" game.